In a world where celestial powers intertwine with mortal lives, Su Ming, an ordinary assassin from the Seven Kill sect, stumbles upon a fallen meteor that changes his destiny. From this celestial treasure, he inherits the divine harmony, celestial technique, a cultivation method that promises rapid advancement but demands immense stamina. As he grapples with newfound powers, Su Ming faces the complexities of relationships, particularly with Li Mingran, a childhood friend now turned distant. Their bond, once filled with promises of shared growth in the quest for immortality, is tested by ambition and secrets. With the stakes higher than ever, will Su Ming harness his potential and bridge the chasm between them, or will the pursuit of power drive them apart forever? As the celestial forces awaken within him, Su Ming must navigate a world fraught with danger, rivalry, and the haunting question of what it truly means to be strong. The journey to immortality is fraught with trials, but with the harmony celestial technique at his side, Su Ming is determined to defy fate and carve his own path. In the Tianxian Empire, in Yunzhou, at the Qishan Min, in a secluded mountain cave, a remarkably handsome youth glanced at the door swung open by the mountain wind. What malevolent breeze is this? Su Ming muttered, preparing to cast a spell to close the door, when suddenly a bright light streaked across the night sky. The moon shone brightly, and the stars were sparse, yet that trailing light was not particularly conspicuous. Was it a falling star? In these desolate mountains, meteors frequently descended, and Su Ming had long since grown accustomed to the sight. However, sometimes celestial meteors carried rare or invaluable materials for refining tools, though the likelihood of such an occurrence was exceedingly low. With a spirit of chance, Su Ming hurried toward the site of the meteor's descent. He had studied under the Qishan Min for 12 years, yet his spiritual roots were unremarkable, now at merely the 7th level of Qi refining, able to fly short distances with the aid of magical artifacts and talismans. Nevertheless, to conserve his spiritual energy, he refrained from flying and instead ran along the rugged mountain path. Familiar with the area, he arrived at the meteor's landing site in no time. To his astonishment, the scene was peaceful. Typically, a meteor's landing would ignite a fiery blaze and topple trees. Here, however, everything appeared normal, as if nothing had occurred. Could I be imagining things? Su Ming shook his head, preparing to leave, when he suddenly noticed a glimmering light emanating from a bird's nest atop a towering tree. Intrigued, he leapt onto the treetop with the agility of an old monkey and discovered a small bronze cauldron nestled within the nest. The cauldron was marred with cracks resembling a spider's web, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Although it appeared unremarkable and damaged, Su Ming felt a pang of disappointment, yet remembered that even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. He reached out to grasp the cauldron. The moment he touched it, the cauldron erupted into countless fragments that shot toward him like arrows. In a flash, Su Ming quickly channeled his spiritual energy and recited the golden light spell, but whether through the golden shield or his proud iron physique, he found himself as fragile as paper before the shards. Thousands of splinters penetrated his body. Just as he lamented his impending doom, he suddenly perceived a small cauldron materializing within his consciousness. How did this cauldron come to reside in my mind? Su Ming was taken aback, yet a wave of joy surged within him. The cauldron's mysterious manifestation suggested extraordinary quality. Had he stumbled upon a treasure? He understood the principle that a man without guilt may attract misfortune for possessing a gem, and thus dared not linger at the site. He hurriedly departed, mindful to erase his traces, igniting the surrounding trees with a fire talisman as he left. Shortly after his departure, 2 cultivators arrived at the scene, observing the charred trees and inwardly lamenting their tardiness. Meanwhile, Su Ming returned to his dwelling, set several talismans at the cave's entrance, and promptly immersed himself in his sea of consciousness. What is this? Su Ming was startled to see 4 grand characters materializing above the cauldron. He Huan Xian Ding. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Could this cauldron be an immortal artifact? Yet he quickly dismissed the thought, as ancient texts recorded that no one had ascended in the Tianxian continent for millennia. How could there be immortal artifacts? Nonetheless, this cauldron was certainly not an ordinary item. Su Ming felt a profound connection, as if tied by blood to the cauldron, but its severe damage meant that if left in the outside world, it would surely disintegrate into dust. It could only be nurtured within his consciousness. Oh, cauldron, I am but a Qi refining cultivator with limited spiritual energy. I fear I cannot care for you. The cauldron seemed to comprehend his words, as intricate golden characters appeared upon its enigmatic surface. He Huan Tiangong. This was a technique. The method offered by the cauldron was surely not mundane, and Su Ming eagerly began to study it. Though his spiritual roots were of middling quality, his comprehension was exceptional. After reading the technique 2 or 3 times, he could practice it independently. After circulating a small cycle of energy, a smile spread across his face. The quality of this technique was undoubtedly extraordinary, yet he could not ascertain its rank with his current perspective. With this technique, the speed at which he refined spiritual energy had increased tenfold. Moreover, this was not even the fastest state. It was a dual cultivation method, most effective with a partner. Once believing that foundational establishment in his lifetime was unattainable, he now felt that not only could he aim for foundational establishment, but even the path to Yuaning seemed within reach. Suddenly, a sharp knock at the door interrupted Su Ming's thoughts. Su Ming, a voice, elegant yet laced with charm, called out. Su Ming frowned upon hearing it. He was well acquainted with this voice. Yet why did she come at such an hour? Filled with curiosity, he opened the cave door. A figure clad in purple entered gracefully, her steps akin to a lotus flower. Her beauty was breathtaking, yet shrouded in an air of mystery, with 2 ample bosoms swaying gently as she walked. Su Ming's gaze fell upon her long, straight, snow-white legs as he exclaimed, Li Minggran, what brings you here? Li Minggran, at the 7th level of qi refining, stood at the same realm as Su Ming. Her bright eyes sparkled with complex emotions, 7 parts indifference, 2 parts disdain, and a hint of pity. The two had grown up together, bound by a betrothal, and initially supported each other upon entering the Qisha men. Yet as time passed, their bond had grown increasingly distant. I have come today. Li Minggran instinctively took a step back as Su Ming approached. Witnessing this, a trace of helplessness crossed Su Ming's eyes. How once had this radiant girl leapt into his embrace, but now she kept her distance. Su Ming, do not blame me. Li Minggran collected her thoughts, a faint smile gracing her exquisite face. Do you remember the vow we made when we first joined the Qisha men, to support one another in the pursuit of longevity? Su Ming pondered and replied coolly, indeed, that was the case. Yet as we became engrossed in our cultivation, our relationship grew increasingly estranged. However, I have never forgotten our vow. Yesterday, while completing a task, I exchanged points for a gathering spirit pill. As she spoke, Li Minggran produced a white jade vial from her storage bag. As a woman, I yearn for a reliable companion, and I hope you can become stronger. Thus, you must accept this pill. Su Ming's brows furrowed slightly. As the woman had remarked, although they were bound by a marital contract, after joining the sect, the other party had grown increasingly arrogant, hardly acknowledging him even during casual encounters. Yet today, she had remarkably altered her demeanor, willing to expend sect points to procure pills to aid in his cultivation. Su Ming harbored a vague suspicion that her unsolicited attentiveness was either a sign of insidious intent or ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he chose not to confront her, instead allowing a faint smile to grace his lips as he replied, How could I possibly refuse such a generous gesture? He accepted the elixir and, without hesitation, consumed it. Chapter 2. The Trial of 7 Kills. Suddenly, Su Ming's expression twisted into a grimace as he clutched his chest, his body swaying unsteadily. He stammered, What have you done? This elixir is poisoned. As Su Ming collapsed to the ground, a cold smile crept across Li Minggran's face. You, of the Su family, should blame your own greed. No, you ought to condemn your own lack of ability. I, Li Minggran, seek the path to immortality. How could I possibly remain by the side of a worthless fool? Li Minggran produced a short blade from her storage bag, its edge glimmering with a sinister green light. The poison within that elixir was a blend of 5 deadly toxins, which Su Ming's skills could not withstand. Yet, Li Minggran remained vigilant. She intended to extinguish the man's vitality herself to secure her own future. What a heartless woman! As Li Minggran approached with the sword, Su Ming's heart filled with bitter amusement. He had long sensed something was amiss with the woman, so when he consumed the elixir, he had enveloped it with spiritual energy, suspending it in his stomach. Bang! As the woman lunged with her sword, Su Ming suddenly unleashed a punch that struck her abdomen. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity while she was knocked back, Su Ming dashed forward and struck her again. Once she landed, he brandished the reclaimed short blade against her throat. Don't move. Li Minggran was both shocked and terrified. She had not anticipated Su Ming's sudden ferocity and such formidable skills. How how are you unharmed? Huh. Su Ming spat out the elixir and coldly declared, I knew you, you wretched woman, would bring nothing but misfortune. How could I fall for your treachery? You. Li Mingran's face turned ashen, but in her heart, she was contemplating an escape plan. Truly, he was the man I had set my sights on. His courage and intellect were exceptional. As she spoke, Li Mingran extended her delicate fingers, gently brushing against Su Ming's palm, finally resting on the hilt of the blade, smiling sweetly. It's all a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. Humph, a misunderstanding? Do you see this blade as a misunderstanding? Su Ming pressed the short blade against her skin. His voice laced with hatred. This is your weapon. You know better than anyone what poison it carries. Feeling the chilling aura of the blade, Li Mingran dared not breathe a word. The unique poison on this blade could seal her throat at the first sign of blood. She could not afford to move recklessly. Speak. Why did you conspire against me? Su Ming mused that while this woman wished to sever ties with him, it had not yet escalated to the point of drawing swords. Who was the mastermind behind this? And nobody. I was just momentarily confused. It seemed that this vile woman would not shed tears until she faced the grave. Su Ming took a deep breath, preparing to plunge the blade into her throat. Feeling the bone-chilling murderous intent, Li Mingran could no longer conceal the truth. Her face filled with terror as she stammered, I will tell you everything. It was Nan Jinping who sent me. Her? Nan Jinping, the daughter of an outer sect elder, was renowned as one of the 4 beauties of the outer sect. However, constrained by her own innate talent, she had only reached the 6th level of qi refinement thus far. Su Ming furrowed his brow. He believed he had no enmity with her. Why did she send you to harm me? Because you spied on her while she was bathing. To kill a man merely for peeping? This wretched woman is truly ruthless. Su Ming's brow grew icy as he continued. Tell me everything you know, and do not hold back. Li Mingran's heart trembled as she hurriedly replied. 2 days ago, Nan Jinping found me and said that if I killed you, she would help me secure a position as an inner sect disciple. Huh, how foolish you are. If that wretched woman had such capability, she would have entered the inner sect herself long ago. A bitter smile surfaced in Li Mingran's heart. She understood Su Ming's point, yet for the sake of pursuing her path, she would grasp at any glimmer of hope. Humph, you came to kill me, hoping to escape our betrothal for the sake of that so-called inner sect position. What use is there in keeping you, this venomous woman? As Su Ming's thoughts raced, he prepared to pierce through her throat. However, he suddenly recalled his newly acquired techniques. You vile woman, considering our long acquaintance, I shall spare your life. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Li Mingran immediately began to plead for mercy. If you spare my life, I am willing to serve you like a beast. In the core area of the 7 Kills sect's outer sect, the environment was elegant and imbued with rich spiritual energy. Only the affluent could reside here. Nan Jinping's cave abode was situated remarkably close to the center, yet despite such a favorable environment, she had barely managed to cultivate to the 6th level of qi refinement. However, she had a well-connected father. Even if she achieved no accomplishments in her cultivation, she could still live a life of luxury. Yet at this moment, the young lady was filled with anxiety. I should not have trusted that little wretch. Perhaps she has softened her heart upon seeing her old lover? Nan Jinping had little faith in Li Mingran. She initially intended to send her handmaid to seduce and assassinate Su Ming, but that boy remained cooped up in his cave all day. She worried that too much noise would attract the attention of the law enforcement hall, and she did not want her own involvement in this matter. Thus, she sent Li Mingran instead. Miss. A green-clad maid hurried in, her face etched with concern. Miss, something terrible has happened. Nan Jinping feared that the assassination plan had been exposed and exclaimed, What has happened? Speak clearly. Master has sent word that the 7 Kills trial is about to commence. What? A look of terror crossed Nan Jinping's face as she felt her spirit wane. Isn't there still half a year left? Why has it suddenly begun? The so-called 7 Kills trial involved placing a group of disciples entering the sect into a secret realm, akin to raising goo, allowing them to kill one another, with only a scant few surviving. Surviving the 7 Kills trial would promote them to inner sect disciples, representing one of the few opportunities for common disciples to enter the inner sect. Notably, the trial did not consider one's background. As long as one had not broken through to the foundation establishment stage before the trial commenced, they would automatically be promoted to inner sect status. Thus, even if Nan Jinping was the daughter of an elder, she was still required to participate in the trial. At this moment, Nan Jinping could no longer focus on Su Ming. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of the 7 Kills trial. for it pertained to life and death. Reports indicated that among their batch of disciples, there were several who had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, while she remained at the 6th level. With such cultivation, how could she hope to survive the brutal trial of life and death? Chapter 3. Kneel and call me master. The following day, Su Ming emerged from his cave dwelling, inhaling the damp air and lifting his gaze towards the rising sun, feeling an immense sense of refreshment. After a night of arduous cultivation, he had reaped considerable rewards, elevating his cultivation to the 8th layer of qi refinement. It is noteworthy that he had spent 12 years to reach the 7th layer, yet with the aid of Huan Tiangong, he achieved such a significant advancement in a single night. Besides its rapid cultivation speed, Huan Tiangong possesses numerous mysterious characteristics and secret techniques. For instance, it can heal wounds, detoxify, and restore strength. Furthermore, it can condense Huan Gu, a substance that, when sown within another's heart channel, allows him to control their life and death with but a thought. Li Mingran had already been ensnared by him using the Huan Gu. Su Lang. At that moment, Li Mingran stepped forward, her face betraying a mixture of surprise and fear. After the events of the previous night, she had been completely subdued by Su Ming, her heart devoid of any ill intentions. She cautiously approached Su Ming, tentatively tugging at his sleeve, and managed a faint smile, saying, "Su Lang, I was blind to not recognize a true hero. From now on, I wish to be your Tao companion and become a wise helper on your path of cultivation." Su Ming flicked his hand dismissively, a trace of disdain appearing on his face. "You wish to be my Tao companion?" Upon seeing Su Ming's indifferent expression, Li Mingran felt an overwhelming fear, yet she nodded vigorously. Yes, after all, we are betrothed." "Huh. Since you plotted to harm me, our marriage no longer exists. As for being my Tao companion, do you even deserve that? Kneel and call me master." Li Mingran was taken aback, her face flushing crimson in an instant. Moments later, she fell to her knees. "Master, what are your commands?" "Return and report to Nan Jinping." Su Ming was a man of vengeance. He could not let Nan Jinping, who dared to conspire against his life, escape unpunished. By sending Li Mingran back, he intended to implant a spy beside her. "You shall strive to gain Nan Jinping's trust and report to me daily about that wretched woman's movements. Is that understood?" "Yes, I will not fail my mission. Begone." After dismissing Li Mingran, Su Ming decided to wander about, hoping to glean some useful information. Most importantly, he wanted to ascertain if anyone in the sect was concerned about the meteor shower incident from the previous night. Su Ming's residence was quite remote, and he had destroyed the scene. He believed his actions were flawless, but it is better to be cautious. "Have you heard? The 7 Kills trial is about to commence." "Impossible. Isn't the 7 Kills trial supposed to start in September? It's only March now. I heard it from my cousin, who is an inner sect disciple. Do you think such news could be false? I wonder what the higher-ups in the sect are thinking, suddenly launching the 7 Kills trial. It leaves us unprepared." Sigh, what is even more shocking is that it starts in 3 days. Heavens! So soon? I must quickly procure some healing elixirs. I think you can skip the elixirs and instead choose a favorable location for yourself. After all, this is the 7 Kills trial. The mortality rate is exceedingly high. The news of the 7 Kills trial stirred Su Ming's heart as he overheard the 2 disciples conversing. Damn it! Why would they initiate the 7 Kills trial at this time? Su Ming had intended to focus on cultivating with the newly acquired Huan Xianding for half a year, thereby shining brilliantly in the trial and seizing the opportunity to enter the inner sect. However, the sect's unexpected maneuver caught him off guard. With no desire to continue wandering, Su Ming resolved to head to the market at the foot of the mountain to purchase some elixirs and talismans in preparation for the 7 Kills trial. In Nan Jinping's cave, Li Mingran knelt, her face a portrait of fear as she spoke. "It is all my fault for lacking the ability to fulfill your command, Mississippi. It is not your fault. Blame that cunning little thief." At this moment, Nan Jinping's thoughts were consumed by the 7 Kills trial, viewing Su Ming merely as a minor nuisance. Despite the sudden announcement of the trial, her father had utilized connections and resources to arrange for 2 aides at the 8th layer of qi refinement to assist her in passing the trial. This somewhat reassured Nan Jinping, yet she still felt insufficiently secure. Those arrogant practitioners at the 9th layer, and those who have reached the peak of qi refinement refuse to serve as my guards. They shall pay for their disdain. As her thoughts swirled, Nan Jinping's gaze landed on Li Mingran, contemplating that this woman, being at the 7th layer of qi refinement, could prove useful. "Mingran, You know the 7 kills trial is about to commence. Do you wish to succeed in it? Of course. I seek your protection. Mississippi Li Min Grand feigned innocence, her expression one of trepidation. If you would not abandon me, I am willing to serve you dutifully. Very well, you shall join my team. Do not leave before the trial begins. We should familiarize ourselves with one another's abilities, thus increasing our chances of success. Understood. 3 days later, nearly 1,000 outer sect disciples gathered at Tianming Square, while the Grand Elder Fong Butong hovered in midair atop a flying sword. As one of the 7 hall-level assassins of the 7 kills sect, Fong Butong's gaze was solemn and his demeanor cold, instilling fear in those who dared to meet his eyes. Everyone, the 7 kills trial is about to begin. This represents not only an opportunity for you to leap into greatness, but also a life or death struggle. The strong will survive, and the weak will perish. I need not repeat this principle. Upon hearing this, the reactions among the nearly 1,000 disciples varied. Some were exhilarated, eager to seize the chance for a brilliant future, while others were fearful, believing the path ahead was fraught with peril. Yet, no one chose to withdraw from the trial, for the 7 kills sect had a rule: those who do not participate in the trial shall die. It was precisely this rule that compelled the children of the powerful to partake in this perilous game. The 7 kills trial begins. With a command from Fong Butong, 6 elders hidden in the shadows simultaneously unleash their techniques, unsealing the long-dormant 7 kills secret realm. The disciples in Tianming Square, each harboring their own thoughts, stepped into the secret realm. Su Ming, inconspicuous among the crowd, cast a glance upwards at the Grand Elder before entering the secret realm. This is the path of cultivation. In a world where life is as worthless as that of an ant, becoming stronger is the only escape. With resolute eyes, Su Ming strode steadily towards the secret realm. Chapter 4. A calculated scheme. The Qi Sha Secret Realm, an extraordinary creation of the legendary ancestor Qi Sha Dao run from the Qi Sha sect, is a small celestial domain, a world unto itself. Upon entering the secret realm, the disciples were transported to various locations. After a moment of disorientation, Su Ming found himself within the realm. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was greeted by towering mountains shrouded in mist, forming a breathtaking basin. He swiftly channeled his inner energy, leaping into the air to gain a better perspective. To his astonishment, this area was remarkably enchanting. Though shaped by mountains and hills, it was unusually flat, resembling a mirror meticulously crafted by human hands. The landscape, seemingly a plain, was adorned with lush, towering trees and verdant grasslands. What captivated Su Ming the most was the harmonious blend of all 4 seasons: spring's blossoms, summer's sweltering heat, autumn's fiery hues, and winter's snowy embrace. Such phenomena defied conventional understanding, hence its name, the Secret Realm. While Su Ming was lost in admiration, he noticed a mysterious fog rising from the surrounding mountains, rapidly enveloping the entire secret realm. A sudden bird call jolted him into alertness. With his left hand grasping his sword and his right hand forming a spell, his talisman was poised for action. The fog dissipated, revealing a colossal, fire-enveloped bird, descending upon Su Ming like a predator. How audacious, he thought, raising a finger as the energy of the Xian Lei spell surged forth, shooting forth like a laser. The overwhelming force of lightning struck the giant bird squarely in its abdomen. Accompanied by a piercing shriek, the immense creature plummeted to the ground, creating a deep crater upon impact. As Su Ming assessed the beast, he realized this fire-laden creature was at the pinnacle of the first tier, a Li Yan Emo Niao. Memories of this bird, resembling a phoenix and inherently attuned to fire elements, flooded his mind. Such a rare sight was unexpected in this secret realm. A wave of relief washed over him. Had he not unleashed his full power, he could have met with dire consequences. With a swift thrust of his sword, Su Ming pierced the heart of the Li Yan Emo Niao, extracting a precious demon crystal, a highly beneficial item for fire cultivators, promising a handsome sale. This marked a successful beginning for him. He placed the crystal into his storage pouch and proceeded toward the forest's edge. The journey was relatively uneventful, save for the occasional encounter with some untamed beasts. As he neared the forest's exit, an alluring fragrance caught his attention, prompting him to wonder if it was the Chongqing Ling Tongue. This vine, a crucial ingredient in concocting the longevity elixir, Chongqing Dan, was exceedingly rare, and to find it in this secret realm was a delightful surprise. His curiosity piqued, Su Ming followed the scent, soon hearing sounds of a struggle. He quickly employed a breath-concealing technique, suppressing his presence as he stealthily approached. To his astonishment, he found Li Minggran entangled with a massive python, likely the guardian beast of the Chongqing Lingtong. With keen eyes, he scanned the vicinity, spotting green vines clinging to a nearby cliff. The Chongqing Lingtong. He darted toward it, drawing his sword to strike down the precious vine. His action startled both Li Minggran and the python. "Master!" Li Minggran exclaimed, astonished to see Su Ming. She had been battling the python for some time and was nearly exhausted. "Master, save me." "Wait a moment," Su Ming replied nonchalantly, continuing to sever the vine. Both the human and the python were caught in a stalemate, reluctant to disengage. After collecting the final piece of the vine into his storage pouch, Su Ming turned his attention to the python. "Huh," he called, brandishing his sword as he swiftly maneuvered behind the giant serpent, aiming directly for its heart. The clash of metal resonated as his blade met the creature's formidable scales. What resilient armor, Su Ming thought, his expression shifting as he adjusted his strategy, targeting the python's vital spot. With a decisive thrust, the blade pierced through, rupturing its life source. The python's massive body crashed to the ground, blood pouring forth like a torrential rain. "Thank you, master." Li Minggran was filled with astonishment. "Do not linger. Retrieve the serpent's gallbladder and the demon crystal for me." "Yes, master." As Su Ming collected the spoils, he casually inquired, "Did you manage to gather any useful intelligence while infiltrating Nanjing Ping's side?" At this, Li Minggran eagerly reported, "As you suspected. That woman harbors nefarious intentions and still seeks to harm you." She then divulged Nanjing Ping's entire scheme. "Excellent. We can eliminate her here and avoid any subsequent trouble," Su Ming mused. He considered that Nanjing Ping, being the elder's daughter, would typically be beyond his reach for retribution. However, within this secret realm, he could kill her without fear of her father's reprisal. "How do you maintain contact?" he asked. Li Minggran produced a token, saying, "That vile woman claimed that within the secret realm, I could activate this token to allow her to locate me." Su Ming examined the token closely before tossing it back to her. "Master, that vile woman has 2 guards at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. It may be difficult for just the 2 of us." Su Ming believed he could handle the guards in a direct confrontation, but he preferred to lure Nanjing Ping into a trap for an ambush. During the encounter, feign injury. After devising their plan, he instructed Li Minggran to activate the token while he concealed himself nearby. About half an hour later, Nanjing Ping and her entourage arrived, seeing Li Minggran sprawled in a pool of blood, and rushed forward without suspicion. "Li Minggran, what has happened?" Nanjing Ping inquired anxiously. "Miss Nan, it is my fault for lacking skill. The giant python has depleted my strength." While pretending to be weak, Li Minggran retrieved the Chongqing Lingtong from her storage pouch. "Fortunately, I obtained this precious item." Instinctively, Nanjing Ping took the Chongqing Lingtong and placed it in her own storage pouch. "Nan Anlin, help Minggran up and take her aside to tend to her wounds." "Yes, Mississippi." A guard approached Li Minggran, assisting her with a concerned expression as he said, "Miss Li, I see you are gravely injured. Allow me to carry you over there." "Thank you for your kindness." Li Minggran nodded and climbed onto the guard's back. "Miss Li," Nan Anlin began to speak, but was abruptly struck by an icy chill creeping towards his neck. Chapter 5. The Celestial Stone steps with a sudden gasp. A gash opened on Nan Anlin's neck, crimson blood gushing forth. As a cultivator, Nan Anlin possessed an exceptionally tenacious vitality. Even with his throat slit, he retained the ability to move. Yet, the blade wielded by Li Minggran was laced with poison. The sight of blood sealed his throat. Nan Anlin's complexion instantly darkened, and he collapsed heavily to the ground, clearly on the brink of death. "Li Minggran, what are you doing?" Nan Jinping roared. "Do you even realize what you are doing?" As she spoke, another guard, Lu Chang'an, charged toward Li Minggran. However, after taking just 2 steps, he suddenly sensed a perilous aura. Xianlei spell. Lu Chang'an narrowly evaded the ambush, his voice trembling with fear as he shouted, "Which rat dares to show its face?" "Your grandfather has arrived," Su Ming declared, gripping his sword with intent. And like an arrow released from its bow, he lunged at Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an was no weakling. Braving a sword thrust, he sought an opening, his fist wrapped in spiritual energy, crashing towards Su Ming's Danton. "Humph. You do possess some courage," Su Ming chuckled lightly, deftly retreating half a step. While forming a spell with his fingers, he swung his sword at Lu Chang'an's neck. "Master, I come to assist you." Li Minggran joined the fray, brandishing her dagger as she rushed forward. "Not good." Lu Chang'an, already at a disadvantage, was thrown into disarray as more enemies arrived, and he caught sight of Nan Jinping attempting to flee amidst the chaos, causing his heart to spiral into confusion. What an opportune moment. Su Ming's thoughts shifted, and with a single-handed grip on his sword, he struck like a dragon emerging from the sea, penetrating Lu Chang'an's heart. After dispatching his foe, Su Ming did not linger but leaped forward, pursuing Nan Jinping. The disparity in their strengths was vast, and even though the woman had a head start, she was swiftly overtaken. Seeing this, Nan Jinping turned pale with fear, frantically rummaging through her storage pouch for talismans, tossing them out as if they were worthless. Yet her frantic efforts were but a desperate gamble. In moments, her talismans were exhausted, and she stumbled, collapsing to the ground. "Why are you not running?" Su Ming pressed his foot against the woman's abdomen, his sword poised at her throat. "You wretched woman, did you ever consider this day would come? Please do not kill me," Nan Jinping stammered, her lips trembling like a frightened quail. "I beg you, spare my life. I will do anything you ask." "Humph, I thought you would threaten me with your father," Su Ming replied. Nan Jinping, appearing sincere and terrified, said, "If we were outside, I could indeed summon my father, but within this 7-kill secret realm, he is powerless." "You know that best," Su Ming continued. "I implore you to spare my life. I can offer you anything you desire." It seemed Su Ming paid no heed to her pleas, absorbed in his own thoughts. "I merely caught a glimpse of you bathing, and you wish to take my life. If I were to take your purity instead, what would you do?" With a swift motion, a towering wolf demon was cleaved in two by a single stroke, its steaming entrails emitting a foul odor. A swordsman clad in white extended 2 fingers to brush the blood from his blade. "Brother Tianyun, your swordsmanship has become even more formidable." A woman with long hair tied in a high ponytail, dressed in red and cradling a long spear, smiled brightly. "The sword is still not swift enough. Let us not waste time here. We must head to the celestial stone steps, where ample sharpening stones await." "You are right. These weaklings are utterly inept. Hong Ying, for us, fighting is not the goal. Our ultimate aim is to reach the summit first, for this is the sole opportunity to become a direct disciple of the 7 kills. Indeed, brother, rest assured, with you as the foremost outer disciple, who could possibly outpace us? I dare to challenge that. Hey, Li Tianyun, let us compete and see who reaches the summit first." A young man in splendid attire emerged amidst a throng of admirers. "Mu Hao, what brings you here?" Hong Ying asked, a hint of disdain crossing her face. "Why do you care where I go in this 7-kill secret realm? It is not your domain," he retorted. "You." Hong Ying, fiery as she was, prepared to confront Mu Hao, but was halted by Li Tianyun. "Do not waste time with him." With that, Li Tianyun grasped Hong Ying and turned to leave. "Hey, don't go. Why not challenge each other right now?" Mu Hao shouted, but his words fell on deaf ears. "Let us go as well. We cannot allow these pathetic individuals to seize the opportunity to reach the summit." The allure of joining the ranks of the 7-kill elders was too great, compelling nearly all disciples of the 9th layer of Qi to converge upon the celestial stone steps. Su Ming had no intention of competing for the summit. Like the majority of ordinary disciples, his ultimate goal was to safely navigate the 7-kill trial and gain entry to the inner sect. After laboring for much of the day, he had reaped significant rewards, equivalent to 2 years of arduous cultivation. This was largely due to the fact that Nan Jinping was a maiden, her body imbued with a rich essence of primaline. Su Ming understood that every woman's first experience would offer him the greatest advantage. Contemplating how both women would assist him in the 7-kill trial, he also resolved to help them both break through their barriers. At this moment, Nan Jinping stood at the 7th layer of Qi, while Li Minggran had reached the 8th layer. With such prowess, it was needless to say that Li Minggran had succumbed to his influence. Despite any resistance, she could not escape, for Su Ming had planted the Hahuan Gu within her. Su Ming circulated his cultivation method, assessing his own condition. At the peak of the 8th layer of Qi, should he achieve another breakthrough, he might very well ascend to the 9th layer. If he could surpass the 9th layer of Qi, perhaps he would also contend for the celestial stone steps. Is someone approaching? As he prepared to embark on a journey with the 2 women, he sensed 2 powerful auras approaching and promptly suppressed his own presence. "It is Su Jiugong," remarked Nan Jinping. "Are you familiar with them?" Nan Jinping shook her head and replied, "Not particularly. I only know that the 2 are Dao companions, both at the 9th level of Qi refinement. My father sought their assistance for my protection, but they declined. Master, I believe it is best for us to avoid a direct confrontation with them." Ah, it seems that choice may not be ours, Su Ming said, his gaze fixed on the distance, where the Dao couple was making their way towards their concealed location. Given the current trajectory, it was only a matter of time before they would be discovered. Rather than wait passively, it would be wiser to take the initiative. Furthermore, as he aspired to transcend the 9th level of Qi refinement, it would be illogical to let such an opportunity slip away. Chapter 6. Redeeming Merit. Through service, 2 cultivators at the 9th level of Qi refining, and a couple at that. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Su Ming pondered for a moment, concluding that to secure victory, he must divide and conquer. He gestured to Nan Jinping and Li Mingran, and the 2 women approached in unison, asking, "Master, what are your orders?" "We will take the initiative to attack." "Master." Nan Jinping instinctively wanted to object, but fear of Su Ming's authority forced her to swallow her words. "In a moment, both of you will go out and lure one of them away." "As you command, Master." Ten Zhang away, Li Chongqing and Su Jioge moved swiftly across the treetops. "Jioge, in my opinion, there's no one here. We should leave quickly." "No, there are definitely people here." Su Jioge wore a loose cultivator-esque robe, yet it could not conceal her graceful figure. Her beautiful face bore a resolute expression. "Search thoroughly." As soon as the words left her mouth, Li Chongqing exclaimed, "There really is someone." At that moment, Nan Jinping and Li Mingran revealed themselves, immediately employing their movement techniques to flee in the opposite direction. "Jioge, leave these 2 to me." Seeing that the newcomers were female cultivators, Li Chongqing grew unusually excited. Ignoring Su Jioge's attempts to stop him, he immediately gave chase. "Ah!" Su Jioge sighed softly, her beautiful eyes scanning the surroundings as she spoke in a cold voice. "Come out. Your plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain has succeeded." Su Ming leaped down from the tree, smiling faintly. "It wasn't a tiger I lured away, just a pig." "You insolent fool, I'll tear your mouth apart." Su Jioge frowned, immediately circulating her spiritual energy. The imposing aura of the 9th level of Qi refining spread out. The 7 killings trial was a matter of life and death, and her opponent had insulted her partner. Thus, Su Jioge had no intention of holding back. She lunged at Su Ming with her sword, her speed so swift that she closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Her blade aimed straight for his heart. The sharp sword intent seemed to freeze the very air. Not dodging. Seeing Su Ming standing motionless, Su Jioge was momentarily taken aback. In that instant of distraction, Su Ming's figure shifted like a ghost, retreating half a step. The sword at his waist rang out as it was drawn, and with a single-handed grip, he thrust toward his opponent's weapon. Clang! The 2 swords collided, emitting a piercing sound. What incredible speed! Su Jioge was filled with astonishment. She was at the 9th level of Qi refining, while her opponent was only at the 8th. She had assumed she could overpower him, yet her surefire strike had been evaded. What she didn't know was that while Su Ming's spiritual roots were unremarkable, his comprehension was exceptional. Over the years in the 7 Killings sect, he had mastered every technique he encountered to perfection. Thus, even when facing an opponent a minor realm above him, he could handle the situation with ease. Distraction on the battlefield is a fatal mistake, Su Ming shouted lightly, withdrawing his sword half an arm's length before driving his left fist toward the woman's abdomen. Su Jioge's expression shifted slightly as she hastily activated a pre-prepared talisman. A green light enveloped her, blocking Su Ming's punch. But before she could catch her breath, a storm-like barrage of fist strikes followed. Su Jioge, true to her reputation as a 9th-level Qi refining cultivator, possessed formidable strength. She withstood Su Ming's relentless close-quarters assault through sheer force. "Humph, I admit you have some skill, but in a direct confrontation, you are no match for me." Su Ming wore an expression of looking at a fool as he coldly stated, "Who said I intended to face you head-on?" "What?" Under Su Jioge's astonished gaze, Su Ming activated the pre-arranged talisman traps. Instantly, thunder and fire erupted, while countless water arrows and wind blades shot forth. Despite Su Jioge's outstanding abilities, the onslaught of talisman attacks threw her into disarray. In a life-or-death duel, victory or defeat often hinges on a single moment. Su Ming moved swiftly, charging forward with his sword. His blade danced through the air, ultimately aiming for his opponent's throat. Damn it! Su Jioge endured several talisman strikes, raising her fair hand to deflect the fatal thrust before pointing a finger towards Su Ming. Facing this attack, Su Ming neither dodged nor avoided it, allowing his shoulder to be pierced. "Don't move." Su Ming's sword pressed against the woman's throat, the broken skin steadily oozing blood. To his surprise, the woman ceased resistance, remaining remarkably calm. The victor is king, the vanquished a bandit. What must I do for you to spare me? Su Ming looked at the woman with a mocking expression, sneering, kneel now, become my servant, and I might let you go. Su Jioga bit her lip. Naturally, she was unwilling to sacrifice her dignity. But for the sake of the great Tao of longevity, she had to survive. Moreover, she had secretly sent a message, confident that Li Chongying would return soon. When that happened, she would make this despicable thief repay her lost dignity twofold. I am willing to submit to you. Good. My word is my bond. With that, Su Ming condensed a Hahuan-gu, stating unequivocally, swallow this, and I will let you go. Su Jioga knew well that what he offered was certainly nothing good. Yet, in her current predicament, she had no choice but to comply to preserve her life. However, her heart overflowed with hatred, wishing she could tear Su Ming to pieces. After Su Jioga swallowed the Hahuan-gu, Su Ming withdrew his sword. Only then did he have the chance to thoroughly examine the woman. Bright eyes, pearly teeth, graceful peaks, and a slender waist. Truly exceptional. You injured me earlier. Now you must redeem your merit through service. What service? Of course, using your primordial yin energy to heal my wounds. Chapter 7. Yunming Fantasy Realm Humph. Those two young maidens certainly run quite swiftly. A hint of regret crossed Li Chongying's face. He had intended to capture Li Minggran and her companion for a thorough interrogation. However, before he could seize them, his Tao companion sent a message summoning him to regroup. Jioga is truly overly cautious. I have only just departed, and already a signal for assembly has been sent. Li Chongying grumbled, yet dared not delay, promptly making his way back. Within a short span of time, Li Chongying arrived at the place they had separated, only to find the ground littered with debris, causing him to furrow his brow. Jioga, where are you? The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss, hastily searching the surroundings, yet he could find no trace of his Tao companion. Could it be that Jioga was abducted? Or perhaps slain? Li Chongying prepared himself for the worst, when suddenly, he heard Jioga's voice. However, something about it sounded peculiar. He quickly followed the sound. In the distance, he spotted his Tao companion, her long hair cascading down her back, her flawless skin appearing as radiant as snow. Jioga, with eyes aflame, Li Chongying charged forward like an enraged bull. Hey, your Tao companion has arrived. Cease your movements at once. Su Ming rose, grasping the sword embedded in the ground, ready to confront him. I will kill you. Li Chongying's lips bled from his biting, consumed by an overwhelming desire to tear Su Ming apart. Yet, having exhausted considerable spiritual energy while pursuing Li Minggran and her companion, he found himself at a disadvantage. In contrast, Su Ming, having followed Su Jioga, not only recovered from his injuries but also advanced to the 9th level of Qi refinement, his spiritual energy abundant. Su Ming was taken aback, despite having a Tao companion. Su Jioga remained unblemished. Meanwhile, blinded by hatred, Li Chongying fought recklessly, resulting in a standoff where both were evenly matched. Hey, why are you just standing there? Come and kill him. Su Ming struck Li Chongying's sword aside and telepathically commanded Su Jioga. At that moment, Su Jioga's emotions were a tumultuous blend. She was under the control of the Hahuan-gu, forced to engage in disgraceful acts under the glaring sun, witnessed by her Tao companion. She felt utterly shamed to live. Yet she had no desire to die. For the pursuit of immortality, she was willing to sacrifice anything. Su Jioga's gaze grew resolute as she retrieved her sword from her storage pouch, swiftly joining the fray. With a swift motion, she pierced Li Chongying's back. Jioga, what are you doing? Li Chongying gazed at her in disbelief, his voice trembling. You wish to kill me. Su Jioga's expression was chillingly indifferent as she twirled her sword and addressed Su Ming. What are you waiting for? Let us strike together and slay him. A sly smile crept across Su Ming's lips. This woman was intriguing. He then lunged forward, sword in hand. Li Chongying found himself outnumbered 2-1, and the blow of betrayal from his Tao companion diminished his fighting spirit. In no time, he was covered in wounds. With a sword embedded in his chest, the sword belonging to Su Jioga. What is it like to kill one's own Tao companion? Su Ming stepped forward, placing a foot on Li Chongying's shoulder, casually withdrawing the sword. Su Jioga turned her face away, stating flatly, all I seek is immortality. Whoever stands in my way shall be slain. And what of me? You. Su Jioga's eyes brimmed with helplessness. My life is under your control. You can take it at any moment. What can I do? At that moment, Li Mingran and Nan Jinping returned, surveying the lifeless body on the ground. In unison they remarked, "Master is truly formidable. Neither of us could kill him." The moment Master intervened, he was vanquished. Su Ming chuckled, "We are but two." Nan Jinping and Li Mingran exchanged glances. Suddenly recalling something, they turned their eyes to Su Jioge, realizing that she had been subdued by their master. However, the time was rather short. It was not wise to linger here. We should find another place to recuperate. Su Ming was acutely aware that the scent of blood could attract fierce beasts and hunters, so he led the three women away. After traveling over 10 miles, they discovered a cave where they dispatched a demon bear, claiming its lair. Nan Jinping mustered her courage to speak up. "Master, do you not need to cultivate?" Su Ming slightly lifted his eyelids, replying nonchalantly, "No need. You three go out first. Unless commanded by me, none shall enter." Following the earlier battle, Su Ming realized his offensive techniques were lacking. Should he encounter a formidable foe, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, he planned to send the three women away to contemplate the Huan Ding and discern any insights. The three women dared not disobey, filing out of the cave and instinctively spreading out to guard the perimeter. Su Ming immersed himself in his consciousness, gazing at the Huan Xian Ding, suspended in midair, astonished. The cracks on the small ding seemed to have diminished. He vividly recalled that when he first acquired it, it would shatter at the slightest touch. Now it appeared significantly improved. With a thought, he leaped towards the ding, reaching out to caress its surface. A surge of ancestral connection enveloped him. Suddenly, the ding radiated golden light, releasing a stream of characters. "This is divine ability." As the characters entered his mind, Su Ming was profoundly shaken. He had never anticipated that he could comprehend a divine ability. Cultivation is divided into chi refinement and body refinement, with corresponding offensive techniques being spells and martial skills, and above these lies divine ability. Both paths can cultivate divine abilities, but they are exceedingly rare. Even the Qixia sect possesses only a handful of divine ability scriptures. Suppressing his excitement, Su Ming earnestly studied the text. Divine ability, Yunming fantasy realm. All things in the world harbor desires. A single misstep leads to the illusionary realm. In drunken dreams, one seeks eternal joy, while millennia of endeavors turn to dust. After a period of contemplation, Su Ming concluded that this divine ability amplifies the desires within an opponent's heart, causing them to succumb to illusions. On the battlefield, losing focus is a grave taboo, let alone falling into an illusion. Su Ming believed this to be a celestial technique. If wielded adeptly, it could determine life and death. However, with his current spiritual energy, he could only cast the illusion once before succumbing to an embarrassing state of depleted energy, rendering him weak. Su Ming mused that this was a trump card. It must not be used unless absolutely necessary. Su Ming opened his eyes and rose to walk towards the entrance of the cave, gesturing to the three women on watch to return. "Have you three made any discoveries?" Nan Jinping spoke up first. "Just now, 4 individuals passed through here, heading in a southeast direction. Have you discerned their strength?" "Ah, not quite," Nan Jinping replied somewhat awkwardly. The 4 individuals were too far apart for her to see clearly, and she dared not use her spiritual sense to probe, fearing detection. "Humph." Su Jioge snorted coldly, casting a haughty glance at Nan Jinping. "I do possess some knowledge regarding the matter. The leader among them is at the pinnacle of chi refinement." Li Mingran and Nan Jinping gasped in astonishment. Reaching the peak of chi refinement in the outer sect was indeed a mark of genius. Su Ming narrowed his eyes slightly, non-committally saying, "Proceed." These 4 are part of Li Miao's team. Master, Li Miao, esteemed as the most beautiful woman in the outer sect, not only possesses formidable strength, but also commands numerous powerful suitors. I believe it would be wise for us to avoid provoking them. Chapter 8. The most beautiful in the outer sect strength. Isn't that even better? The old plan remains, divide and conquer. The opponent is strong, yet Su Ming feels excited. Having just comprehended the Yunming illusion, he is confident in defeating a great perfection cultivator. As long as he captures Li Miao, he will break through to the great perfection of chi refining, truly gaining the capital to compete for the heavenly stairway. Su Jioge's cheeks flushed slightly. She herself was defeated by this very move. Truly, fate plays tricks on people. Without delay, Su Ming immediately leads the 3 women to quietly pursue them. On the other side, Li Miao is advancing when she suddenly stops, her delicate brows slightly furrowing as she glances towards Su Ming's south hiding place. "Miss, shall we eliminate them?" A young man steals a glance at Li Miao, utterly captivated by her breathtaking beauty. In truth, her 3 companions are all her slaves, controlled through special means. 1 is at the 9th level of qi refining, and 2 are at the 8th level. Li Miao gently raises her jade-like hand, brushes her sleeve, and softly parts her crimson lips to say, "No need. The heavenly stairway is our priority." Yes, the 3 young men dare not disobey, and quickly nod in agreement. "Master, they likely noticed us but chose to ignore us." It seems Li Miao is focused on the heavenly stairway. Not far away, Su Jioga analyzes the situation for Su Ming. "But I have no intention of letting her go. Let us move." Su Ming waves his hand, signaling the 3 women to step forward and carry out the plan as arranged. Li Miao furrows her smooth brow, her ample chest rising and falling with irritation as she says disdainfully, "Like a stubborn plaster, I had no desire to engage. Yet you cling relentlessly. You 3, go and eliminate them all. As you command." Eager to impress Li Miao, the 3 young men charge forward like hungry wolves. 10 breaths later, Su Ming appears, lifting his gaze to the woman and silently admiring her. Truly worthy of being called the most beautiful in the outer sect, her face could topple cities and captivate nations, with a trace of enchanting allure flickering between her brows and eyes. Her limpid pupils hold a hint of charm, and a tear mole at the corner of her eye adds a touch of alluring grace. Draped in a cloud-white gown that hugs her delicate figure, every gesture exudes an air of nobility. "Lewd rogue, what are you staring at?" Li Miao's expression turns cold as she raises 2 jade-like fingers to form a hand seal. Countless water arrows instantly materialize, followed by 3 talismans she casts, transforming the water arrows into ice arrows. Witnessing this, Su Ming can't help but frown slightly. This woman has some skill. Typically, qi refining cultivators experience a brief delay when conjuring spells, yet this woman casts almost instantaneously. Such formidable control over water. "Die!" At Li Miao's command, 10,000 arrows fly forth, chilling the very air with their icy intent. Su Ming dares not underestimate her, swiftly drawing his sword and activating 2 golden light talismans. However, under the opponent's relentless assault, his talismans do not hold for long. Clang, clang, clang. Su Ming swings his sword in all directions, tirelessly deflecting the flying arrows. Meanwhile, Li Miao conjures 3 ice spears and hurls them with force. Boom. Su Ming only manages to dodge one, smashes another with his sword, while the remaining spear strikes squarely at his chest. In that fleeting moment, Su Ming raises his sword horizontally to protect his heart meridian. Enduring the blow and being sent flying back 30 meters, Su Ming lets out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He flips to his feet, pushes off the ground with his toes, and erupts with spiritual energy, charging toward Li Miao like an arrow released from its bow. Not good. Li Miao never expected Su Ming to be so ferocious. In a panic, she conjures ice arrows, weaving a dense rain of projectiles. Facing the icy barrage, Su Ming neither dodges nor evades. His white robes stained with blood, his black hair disheveled, he resembles a demon emerging from hell. Madman. Li Miao has never encountered such a reckless fighting style, and is momentarily thrown into disarray. Specializing in spellcasting, she lacks close combat techniques and desperately tries to create distance from her opponent. Trying to flee? Have you asked for my permission? Su Ming roars, increasing his speed by a fraction. Within 2 or 3 breaths, he closes in on the woman. Boom. A heavy fist strikes her abdomen. Cough. Li Miao spits blood, her charming face contorted in pain. Before she can recover, Su Ming is upon her again, throwing another punch. In haste, Li Miao erects a water wall to deflect the force of the blow and turns to flee. Stay? Su Ming concentrates his mind and activates his divine ability, Yunming Illusion. Thud. Li Miao's pupils contract, her expression turning vacant as she falls into the illusion. With Su Ming's current strength, he can only trap an enemy in the illusion for 1 or 2 breaths. But that is enough. Su Ming raises a poisoned dagger to the woman's throat, then forms a Hahuan Gu and unceremoniously slips it between her cherry lips. Li Miao lets out a soft moan, her eyes clearing as she glares at Su Ming with fury. What have you done to me? Su Ming gently strokes her flushed cheek with 2 fingers and teases. Your face is flushed. What have you encountered? Hearing this, Li Miao's face flushes with shame and indignation. Do not push me too far. Foolish. Your life and death are in my hands. Isn't it natural to push you? With that, Su Ming withdraws the dagger. signaling that she is free to move. Regaining her freedom, Li Miao immediately channels her spiritual power, ready to fight Su Ming to the death. However, before she can act, her entire body goes limp. What have you done to me? Nothing much, just taken control of your life and death. You now have only one path. Submit to me, or die? Feeling Su Ming's cold gaze, Li Miao's heart chills. Yet she has no countermeasure. Now, order your dogs to stand down. Though unwilling, Li Miao dares not disobey. She shouts to the battling group, stop. The three young men had gained the upper hand, intending to capture Su Jioge and the others to force Su Ming to release Li Miao. They never expected Li Miao to order them to stop. After a moment of hesitation, they cease fighting. Nevertheless, they glare at Su Ming with hatred, ready to fight to the death at Li Miao's command. Su Ming pays no mind to the three young men. Through the Huan Gu, he senses that Li Miao controls them with a similar method. Thus, as long as he controls Li Miao, the three pose no threat. Having sustained serious injuries in the fight with Li Miao, Su Ming instructs Su Jioge and the others to find a place to rest. Seeing Su Ming preparing to rest, Li Miao is puzzled and can't help but ask, aren't you planning to ascend the heavenly stairway? Why rush? Improving strength is crucial. Besides, you injured me. You must heal my wounds. What healing? Chapter 9. The perfection of Qi cultivation. Half an hour later, outside a cave, Su Ming summoned Su Jioge and the others, instructing them to prepare before heading to the Tongtian stone steps. Master, have your injuries healed? Nanjing Ping inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Su Ming replied. And how does it feel to heal? Su Jioge interjected playfully. Su Ming stroked his chin, savoring the experience. Quite remarkable. It truly reflects the prowess of the water's spiritual root. Master, have you made another breakthrough? Li Ming Ran's concern was solely for Su Ming's strength. Nodding, Su Ming redirected his spiritual energy, exuding an overwhelming aura. I have achieved the perfection of Qi cultivation. The three women gasped in astonishment, particularly Li Ming Ran, who was most surprised. Not long ago, Su Ming was merely at the 7th layer of Qi cultivation, yet now he had reached the pinnacle. Just a step away from becoming a foundational cultivator, truly embarking on the path to immortality. Li Ming Ran sensed that Su Ming harbored great secrets, yet knowing her life was in his hands, she dared not entertain any unusual thoughts. All right, everyone is here. Let us depart. Upon seeing Li Miao emerge, Su Ming took the lead towards the Tongtian stone steps. The distance from their previous location to the steps was not far, and with no obstructions along the way, they arrived in less than half a day. Standing atop the treetops, Su Ming gazed into the distance, where a silver-white staircase rose dramatically, resembling a bolt of silver lightning connecting heaven and earth. Is this the Tongtian stone steps? Truly magnificent. With a sigh of admiration, he stepped forward, the mountain breeze rustling his garments. As they drew nearer, the grandeur of the staircase became more apparent. Each step, intricately carved with exquisite runes, emitted an enigmatic glow, exuding an ancient and sacred aura. However, beneath the staircase lay a scene of carnage, with corpses littered across the ground and rivers of blood flowing, resembling a hell on earth. Descending from the treetops, Su Ming approached the staircase, the stench of blood filling his nostrils. He surveyed the surroundings, where bodies were piled as high as small hills. Amidst the sea of corpses, a young girl with a high ponytail sat cross-legged on the ground, a long spear thrust beside her, radiating a chilling, killing intent. Hong Ying opened her eyes, glanced at Su Ming, and then returned to her focus, needing to recover her energy to keep pace with her senior brother. At that moment, Li Miao and the others arrived at the scene, nearly unable to suppress their nausea at the horrific sight. Seeing this, Su Ming, with a heart of iron, declared, as assassins, one must not fear the dead, you all must adapt. With that, he strode towards the staircase, only to be confronted by two burly men. Kid, this path is blocked. Wang Shan, Wang Hai? Li Miao recognized many people, and upon seeing the two muscular men, she gasped and quietly shared their background. The Wang brothers were renowned experts from the outer sect, particularly skilled in combined combat techniques, capable of challenging those at the perfection of Qi cultivation. Since you know us, you should quickly move aside. Wang Hai sneered coldly. Oh, the ones who should move are you. If you wish to die, pretend I never spoke, Su Ming replied nonchalantly, stretching his body. Kid, I advise you not to provoke them, Hong Ying warned, awakened by the commotion. Su Ming turned back, somewhat surprised by her boldness. Why? Nothing, just a reminder. They are the hounds of the Mu family. Mu family. Su Ming had not heard of them, but from Li Miao, he learned that the Mu family was immensely powerful, with a nascent soul ancestor presiding over them. The young master of the Mu family had joined the Seven Kills sect to learn assassination techniques, which was no secret. Oh, the hounds of the Mu family. But if they block my path, I care not whose hound they are. They shall perish. You arrogant little brat. Wang Shan's eyes widened like copper bells as he swung his fist down at Su Ming. Leave this to me. You deal with the other one, Li Miao instructed. Although they feared the Mu family, they dared not disobey Su Ming's orders and grit their teeth to charge at Wang Hai. With 8 against 2, the advantage was clear. Moreover, with Su Ming's recent breakthrough, he was eager to test his skills. Launching himself with ferocity. Whoosh. The speed of his sword technique was so swift it seemed to slice through the air. Fear filled Wang Shan's eyes as he realized Su Ming was not merely a decorative figure. He possessed formidable offensive capabilities. With a swift strike, Su Ming's sword carved open a deep wound in Wang Shan's chest, revealing bone. Unceasingly, Su Ming executed a sweeping strike aimed at Wang Shan's neck. With a splatter of blood, Wang Shan clutched his neck, gasping for breath before collapsing heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, Wang Hai's eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "Big brother, mind your own affairs." Li Miao retorted sharply, conjuring 3 ice spears that pierced Wang Hai through and through. In mere moments, the Wang brothers lay deceased. Interesting, bold, and with a murderous intent. Where did this boy emerge from? Hong Ying observed Su Ming, now drenched in blood. Her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Let us ascend the staircase," Su Ming said nonchalantly, as if he had just slaughtered chickens and dogs. At that moment, numerous individuals surged from all directions. They feared the Mu family's might and dared not brazenly approach the Tantian stone steps. Yet they were unwilling to depart, lurking nearby for an opportunity. Witnessing the Mu family's loyal hounds being slain stirred excitement among them, prompting a rush towards the staircase. Su Ming, unfazed, knew from Li Miao that the ascent would not be easy. The journey was fraught with fierce winds, guardian beasts, and hidden traps from fellow disciples, rendering it perilous. Otherwise, the girl with the spear would not have been recuperating below. In a moment, I, along with Li Miao and Zhou Gu, shall ascend the staircase. You all will wait below. Su Ming casually outlined the plan, to which Li Ming ran and the others readily agreed. Especially Li Ming ran and Nanjing Ping, who recognized their limited strength and understood that rashly ascending the staircase would likely lead to their demise. As for Li Miao and the others, they possessed the strength to protect themselves and wished to take a chance. Su Ming approached the celestial ladder, his feet resting upon the steps as he gazed upwards. Although referred to as a celestial ladder, it resembled a stone mountain adorned with steps, its imposing grandeur nearly suffocating. Before taking a step forward, Su Ming glanced back and called out to Hong Ying, "Are you not going to ascend to the summit?" "Of course I will," Hong Ying declared, standing tall and resting her long spear upon her back. She continued, "However, I must express my gratitude to you for clearing the obstacles on the path to this celestial ascent." Chapter 10. The succubus. The stone staircase leading to the heavens was exceptionally spacious, each step measuring a length of approximately 10 to 20 zhang. The fierce winds on the steps howled violently, and after only ascending 20 or 30 steps, Su Ming and his companions felt as though the mountain winds were slicing against their faces like sharpened blades against stone. Hong Ying, wielding a long spear, advanced alongside Su Ming and the others, increasingly aware of the intensity of the winds, prompting her to quickly channel her spiritual energy for protection. Meanwhile, Li Miao and her companions had already discreetly activated their protective barriers. Strange, is this fellow not going to use his spiritual energy? Hong Ying thought, observing Su Ming's composed demeanor as he climbed the celestial ladder. The ferocity of the winds could shred a body if left unguarded. It was precisely due to these winds that the stone staircase was so challenging to ascend. Many who had attempted to climb before had already retreated, while those stubborn enough to press on were either blown away or severely injured. Su Ming glanced at the blood-stained steps, noting that he had already climbed 100 steps, yet the path ahead remained obscured. "Master, I truly cannot hold on any longer," Su Jiugu said, her expression pained. "Very well. You may descend," he replied. "Yes, master. I shall accompany you," Li Miao said, though she was acutely aware of her own limitations. Even though she could manage another 40 or 50 steps, reaching the summit was beyond her grasp, and thus it was wiser to concede early. Once the two women departed, Su Ming turned to Hong Ying and inquired, Are you not coming down? Who do you underestimate? She retorted, her radiant face glistening with sweat, and her internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Witnessing her determination, Su Ming seized his urging and continued his ascent, albeit he too was compelled to shield himself with spiritual energy at this juncture. After climbing another 30 or 40 steps, Honging ultimately could not withstand the pressure and opted to sit cross-legged on a step to recuperate, acknowledging that this choice meant relinquishing her chance to be the first to reach the summit. Su Ming pressed on, the gale slicing through his garments, rendering them tattered and causing him to sway precariously. A fall from such heights would surely be fatal. He cast a glance downward before looking upward and finally spotted silhouettes ahead. A man and a woman were braving the winds together. Quickening his pace, Su Ming closed the distance to the pair, only to discern their identities when he was 10 steps away. A beguiling woman was leading the way against the wind, with a young man in splendid attire sheltered behind her. Are they the windbreakers? Su Ming's lips curled into a faint smile as he surged forward with renewed vigor, closing the gap to just 2 or 3 steps behind them within a few breaths. Noticing someone pursuing them, Mu Hao struggled to turn his head, astonished as he inquired, "How did you get up here?" "I walked up," Su Ming replied nonchalantly. "What about my guards?" "Oh, those 2 sentinels were your dogs, were they?" Upon hearing this, Mu Hao immediately understood that his subordinates had been slain. "Eliminate him," Mu Hao commanded with a cold snort, conjuring 2 fireballs that he hurled towards Su Ming. With a swift motion, Su Ming evaded the incoming fireballs, retorting coldly, "I had no intention of settling scores with you. Yet you strike first. Humph, I have no time to waste on you," Mu Hao scoffed, continuing his ascent. Seeing this, Su Ming gathered his spiritual energy and launched a streak of spiritual light at Mu Hao. Su Ming's expression shifted to one of bewilderment upon witnessing the dissipating energy, realizing that he could not attack upwards. Suddenly recalling Li Miao's warning about the prohibitions on the celestial staircase that prevented later arrivals from launching attacks, he thought, "This is to prevent ambushes from behind." "You ignorant fool," Mu Hao sneered disdainfully at Su Ming before switching places with the woman and darting upwards like an arrow. He had been sheltered behind her, allowing him to climb swiftly due to his ample spiritual energy. The enchanting woman, meanwhile, rested behind him, occasionally launching attacks to impede Su Ming's progress. This tactic proved remarkably effective. Su Ming was forced to dodge the fierce winds while also being wary of the woman's assaults, resulting in significant depletion of his spiritual energy. Fortunately, the He Huan Tiangong he practiced possessed exceptional recovery capabilities. Otherwise, he would have long since exhausted his strength. Mu Hao glanced back, seeing Su Ming still hot on his heels, causing a surge of panic within him. "Lu Nu, what are you doing? Quickly eliminate him." "Master, that fellow is too clever. I cannot land a hit unless I get close," Lu Nu replied. "That won't do." Mu Hao dismissed her immediately, not out of concern for Lu Nu, but because she was intended to deal with Li Tianyun. If he abandoned her here, he would forfeit the opportunity to reach the summit first. "Umph, it is already difficult for the 2 of us to ascend. I refuse to believe his spiritual energy can last much longer." Mu Hao was convinced that Su Ming was nearing his limit, ready to collapse at any moment. "Lu Nu, focus on recovering your energy and wait for the right moment to deal with him." "Understood, master." "Have you conceded?" Su Ming mused as the couple ceased their attacks, finding himself relieved as avoiding the fierce winds was no longer a daunting task. In the blink of an eye, he ascended another 10 steps. While Lu Nu was recuperating, she was taken aback to see Su Ming gaining on them. "Master, it's bad. That guy is catching up." "What?" Mu Hao turned back once more, startled to find Su Ming nearly 10 steps behind him. What is going on with this fellow? Why does he not seem to tire? Mu Hao understood that if Su Ming caught up, it would lead to an inevitable confrontation. Damn it, why won't he just leave me alone? His expression darkened as he gritted his teeth, ordering, "Lu Nu, go and take him out. Remember, once it's done, come straight back. Do not delay my affairs." "Yes, master." Lu Nu willingly leaped down a step, charging towards Su Ming, who stood precisely 1 step away, allowing her to strike while preventing him from countering. Swish! Lu Nu brandished her dagger, aiming for Su Ming's heart, and just as it seemed she would land a hit, Su Ming evaded with uncanny agility. "Damn!" Lu Nu cursed softly, attempting to retreat 2 steps to create distance, but was seized by her arm instead. "Stay here." Su Ming exerted his strength, pulling Lu Nu down, his left hand coiling with energy as he prepared to strike. However, Lu, after saying this, she gave a charming smile, loosened the belt around her waist, and coquettishly said, "You were so rough. You hurt me. How could you be so crude? Young man, shouldn't you show me some tenderness?" Lu Nu employed her seductive arts. She had undergone special training since childhood, cultivating an alluring charm that could captivate men and drain their vitality. However, this time, she didn't need to enchant Su Ming completely, only to make him momentarily dazed before pushing him off the celestial ladder. Seeing the woman undress, Su Ming was slightly taken aback, then inwardly sneered. "Trying seduction? Then let me show you what a true succubus is like." Chapter 11. The mountain guardian Su Ming approached with unruffled composure, his expression deliberately vacant, enraptured, as if spellbound. Upon seeing him draw near, Lu Nu's heart leapt with quiet triumph. He has taken the bait. A flicker of triumph shimmered in her eyes as she reached out, her delicate hand settling upon his waist, preparing to thrust him over the precipice. Snap! A broad, unyielding hand clamped firmly over hers. Instinctively, she strained to wrench free, only to find herself locked in place, as though bound by iron manacles. "You're not under my charm?" A wry, disdainful smile curved Su Ming's lips. He scoffed coldly. "Is this what you call charm?" Before the words had fully faded, he activated the cloud dream illusion. Instantly, Lu Nu's gaze glazed over. She stood frozen, utterly entranced. Su Ming flicked her cheek lightly. Had circumstances been different, perhaps he might have indulged a fleeting curiosity, but to engage in such frivolities upon the celestial ascension staircase, battling the razor-sharp gangphone winds, well, that would be akin to an immortal inviting his own demise. Moreover, the woman's energy was grievously depleted, evidence of reckless, unbridled indulgence. Without hesitation, Su Ming hoisted her over his shoulder and cast her down the staircase with utter indifference. She regained consciousness mid-fall, too late. Only her fading, wretched cries lingered in the wind. Su Ming lifted his gaze toward Mu Hao, who struggled upward with labored breaths. His expression remained unrelentingly austere. Huff, huff, huff. Mu Hao panted heavily. Without Lu Nu to shield him from the gale, his ascent had grown arduous. Yet victory was near. Barely 100 steps remained to the summit. Lost in reverie, he sensed movement behind him, and relaxed, assuming it was Lu Nu. "Lu Nu, you're quick. Grandson, your grandfather has arrived." "What?" Shock jolted through Mu Hao. He whirled around, only to feel a sudden, icy chill at his back as a short blade pierced his flesh. Before he could cry out, an iron grip locked around his throat. Staring into Su Ming's glacial eyes, terror flooded Mu Hao's veins. A guttural, choking rattle escaped his throat as he felt himself dragged, helpless, humiliated, consumed by dread. Su Ming hauled him like a lifeless hound to the very edge of the stairway, then planted a boot squarely upon his chest. "Pup," he intoned, voice like tempered steel, "you've served the Qi Sha sect for years, yet you possess not even the most rudimentary vigilance. If you don't die, who will?" Mu Hao's face contorted in panic, but pride still flickered beneath the fear. "Do you know who I am?" "I do. A mongrel of the Mu clan." Mu Hao was no mere fool. Sensing the utter indifference in Su Ming's tone toward his lineage, he abandoned threats and softened his voice instead. "Fellow cultivator, I am the legitimate heir of the Mu clan. Spare me, and you shall earn not only their enduring goodwill, but also a most generous reward." Su Ming's lips curled in quiet contempt. So this is the caliber of the Mu clan's science. Yet he could not deny the truth. The Mu clan was no trifling house. Its ancestral halls sheltered a nascent soul elder. Slaying Mu Hao would invite grave complications. Still, he withdrew his foot and said coolly, "Killing you would only soil my hands. Thank you. Thank you for sparing my life." Relief flooded Mu Hao's face. He bowed low, fawning. "With such prowess, you are surely destined to be the first to reach the summit." Su Ming did not deign to reply. He turned and resumed his ascent, yet had barely taken a single step when a chill prickled the nape of his neck. Instinct flared. He whirled and struck backward with a palm strike. Mu Hao, caught mid-lunge, was hurled sideways, nearly tumbling into the abyss. "You truly seek death." Su Ming's eyes were glacial, unblinking. Had he not kept his guard, that treacherous blade would have found his spine. "I beg your mercy. I swear I'll never dare again." Seeing Su Ming advance, Mu Hao trembled violently, voice cracking with abject terror. "Wretched cur," Su Ming said, voice like frost over still water, "I had no wish to provoke the Mu clan to its core, yet you persist, again and again, in your folly. Now, You leave me no choice." With that, he launched forward and delivered a single, devastating kick, sending Mu Hao hurtling downward. As he plummeted, disbelief contorted Mu Hao's face. He had never imagined, never believed, that Su Ming would dare end him. Truth be told, Su Ming bore no desire to provoke a great immortal clan, but Mu Hao's repeated treachery left no room for clemency. And though such clans commanded awe, Su Ming was not without recourse. If he ascended first, the trial would conclude, and he would be formally accepted as a disciple under the Qi Sha sect's elder, beyond the Mu clan's reach. His resolve crystalline, his stride swift and unbroken, Su Ming climbed, unhindered now by petty schemers. In moments, he neared the summit, suspended nearly 1,000 zhang above the earth. He raised his eyes, and there, upon the penultimate step, sat a white-robed cultivator, cross-legged in solemn stillness. Above him loomed a one-eyed giant, its single, burning orb fixed upon Su Ming with feral hostility. "So, this is the mountain guardian." Su Ming spoke the words softly, then ascended the final stretch, halting before the penultimate step, preparing to step upward. Li Tianyun's eyes snapped open. His voice was low, grave, blood staining his white robes, a deep, bone-exposing wound gashing his chest, evidence of a fierce, recent clash with the giant. "The ascent is grueling. If you value your life, wait, let me recover my breath, and we'll slay that abomination together." Su Ming glanced back, then replied, calm and unwavering, "I seek the summit alone. I wish to share it with no one." Li Tianyun said no more. Some spirits are beyond counsel, like the doomed who walk willingly into the jaws of fate. The moment Su Ming's foot touched the final step, the one-eyed giant roared, a deafening, guttural bellow that carried the stench of decay and fury. "Brute," Su Ming murmured, appraising the creature. "You are savage indeed." His assessment was swift. The giant's cultivation stood at the peak of Qi refinement, yet its colossal frame, coupled with immunity to the gang foam, rendered it near-matched against a foundation establishment cultivator. Meanwhile, those who reached this height were spent, drained of spirit and strength, no match for such raw, untamed might. But Su Ming's harmonious bliss cultivation art possessed an extraordinary regenerative capacity. His reserves remained near full. Roar. Enraged, the giant swung a fist the size of a calf, blistering, earth-shattering, aimed to crush Su Ming into oblivion. Su Ming evaded, just in time. The fist slammed into the stairway, shattering stone into blinding shards, sending up a haze of dust and debris. Seizing the giant's momentary overextension, Su Ming unsheathed his longsword. The blade sang as it cleaved the wind, striking true for the giant's chest. Clang. The impact reverberated up Su Ming's arm like striking granite, numbing, jarring. Upon the giant's chest, only a faint, chalky scar remained. Thick hide indeed. Su Ming exhaled, then, in a flash of insight, adjusted his strategy. Such immense size demanded sluggishness. He shifted into fluid motion, dancing, darting, weaving, his blade a silver whisper as he closed in, aiming not for flesh, but for the one vulnerable point, the giant's solitary, blazing eye. However, this giant was not foolish or clumsy, and naturally would not easily expose its weaknesses. Su Ming did not place all his hopes on attacking its eyes. As he dodged and weaved, he continuously struck at the giant, each blow landing almost at the exact same spot. After enduring repeated attacks, a festering wound opened on the giant's body, splattering blood like rain. In pain, the giant let out a mournful howl and recklessly charged at Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming channeled nearly half of his spiritual energy, gathering it in his left arm and transferring it to his longsword. The blade, now enveloped in spiritual energy, shot toward the giant's eye with the sharpness of an unsheathed weapon. Chapter 12. The noble man. A cold gleam flashed. Su Ming's sword swept like an autumn wind scattering fallen leaves, slicing across the giant's single eye and splattering a spray of dark liquid. Roar. The giant let out a pained howl, clutching its eye in a frenzy, its body swaying unsteadily. Though its combat power surged after being wounded, deprived of sight, it was nothing but a lamb awaiting slaughter. Su Ming's long sword danced up and down, and within moments, it had left several gashes upon the Cyclops' body. The giant's death was merely a matter of time. By now, Su Ming was utterly exhausted, his sword hand trembling slightly. He inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. This savage beast, devoid of any semblance of reason, made it impossible to employ the Yunming illusion. Otherwise, victory would have been secured much sooner. Huh. Li Tianyan watched as the Cyclops was driven back step by step, his heart roiling with astonishment. He had always believed Su Ming's strength to be on par with his own. Yet here was a man, fighting this savage beast single-handedly. Since when had such a formidable figure emerged among the outer disciples? Meanwhile, Su Ming channeled all his spiritual energy into the blade of his sword and thrust it deep into the beast's already riddled body. Boom. The giant's massive frame crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Ming slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, and retrieved a handful of Yangqi pills from his storage pouch, swallowing them in one go. He glanced at Li Tianyan standing not far away and remarked with an air of nonchalance, "Aren't you going up? You were the one who slew the beast. How could I presume to claim credit?" Hearing this, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. Accustomed to the deceit and treachery of petty men, he found himself unaccustomed to suddenly encountering such a noble gentleman. Li Tianyan truly lived up to his reputation as a Junzi. He steadfastly waited until Su Ming had recovered and ascended to the summit before beginning his own climb. In truth, he too had wavered. Being the first to reach the top would mean being accepted as a disciple under the Qixia elder, paving a smooth path for his cultivation journey. Yet, he could not overcome the barrier in his heart. Upon reaching the summit, he saw Su Ming standing before a stone platform, upon which lay 3 brocade boxes. With a flick of his finger, Su Ming released 3 bursts of spiritual energy, opening each of the boxes one by one. He first picked up a white jade vial from the first box, inside which lay a perfectly round golden pill. "Is this a foundation establishment pill?" A flicker of delight crossed Su Ming's face. Just when he was worrying about how to break through, this foundation establishment pill arrived at the perfect moment. After storing the small vial in his pouch, Su Ming took up the jade slip from the second box. Diverting a strand of his spiritual sense into it, he discovered that the slip recorded a profound Xiantir secret technique, Feng Lei Ji, Wind Thunder Finger. This technique was exceedingly valuable, requiring 100,000 contribution points to exchange for it. When Su Ming first entered the Qishamen, his goal had been to accumulate contributions for 10 years to obtain this very technique. Never did he imagine he would acquire it now without the slightest effort. Inside the final brocade box lay a waste token, the very token that served as proof of becoming a disciple under the Qixia elder. Watching Su Ming store each item from the boxes into his storage pouch, Li Tianyan felt a profound sense of loss. His hope of becoming a disciple of the Qixia elder had been dashed. Descending the heavenly staircase was much faster without the fierce gales. In no time, Su Ming and the other encountered Hongying, who was still climbing upward. The woman reached out with her fair, delicate hand to smooth the stray hairs at her forehead, and said with a smile, "When the gales ceased earlier, I knew it must have been Shixiang who reached the summit." Hongying held an inexplicable trust in her senior brother, believing that only he was worthy of being the first to ascend. Hearing this, a bitter smile appeared on Li Tianyan's face as he replied somewhat helplessly, "Shimmy, it was not I who reached the summit." "What?" Hongying's face filled with astonishment, her beautiful eyes widening. "How is that possible? It couldn't have been that wretched Mu Hao, could it? He went down long ago, didn't he?" Li Tianyan had not seen Mu Hao and assumed the other had given up early, unable to endure the hardship. "Unlikely, I never saw him descend." The senior brother and junior sister exchanged a glance, then simultaneously turned their gaze towards Su Ming. Could it be? Facing their scrutiny, Su Ming remained silent and simply continued his descent. Yet, in Hongying's heart, a peculiar thought arose. She had initially believed it was her senior brother who had reached the summit. Never did she expect it to be someone else. The senior brother she once admired now seemed rather ordinary, whereas that young man shone like a blazing sun, forcefully entering the chambers of her heart. Su Ming. After a little less than half an hour, Su Ming descended the Tongtian stone staircase only to find a crowd gathered below. Those who had given up early had not hurried away, but remained there, waiting to see who the extraordinary individual reaching the summit might be. "Young master." Upon seeing Su Ming, Li Miao and the others pushed their way through the crowd, their faces brimming with pride. The moment the gales ceased, they knew someone had reached the summit, and that someone was undoubtedly their master. Yet the others refused to believe Su Ming had been the one to ascend. After all, this young man was of little renown. How could he possibly accomplish such a feat? He must have hidden somewhere and only descended after the gale stopped. Just then, Li Tianyan and his companion made their way down. The crowd erupted in excitement. Li Tianyan was the top disciple among the outer sect. If anyone could reach the summit, it would surely be him. However, In the face of the crowd's adulation, Li Tianyun merely shook his head silently before leading Hong Ying away to a secluded spot to rest and recuperate. It wasn't Senior Brother Li? Then could it have been young Master Mu? Where is young Master Mu? Why hasn't he come down? Elsewhere. Su Ming retrieved the Xiantier's secret technique and declared to the women, "Look, what is this?" Feng Leiji. The women exclaimed in unison. This technique required an exorbitant number of contribution points, something they could only dream of obtaining. Hee, whoever serves me best tonight shall be rewarded with this technique. Hearing this, the women instantly grew excited. To serve for just one night and receive such a technique in return, it was truly a heavenly boon. The battle on the heavenly staircase had concluded, but the Qixia trials were not yet over, for not enough had perished. Thus, within the secret realm, a storm of blood and violence erupted once more, claiming lives by the scores. Su Ming, too, was engaged in combat. He intended to solidify his foundation at the Great Perfection realm before breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 13. Taoyao 2 days had passed, and the number of disciples in the trial dwindled further, yet no one dared to relax. After all, in such perilous circumstances, a single misstep could lead to demise. It was only at the moment the secret realm was unveiled that their hearts could finally settle. It was no small feat to survive amidst such bloodshed and chaos. Indeed, many formidable individuals had perished. Our survival is truly a stroke of fortune. It is undeniable. Even the young master of the Mu family met his end here. What more could we possibly desire? Speaking of the demise of the Mu family's young master, Shu, do not speak recklessly. The god of death is still present. The two conversing cast their eyes towards Su Ming. From the moment he had slain the young master of the Mu family, Su Ming understood that this secret could not be concealed for long. Unless he eliminated all the participants in the trial, which was utterly impractical. The secret realm had been activated. The higher-ups of the Kishimen observed the stream of exiting disciples with a glimmer of admiration in their eyes. Those who survived were elite disciples, the future of Kishimen. They were already aware that someone had successfully ascended the Tongtian Shirdi. A disciple of such exceptional caliber had great potential to achieve Jindan and become a core member of the sect. Who has reached the summit of the Tongtian Shirdi? Boomed the Grand Elder Fong Budong. Those emerging from the secret realm instinctively turned their gazes towards Su Ming. It was indeed him. The sect's higher-ups were taken aback upon seeing Su Ming. Many had anticipated that it would be Li Tianyun or at least another prodigy from the outer sect. Yet, they had never heard of this Su Ming before. How unexpected to discover such a gem among the outer disciples. Excellent, Fong Budong remarked, casting an appreciative glance at Su Ming. You have performed admirably. In response to the Grand Elder's praise, Su Ming offered a slight bow and then presented the token of apprenticeship. Fong Budong employed a technique to draw the token toward him and addressed the 6 other elders of Kishimen, esteemed colleagues, who among you wishes to take this disciple under your wing? Upon Su Ming revealing the token, the 6 elders had already released their consciousness to assess his background. To their disappointment, they discerned that Su Ming's spiritual roots were rather mediocre. Such a disciple might exhibit some remarkable performances in the early stages of cultivation, but ultimately, he would blend into the masses. Humph, since you all remain silent, let him choose for himself, Fong Budong declared, manipulating a flying sword to hover before Su Ming, indicating for him to step forward. Su Ming promptly complied, being whisked to the front of the 7 elders in the blink of an eye. Choose your master, Su Ming. Be bold in your selection, and I shall support your decision. Su Ming first inclined his head toward the Grand Elder before allowing his gaze to traverse the 6 elders, ultimately resting on a strikingly beautiful woman. Elder Taoyao. She was the last among the 7 elders of Kishimen and the sole female elder. The woman appeared as if she had stepped out of a classical painting, her beauty utterly enchanting. Her delicate brows expressed a subtle charm, and her luminous eyes sparkled with an air of nobility. Her skin, fair as snow, seemed flawless and exuded a cool, gentle warmth akin to jade. Her graceful figure, reminiscent of a flame in winter, could ignite passion in the hearts of others. Dressed in flowing violet robes that accentuated her alluring physique, her slender legs were strikingly elongated. A red thread adorned her delicate ankle, her fair feet resting atop the flying sword. Among the elderly figures, Su Ming naturally wished to select this enchanting elder as his master. The most crucial factor was that, to his knowledge, this beautiful elder had no disciples and often secluded herself, allowing for a sense of freedom in her tutelage. With unwavering determination, Su Ming declared, Grand Elder, I wish to be apprenticed to Elder Taoyao. Very well, the Grand Elder nodded, then turned to the beautiful elder. Henceforth, Taoyao, he shall be your disciple. Elder Taoyao remained silent and summoned the flying sword, which soared away as an icy voice fell to the ground. Since you wish to be my disciple, follow me. Suming did not dare to delay and swiftly stepped onto the flying sword to follow her. Unlike the other elders, Elder Taoyao favored solitude. Her dwelling was located on a solitary peak, standing several hundred zhang higher than the surrounding mountains. The summit was smooth, as though meticulously sculpted by human hands. Atop this vast peak stood but a small thatched cottage, where his master, Taoyao, sat cross-legged in front of the hut. Elder Taoyao's star-like eyes regarded Suming coldly, inquiring, "Why do you wish to be my disciple?" Under her piercing gaze, Suming maintained his composure. "Because I believe my master possesses the greatest strength." "What jest is this? I rank the lowest among the 7 elders. How could I be the strongest? Your position at the bottom is merely due to your youth. One day, you shall undoubtedly become the most formidable of the 7 elders." "Humph, your tongue is quite sharp." In truth, Elder Taoyao had no desire to take on a disciple. Her singular pursuit was the path to longevity, leaving her without the energy to instruct a student. However, this was the sect's decree, and since they were now bound as master and disciple, she could not be overly heartless. "I do not concern myself with your motives for seeking me as your master, but now that you are my disciple, you must cultivate diligently. Should you fail to pass next year's assessment, I shall expel you from my tutelage. Do you understand?" Suming's gaze hardened as he inadvertently glanced at the towering snow peak, his tone resolute. "Rest assured, I shall not bring shame upon my master. This is for you." Elder Taoyao extended her slender fingers, tracing the air, and a manual materialized in her grasp. "Study this Zhuiying Jinfa well. I shall evaluate you in a month." Upon hearing this, Suming quickly accepted the manual and carefully placed it in his storage pouch. "Do not worry, master. I will devote myself to my studies. Go now and establish a residence for yourself on the mountainside. By the way, do not disturb me unless necessary." As it appeared that his master was about to enter seclusion, Suming hastily spoke. "Master, I have a request." Elder Taoyao slightly furrowed her brow, her tone indifferent. "What is it?" "Master, during the trial in the secret realm, I encountered a conflict with a disciple from the Mu family, and in a moment of misfortune, I accidentally killed him." Chapter 14. Dominance. Upon hearing this, Taoyao was momentarily taken aback before replying, "You are quite bold. I am aware of this matter. We shall discuss it further when the Mu family arrives." With that, the woman entered the thatched cottage and set up 2 layers of restrictions. Although her inexpensive master had not explicitly offered assistance, Suming knew he no longer needed to worry about retaliation from the Mu family. 100 miles outside the Chisha Gate, there stood an inn. "Third uncle, I have confirmed that the one who killed 8th brother is a wretched little bastard named Suming." Bang! A stern-looking middle-aged man slammed the table to pieces, his eyes fierce as he declared, "Let us go to Chisha Gate and demand justice for my son." The occupants of this room were members of the Mu family. A few days earlier, when Mu Hao's life token shattered, the middle-aged man had intended to confront Chisha Gate. However, upon learning that Chisha Gate was conducting the Chisha trials and unaware of the true culprit, he had no choice but to suppress his hatred for the time being. Now that the perpetrator had been identified, he could no longer contain his rage, vowing to avenge his son. "Halt! Who are you?" As the Mu family approached the entrance of Chisha Gate, they were stopped by 2 disciples. "Are you blind? Do you even know who we are, daring to obstruct us?" Unjustly berated, the gatekeepers felt deeply aggrieved. Though they recognized the visitors were not ordinary, duty compelled them to stand their ground. Just as they steeled themselves to confront the intruders, the gatekeeping elder emerged. Well, who do we have here?" "It is Third Master Mu." "Humph." Mu Tian snorted coldly, his impatience evident. "You are in charge, I presume. Since you recognize me, why not let us pass immediately?" "Third Master Mu, I apologize, but Chisha Gate has rules. Not just anyone can." "Outrageous. Today, I am here to avenge my son. If you dare obstruct me, it will be a fight to the death." With that, Mu Tian no longer held back, releasing his spiritual energy. The pressure of his golden core realm felt like a mountain bearing down on everyone. Seeing this, the gatekeeping elder ceased his resistance. His cultivation level was slightly lower than Mu Tian's, and with the latter in a vengeful frenzy, it was unwise to provoke him further. "Elder, are we just going to let them in like this?" One disciple could not help but ask after Mu Tian and his entourage had moved on. "What else would you suggest?" Stay here and guard the gate. I will go and see what happens." By this time, Mu Tian and his group had arrived at Tianming Square, where numerous disciples had gathered, pointing and whispering about the Mu family. "Mu Tian, I was just about to visit the Mu family. I did not expect you to come here first." Elder Fong Butong stepped forward, retrieving an urn from an attendant behind him. "My son." At the sight of the urn, Mu Tian was overcome with grief, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. "My son, you died so tragically. Your father swears to avenge you. Su Ming, come out here now." Fong Butong frowned slightly, his tone icy. "Mu Tian, what is the meaning of this? I have already delivered Mu Hao's ashes to you. Why are you causing a scene here? My son died unjustly. Great Elder, I am not here to cause trouble for Chisha Gate. Just hand over the murderer who killed my son, and I will leave immediately." Upon hearing this, Fong Butong replied firmly, "That is absolutely impossible. Your son died during the Chisha trials. Life and death are matters of fate. There is no justification for revenge. I care not for trials or fate. All I know is that a life must be paid with a life." Just as the Great Elder was about to respond, a cold voice interjected. "Great Elder, why waste words on them? Since they are being unreasonable, we need only draw our swords." Before the words faded, a barefoot woman descended on a flying sword. Elder Taoyao. The disciples in Tianming Square immediately grew excited. Su Ming stood among the crowd, one arm wrapped around Li Miao's slender waist, smiling as he said, "I told you not to worry. With my master here, I will be fine." "Who are you?" Mu Tian demanded coldly. "Su Ming's master. Your disciple killed my son. How do you intend to settle this debt?" Clang. The sword at Taoyao's waist unsheathed itself, flying out like a shooting star. Swish. A spray of blood erupted into the sky. Mu Tian lost an arm, letting out a pig-like squeal of agony. "You mad woman! What are you doing? What am I doing? You seek revenge against my disciple, do you not? Then come. I will kill every last one of you. Do you dare oppose the Mu family?" Swish. The sword sang again, and another arm flew through the air. With both arms severed, Mu Tian resembled a bloody stump, a pitiful and gruesome sight. At this moment, fear overwhelmed him. He never imagined that as a golden core cultivator, he would be reduced to such a state. A single thought consumed him. If she wished it, he could perish here at any moment. No longer daring to harbor even a hint of resentment, his only desire was to flee. The Mu family members who had accompanied him were already terrified out of their wits, unsure of what to do. Third uncle. Mu Tian barely managed to use his spiritual energy to protect his heart meridian, his voice weak as he said, "Let us go." Ding. A sword appeared before him, blocking his path. "Do you intend to wipe us out completely? I did not permit you to leave. Who dares to go? This. Get out of here. But deliver a message to the Mu family. If my disciple is harmed or killed while outside, I will exterminate the entire Mu family." These words shocked everyone present. Such dominance was unprecedented. If your disciple is killed by someone else, will you still blame the Mu family? Humph, I am not unreasonable. If the younger generation of the Mu family seeks revenge against my disciple and manages to kill him, I will not care. But if any of the old fools dare to intervene, I will slaughter them all. Now get out of my sight. Upon hearing this, Mu Tian and his companions felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, fleeing in panic. The disciples in the square, witnessing this scene, were both astonished and filled with a sense of pride. Their sect had not disappointed them. Standing up for a disciple and making enemies with another force warmed their hearts. As the Mu family fled in disarray, Taoyao had no desire to linger. She mounted her sword and departed immediately. Fong Butong smiled wryly. Even if Taoyao had not intervened, he would have ensured Su Ming's safety. After all, Mu Hao had died during the Chisha trials. Allowing revenge for such a death would dishearten the disciples. Moreover, direct disciples were treasures of the sect, and not a single one could be lost. Taoyao's intervention was for the best, proving she truly acknowledged this disciple. While a master's duty included protecting their disciple, Su Ming still felt the need to express his gratitude. After bidding farewell to Li Miao, he swiftly returned to Taohua Peak. Gazing at the barren mountaintop, he secretly contemplated the possibility of planting a profusion of peach blossoms there in the future. Arriving before the thatched cottage, he bowed respectfully and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, Master." The Master responded, "Yes. Focus on your cultivation. Otherwise, if you fall victim to your peers outside, I shall not intervene." Su Ming wished to say more, but there was no further response from the Master. Chapter 15. Xuanjie tasks. As night descended upon the mountain waste of Taohua Feng, Su Ming reclined on the humble bed of his newly constructed cave dwelling, crossing his legs and gazing blankly at the ceiling. In truth, he was immersed in the sea of consciousness, communing with the Xianhuan Xianding. However, this time, he gleaned nothing. Even after dedicating all his mental energy to the small cauldron, he received no response. With a sense of resignation, Su Ming withdrew from the realm of consciousness, finding it difficult to settle down to cultivate. Thus, he opted to study the swordsmanship bestowed upon him by his master. As he held the scroll and delved into the intricacies of the sword technique, he found it exceedingly complex. If ordinary sword techniques could be likened to 10 threads, then this Yuing Jian Fa was akin to a myriad of intertwining strands, easily leading one astray, if not careful. It was only due to Su Ming's remarkable comprehension that he avoided becoming ensnared. After thoroughly reviewing the Yuing Jian Fa, Su Ming closed his eyes, and numerous phantoms appeared before him. These ethereal figures, each wielding a long sword, stood tall and poised. Fight! As Su Ming uttered the word, the myriad of phantoms sprang into action. They danced like agile apes, brandishing their swords with glimmering cold light, reminiscent of swaying bamboo shadows. The sword technique floated like mist, yet unleashed a chilling aura of lethal intent, the fierce sword energy seemingly slicing through the very air. Countless purple bamboo stalks surged from the ground, their shadows swaying without the need for wind. The shadows of swords and those of the purple bamboo intertwined, rendering it difficult to discern reality from illusion. Indeed, it seemed he had made his initial breakthrough. Su Ming exhaled a deep breath, and upon opening his eyes, he realized dawn had already crept in. Had he cultivated through the night? With a sigh of wonder, Su Ming stepped out of his cave, greeted by the first rays of the sun, bathing everything in brilliant hues. Under such a splendid sun, if the mountain were to be adorned with peach blossoms, the scene would undoubtedly be breathtaking. Su Ming, being a man of action, promptly descended to the market at the foot of the mountain, purchasing several spirit peach saplings and filling numerous containers with spiritual spring water. Upon returning to the peak, he wielded his sword, carving out furrows among the rocky crevices, carefully planting the saplings and watering them with the spiritual spring water. The wind at the summit was strong, so he erected supports around the saplings for protection. By the time he completed these tasks, evening had fallen, and the mountain peak was illuminated by the vibrant light of dusk, presenting a scene teeming with life. Such a commotion could not escape the notice of Tao Yao. She sent forth a sliver of her consciousness to inspect, only to discover the peak brimming with peach trees. Humph, this rascal neglects his cultivation, busying himself with trivial pursuits. As Tao Yao's consciousness drifted aside, she noticed her disciple practicing swordplay and could not help but exclaim in astonishment, This little brat has made such swift progress? Having imparted the Yuing Jian Fa, Tao Yao initially believed Su Ming would require half a month to merely grasp the fundamentals. Little did she anticipate this lad's extraordinary aptitude. With a sense of admiration, Tao Yao realized that her disciple was not as lacking as she had imagined. The next day, Su Ming descended the mountain to the Tiansha Dian, preparing to undertake a task. He firmly believed that practical experience was the finest form of cultivation. By now, Su Ming had garnered a certain level of renown within the Qisha men, so his appearance sparked considerable discussion. Look, it's Elder Tao Yao's disciple. There was immense envy among the disciples, for he had the beautiful elder as his master. And look at my master, he has wrinkles deep enough to trap mosquitoes. Aside from envying Su Ming's master's beauty, the disciples also envied Elder Tao Yao's fierce protection of her disciple. It was well known that Su Ming had offended the Mu family, and some form of punishment was warranted. Yet, Elder Tao Yao had gone so far as to reduce the culprit's father to a mere human stick. Such dominance. May I inquire which tasks you intend to undertake, Su Qingchuan? Asked a portly middle-aged man with a broad smile. Previously, when Su Ming sought tasks, the man scarcely acknowledged him. Now, however, he was all flattery. Su Ming wasted no time and directly inquired, what are the preliminary Xuanjia tasks available? The portly man rubbed his hands together and replied, slay demons in the extreme cold region, explore the depths of the northern abyss, or exterminate the Qingfengguan. Su Ming accepted the 3-task jade slips, briefly reviewing them before concluding that the extreme cold region was too distant and exploring the abyss would consume too much time. Instead, he found the extermination of the Qingfengguan acceptable. After determining his direction, Su Ming meticulously studied the task jade slips to gain a general understanding of the Qingfengguan. The master of Qingfengguan was a cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment, suspected of capturing living beings for alchemical purposes, resulting in numerous victims among those who came to offer incense. Consequently, a victim's family had approached the Qisha men to issue this task. A cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment, this task should not be overly difficult. I shall accept this task. Excellent, Su Qinchuan. The portly man inscribed Su Ming's name on the task jade slip. Su Qinchuan, allow me to offer some advice. 2 inner disciples have met their demise in this task. Should you proceed, exercise utmost caution, the portly man kindly advised, noting that Su Ming had yet to break through. Not a problem. Simply await the profit sharing. The portly man was responsible for task distribution, and upon the completion of any task, he would extract a portion of the reward. Su Qinchuan, you are truly formidable. Farewell. Before embarking on the task, Su Ming intended to visit Li Miao and others, both to bid farewell and to seize the opportunity to break through to foundation establishment. The impending task bore certain dangers. Reaching the foundation establishment realm would offer greater security. With Su Ming's connections, Li Miao, Su Jioga, and others began to form groups, residing in proximity to one another for mutual assistance. This arrangement spared Su Ming the need to travel back and forth. Upon arriving at Li Miao's cave, all the women had gathered there. Su Ming's gaze swept over them as he smiled gently, saying, I have come today to assess your progress. Let us see how well you have mastered the Feng Lei Ji. Li Miao, her eyes shimmering, replied softly, testing techniques must be done outside. How can we spar within this cave? Rest assured, there are ways. Chapter 16. The fox spirit Su Ming requested Li Miao to tidy his disheveled hair, murmuring, this Feng Lei Ji possesses such remarkable utility. Upon hearing this, Li Miao's cheeks flushed slightly as she curiously inquired, are you truly going out alone this time without us accompanying you? No need. It is merely a low-level Xian stage task. I am sufficient on my own, Su Ming asserted decisively, rising to his full height. I must now focus on my breakthrough. You may leave. Understood. We shall go and guard for you. After the women departed, Su Ming retrieved a Zhuji Dan from his storage pouch. This small pill was something countless chi-refining disciples yearned for in their dreams. Having acquired it through the 7 kills trial spared him considerable effort. In the path of cultivation, a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Many talented disciples have fallen short at the threshold of their lifespan due to a moment's delay. Clearing his mind of distractions, Su Ming adjusted his state to its utmost peak, placing the Zhuji Dan in his mouth and directing his spiritual energy to knock on the door of breakthrough. 300 miles west of Qingyun City lies a mountain known as Qingfengshan. The terrain is gentle and the vegetation flourishes. Halfway up the mountain stands a Taoist temple with a vermilion gate adorned by a plaque reading Qingfengguan. Perched on a tree outside the temple, Su Ming observed the lively activity within, noting the steady stream of visitors, which indicated the temple's thriving incense offerings. However, he was astonished to see that most of the visitors were mere mortals, entering to offer a stick of incense before departing. More intriguingly, there were no attendants to receive or send off these visitors. Quite intriguing, Su Ming contemplated as he prepared to descend and investigate the temple further. Suddenly, a figure clad in bright yellow darted across the temple's walls. A woman? As he watched her leap down and sprint into the woods, curiosity piqued within him, prompting him to abandon his original plan and pursue the woman in yellow. After running for 2 or 3 miles, he lost sight of her. Standing still, Su Ming softly said, reveal yourself. I already know where you are. Whoosh. A willow leaf dagger flew toward him. With a flick of his finger, Su Ming deflected the dagger aimed at his throat, exclaiming, why do you wish to harm me, woman? We have no grievances. The dagger missed its target, and the woman descended from the tree, wielding 2 willow leaf daggers, coldly retorting, who sent you to follow me? Ah, so you are a cultivator, Su Ming remarked, sensing the spiritual energy emanating from her. What business does a woman like you have at a Taoist temple, especially taking such an unusual route? Are you an accomplice of that bull-nosed one? The woman's brows furrowed as she hurled one of her daggers at him and charged forward like a released arrow. You seek death, Su Ming shouted, channeling his spiritual energy into his palm as he aimed to strike at her waist. However, the woman's agility allowed her to evade, slipping past his grasp and disappearing into the trees like a wild hare. A sense of intrigue enveloped Su Ming. He sensed that the woman harbored secrets he was unwilling to let go. He reached into his storage pouch, retrieving a bamboo tube, from which a bee-like creature emerged. He had marked the woman during their earlier encounter, and this tracking bee was highly sensitive to that mark. Following the bee's lead, Su Ming pursued her at a leisurely pace. After traversing through the woods for an hour or two, he emerged into a clearing. Raising his head to survey the area, he spotted a dilapidated mountain deity temple nearby. The temple, long neglected, had crumbling walls, and its guardian beast at the entrance was reduced to a mere shadow of its former self. Suppressing his aura to a minimal level, Su Ming quietly approached the temple, faintly overhearing a conversation within the main hall. Cautiously, he sealed his spiritual energy and stealthily maneuvered to the back of the hall. The decrepit state of the temple allowed him to crouch near the wall and clearly hear the dialogue inside. "Miss, what have you learned?" "Alas, that old demon is too cunning. I do not know where my sister is imprisoned, and I nearly fell into his trap. What shall we do? If we do not locate the young lady, how can we rescue her?" "Do not worry. I will make another visit tonight." "Miss, that may not be wise. After the commotion today, that old demon will be on higher alert. Is this little girl planning to rescue someone at Qingfengguan?" Su Ming's expression shifted slightly. The old demon referenced by the woman likely referred to the master of Qingfengguan. Could it be that this girl was connected to the mission's client? As Su Ming pondered this, a sudden sound of slicing air reached his ears, prompting him to roll away just in time as an iron spear shattered the temple's surrounding wall. Boom, boom. A few strikingly beautiful women leaped from the temple, one of whom was the woman in yellow. "You dare to follow me here? You truly seek death," she exclaimed, her delicate features veiled, as she charged towards Su Ming with her twin willow leaf daggers. The others spread out, encircling him and cutting off his escape. Fortunately, aside from the woman in yellow, who was at the initial stage of Juji, the others were merely at the cheer-refining stage. Su Ming silently lamented, not daring to underestimate the situation, as he both defended against the woman and searched for an opportunity to escape. During their skirmish, Su Ming sensed something amiss. Although the woman was at the Juji stage, her techniques were rudimentary, lacking finesse. Or perhaps they were simply wild. What was going on? As they fought, he found himself gaining the upper hand, and rather than fleeing, Su Ming prepared to strike. He lunged toward the woman's throat, causing a stir among the surrounding women, who were unable to intervene in time. At that moment, the woman sprouted a tail from her back, wrapping it around Su Ming's wrist and diverting his deadly strike. Taken aback, Su Ming exclaimed, "The foxtail has revealed itself. You are a demon?" With her identity exposed, the woman abandoned pretense, transforming into her true form, speaking in human tongue. "Thief, I had no desire to clash with you, yet you have persistently forced my hand, so do not blame me for being ruthless." Seeing their mistress's transformation, the other women also shifted shape, becoming foxes, and charged at Su Ming. Faced with this unfolding situation, Su Ming bellowed, "Stop! All of you! Hold your ground!" Seeing that they had no intention of ceasing their actions, Su Ming had no choice but to unveil his trump card. "Are you not eager to rescue your sister? I can assist you." Upon hearing these words, the foxes simultaneously halted their movements, yet remained on guard. The yellow fox transformed into human form, glaring fiercely at Su Ming as she inquired, "What do you propose?" "You must be aware that the Tianxian Empire forbids demons from entering the city. Acting under such identities within its borders is akin to an old immortal hanging himself. However, I am of the human race, which allows me greater ease in my endeavors here. Tomorrow, I shall venture into the temple to investigate and ascertain the whereabouts of your sister's confinement." "My lady," the maid was about to speak, but was interrupted by the woman in yellow. "Why should I trust you?" With a calm smile, Su Ming replied, "Do you possess any alternative besides placing your trust in me?" "You." The woman in yellow's expression dimmed. She understood that, given her identity, she could only operate covertly within the temple. Finding her sister would indeed be challenging. Perhaps collaborating with this cunning thief would prove to be the more prudent course of action. "I do not have time to play games with you. Should I discover that you have deceived me, I will not let you off lightly." "Humph, rest assured, my purpose in this venture also pertains to Qingfengguan. Here is the plan. I will first gather information tomorrow. Even if I uncover little, I intend to take action tomorrow night, and at that time, you may accompany me." Chapter 17. The twin gnomes. After Su Ming departed, a maid inquired, "Sister, can this young man truly assist us?" "Assist us? Human hearts are treacherous. How could he possibly help?" "But there are no buts. While we cannot rely on him for aid, we can certainly exploit him. Since his objective aligns with that of Qingfengguan, we can use him to our advantage. The more chaos he causes at Qingfengguan, the greater our chances of locating our sister. Sighing, she continued, alas, time is truly running short. Sister has been captured for 3 days now. That old demon may have plans for her. Upon returning to Qingyan City, Su Ming casually checked into an inn. The following morning, adorned in the attire of a young master, he made his way to Qingfengguan. Unlike the previous day, he was greeted at the entrance by a young acolyte welcoming the visitors. As Su Ming approached, the acolyte stepped forward and performed a graceful bow, inquiring, "What brings you to our temple, young master?" "Naturally, I come seeking enlightenment," Su Ming replied. "Is it necessary to inquire about my origins, even to pay respects?" "Not at all," the acolyte responded. "Our temple master believes your demeanor is extraordinary and has specifically requested your presence." "The old man seeks me?" Su Ming mused, feigning indifference. "Very well, lead the way." Under the guidance of the acolyte, Su Ming arrived at a side hall, where he found an elderly Taoist, looking quite decrepit, preparing tea. "Please, have a seat, esteemed guest," the old Taoist beckoned. Su Ming thought to himself, curious about the old man's intentions. He casually took a seat. The inquiries posed by the old Taoist mirrored those of the young acolyte. "Dear guest, what brings you to our temple?" "I have already stated that I seek enlightenment," Su Ming replied. "Since you are already an outsider, why bother to amuse this old Taoist? The myriad paths lead to immortality. How can I be certain that the path I pursue will lead me to transcendence? Hence, I come to inquire of the Taoist ancestors." "Oh, in that case, the old Taoist has misjudged. I initially thought you came seeking demons." "Demons? Are there demons within your temple?" The old Taoist laughed heartily, exuding confidence. "Though our disciples are few, we have never forgotten our ancestors' grand ambition to eradicate all demons. Not long ago, I captured a demon and am preparing to sacrifice it to honor the Tao." "Oh, a demon? I have never encountered a true demon. Might I have the privilege of witnessing it?" "Esteemed guest, I must apologize. That demon is quite ferocious, and to avoid any mishap, if I cannot see it, so be it. What is the big deal? Is there anything else you require, old Taoist?" "Nothing at all. Please feel free to go about your business." To summon me and not even offer a cup of tea, only to dismiss me. Such rudeness from you, old Taoist." As Su Ming exited the side hall, he glanced back to see the old Taoist still brewing tea, while the young acolyte tended to the fire. The old Taoist appeared exceedingly frail, while the acolyte seemed rather ordinary. From these observations, Su Ming concluded that the esteemed task may not be as it appeared. However, he recalled the words of the portly man who assigned the task, mentioning that 2 inner disciples had already perished in this endeavor. This suggested that the old Taoist was far from the harmless figure he seemed. Conversely, the old man's claim of capturing demons indicated that he possessed some genuine abilities. Su Ming remembered that the Huangshan woman and the Zixia woman's sister had been imprisoned within Qingfengguan. If she was indeed her sister, her skills must be on par with those of her sibling, at the very least at the foundation level. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual gaze upon him. While strolling, he discreetly sought to uncover the identity of the observer in hiding. However, the individual was remarkably cautious. The prying gaze vanished as quickly as it had appeared. With a sense of unease, Su Ming reflected on the treacherous waters of Qingfengguan and determined that lingering here was unwise. Otherwise, he might find himself in peril. Thus, he turned to leave the temple. Of course, he did not wander far, for he had arranged to confront the 2 demons that night. He felt this matter could not be prolonged, lest it lead to unforeseen complications. Tonight, he must ensure a thorough resolution. Finding a secluded spot, he suppressed his presence to a minimal level, patiently awaiting the arrival of night. He waited for 6 hours, until darkness enveloped the land. At that moment, outside Qingfengguan, the Huangshan woman and several maids stealthily peered towards the temple. "Miss, it's already this late, and that little rogue has yet to appear. Could it be that he is deceiving us? We can wait no longer. Even if he does not show, we must go rescue our sister. According to the plan, we will rush into the temple, set it ablaze, and amidst the chaos, search for our sister. Remember, do not linger in battle. Our sole focus is to rescue her." "Understood. Is he coming?" Suddenly, Su Ming opened his eyes, lifting his gaze towards the temple. After a brief moment, he saw flames erupting within the temple. He immediately rose, soaring towards Qingfengguan on his flying sword. The temple, constructed primarily of wood, ignited with ease, and soon it was engulfed in a vast sea of flames, thick smoke billowing into the air. Su Ming performed a fire avoidance technique, deftly navigating through the inferno, heading straight for the side hall. Who dares to set fire within the temple? As Su Ming reached the side hall, two figures swiftly approached to obstruct him. "It's you," one acolyte exclaimed, his face contorted with rage. "You little rogue, I sensed something amiss about you during the day. Who would have thought you would dare to cause trouble in our temple? I shall see to your demise." The two acolytes, dressed similarly and exhibiting a remarkable synchronicity, launched a coordinated attack without uttering a word. Su Ming expertly evaded their strikes, retorting, "Have your eyes been blinded? Which of you saw me ignite the flames?" With flames erupting all around, and you lurking about. If you didn't start the fire, then who did? Enough, I shan't bother explaining. However, I must ask, why do you two old fools pretend to be young? What are you talking about? Stop feigning innocence. Are you not exhausted from maintaining your youthful appearance? With their ruse exposed, the two acolytes shed their disguises, revealing themselves to be two elderly gnomes with white hair and youthful faces. During the day, Su Ming had already sensed something amiss. Now, seeing the two dwarves reveal their true forms, he suddenly understood. These two despicable creatures deliberately maintained the appearance of children, truly repulsive. Su Ming intended to end the battle swiftly and take the old Taoist's life. So he directly unleashed the strength of the Foundation Establishment Realm. Merely the Foundation Establishment Realm? Watch as we, brothers, cut you down. Though the two dwarf Taoists were only at the peak of chi refining, they were twins, capable of sharing a telepathic connection. Thus, they executed their combined attack techniques with ease, enabling them to contend with a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Chapter 18. Captured Ah? Just as Su Ming was about to act, he suddenly caught sight of the woman in the yellow dress, and a plan formed in his mind. As the saying goes, a dead ally is better than a living adversary. The task was to capture the observer. He could not waste time on insignificant characters. "Where do you think you're running, little thief?" The two gnome-like old Taoists, seeing Su Ming fleeing, immediately pursued him without suspicion. "Miss, it's that guy?" The woman in yellow turned her gaze, only to see Su Ming rushing towards her, realizing with dismay that this boy intended to draw the fire away from himself. Upon seeing Su Ming dash past, her eyes brimmed with hatred. She was just about to evade her pursuers when she sensed another presence. Another second-tier fox demon. Her senior brother would surely be pleased to see this. The two gnome Taoists, upon spotting the woman in yellow, abandoned their chase of Su Ming, while he circled back to the side hall. The temple was ablaze with flames, yet the side hall remained unscathed, where the old Taoist sat, still brewing tea. Su Ming suppressed his aura entirely, resembling a withered tree, stealthily approaching the hall. "Since you have arrived, why the stealth? Why not reveal yourself?" The old Taoist displayed a measure of skill that startled Su Ming. Despite his efforts to suppress his aura to an extremely low level, the old man still managed to detect him. With his presence now revealed, Su Ming chose to abandon his concealment and directly approached the old Taoist. Whoosh! The old Taoist hurled a teacup. "Last time, you mentioned that I did not offer you tea. That was my fault. This time, I implore you to drink this cup. Humph! I dare not partake of your tea." With a flick of his finger, Su Ming shattered the cup and declared, "I have come to take your life." The nobleman might not get his wish. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. Just as he was about to strike, he suddenly sensed a presence. He swiftly distanced himself from the old Taoist and coldly remarked, "Which rat is hiding? Why not show yourself?" A look of surprise crossed the old man's face as he slowly replied, "Young master, your perception is indeed sharp. Even with such concealment, you were able to sense him. You old thief, having committed so many sins, still find someone willing to assist you. They must not be virtuous. Well then, I shall eliminate you all. You wish to eliminate me?" Whoosh! A sound of something slicing through the air echoed, and a slender figure cloaked in black, with only his eyes visible, leaped down from the rafters, coldly regarding Su Ming. Who is this little brat, daring to create chaos here? Since the black-clad figure emerged, Su Ming had been observing him, sensing something amiss. When his gaze fell upon the weapon carried by the black figure, realization struck him. The weapon was none other than the court's cold moonblade. Could this rogue be affiliated with the court? Panic gripped Su Ming. With someone from the court present, the task was likely doomed to fail. This is a place of strife. I cannot linger. He quickly began to retreat. Where do you think you're going, little thief? The black-clad man and the old Taoist simultaneously pursued him, but their speed lagged behind Su Ming's. Just as Su Ming thought he might escape, another black-clad figure emerged from the side, displaying the might of a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. Little brat, I have awaited you for a long time. With wolves ahead and tigers behind, Su Ming steeled his heart and unleashed the cloud dream illusion against the figure blocking his path. Seizing the moment of their distraction, he dashed towards the temple's exit, but just as he reached the wall, he was forced back by a pair of large scissors towering over him. It turned out to be the two gnome Taoists. These grotesque creatures were still alive. Su Ming felt a surge of frustration, having failed to eliminate even two Qi refinement stage gnomes among so many adversaries. At that moment, the black-clad figures and the old Taoist closed in, including the earlier black-clad figure who had escaped the illusion. Su Ming felt as though he had nowhere to turn. Just as he prepared to fight for his life in search of an escape, a sudden numbness gripped his neck. He reached up to feel a slender silver needle embedded in his skin. His consciousness began to blur, and he vaguely heard the old Taoist conversing with the black-clad figure. This boy has been lurking around for quite some time. He is likely in cahoots with those demons. Humph, regardless of whether he is allied with them, since he has stumbled into our path, we shall refine him into a potent elixir. I still believe this boy has no relation to the demons. He is likely an assassin sent by the Seven Kills sect. If he is indeed from the Seven Kills sect, then all the better. We can execute our plan to deplete the elite disciples of the Seven Kills sect, while you, old Taoist, can continuously obtain alchemical resources from the Foundation establishment stage. Is this not a win-win situation? What you say is true, but I still have my concerns. Provoking the Seven Kills sect may endanger our little temple. What is there to fear? With us here, no matter how powerful the Seven Kills sect is, they cannot touch Qingfeng Temple. Brother, we have captured several demons. How shall we deal with them? Oh, another second-tier demon. Splendid. This time we have made a good haul. As for the Qi refinement stage ones, I have no interest in them. You may handle them. Upon hearing this, the two gnome Taoists were overjoyed, competing to rush towards the back courtyard. Su Ming, upon hearing this, fell unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he found himself imprisoned in a dungeon. Ugh! Su Ming clutched his splitting head, murmuring in confusion. Where am I? You little thief, do you still have the audacity to ask? The woman in yellow glared at him fiercely, as if she wished to end his life. It was then that Su Ming noticed that in addition to himself, there was another person and a demon in the cell. A snow-white fox was gazing intently at him. The woman in yellow berated Su Ming before cradling the white fox in her arms, sorrowfully lamenting, Sister, Xiao Zi and the others were brutally slain by the old demon. Upon hearing this, the white fox emitted a mournful cry, its sapphire-like eyes glistening with tears. The woman in yellow was even more heartbroken. With Zi and the others dead, she and her sister were imprisoned, and even her sister was tormented to the point where she could no longer maintain her human form. Hey, I ask you, can crying resolve anything? You. The woman in yellow's eyes blazed with fury as she angrily retorted, It's all your fault. Had you appeared sooner and acted according to plan, how could we have been captured? You foolish fox. The adversary was well prepared, laying ambush with 3 Foundation establishment experts. Even if we joined forces, do you really think we could have rescued anyone from this temple? Moreover, I stand alone amidst the pivotal stages of Foundation establishment, while you are unable to triumph even over 2 fully realized practitioners of Qi. What more can I say? The woman in the yellow garment recognized the validity of Su Ming's words. Yet she merely sought to place blame on someone. As she prepared to argue further with Su Ming, the white fox interjected with human speech, saying, Sister, please refrain from continuing. He is correct. Our foremost priority now is to devise a means of escape. If memory serves, that old demon will commence alchemical operations tomorrow, and none of us shall survive that. To the young gentleman, I acknowledge that my sister was at fault earlier, and I sincerely extend my apologies. Apologies? Is this the demeanor you present? Observing the white fox bowing, Su Ming remained unappreciative and replied coolly, If we are to collaborate, I expect a display of genuine sincerity. What sincerity does the young gentleman require? Transform into human form. Let me see. Chapter 19. The method of escape. Do not go too far. The woman in the yellow dress glared, her eyes ablaze with fury. You shameless scoundrel. What nonsense are you spouting at such a time? Meanwhile, the white fox chanted an incantation, and in an instant, a brilliant white light erupted, gradually revealing the form of an extraordinary woman. Her skin was fair as snow, with elegantly arched willow leaf brows framing eyes that sparkled like brilliant stars, radiating countless tender emotions. A delicate, high nose and fiery red lips outlined her enchanting allure. Her graceful figure was adorned in a gown that resembled white jade, gently swaying and reflecting her long, slender legs, amplifying her irresistible charm. How beautiful! Upon witnessing the transformation of the white fox into a human form, Su Ming was utterly captivated. This woman surpassed all others he had ever encountered. Indeed, only his master could rival her beauty. What was most astonishing was that, although this woman exuded a bewitching aura, she possessed an elegance that evoked an overwhelming desire for protection. "Sister, you can still transform into human form," the woman in the yellow dress exclaimed, somewhat astonished. The white fox replied to her, "Silly sister, do you know why I do not take on human form?" The woman in yellow, somewhat perplexed, asked, "Why is that?" "It is to guard against someone like him." In an instant, the yellow-dressed woman understood. Her sister feared that revealing her human form would incite the primal desires of the world. Then, with a charming smile, the white fox addressed Su Ming, "Young master, do you find my sincerity sufficient?" "Well, it is barely acceptable," he replied. "How about this? First, tell me about your origins." The yellow-dressed woman fumed silently at the side, yet dared not act out in front of her sister, choosing instead to swallow her anger. "Young master, my name is Linger, and my sister and I hail from the frigid lands. We have come here on a significant mission, which we cannot disclose. I hope you understand." "Very well, let us set that aside. Why were you captured? Were you taken by that old Taoist?" "No, it was not the old Taoist. It was someone from the imperial court." "Someone from the court captured you? Why is that? Is there some illicit affair between the court and this Jingfeng temple?" Linger shook her head. "After I was captured, I have been confined within this temple, knowing little of the outside world. However, young master, these details are trivial. What matters most now is how we can escape. After all, that old sorcerer will commence alchemy tomorrow, and if we do not find a way out, we shall perish here." Su Ming nodded. "Since you have shown sincerity, I shall reciprocate. I have indeed devised a method of escape." Linger and the woman in yellow exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "What method?" "My cultivation method is rather unique. It can heal wounds and also break seals. However, it requires—" As he spoke, the woman in yellow suddenly jumped up, pointing a finger at Su Ming, exclaiming, "I knew you were up to no good. You are clearly trying to take advantage of us." Linger, however, remained composed. Although she sensed that Su Ming might be taking advantage of their predicament, he appeared to value his own life too much to act recklessly. She furrowed her brow and said, "Young master, you cannot be jesting, can you?" Su Ming shrugged, speaking nonchalantly. "If there were other means, would I resort to such a desperate measure? I have laid my cards on the table. Whether you believe me is up to you." Linger hesitated, while the yellow-dressed woman seethed with anger, unable to make a decision. Observing this, Su Ming remained unhurried, closing his eyes to meditate. This was their only lifeline, and he doubted they would not yield. Seizing the opportunity while Su Ming was meditating, Linger pulled the yellow-dressed woman aside and said, "Sister, I believe given our current predicament, we ought to try his method. But sister, I do not trust him. He speaks nonsense and surely wishes to take advantage of us. No, it is not about us. I can handle it alone. Sister, what are you planning?" "Silly sister, you are in this situation because you came to rescue me. How could I bear to see you plunge into the flames? Rest assured, I will bear all the blame." "Sister, do not say more. I have made up my mind. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we cannot give up. Mother is waiting for us to rescue her." The yellow-dressed woman knew her sister always kept her promises, and further persuasion would be futile. She merely turned her head away in silence. Linger said nothing more and walked back to Su Ming, speaking in a sultry tone, "Young master, I hope you will take pity on me." In the dungeon above, within a side hall, the old Taoist was entertaining two men in black. "Old man, you truly possess some skill. This ordinary spirit tea has become so delectable under your manipulation." "Ah, this is nothing. Once I refine the elixir, that will be the true marvel," the old Taoist replied. "Humph, old man, do not forget our agreement. After the elixir is complete, my brother and I are to receive one each. Rest assured, I would never go back on my word. You shall receive your share. Ha ha. In the future, we will rely on your assistance to continue hunting down the disciples of the Seven-Kill sect." As time flowed slowly by, the evening grew cooler, and white dew hung on the walls. Su Ming abruptly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air. He turned his attention inward and found that the spiritual energy within his dantian surged like an ocean. "I did it. I have reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. The potency of the white fox's primordial Yin energy was extraordinarily rich. Just once was enough to propel him into this new realm, truly a rare treasure. Su Ming's gaze shifted from the white fox to the woman in yellow. This little demoness was also at the foundation establishment stage, and capturing her might elevate his cultivation further. Noticing Su Ming's gaze, Bai Linger quickly shielded her sister behind her. Young master, do not forget our agreement. Fear not. I, Su Ming, am not one to break my word. Su Ming approached Bai Linger, extending 2 fingers to trace along her form, ultimately resting his palm upon her dantian, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into her. Boom! The seal within Bai Linger shattered, and a torrent of demonic power surged within her. Thank you, young master. Bai Linger exclaimed joyously, but as she saw Su Ming advancing toward her sister, she quickly added, Young master, allow me to break my sister's seal. There is no need for you to trouble yourself. Observing Bai Linger's protective demeanor, Su Ming felt a bit awkward and rubbed his nose. Ah, then you may proceed. It saves me the effort. Chapter 20. Ruthless enough, only 2 or 3 hours remained until dawn. This meant the old Taoist would soon come to collect the humans and demons for alchemy. Su Ming and the others dared not delay, using every moment to recuperate and regulate their breathing. 3 hours later, the old Taoist arrived at the dungeon accompanied by 2 dwarf Taoists. Seeing the human and 2 demons leaning against the wall, seemingly dozing, he burst into laughter. You 3, on the brink of death, remain oblivious, even finding time to nap here. Hearing this, Su Ming and the Fox Demon sisters opened their eyes. However, Su Ming was the first to react, feigning furious desperation as he roared, Old fool, do you know who I am? Release me at once, or my master will raze this wretched temple to the ground. Young master, in such a predicament, boasting is futile. Here, you can cry to heaven with no answer. Plead to earth with no relief. Even if I flay your skin and pull your sinews, your master would never know. Content yourself as this old Taoist's medicinal ingredient. You old wretch, just you wait. Even if I die, Su Ming will drag you down with me. Young master, you jest again. In your current state, how could you possibly drag this old man down? Prepare yourself for the journey ahead. With that, the old Taoist directed the 2 dwarf Taoists to open the cell door, and the 3 entered. Elder brother, this lad's mouth is foul. I suggest tossing him into the alchemy furnace first to serve as ash bedding. Quite right. This old man had the same thought. Human flesh and blood are impure, making them suitable as a medicinal catalyst. So saying, the old Taoist approached Su Ming with a smirk, extending a hand resembling a chicken's claw. At that moment, Su Ming's gaze sharpened like lightning. A short blade suddenly appeared in his hand, and without hesitation, he thrust it toward the old Taoist's chest. Struck suddenly by the blade, the old Taoist panicked. Yet, as a foundation establishment realm cultivator, his vitality was remarkably tenacious. He staggered back 2 or 3 steps, grabbed the 2 dwarf Taoists, and hurled them towards Su Ming before turning to flee. He was decisive, fleeing immediately upon sensing danger, without pondering how Su Ming had broken the seal on his dantian. Young master, leave these 2 old scoundrels to us sisters. As Bai Linger spoke, she and her sister attacked the 2 dwarf Taoists. Su Ming nodded, bypassed the dwarf Taoists, and pursued the old Taoist directly. Huff, huff. The old Taoist never expected Su Ming to have coated the blade with a strange poison. He felt his life force draining rapidly. No, I don't want to die. I still seek immortality. His heart filled with resentment, he bolted like a runaway wild dog toward the dungeon exit. Upon seeing the light, his will to survive surged to its peak. Just as he was about to escape, a large hand suddenly gripped his neck. Old fool, I said I would kill you today, and so I shall take your life. Young master, spare me. I can give you all the great pills I've refined. As long as you let me go, this old Taoist will refine pills for you for all eternity. Huh, are these pills refined using humans as catalysts? While I, Su Ming, do wish to enhance my strength, I would never consume the flesh and blood of my own kind to achieve it. Squelch. Su Ming's sharp blade slit the old Taoist's throat. Young master, impressive skill. After Bai Linger and her sister dealt with the 2 dwarf Taoists and emerged, they saw Su Ming finish off the old Taoist with a single stroke. The crisis isn't over yet. I'll still need your assistance shortly. Sure enough, as Su Ming and the 2 fox demons stepped above ground, 2 figures in black attacked from front and back. Su Ming, holding the old Taoist's head in his left hand, released it and immediately followed with a kick. The old Taoist's head instantly flew toward the imperial expert. You cur. How did you escape? One of the black-clad figures split the old Taoist's head open and snarled viciously. Humph. You two traitors should worry about your own lives. With that, Su Ming charged at one black-clad figure, while Bai Linger and the woman in yellow together attacked the other. Bai Linger was a second-stage mid-level fox demon, her strength comparable to mid-foundation establishment. Thus, joining forces with her sister, they quickly overwhelmed the black-clad figure. Meanwhile, Su Ming directly employed the cloud dream illusion, plunging the black-clad figure into its depths. Squelch. Then, without hesitation, he thrust his sword into the black-clad figure's heart, followed by another stroke that severed the head. Searching the black-clad figure's waist, Su Ming found a token engraved with the character Wei, guard. So it is the Imperial Court after all. Not just the Imperial Court. Su Ming felt another token, this one engraved with the character Ing, Shadow. Shadow Kill Order? This fellow is from the Shadow Kill Alliance. Seeing this, the other black-clad figure was terrified out of his wits. At the cost of an arm, he managed to escape. To eliminate weeds, one must uproot them. Su Ming was about to charge forward and finish off the black-clad figure when he suddenly sensed two more auras approaching. Reluctantly, he abandoned the pursuit. Let's go. More are coming. Young master, we part ways here. Bai Linger cupped her hands in salute to Su Ming and fled northeast with her sister. These demons are truly heartless. Despite our intimate encounter and my saving both your lives, not a word of gratitude, just leaving like this? Su Ming muttered his complaints, picked up the old Taoist's half-severed head from the ground, and chased after the two fox demons. To avoid detection, Su Ming maintained a considerable distance. The two fox demons were exceptionally cautious, constantly circling without a clear destination. Fortunately, Su Ming, hailing from the Seven-Kill sect, excelled at concealment and remained undetected. 2 hours later, on a roadside marker of the official road, Su Ming saw a wanted poster. The depicted fugitive bore a 70 to 80% resemblance to himself. Seeing this, Su Ming inwardly cursed. These corrupt officials work efficiently, already posting wanted notices. But why am I the only one wanted? What about those two fox demons? They were accomplices too, not daring to take main roads anymore. Su Ming noticed the two fox demons also changed tactics, sticking to small paths. Another hour passed before the two fox demons finally slowed their pace, eventually entering a small town. What are these two demons entering the town for? Su Ming wondered, puzzled. Undoubtedly, the town also had his wanted posters. Venturing in recklessly might lead to ambush. But for the chance to see Bai Linger again, Su Ming decided to take the risk. He perceived that among the inhabitants of this small county, the most accomplished individual possessed cultivation merely at the mid-foundation establishment stage, which did not instill any fear in him. Having made up his mind, Su Ming donned a disguise and confidently strode into the town. As anticipated, the streets were plastered with his wanted posters. Meanwhile, the two fox demons meandered through the alleyways, ultimately slipping into a 3-story building. Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly. It was evident that this establishment was a place of indulgence. What were these two fox demons up to? Chapter 21. Shadow Kill Alliance. The Mingxiang Lu, outwardly a brothel, serves as a stronghold for the demon clan within the human realm. After a thorough investigation, Su Ming discerned the truth of the situation. However, the absence of formidable demons guarding the place left him unperturbed. That night, in an elegant room on the 3rd floor, a voice broke the silence. Hey, woman, were you thinking of me? The dazed Bai Linger looked up to find a young human perched on the windowsill, bathed in the silvery light of the moon. You've been following us. How dare you come here? The woman in a yellow dress exclaimed, her voice laced with astonishment. Why shouldn't I come? Are you not afraid of the bounty posters plastered all over the streets? You dare enter the city as a demon. Why should I be afraid? The yellow-dressed woman furrowed her brows, gritting her silver teeth. You are mistaken. Even if I were a plaster, I would not adhere to you. Su Ming leapt down from the windowsill, placing his hand on her shoulder, raising an eyebrow as he declared, We must leave this room. I have an appointment with your sister to ascend to Wushan. You wouldn't dare. Ignoring her, Su Ming turned to Bai Linger and teased, Madam, surely you don't wish to reveal your whereabouts? You wouldn't dare. If you expose us, your own position will be compromised, the yellow-dressed woman asserted confidently. Before Su Ming could respond, Bai Linger interjected, Sister, you should step outside. I have matters to discuss with the young master. Sister. The yellow-dressed woman was filled with reluctance, but dared not defy her sister, leaving with a reluctant mumble. What is there to discuss? It must be another deep exchange. In Qingyun County, with Within the residence of the county lord, Lu Tongtian, the highest official in the area, found himself being reprimanded like a subordinate. I say, old Lu, do you understand the meaning of flexibility? I am but a dullard. I hope the envoy will enlighten me. Humph, utterly foolish. I order you to annotate the bounty posters with the names of the disciples from the Seven Kill sect who murdered the court officials. But that cannot prove they belong to the Seven Kill sect. Moreover, there are demons among the group. I believe they are the most likely culprits. Absurd. Do you dare defy my command? I instruct you to add that detail. Faced with the wrath of the cloaked figure, Lu Tongtian suppressed his discontent and replied, I shall comply. In the Seven Kill sect, at the Hall of Heavenly Kill, Su Ming tossed the head of the Qing Feng Guan's master onto the counter. The rotund Wang Fuguei was initially taken aback, then promptly began to flatter. Su Qingju, you are indeed formidable. You have swiftly returned with the old dog's head. Let us settle the accounts. I have no time for idle chatter. Noting Su Ming's impatience, Wang Fuguei dropped the pretense and said earnestly, Su Qingju, here are the 20,000 spirit stones for completing the task. Please accept them. Su Ming accepted the storage bag and took flight on his sword toward Taohua Peak. Upon arriving at Tao Yao's grass hut, he first bowed respectfully, then stated, Master, I have a pressing matter to discuss. After a brief pause, Tao Yao appeared, her bare feet floating gracefully, accompanied by a fragrant breeze. Su Ming discreetly observed his master, noting her unadorned beauty and relaxed demeanor. What is it? Su Ming quickly retracted his gaze and replied earnestly, Master, during my recent mission, I uncovered the involvement of the court in the Shadow Kill Alliance. Tao Yao furrowed her brow, urging him to continue. Tell me everything, no detail omitted. Thus, Su Ming recounted his experiences during this outing in full. You mean to say that the Shadow Kill Alliance, and even the court, are deliberately targeting our Seven Kill sect? This is merely my conjecture. The truth must be determined by the sect leader. Very well, I shall inform the sect leader at once. You should diligently practice the sword techniques I have taught you while I am away to assess your progress. Moments later, 200 feet underground within the Seven Kill sect, a dignified middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. Little junior sister, what brings you here? Tao Yao entered the secret chamber, offering a slight bow before recounting Su Ming's discoveries. The sect leader frowned, recalling that not long ago, the Grand Elder reported an alarming increase in casualties among disciples on missions, often clashing with the court. Could it be that the Shadow Kill Alliance is orchestrating this? The more he pondered, the more it made sense. Behind the Shadow Kill Alliance lay the court's influence. This could very well be a conspiracy devised by the court and the Shadow Kill Alliance, aimed at depleting the elite disciples of the Seven Kill sect. Little junior sister, you have done well. This is not my credit. It is my disciple who uncovered these clues during their mission. Oh, your disciple? Quite commendable. It seems you have taken on a satisfactory apprentice. Just passable, sufficient for my needs. A fleeting smile crossed Tao Yao's eyes as she continued. Senior brother, since the Shadow Kill Alliance is involved, how should we address this matter? I have long wished to eradicate the thorn they have embedded in our territory. This provides the perfect justification. Senior brother, do you mean to take action against the Moon Spirit and Lingxi sects? Precisely. Those treacherous ingrates. Do they think I am unaware of their dealings with the Shadow Kill Alliance? I intend to issue for regional missions to annihilate these for treacherous sections. Agreed. Tao Yao spoke coldly, her expression indifferent. However, I propose we concentrate our efforts first on obliterating the Moon Spirit sect, then. Indeed, your plan is superior and more thorough. We shall first eliminate the Moon Spirit sect, using this opportunity to hone our disciples. Very well. Chapter 22 Elder Yunshan Tao Yao left the secret chamber and returned to Taohua Peak, where she saw Su Ming practicing swordsmanship. A jolt ran through her heart. This lad. In just a few days, he had progressed the Zhu Ying sword technique to a small level of mastery. This could hardly be described as mere talent. He was truly a prodigy. It seems I have indeed struck gold. Master. Upon seeing Tao Yao approach, Su Ming quickly sheathed his sword and gave a slight bow. Indeed, your ability to refine the sword technique to this level has genuinely exceeded my expectations. Tao Yao was not one to feign profundity by suppressing her disciples to showcase her own skills. Such behavior was beneath her. Thank you, Master. Although this sword technique is of modest rank, mastering it at a deeper level is essential for cultivating my unique sword technique. Su Ming nodded earnestly and replied, Rest assured, Master, I will dedicate myself to rigorous training. Additionally, I have an important matter to discuss. The information you reported was extremely valuable, and the sect leader has decided to issue an Earth-level mission to eliminate the affiliated forces that have been corrupted by the Shadow Kill Alliance. Tao Yao's eyes sparkled, and a hint of a smile graced her lips. I hope you will participate in this mission. Of course, you have the option to decline. Master, I have made up my mind to join this mission. Good. Tao Yao delicately held a jade pendant between her slender fingers and calmly said, "This pendant contains a strand of my consciousness. You may shatter it in times of life and death peril." Su Ming accepted the pendant, the lingering fragrance wafting into his nostrils. When he looked up again, his master had already vanished. Master is truly devoted to her cultivation, indifferent to worldly matters. Su Ming sighed. Intending to water the peach tree he had planted while contemplating the upcoming mission, he wondered who would lead this expedition. Such Earth-level extermination missions offered exceptionally generous rewards, and the sect would dispatch numerous experts, making participation relatively safe. Hence, many disciples were eager to join. Even Su Ming's female attendants were discussing their desire to take part in this mission. They had formed a harmonious bond, with Li Miao as their unspoken leader, given her superior cultivation. Senior Sister Li, do you think our master will participate in this mission? Certainly, he wouldn't want to miss such excitement. However, our master has offended the Mu family. Going out carelessly could invite retaliation. I would welcome the Mu family's vengeance. The men can be killed, and the women taken as slaves. As Su Ming entered the cave dwelling, his gaze swept over the group. Are you all planning to participate in the mission? Seeing the women remain silent, he casually remarked, "This mission is not as simple as you might think. One misstep could lead to death. Therefore, unless you possess sufficient strength, it is better to refrain from getting involved." Nan Jinping and Li Minggran exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with disappointment. "Master, then we shall withdraw." "Very well. Focus on your cultivation and strive to reach the peak of qi refinement. When that time comes, I shall prepare foundation establishment pills for you." With that, Su Ming produced a storage bag and tossed it to Li Miao, saying nonchalantly, "Here are 10,000 spirit stones. You may divide them among yourselves." Li Miao received the bag, her heart swelling with joy. She had initially thought of herself merely as a slave, yet here she was enjoying such treatment. Seeing the gratitude in the eyes of the women, Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smile as he declared, "Now, let me see how well you have mastered the wind and thunder finger technique." That evening, the cave was filled with the sounds of wind and thunder. The next day, the disciples participating in the extermination mission gathered at the Tianming Square. A charming young woman stood upon the high platform, resembling a peony in full bloom. Time had left few traces upon her face, instead endowing her with a unique allure. Her delicate features and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye added to her charm, yet her overall demeanor exuded a sense of dignity and grace. Clad in a moon-white cultivator's robe, her perfectly proportioned figure was elegantly accentuated. To find such a breathtaking beauty within the sect caught Su Ming by surprise. Having grown accustomed to the beauty of youthful maidens, encountering this mature woman stirred something within him. Having not been in the inner sect for long, he was unfamiliar with this elder, but there were always ears to gather information. To his astonishment, it was Elder Yunshan leading this mission. Indeed, Elder Yunshan is exceedingly beautiful, deserving of the title of the second most beautiful in the sect. "Brother, I have only recently joined the Seven Kill sect. I am quite curious as to who the first beauty is." Naturally, it is Elder Tao Yao. Hearing the two converse about his master, Su Ming couldn't help but nod slightly. They were correct. While Elder Yunshan was indeed exquisite, she paled in comparison to his master. Elder Yunshan's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as she scanned the crowd below. "Is everyone present?" Two disciples responsible for assisting with logistics bowed respectfully. Reporting to the elder, "Everyone is accounted for." "Very well, let us set forth towards the Yuling sect. I remind you once again, under no circumstances are you to act without my command." After issuing the order, Elder Yunshan took the lead towards Yuling sect. To avoid alerting the enemy, her strategy was to have the disciples disperse and regroup outside the Yuling sect. Su Ming, accompanied by Li Miao and another, walked at a leisurely pace. By the time they arrived, the bulk of the Seven Kill sect's forces had already assembled. Elder Yunshan was counting the numbers and, upon seeing Su Ming and the others, did not linger. "Are we just going to charge in like this?" Su Joga whispered. "Charging in is feasible. After all, we are all elite disciples, and dealing with the insignificant Yuling sect is well within our capabilities. However, such an approach would result in heavy casualties on our side. Elder Yinshan must have a plan. Su Ming glanced at Elder Yinshan, believing her to be anything but reckless, and decided to observe how she would deploy her forces. Once the disciples had gathered, Elder Yinshan projected her voice using spiritual power. Everyone, we will storm the Yuling sect together shortly. Spare no one. Is that how we are proceeding? A look of surprise crossed Su Ming's face, initially expecting Elder Yinshan to unveil a brilliant strategy, only to find her intentions were to charge straight in. Was this not a bit reckless? Aside from Su Ming, the others saw nothing amiss in Elder Yinshan's approach. Just as she was about to issue the order for a full-scale assault, Su Ming suddenly stepped forward. Hold on. Chapter 23 Reunion. Yinshan furrowed her brow slightly as she scrutinized Su Ming from head to toe, somewhat irritably inquiring, "What are you planning to do?" "Yinchang Lao, I believe that launching an attack hastily is rather inappropriate," Su Ming responded. "Humph, are you suggesting that my judgment is flawed?" "I wouldn't dare imply that, but I feel that if there is a more prudent approach, we must prioritize the lives of our fellow disciples. There is no need for you to be so roundabout. I am not a rigid individual. If you possess a better strategy, please share it." Yinshan contemplated silently, realizing that this young man must be Tao Yao's disciple. She perceived that Su Ming was deliberately seeking attention, yet out of respect for Tao Yao, she refrained from putting him in a difficult position. "Speak then, what is your plan?" As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. I believe that before we officially attack, we should send someone to gather intelligence from within Yuling Zone. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yunshan's eyes. She had anticipated Su Ming would propose a more ingenious tactic, yet his suggestion was merely to gather information. She had already dispatched someone for this task, but unfortunately, Yuling Zone's closed-off nature and stringent defenses made it difficult for ordinary individuals to infiltrate, rendering the intelligence gathered nearly worthless. "Yinchang Lao, we could send 2 female disciples to feign the intention of seeking apprenticeship at Yuling Zone, thereby gaining entry into their ranks," Su Ming continued. Upon hearing this, Yinshan's eyes brightened. How had she not thought of such a strategy? Initially assuming him to be inept, she was pleasantly surprised by his resourcefulness. "Indeed, your reasoning is sound," Yinshan expressed, casting a look of approval towards Su Ming. She then addressed the other disciples, "Who among you is willing to go to Yuling Zone as an inside informant?" Seeing no one speak, Yinshan felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. Coldly, she declared, "Those willing to venture to Yuling Zone will be rewarded with a foundation establishment pill." At this proclamation, interest was immediately piqued. Li Miao and Su Jiugu exchanged glances, stepping forward to volunteer. "Yinchang Lao, we are willing to go." Yunshan looked at the two. She knew they had a close relationship with Su Ming, and since there were exactly 2 of them, she decided to grant this favor. "Very well, you 2 shall be the ones," she affirmed. Following this, Yinshan produced 2 talismans and tossed them to the 2 women. "These are talismans I had crafted. They can unleash a strike comparable to that of a mid-foundation establishment practitioner. Keep them safe, and should you encounter danger, do not hesitate to use them. Upon your successful return, you will each receive a foundation establishment pill." The 2 women nodded solemnly and bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Elder." Concerned for their safety, Su Ming intended to offer additional advice, but instead sought permission from Yinshan to accompany the 2 women. This was only natural, and Yinshan did not impede him. "Go, but be cautious of your own safety," she advised. Su Ming led the 2 women away, instructing them, "Remember, as women, you can elicit more sympathy. After you join Yuling Zone, constantly reflect upon yourselves. Never reveal that you are disciples of Qi Sha men. If questioned, simply declare yourselves as wandering cultivators." The 2 women nodded repeatedly, softly replying, "Thank you for your guidance, Master." "Yes, go. And remember that your lives are of utmost importance." After giving his instructions, Su Ming watched as the 2 women soared toward the mountain gate of Yuling Zone. He intended to rejoin the main group, but sensed a familiar aura, causing him to frown slightly. What is that person doing here? Meanwhile, Su Jiugu and Li Miao reached the entrance of Yuling Zone, where they were immediately approached by a disciple on guard. "What business do you have?" Li Miao gracefully curtsied and stated, "We are here to seek apprenticeship." The guard frowned slightly but remained composed. "In that case, please wait here while I report to the elder." Before long, a middle-aged woman descended from the sky, scrutinizing the 2 women. "I observe that one of you is at the 9th level of Qi refinement, while the other has achieved the great perfection of Qi refinement. Why do you wish to join Yuling Zone?" Upon hearing this, Li Miao began to weep. Following Su Ming's teachings, she recounted their story in detail. Elder, you are unaware that we are disciples of Blood Sea sect, and we earnestly desire to cultivate the path of foundation establishment. Yet our sect is unjust, and its disciples harm one another. Moreover, male disciples seek to take advantage of us. As she spoke, her tears fell like rain. The middle-aged woman frowned, indignantly responding, "It is indeed challenging for female cultivators. Your arrival at Yuling Zone is fortuitous. Our sect is comprised entirely of female cultivators, and we would never allow infighting among our own." Li Miao and Su Jiuge nodded in agreement, inquiring, "Elder, may we join Yuling Zone? Your cultivation levels are commendable. You may enter the inner sect directly. But the sect has regulations that require certain contributions to join the inner sect. Therefore, you must accept the outer sect disciple tokens for now. Do you agree?" Li Miao understood that one must fully commit to the act. Feigning hesitation, she bit her lip and stated, "As long as we can find a shelter and have the opportunity for foundation establishment, we will accept being outer sect disciples." "Very well then, follow me." Yunshan commanded the disciples to form groups of 10 and lie in wait, instructing that no one should act without her command. After organizing these matters, she couldn't help but think of Su Ming. She considered Tao Yao's disciple to possess considerable talent and desired to speak with him privately. However, upon extending her divine sense, she found no trace of Su Ming within a 10-mile radius. Furrowing her brow, she pondered, "Has he not returned yet? I hope nothing untoward has happened." She swiftly took to the skies on her sword, heading toward the mountain gate of Yuling Zone. When she was 100 feet away, she halted to observe, noting that all appeared tranquil at the gate. Furthermore, the 2 talismans she had given were still within Yuling Zone, suggesting that no incidents had occurred. But where had that young man gone? At this moment, 30 miles away, in a concealed cave, "Sister, Yuling Zone is immensely powerful, and its defenses are formidable. Can we truly rescue our mother with just the 2 of us?" Bai Ling Air sighed softly, aware that within Yuling Zone, masters were abundant, making any rescue attempt seem daunting. Yet, having ventured from the extreme cold region to the realm of humanity solely to save their mother, how could they possibly give up? "Do not worry, I have my methods." The girl in the yellow dress was not naive. In such circumstances, what methods could possibly exist? "Ah, we meet again." Upon hearing the sound, both women turned their gazes towards the entrance of the cave. Their reactions were markedly different. Bai Linger's eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise, while the woman in the yellow dress exclaimed in exasperation, "Why are you here again? Are you following us?" Su Ming scoffed, "My time is precious. I have no leisure to pursue a little demon like you." Observing the playful banter between Su Ming and her sister, Bai Linger couldn't help but shake her head, recognizing the undeniable chemistry between them. Yet, she was also curious about how Su Ming had arrived at this location. Sensing Bai Linger's unspoken question, Su Ming replied with a smile, "If you wish to rescue your mother, I possess a solution." "What nonsense! What could you possibly offer?" She retorted, "I have my own methods, which are beyond your understanding, little girl." Su Ming's intense gaze fixed on Bai Linger as he continued, "If you truly wish to save your mother, we can converse privately." "Sister," Bai Linger furrowed her brow slightly and stated firmly, "You must leave for now." The woman in the yellow dress felt a surge of dissatisfaction, recalling a similar situation from before. Chapter 24. The ceremony of slaying demons. Half an hour later, Bai Linger rested her head against Su Ming's chest and inquired, "Do you truly have a solution?" "Of course. You two should remain here and await my news. I assure you, within 2 days, you shall reunite with your mother." As Su Ming donned his attire and exited the cave, he spotted the woman in the yellow robe and jested, "Are you planning to stand guard here? Humph. You better genuinely possess a method to rescue my mother. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. With that time, it would be wise for you to check on your sister first. What has happened to my sister? It appears she has been submerged. You shall discover the truth upon investigation." With that remark, Su Ming leapt onto his flying sword and soared toward Yuling Zone. As he approached, he was abruptly locked onto by a formidable aura. Before he could comprehend the situation, Elder Yunshan materialized before him, her voice cold and accusatory. "Where do you think you are going? Why are you acting alone?" Having searched for quite some time without locating Su Ming, Elder Yunshan was exceedingly displeased. "Is this a summons for reprimand?" Su Ming rubbed his nose, slightly exasperated. "Elder Yun, I was merely surveying the vicinity around Yuling Zone to see if I could glean any insights." "Oh, have you discovered anything?" Not particularly, but my two maidens have successfully infiltrated the inner sanctum of Yuling's zone. We simply need to be patient, and good news shall surely arrive. Very well, let us hope for that. With those words, Elder Yunshan transformed into a streak of light and departed. Su Ming shook his head slightly, feeling a sense of helplessness. Why does this woman feel so peculiar? Upon returning to his encampment, he randomly selected a large tree to meditate and rest. He felt confident that nothing would transpire before he received news from the two women. Thus he seized the opportunity to diligently cultivate. As time passed, the members of Qi Sha Min grew increasingly impatient. Even Elder Yunshan found it difficult to remain still, worrying that prolonged waiting might lead to exposure. Elder Yun, there is a development. Elder Yunshan, anxious, quickly inquired as Su Ming approached. What is it? My maidens have informed me that tomorrow Yuling's zone will hold the ceremony of slaying demons, providing us with an opportunity to strike. Elder Yunshan's expression brightened. Excellent. It seems fate is indeed on our side. Subsequently, Su Ming sought an opportunity to relay this message to Bai Linger. Upon learning that Yuling's zone would hold the ceremony of slaying demons, she was rendered utterly distraught. For the demon to be slain was undoubtedly her mother. Su Ming did not disclose the impending large-scale assault on Yuling's zone to the two women, but instead reassured Bai Linger to remain calm and simply await tomorrow's rendezvous. The following day, within the residence of the sect leader of Yuling's zone, Jiang Qingyu was occupied with her grooming, her complexion radiant and translucent, akin to a resilient plum blossoming amidst the snow. Her lustrous black hair cascaded down her waist like a waterfall, swaying gently in the breeze. With her willow-like brows slightly furrowed and her phoenix eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow, her softly pursed crimson lips revealed glimpses of pristine white teeth, exuding a faint melancholy. She sighed softly, the sound echoing like a whisper through the valleys, tinged with a sense of helplessness. Knock, 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 enter, creak. The door opened, and a middle-aged woman hurried in, bowing respectfully. Sect leader, a secret envoy from the Shadow-Killing Alliance has arrived, claiming to have urgent matters to discuss with you. A flicker of disdain crossed Jiang Qingyu's eyes. With impatience, she replied, with the ceremony imminent, I have numerous matters to attend to. Let them wait. The middle-aged woman, sensing the gravity of the situation, urged, Sect leader, that is a secret envoy from the Shadow-Killing Alliance. It may not be prudent to dismiss them. What harm is there? What of the Shadow-Killing Alliance? We owe them nothing, and do not think for a moment that I am unaware of their intentions. They surely wish for us to release the fox demon. Humph, if they wish to tame demons, let them capture them themselves. Although Yuling's zone had quietly become a subordinate force of the Shadow-Killing Alliance, it was not Jiang Qingyu's desire, and moreover, she had never held a favorable view of the overbearing methods of the Shadow-Killing Alliance. All matters must prioritize the ceremony of slaying demons. The middle-aged woman dared not further persuade and exited the room. Sigh. Jiang Qingyu heaved a profound sigh, bewildered by her master's decisions. Yuling's zone had long-standing ties with Qi Sha Min. Why then the secret collusion with the Shadow-Killing Alliance? While Yuling's zone was nominally a subordinate faction of Qi Sha Min, the latter had never imposed its will, but rather treated them with equality. In contrast, the Shadow-Killing Alliance allowed even the most insignificant outer disciples to act tyrannically within Yuling's zone, naturally provoking Jiang Qingyu's resentment. Had it not been for her master's decree to ally with the Shadow-Killing Alliance, she would have overturned it long ago. Jiang Qingyu sighed heavily, donned a flowing red robe, and soared toward the sect square. At this moment, the sect square was adorned with vibrant flowers and fluttering ribbons, with numerous auspicious clouds drifting above. In the center stood a grand martial arts arena, encircled by protective barriers. At the heart of the arena, a pillar rose, to which a monstrous creature with a fox's head and a human body was bound. The square was already teeming with disciples. And since Yuling's zone consisted entirely of female disciples, the air was thick with the scent of cosmetics. Li Miao and Su Jiuge mingled among the crowd, cautiously scanning their surroundings, awaiting the arrival of their comrades. Sisterly, I am curious. Why is the ceremony of slaying demons being held? Sister Su, you joined late, hence you may not be aware. The founder of Yuling's zone was drained of essence and tortured to death by demons, meeting a tragic end. Thus, Yuling's zone harbors a deep-seated enmity against the demon clan. Ah, I see. In that case, these demons truly deserve to be slain. Su Jiuge suddenly comprehended the fervor of the Yuling's zone disciples. Setting aside the conflicting positions, She held a certain admiration for Yu Lingzong. Enemies should indeed be eradicated without mercy. Suddenly, melodious celestial music resounded, akin to a clear mountain spring, enchanting and graceful. Countless petals descended from the sky, resembling a rain of blossoms. Jiang Qingyu soared through the air, approaching the square. The petals seemed to possess a spirit of their own, forming a bridge before her, leading directly to the high platform in the square. With measured steps, she ascended the high platform, and the entire audience fell silent. Clad in a red robe, her hair elegantly styled into a military crown, she radiated an aura of commanding presence. She cast her gaze over the assembled disciples below, cleared her throat, and spoke. Esteemed ones, welcome to this grand ceremony of demon slaying. Today, we convene not only to avenge the blood feud of our sect, but, more importantly, to collectively shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding the tranquility of the world. Though she was a woman, her words resonated with authority. The disciples below responded in unison, chanting, "Slay demons and eradicate evil, uphold the righteous path. Slay demons and eradicate evil, uphold the righteous path." Jiang Qingyu waved her delicate hand and commanded in a chilling voice, "Kill." At that moment, a chorus of battle cries echoed from beyond the mountain gate, harmonizing with her voice. Chapter 25, Disciples, let us annihilate the sect. In pursuit of victory, Yunshan led the disciples not aboard flying vessels, but instead, soared through the skies on their swords. Over 1,000 disciples, their feet upon flying swords, hovered in the air like a constellation illuminating the azure expanse, an awe-inspiring sight. Enemy attack, Jiang Qingyu exclaimed, gazing at the foes above. It is the people from Qishan Men. Quickly, activate the protective array. Although Yu Lingzong was a sect composed solely of women, their response in battle was commendable. From the moment they detected the incursion of Qishan Men to the activation of the Great Formation, only a few breaths had passed. However, despite their swiftness, many disciples still perished under the relentless assault, yet they managed to activate the protective array. With the protective array in place, Jiang Qingyu looked toward the approaching adversaries, suppressing her inner fury. She ascended into the air, standing on a petal, and coldly inquired, "May I ask this elder, why, after generations of amicable relations between our sects, do you come to my sect to slaughter my disciples?" At this moment, Yunshan curled her lips into a faint smile, mocking, "Since you have chosen to be the hounds of Yingsha Meng, you must understand that this day would inevitably arrive. The Yu Lingzong has but two paths ahead, to lay down your weapons and surrender, or to face annihilation at my hands." Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyu felt a flicker of hesitation. She bore no aversion to surrendering to Qishan Men. After all, Yu Lingzong was nominally a subsidiary of Qishan Men. However, such matters could not be decided by her alone. A middle-aged woman soared into the air, pointing her jade finger at Yunshan, and exclaimed angrily, "You vile woman, does Qishan Men think it can bully us, flaunting its might in my sect? Are you not afraid of the world's ridicule for such treachery? Umph, how naive of you to still hold such beliefs at your age," Yunshan retorted dismissively. "I have no desire to engage in further conversation. Since you refuse to surrender, then prepare to meet your demise." With that, Yunshan placed her hand upon the hilt of her sword and slowly drew it forth, an invincible aura coalescing around her. Simultaneously, her disciples, including Su Ming, unsheathed their spiritual weapons. Break! With a command from Yunshan, thousands of streams of spiritual light surged toward the protective formation of Yu Lingzong. The collision of spiritual light and formation produced a cacophony, yet the great formation of Yu Lingzong remained remarkably resilient, despite the onslaught of 1,000 beams. It appeared largely unscathed. However, Jiang Qingyu dared not relax, for the true threat lay in Yunshan. Boom! The aura emanating from Yunshan resembled a mighty river in flood. With a sudden flourish of her delicate hand, she unleashed a sword chi that sliced through the air like a crescent moon, crashing towards the formation. As the moonlit sword chi struck the protective array, it tore open a gaping wound. Seeing this, Jiang Qingyu shouted urgently, "Disciples of the formation, quickly repair the array." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than a dozen disciples specializing in formations ascended into the air, racing toward the breach, yet just as they reached midair, they sensed a wave of dangerous energy. From the shadows emerged dozens of spiritual arrows. Puff, puff, puff. The formation disciples were struck by the arrows, collapsing to the ground like headless flies. Outside the array, Yunshan burst into laughter upon witnessing this. Excellent, Su Ming. Your little maid has accomplished a great service. Seizing the opportunity as Li Miao and her companion dispatched the formation disciples, Yunshan swiftly unleashed another sword strike. Boom. The array shattered like fragile glass, leaving Yulingzong exposed and vulnerable. Disciples, let us annihilate the sect, Yunshan declared, charging towards Jiang Qingyu. If she could capture this rebellious leader, Yulingzong would crumble without further resistance. Protect the sect leader. A disciple of Yulingzong rushed forward to impede Yunshan's advance. Humph, you overestimate yourselves. Yunshan scoffed, her blade shimmering with cold light as the sword Qi lashed out like a dragon, obliterating all who dared to block her path. You vile woman, for slaying my disciples, you shall pay. Jiang Qingyu's expression remained icy as she brandished her spiritual sword, unleashing a chilling sword Qi. The moon spirit sword technique she practiced was of the extreme cold attribute. Every attack carried with it a frigid essence that, upon inflicting damage upon an enemy, would linger within them, gnawing at their vitality. Like Yunshan, Jiang Qingyu believed that if she could withstand Yunshan's onslaught, her sect could leverage its home-ground advantage to turn the tide. As Jiang Qingyu charged towards her, a flicker of disdain crossed Yunshan's eyes. You are utterly foolish. A mere foundation establishment dares to act so recklessly before a golden core practitioner. With a casual wave, Yunshan neutralized and repelled Jiang Qingyu's attack. Just as Yunshan prepared to unleash another strike to eliminate Jiang Qingyu, a voice laden with decay resonated. Elder Yun, as a golden core powerhouse, is it appropriate for you to bully my disciple? Ah, old dog of the moon, I thought you had perished, yet here you are, still clinging to life. In an instant, a white-robed crone appeared in the sky, resembling a skeletal figure with flowing white hair, her wrinkled visage capable of trapping flies. Hee, as my lifespan approaches its end, I have broken through a minor realm. Thus, I still linger in this world. It seems I have disappointed Elder Yin. Master, Jiang Qingyu exclaimed, bowing deeply upon seeing the crone. The crone waved her hand and continued toward Yunshan. Elder Yun, why not consider my face and cease hostilities? You old dog, what face do you possess? My purpose here is to eliminate you. Oh, is there truly no room for negotiation? I can withdraw and lead my disciples away. How does that sound? Kill. Yunshan's stance was adamant, and the smile faded from the crone's face, replaced by a sinister expression. In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless. Qingyu, let us join forces and slay this madwoman here. Although the crone shared the same early golden core realm as Yunshan, her age had weakened her vitality, and she sought to collaborate with her disciple to confront Yunshan. Disciples, obey. Jiang Qingyu nodded. Now that relations with Qi Sha Min had irrevocably soured, they could only align completely with Sha Ming according to her master's strategy. Chapter 26. The return. Yunshan beheld the approaching duo, an involuntary laugh escaping her lips. Did they truly believe that two of them could contend with her? Today, she would impart to them the true essence of Qi Sha. To prevent the battle from affecting the ordinary disciples, the three warriors instinctively relocated their confrontation to the skies, far removed from the battlefield below. Though Yunshan possessed the profound arts of her sect, facing two adversaries simultaneously proved to be a formidable challenge, resulting in a stalemate in their clash. However, Yunshan remained unperturbed. The aging patriarch of Yulingzong would not endure for long. Meanwhile, the battlefield below had devolved into a one-sided affair. The participants in this mission were all elite disciples of Qi Sha Min, accustomed to executing lethal tasks. Naturally, they held a significant advantage over the pampered disciples of Yulingzong. The disciples of Qi Sha Min paired off, coordinating their efforts, one taking the offensive while the other defended. Spells flew like shooting stars, and weapons gleamed with lethal brilliance. Su Ming, wielding a sharp blade, navigated the theater of conflict, occasionally unleashing a flurry of talismans that summoned crackling thunder, demonstrating formidable power. Observing the overwhelming advantage of his side, Su Ming resolved to rescue Bai Ling Er's mother. Otherwise, he would inevitably face consequences once the battle concluded. With his mind made up, Su Ming charged towards the arena, but his path was abruptly obstructed by a figure materializing a mere 10 paces away. Clad in dark robes, the newcomer emanated an aura of decay, his sinister visage sending chills down the spine. In the aerial battlefield, Yunshan sensed the presence of a formidable opponent and cast a glance downward, her heart gripped by shock. How could the elder from Yulingzong still be alive? Noticing Yunshan's confusion, Jiang Qingyu coldly remarked. Did you all think our esteemed elder perished in battle? You could not have fathomed that while he failed to attain the golden core, he has utilized the demon core to forge a false core, extending his lifespan. So that was the case. Yunshan's expression grew slightly cold. Although a false core cultivator's strength could not be compared to that of a golden core master, they were still superior to foundational cultivators. Concern began to rise within her. The emergence of such a high-level combatant could indeed sway the tide of battle. Let the blood and souls serve as my nourishment. The elder cackled, brandishing a large banner that released waves of malevolent energy. The three disciples surrounding him were engulfed by this malevolence, their bodies visibly withering before they were reduced to mere ashes in moments. Delicious. The elder licked his lips, continuously waving the banner, each motion claiming multiple lives. This old fiend possessed extraordinary strength. Su Ming, not one to act recklessly, recognized the elder's formidable power and wisely refrained from charging him blindly. Instead, he intended to continue his mission to rescue Bai Ling Er's mother, fulfilling the promise he made to her. Thus, while the elder remained preoccupied, he swiftly maneuvered around to the arena. At that moment, Bai Ling also arrived. Upon witnessing her mother bound and in distress, she let out a heart-wrenching cry. "Mother, I am here." The old fox opened her eyes, seeing her daughter and an unfamiliar young man rushing towards her, a complex array of emotions flickering in her gaze. "Foolish girl, what are you doing here?" "I have come to save you," Bai Ling exclaimed, furiously slashing at the demon-binding chains that restrained her mother. However, being a demon herself, she found the chains to be insurmountable. Observing this, Su Ming spoke up. "You should step back for now. Let me handle it." He raised his spirit sword high, infusing it with spiritual energy, and with one decisive strike, severed the chains, causing the old fox to collapse onto the ground. Bai Ling hurriedly rushed to embrace her mother, channeling her own demon power into her. Su Ming refrained from interrupting the reunion of mother and daughter, instead turning back to the battlefield. Yet, due to the elder's presence, Yuling Zong had gained a resurgence, and the disciples of Qi Sha Men found themselves in retreat. Witnessing this turn of events, Su Ming sighed softly. For now, his only option was to endure and await the outcome of the aerial skirmish. While engaging in combat, he observed the battlefield, noting that Li Miao and Su Jiugu were fending off enemies together, unharmed, which offered him slight reassurance. However, his relief was short-lived as he noticed that Hong Ying had caught the elder's attention. After dispatching her adversary with a spear, she suddenly sensed a chilling presence. Lifting her gaze, she beheld the elder of Qi Sha Men swinging his large banner toward her. Having witnessed the elder's terrifying capabilities, fear crept into her heart. She feared she would meet her end today. Yet, as her trepidation began to wane, she resolved to confront her fate with valor. "If I am to die, let it be with grandeur." Gritting her teeth, Hong Ying charged toward the elder. "Foolish." The elder's eyes gleamed with disdain as he waved the banner, summoning a torrent of malevolence toward Hong Ying. Just as she was about to be engulfed, Su Ming dashed forward, wrapping his arms around her waist and evading the lethal energy. At such a moment, "You still have the gall to play the hero," the elder sneered. "Then let us both become my nourishment." Just as the elder prepared to raise his banner again, a voice rang out. "Little one, I shall assist you." In that instant, a creature with the head of a fox and the body of a human appeared before Su Ming, shielding him. "You have saved my life and my daughter's. Though I am a demon, I understand the value of gratitude." The old fox stepped forth, not merely to repay a debt, but also to avenge the inhumane torment inflicted upon her by Yuling Zong. This vendetta would not go unpunished. Chapter 27. Relying on the monstrous beast. "Do you dare to stand in my way?" The old guardian bellowed furiously, brandishing a large banner as he charged towards the old fox. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Ming felt a slight sense of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, the immediate crisis had been averted. He glanced down at the woman in his arms, only to find her gazing at him with deep affection. Hong Ying never anticipated that someone would willingly risk their life to save her. Though Su Ming yearned to utter some words of comfort, the battlefield was ever-changing and allowed no room for romantic sentiments. He gently set Hong Ying down and solemnly instructed her to protect herself. With those words left behind, he turned and rejoined the fray, yet his gaze remained fixed on the old guardian. Although Bai Ling's mother was a third-tier beast, years of confinement had left her physically weakened, and after engaging the old guardian, she gradually began to falter. Bai Ling, heartbroken for her mother, fought valiantly nearby, but her limited strength offered little assistance. Su Ming furrowed his brow, contemplating that it would be prudent to join forces to vanquish the old fiend first. Su Ming. Upon seeing Su Ming arrive, Bai Ling'er's eyes sparkled with hope. An involuntary sense of reliance surged within her. He has come. Surely, the tide will turn. We must eliminate this fiend. With blade in hand, Su Ming coldly regarded the old guardian. Do you think this little brat can kill me? The old guardian, seemingly unfazed by the old fox's assault, appeared to handle the situation with ease. If all went according to plan, he would eventually wear the old fox down. Old dog, let me show you the sharpness of my sword. Su Ming charged forward, and wherever the blade passed, shadows of bamboo danced. The bamboo shadow technique bestowed by his master, Tao Yao, had reached an extraordinary level in his hands. What an annoying brat. A flicker of annoyance crossed the old guardian's eyes. Although Su Ming's swordplay could not inflict substantial harm upon him, the dazzling display was undeniably bothersome. You little brat, I shall kill you. Seething with rage, the old guardian abandoned the old fox and charged at Su Ming. Daughter. Given Su Ming's proximity to Bai Ling'er, the old fox, driven by paternal instinct, spat out its beast core and, after frantically channeling energy, hurled it towards the old guardian. You wretched beast, do you not care for your own life? The old fox's beast core was a genuine third-tier core, far superior to the old guardian's counterfeit. Upon collision, the old guardian felt a surge in his throat, spewing a mouthful of black blood, his aura visibly diminishing. What a wretched beast, possessing such audacity. Having uttered this, the old guardian unexpectedly fled without a backward glance, much to Su Ming and the others' astonishment. However, upon reflection, Su Ming realized that the old guardian held no true loyalty to the Moon Spirit sect, merely serving in a guardian capacity. It was entirely reasonable for him to flee for his life. Although it was regrettable that the old fiend had escaped, his departure ultimately favored the Seven Kill sect. Without the old guardian's interference, the disciples of the Seven Kill sect surged forward, swiftly turning the tide of battle. Thank you, young master. The old fox, breathless, offered a slight bow to Su Ming. There is no need for such formalities. While I have saved your life, you have also done me a great service by driving off that old fiend. We are even. Indeed, creatures of man and beast cannot coexist. It is inconvenient for us to linger here. Should fate allow, I shall express my gratitude again when we meet. With that, the old fox disregarded Bai Ling'er's wishes and pulled her away from the battlefield. Below, the situation on the battlefield had become clear, yet the battle above raged on without respite. The ancestor of the Moon Spirit sect grew increasingly emboldened, bolstered by Jiang Qingyu, who was no ordinary opponent. Despite Yun Shan's best efforts, she could not find a breakthrough. Qingyu, do not lose focus. Let us focus all our strength on this wretched woman. If we can subdue her and take her to the Shadow Kill Alliance, your path to the Golden Core will be assured. Yes, master. Jiang Qingyu clenched her silver teeth, harboring deep resentment towards Yun Shan for leading an assault on the Moon Spirit sect. This grudge must be vented. In stark contrast to the slightly cautious approach of the Moon Spirit sect's ancestor, Jiang Qingyu fought recklessly. Jiang Sect Master, what kind of hero are you when you resort to 2 against 1? I shall fight you. Su Ming suddenly appeared, blocking Jiang Qingyu's path. Before she could respond, Yun Shan shouted angrily, You brat, what chaos are you adding to this battle? Although Su Ming was a disciple of Tao Yao, his low cultivation level led Yun Shan to dismiss him as inconsequential. Elder Yun, focus on the battle, leave this little girl to me. Impudent. A flicker of irritation crossed Jiang Qingyu's eyes. You little brat, since you seek death, I shall grant your wish. After a prolonged battle, Jiang Qingyu was utterly exhausted, having depleted more than half of her spiritual energy, yet she believed her superior cultivation would easily allow her to handle the insignificant Su Ming. Brandishing her ice blade, she charged at Su Ming like a ferocious eagle. However, Su Ming had no intention of engaging her directly. The disparity in cultivation was too great, and he had no desire to perish needlessly. As Jiang Qingyu closed in, Su Ming swiftly unleashed the dream cloud illusion. Jiang Qingyu, charging forward, was caught off guard and plummeted rapidly to the ground. The Moon Spirit sect ancestor, witnessing this, shouted, You little brat. What have you done to her? You should worry about yourself first. After casting the dream cloud illusion, Su Ming's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He hurriedly consumed a vitality pill to restore some energy before forcibly casting the dream cloud illusion on the ancestor as well. Caught off guard, The ancestor fell victim to the illusion, though his strength was significantly greater than Su Ming's, and this time the illusion was forcibly cast, merely causing him to lose focus momentarily. Yet for Yun Shan, a seasoned warrior, even this slight distraction was enough to threaten her life. With a swift motion, Yun Shan lunged at the Moon Spirit Sect ancestor with her sword. The ancestor, regaining his senses, quickly dodged. Although he avoided a fatal blow, Yun Shan's subsequent strike landed squarely. Uffed. The Moon Spirit Sect ancestor coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Yun Shan wasted no time, pursuing relentlessly and decapitating him with her sword. At that moment, Jiang Qingyu awakened from the illusion, witnessing her master's head severed before her eyes, and she was instantly consumed by rage. Yet she understood she was no match for Yun Shan, so she could only suppress her hatred and prepare to escape using her evasion technique. Upon witnessing this, Yun Shan could not help but emit a cold snort. How could she allow you to escape? With a flourish of her sword, she unleashed a wave of sword energy. However, Jiang Qingyu, in a desperate bid for survival, did not hesitate to expend her own vital essence, employing a secret technique to elude capture. Consequently, after enduring a strike from Yun Shan, she managed to withdraw from the battlefield using her evasion method. Yun Shan mused that the woman, having taken her blow, was surely on the brink of death. Thus, she dismissed the matter from her mind and directed her disciples to eliminate the remnants of the Yuling sect. It is noteworthy that with Jiang Qingyu fleeing and the ancestral figure of the Yuling sect perished, the disciples of the sect had lost all will to resist, with many fleeing and others surrendering. At that moment, Yun Shan remembered Su Ming, the lad who had continuously employed secret techniques, rendering himself exhausted and plummeting from the skies. She was uncertain of his condition. She hurriedly extended her spiritual awareness to search for him, yet found no trace of Su Ming, causing her heart to tighten with anxiety. This lad must not perish here, otherwise, Tao Yao would undoubtedly hold her accountable. However, as there were no remains on the battlefield, it was likely he had not fallen in battle. With a slight sense of relief, Yun Shan began to command her disciples to tidy up the battlefield. Chapter 28. Captive. Meanwhile, Su Ming was diligently searching for the whereabouts of Jiang Qingyu. He believed that after enduring a strike, the woman could not have fled far. However, after an extensive search, he failed to uncover her trace. Reluctantly, he decided to pause his search and sought a place to restore his spiritual energy. Although the Yuling Zone had been annihilated, remnants of its members were still at large, and encountering them could lead to considerable trouble. Fully focused on recuperating, he had no time to communicate with Su Jioga and the others. He found a cave, set up a barrier, and began meditating to restore his strength. After a span of 4 to 5 hours, he concluded his meditation and emerged from the cave, greeted by a sky full of stars. In the direction of the Yuling Zone, a great fire blazed, illuminating the night with its fierce light. Jiang Qingyu stood atop the treetops, gazing at the sect that was about to be consumed by flames. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with fury, her chest rising and falling with agitation. Qi Shaman, I shall not rest until we are at odds. Despite her earlier betrayal, she loathed the ruthlessness of Qi Shaman, yearning for vengeance for the fallen disciples. Yet, she understood that as a mere foundational cultivator, she was no match for the formidable Qi Shaman. To seek revenge, she must rely on Ying Shameng. Jiang Qingyu's complexion was pale, her lips devoid of color, having endured a grievous wound from Yun Shan's sword, nearly crossing the threshold of death. Fortunately, she carried a precious healing elixir, which had sustained her life. Sighing heavily, she prepared to leap down from the treetop when she suddenly noticed a figure standing below. It's you. Jiang Qingyu could hardly believe she had encountered the little thief from Qi Shamen in this place. It was this individual who had ensnared her in that shameless illusion, leading to the sect's downfall. How did you know I was here? Jiang Qingyu was perplexed. She had hidden away for so long without anyone discovering her presence. This little brat seemed almost prophetic, having found her hiding spot. Well, someone as sentimental as you would surely want to check on your sect, and this is the ideal vantage point, Su Ming remarked. A bitter smile appeared on Jiang Qingyu's face, realizing the reason for his visit. Little thief, face my sword. Jiang Qingyu forced herself to take a breath and lunged at Su Ming with her sword. Severely wounded, she found her attack easily evaded as Su Ming sidestepped and seized her arm. Your sword is too feeble to harm me. With a flick of his fingers, he disarmed her, turning her weapon against her neck. Submit and become my captive. Humph, even in death, I shall not yield to you, little thief. Upon uttering these words, Jiang Qingyu attempted to press the sword to her throat to end her life. However, Su Ming swiftly retracted the sword, grasping her chin instead, and remarked, "Such a beautiful flower. It would be a shame for it to perish. Little thief, a gentleman may be killed but cannot be insulted. You capture me merely to claim credit for your sect. Once I'm dead, you can still present my head for accolades. No, I shall not kill you." Hearing this, Jiang Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Su Ming's intentions. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming focused his mind and conjured a He Huan Gu, flicking it into her body. "What have you done to me?" Jiang Qingyu's expression hardened as she began to check herself, finding no apparent signs of harm. "Nothing much, merely implanted a gu within you. From now on, you shall be my slave." Jiang Qingyu's face turned ashen with fury. "Little thief, I will never allow you to succeed." She attempted to summon her spiritual energy to sever her own meridians. In response, Su Ming activated the He Huan Gu. Instantly, Jiang Qingyu's body weakened, collapsing helplessly to the ground. "You cannot escape, nor can you die." Overwhelmed by indignation, tears welled in her beautiful eyes. "Little thief, what do you truly desire?" Su Ming grasped her delicate hand, exuding a sense of helplessness. "In the prime of your youth, why seek death? Besides, did you not wish for revenge? How can you avenge yourself if you are dead?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyu's anger began to subside slightly. "Wait for me. I will kill you. Yes, I will be waiting." However, before that, in the Ying Sha Ming, the main hall, the deputy leader and Tianyu entered with a look of trepidation, saying, "Leader, we just received news that Yu Ling Zong has been annihilated." A tall, jade-like youth on stage bore a troubled expression. "Yu Ling Zong has fallen. Qi Xiaomin is indeed ruthless." Li Daoyuan sighed softly. Having just begun to see results from his plan to trap Qi Xiaomin disciples, only for them to make a new move. And Tianyu's face was filled with anger as he said, "Leader, why don't we strike first against Qi Xiaomin?" Li Daoyuan frowned slightly. "War is not a trivial matter. Even if we engage, we must plan carefully. Intelligence indicates that Qi Xiaomin has initiated for extermination missions. Since Yu Ling Zong has fallen, the other three sects could be targeted at any moment. Tianyu, send someone to closely monitor Qi Xiaomin's movements and remain ready to assist the three sections." And Tianyu nodded and proclaimed, "Understood, leader." Chapter 29. Qingyun inside the cave. Su Ming sat cross-legged, the spiritual energy within his body surging like raging waves. What was once a vast lake of spiritual power had now transformed into an immense sea. Jiang Qingyu, having reached the peak of foundation establishment and possessing an untouched purity, provided an exceptionally rich source of primordial yin energy. This allowed Su Ming to stand just a step away from advancing to the late stage of foundation establishment. As for Jiang Qingyu, after her encounter with Su Ming, her internal injuries had mostly healed, and her own spiritual energy had been restored. She held her sword, several times on the verge of striking Su Ming, but ultimately lowered her weapon. After a long moment of hesitation, she sighed inwardly. "It must be because of that curse he placed on me. Otherwise, how could I possibly refrain from delivering a fatal blow?" Although Su Ming was meditating with his eyes closed, the woman's movements did not escape his notice. Seeing her lower her sword, a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Now is the best time to kill me. Why aren't you making a move?" Jiang Qingyu snorted coldly. "Your 7-kill sect may be heartless, but I am not without honor. You, little thief, inadvertently saved my life, so I naturally will not repay kindness with enmity. However, next time, I will surely take your head." "Very well, I'll be waiting. But I have a question. What are your plans afterward?" From the very beginning, Su Ming had no intention of taking her back to the 7-kill sect or keeping her as a slave by his side, as that would be too conspicuous. Moreover, he sensed that Jiang Qingyu was no ordinary woman and sympathized with her plight. Thus, he did not truly treat her as a slave to be humiliated at will. Instead, he continued to afford her a certain degree of personal respect. Upon hearing Su Ming's question, a flicker of confusion passed over Jiang Qingyu's face. Originally, she had intended to seek refuge with the Shadow Kill Alliance, hoping to borrow their strength to avenge her sect's disciples. But now, her state of mind had shifted, and she no longer wished to join the Shadow Kill Alliance. After all, from start to finish, their ideals had never aligned with hers. "My affairs are none of your concern." They are indeed none of my concern. But if I ever miss you, where should I go to find you?" Jiang Qingyu's expression grew complex. After 2 cold snorts, she walked toward the cave entrance. In the end, She could not resist speaking up. I'll head to the Junsheng first. Upon returning to the seven-kill sect, before Su Ming could even reach his own cave dwelling, he encountered the great elder, Fong Butong. Su Ming, the sect master requests your presence. Following behind the great elder, Su Ming felt a trace of doubt arise in his heart. What could the alliance leader want with him? He stepped forward, offering a slight bow as he respectfully inquired, Great Elder, might you reveal what matter the sect master wishes to discuss with me? You'll find out once you arrive. Seeing Su Ming's concerned expression, Fong Butong smiled and said, Rest assured, it is definitely good news. You young men are truly remarkable. Looking at you now reminds me of my own youth. I can no longer deny the passage of time. You flatter me, Great Elder. You are the steadfast pillar of the seven-kill sect. As they chatted, they arrived at the seven-kill hall. An elegant middle-aged man sat at the head seat. Su Ming promptly bowed. Disciple pays respects to the sect master. Xiao Bufan made a slight gesture with his hand, smiling as he said, There is no need for such formalities. In the battle against the Moon Spirit sect, you rendered outstanding service and played a decisive role in turning the tide. Truly, heroes emerge from among the youth. Only then did Su Ming realize that after Elder Yunshan returned, she had truthfully reported the events of the Moon Spirit sect battle to the sect master. This came as quite a surprise to him, as he had initially assumed Yunshan would claim the credit for herself. He never expected that woman to portray him as the key to victory in that battle. Su Ming, having a young hero like you is an honor for our seven-kill sect. Not long ago, I heard from Tao Yao that you have been cultivating the bamboo shadow sword technique. In that case, I shall bestow upon you the sword I wielded in my youth as a reward for this mission. How does that sound? Beside him, Fong Butong, noticing Su Ming's silence, hurriedly urged, Silly boy, what are you waiting for? Quickly express your gratitude. Only then did Su Ming react, offering a slight bow. Thank you, sect master. Xiao Bufan nodded with satisfaction. This sword is named Qing Yun. I hope it will shine brilliantly in your hands. As he spoke, he retrieved a sword from his spatial ring and tossed it to Su Ming. Catching the sword, Su Ming sensed its aura and could not help but feel immense joy. It was actually a top-grade profound tier spiritual sword. Even ordinary golden core cultivators might not possess a flying sword of such quality. Thank you, sect master. Su Ming spoke these words with genuine sincerity. After listening to the sect master's words of encouragement, Su Ming took his leave. Great Elder, I find this young man truly exceptional. Indeed, he possesses both courage and wisdom. Tao Yao has taken in a fine disciple. Haha, at first she even complained, saying she didn't want to take on a disciple. Now it seems she must be quite fond of this apprentice. Otherwise, she wouldn't have bestowed the bamboo shadow sword technique upon him. Yes, I hope these young people can grow swiftly. Xiao Bufan let out a soft sigh. Returning to his cave dwelling, Su Ming carefully examined the Qing Yun sword. Not only was its quality extraordinary, but its design was also exquisite, and he cherished it greatly. Just then, he sensed that the restrictions he had set up had been triggered. He quickly extended a strand of divine sense to investigate. Upon sensing the visitor, he could not help but feel surprised. What is this woman doing here? With a wave of his hand, he deactivated the restrictions. A few moments later, Hong Ying walked in. Today, the woman was not clad in silver armor, nor did she wear her hair in a ponytail. Instead, she was dressed in a light purple gown, her long hair styled into a princess bun, and her delicate lips adorned with vermilion rouge. However, the heroic spirit between her brows could not be concealed by the makeup. Suppressing the stirring in his heart, Su Ming asked, Hong Ying, what brings you here? Hearing this, a trace of shyness flickered in Hong Ying's beautiful eyes as she softly parted her lips. I came to thank you for saving my life. That day on the battlefield, you rescued me, a kindness I cannot repay. It's nothing. Between fellow sect members, there is no need to speak of repayment. No, a life-saving grace cannot be treated lightly. Given the current gap between us, I truly have nothing of value to offer in return. After much thought, I believe the only way to repay you is to serve you diligently. You mean you wish to become my maidservant? Hong Ying nodded. That is right. I am willing to be your maidservant. Su Ming smiled, a playful look on his face. Being my maidservant entails more than just performing a servant's duties. Hong Ying's delicate face flushed slightly. She was no naive young girl and naturally understood the implication behind Su Ming's words. Taking a deep breath, she said, I know. Whatever it is, I am willing. Su Ming strode over, grasping the woman's chin as he gazed at her charming, lovely face. In that case, let me assess whether you are qualified to be my maidservant. Chapter 30 The Great Wilderness Destruction Finger, Mu Family. Father, who has brought you to such a state? Upon returning from the Shishin Dao sect, Mu Yun hurried to visit his ailing father, only to find him emaciated and frail, which filled his heart with immense sorrow. Upon seeing his eldest son return, Mu Tian turned his eyes and hoarsely said, Yuner, you have finally returned. A cultivator can regenerate severed limbs. But the sword energy of Tao Yao is not easily dispelled. Thus, he remains crippled to this day. Father, who has done this to you? Yuner, your younger brother has been killed, Mu Tian said with a face full of grief. What? Mu Yun's anger surged, and he shouted, Who has killed my younger brother? It was a disciple of the Seven Kills sect. I went to seek justice, but was met with treachery, Mu Tian lamented. Damn it! How dare the Seven Kills sect humiliate my Mu family like this? Mu Yun gritted his teeth and declared, We have suffered such great humiliation, and the family will not take action? Humph, since they will not act, I shall seek justice myself. Yuner, do not act impulsively. Mu Tian quickly intervened, his brow furrowed with concern. Yuner, of course, the feud must be avenged, but allow me to finish. Mu Yun could only suppress his anger and listen to his father's words. Yuner, what you do not know is that the one who killed your brother is a disciple of the Seven Kills elder, Tao Yao. That day, when I sought justice for Hauer, Tao Yao without hesitation severed both of my arms. She is arrogant and tyrannical, declaring that if any elder of the Mu family dares to touch her disciple, she will annihilate the Mu family. How can such a mere elder of the Seven Kills sect be so audacious, thinking my Mu family has no one, that I have no support from the Shishin Dao sect? Mu Tian sighed heavily and said, However, the family already has a plan for revenge. Now that the Seven Kills sect and the Shadow Kill Alliance are at odds, they will eventually engage in a decisive battle. We have already sent envoys to contact the Shadow Kill Alliance. Coincidentally, Yuner, your master is also a high-ranking official in the Shishin Dao sect. You can act as a bridge to have your sect join in, and together we can annihilate the Seven Kills sect. Indeed, Father, this plan could lead to the complete destruction of the Seven Kills sect, avenging my brother. However, before that, I must collect some interest. Since Tao Yao has said that she would have nothing to say if someone of the same generation killed her disciple, then it is only fitting that with my perfected foundational cultivation, I can surely deal with that little brat. Hong Ying has already reached the foundational stage and is in perfect form. Su Ming has finally shattered the barrier and successfully entered the late foundational stage. Seeing Su Ming with his eyes closed in meditation, Hong Ying was taken aback. Not long ago, Su Ming was at the same level as her, merely at the perfected qi refining stage, and now he has advanced to the late foundational stage. Such a pace of cultivation is truly astonishing. Hong Ying couldn't help but feel fortunate to be Su Ming's maid. It might be the wisest decision of her life. However, she must also strive hard, or else if her realm falls too far behind Su Ming's, she would not even be worthy of being a maid. Meanwhile, Su Ming was immersed in his sea of consciousness, feeling the stirrings of the He Huan immortal cauldron with his breakthrough. The cracks in the small cauldron seemed to have diminished. Then he saw a beam of golden light shoot from the cauldron, and Su Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The last time the cauldron emitted golden light, it granted him the Yun Ming illusion, aiding him significantly. He wondered what miraculous ability it would provide this time. In the blink of an eye, the golden light shot directly into Su Ming's brow, and lines of golden characters entered his mind. The Great Wilderness Destruction Finger. Another technique, and one of an offensive nature. Su Ming felt a surge of joy. He eagerly began to study it, but after meticulous examination, he found himself at a loss with his comprehension. He was unable to grasp this technique. It shouldn't be. No matter how profound the skill, one should at least be able to enter the gate. But what is the matter with this technique? Su Ming, unwilling to give up, studied it several more times, yet remained bewildered. Could it be that this finger technique differs from sword techniques, requiring a higher level of comprehension? Su Ming's thoughts momentarily stirred. No, during the Seven Kills trial, he had obtained a finger technique, the Wind Thunder Finger, which he had cultivated to a high level. Perhaps he could utilize his understanding of the Wind Thunder Finger to cultivate this technique, as the stones from other mountains can carve jade. Su Ming immediately transformed his insights from the Wind Thunder Finger into the Great Wilderness Destruction Finger, and indeed made progress. In the outside world, Hong Ying noticed that Su Ming remained in a meditative state for an extended period and felt puzzled. Master, have you gained some insights into your techniques? Why have you not awakened yet? Though doubtful, Hong Ying remained dutiful and promptly exited Su Ming's cave, setting several restrictions, and retrieved her long spear from her storage bag, standing guard at the entrance of the cave. She stood watch for an entire day and night. Finally, he comprehended it. Su Ming let out a long sigh of relief as he awoke from his meditation. As he had anticipated, based on the wind thunder finger, he had managed to barely grasp the fundamentals of the great wilderness destruction finger. After delving deeper, Su Ming felt that this technique was indeed extraordinary. He was eager to find someone to test it out, but upon awakening, he noticed Hong Ying was nowhere to be found. He hurriedly went out to search and discovered Hong Ying guarding the entrance, which moved him deeply. "You have stood guard here all night?" Hong Ying nodded and said, "Since there was nothing else to do, I stayed here for a while." "Well, just in time. I have something to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Hong Ying was thrilled. Being able to do something for Su Ming was her greatest desire. "What is it?" "It's nothing much. Let us have a spar." "This." Hong Ying hesitated slightly and self-deprecatingly said, "Master, you jest. How could I possibly fight against you?" "Nonsense. I will suppress my cultivation to match yours." "Are we really going to fight?" "Indeed, we are." Su Ming immediately suppressed his cultivation and called out to Hong Ying, "Come, let me see your skills." "Very well." Hong Ying's spirit stirred. Once a genius of the outer sect, she had long wished to spar with Su Ming during the 7 kills trial, but the opportunity had eluded her. Now that she could finally engage, it was quite satisfactory. Thunderbolt Spear. This move was Hong Ying's most prized technique, a high-level yellow-grade battle skill, with tremendous power. "Master, please be careful." Hong Ying anticipated that Su Ming would choose to evade her attack, which would play into her hands, as she had another move waiting for him. However, when she brandished her spear and charged towards Su Ming with the ferocity of thunder, she was astonished to discover that he did not flinch or evade. Why did he not? Before Hong Ying could complete her thought, she sensed a turbulent energy brewing. This energy instilled in her a chilling sense of impending doom. She attempted to withdraw her spear, only to find it seemingly ensnared within his spiritual barrier, rendering her unable to penetrate or extract it. Time was running out. As Hong Ying sought to abandon her weapon, a powerful hand seized her shoulder. Su Ming had locked onto her precisely to counter her attack. How could he allow her to escape? "Hong Ying, I shall heal your wounds after this." Su Ming bellowed, as his fingers pressed against her abdomen, unleashing a primal aura. Great Desolation Destruction Finger. At this moment, Su Ming was merely a novice, capable of executing only a single finger strike, yet the might of this technique was nothing short of terrifying. All rivers return to the sea, torrents coalesce. A brilliant beam of light suddenly shot forth. Hong Ying was like a fragile piece of cotton, violently torn asunder by a tempest, hurtling back 10 zhong. One finger to defeat the foe. Grasping her spear, Hong Ying knelt on one knee, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, and weakly uttered, "This is impossible. I am no match for my master." Su Ming smiled and replied, "You have performed admirably." Internally, Su Ming was elated. The Great Desolation Destruction Finger was indeed extraordinary, its power far surpassing that of the Wind Thunder Finger. He believed that if he were to confront Jiang Qingyu again, he could subdue her even without resorting to the Cloud Dream illusion. The true essence of divine abilities lay in their capacity to enable one to battle beyond their means. Chapter 31. The Decapitation Mission, Ling Hai Zone, Grand Hall. Ever since the annihilation of Yuling Zone, Wang Hai felt as though a sword hung ominously above him, poised to strike at any moment. He had dispatched messengers to Ying Sha Meng seeking assistance, yet no word had reached him thus far. How infuriating! That scoundrel in Tianyu, who had once courted our alliance with flattering words, now seems indifferent to our plight. Cursed be the day. Had I foreseen this outcome, I would never have betrayed Qi Shaman. Regret gnawed at Wang Hai's heart, yet the path of retreat was irrevocably closed. He could only confront Qi Shaman with unwavering determination. Alas, waiting idly was not an option. Ying Sha Meng proved unreliable, and he had to rely on his own strength. Suddenly, an idea struck Wang Hai. Perhaps a coalition of the 3 sects could be formed. At the very least to mount some resistance, and perhaps even await reinforcements from Ying Sha Meng. Without delay, he drafted a message using a transmission talisman, instructing a disciple to deliver it to the other 2 sections. However, as soon as the disciple exited the mountain gate, they encountered disciples from the other 2 sections. Just as Wang Hai had anticipated, the leaders of the other 2 sects were also contemplating a union to resist Qi Shaman. The three sect leaders quickly reached a consensus and agreed to convene at Linghai Zone to discuss their alliance. That evening, the leaders of the other two sects arrived at Linghai Zone, where Wang Hai personally welcomed them, radiating joy. Yet behind that cheerful demeanor lay an abyss of sorrow. "My dear brothers, I have long awaited your arrival," he exclaimed. Zhou Dao, the leader of Tianyun Zone, and Zhao Jiuyang, the leader of Lingyan Zone, clasped their hands in greeting and said in unison, "Brother Wang, let us dispense with pleasantries and focus on how to confront Qi Shaomin. With Yuling Zone extinguished, it is only a matter of time before Qi Shaomin turns its gaze upon us. In my opinion, we should strike first. Indeed, if we join forces, we need not fear Qi Shaomin. Yes, let us issue a proclamation detailing the transgressions of Qi Shaomin. Their brutal extermination of a sect, leaving scarcely any survivors, is an act of such cruelty that it will surely incite outrage from all quarters. Furthermore, we understand that the so-called 7 kill trials conducted by Qi Shaomin are nothing but a form of fostering internal strife among disciples, compelling them to slaughter one another, an abhorrent practice indeed." Zhou's words resonated with the others. Qi Shaomin's actions are indeed merciless and warrant retribution. Let us unite and publicize their crimes. The three leaders quickly drafted a proclamation and dispatched disciples to the major cities, where they would spread the word among the populace in the form of storytelling. They chose to abandon their guise as forces aligned with Qi Shaomin, instead raising the banner of resistance against them and boldly convening their alliance. This maneuver convinced the uninformed public that Qi Shaomin had committed heinous acts, while the three sects were merely acting out of necessity in their rebellion against tyranny. Overnight, public sentiment swung in favor of the three sects, with countless cultivators condemning Qi Shaomin. Word of this reached Qi Shaomin, inciting outrage among its ranks. The sect leader, Xiao Bufan, hastily convened an elders' meeting. How shameless these three sects are. They were the ones who rebelled first, yet now they turn against us. Curse them. I shall lead a force to crush them. However, Xiao Bufan remained remarkably composed. Elders, let us not act in haste. Although the three sects have gained the upper hand in public opinion, their strength remains comparatively feeble and poses little threat. Our true concern lies with Ying Xiaoming, who stands behind them. "Master, do you have a strategy?" Yinshan inquired, her gaze fixed intently upon him. "I propose that if the three sects are intent on alliance, we should eliminate their leaders. Such an action would undoubtedly shatter their coalition." The elders of Qi Shaomin exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up at the suggestion. "That is indeed a sound plan." Xiao Bufan rose, his sharp gaze sweeping over the elders. "I believe this task should be entrusted to our disciples. I sense that a confrontation with Ying Xiaoming is inevitable, and we have little time left to allow them to grow stronger. This is the perfect opportunity for our disciples to be tempered. Very well, let us issue 3 Earth-level missions. The decapitation operation." The Grand Elder nodded in agreement. That night, 3 mission plaques hung prominently in Tianming Square, the bell tolling throughout the sect. Disciples gathered in droves, and upon reading the mission content, they were met with shock. The Earth-level missions required the assassination of the 3 sect leaders, all of whom were at the peak of foundational cultivation. This task is insurmountable. The enemies are too powerful and influential. How could we possibly assassinate them? Indeed, this is not a feat for ordinary individuals. Your understanding is correct, my friend. While ordinary disciples may participate, who would dare to take on such a task, unless a personal disciple were willing to lead? Amidst the crowd, Li Tianyun's eyes shimmered with a complex mix of emotions. He yearned to partake in this mission, for a successful performance could yield substantial contribution points, and perhaps even the favor of an elder, leading to personal discipleship. Having missed the last 7 kill trials, he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Yet, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. Attempting this task alone would be akin to chasing shadows. Seeking out a personal disciple, however, felt impractical as he had no connections with them. Many ordinary disciples fantasized about being taken under the wing of a personal disciple, yet the harsh reality was that most personal disciples preferred to team up with one another, rather than risk their fortunes with ordinary disciples. After all, Earth-level missions were perilous and could result in death. Who would willingly carry a burden? Before long, 3 small teams of personal disciples had formed and accepted a mission. Chapter 32. Yun Yin Su Mingjing, filled with curiosity, had scarcely descended from Taohua Peak when he overheard disciples discussing that the Tianming Hall had issued 3 Earth-level assassination missions targeting the 3 sect masters. Intrigued by this revelation, he resolved to venture to Tianming Square to ascertain the truth. Just as he was about to take flight on his sword, he unexpectedly heard the voice of his master, Tao Yao. "Where are you headed?" "Surveying the area." Su Ming noticed his master was not in sight, likely still at the mountaintop cave. "Master, I intend to go to Tianming Hall," he replied candidly. "Are you planning to undertake an Earth-level mission?" "Indeed, I wish to give it a try." "Very well. Take this," she said, as an object descended from the mountain. Upon receiving it, Su Ming discovered it was a pink iron pill, leaving him quite puzzled. "This is a sword pill, capable of unleashing 3 sword energies, comparable to an initial strike from a golden core practitioner." Sword pill. Su Ming's heart stirred. His master had bestowed upon him such a precious treasure. "Keep it safe. It may save your life in critical moments." Su Ming carefully stored the sword pill in his storage bag and exclaimed, "Thank you, master." Possessing such a treasure made completing the mission as effortless as eating or drinking. And he felt no fear of retaliation from the Mu family. After bidding farewell to his master, Su Ming arrived at Tianming Square, only to find 2 of the mission boards had already been taken down, leaving just 1 remaining. 3 inner disciples were eager to claim the task. Upon his arrival, Su Ming called out, "I will take the final assassination mission." Seeing Su Ming approach, Wang Fugui, a plump disciple, immediately donned a sycophantic expression. "Su Qin, naturally. This task should be yours." Upon hearing this, the 3 inner disciples' expressions shifted. They had all prepared to accept this task. "We were the first to arrive, Elder Wang. How can you give it to someone else?" Wang Fugui quickly discarded his obsequious demeanor, adopting a cold countenance as he retorted, "A direct disciple has priority. Are you unaware? Besides, I am doing you a favor." With no recourse, the 3 inner disciples swallowed their grievances and turned to Su Ming with hopeful expressions, wishing to be selected as partners. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming learned the mission rules, which stipulated that at least 3 individuals must form a team to accept the task. With his rising reputation in the sect, many sought to join him, including direct disciples who actively offered to team up, indifferent to their cultivation levels. Su Ming simply desired companions who would not hold him back. Just as he was about to casually select 2 individuals, a flash of sword light caught his eye. It was Elder Yunshan arriving on her sword. The disciples quickly bowed in unison, "Greetings, Elder Yun." Elder Yun merely nodded lightly, then stepped through the crowd to stand before Su Ming. "You are the one who accepted the last Earth-level mission?" "Indeed, that is me." "You have not formed a team yet?" "Correct." "Well then, for my sake, allow my sister to join your team." Elder Yun's request bore weight. It would be an honor to team up with her sister. Su Ming, considering his own interests, thought it wise to acquiesce, as turning down such an opportunity would be ungrateful. Furthermore, Elder Yun was exceptionally beautiful, and if he could use this mission to cultivate a closer relationship, it would be an unexpected delight. Unaware of Su Ming's inner thoughts, Yunshan nodded slightly. "I will have her find you shortly." With that, she transformed into a streak of light and departed, leaving Su Ming with 1 remaining team slot. Not wishing to waste time, he scanned the crowd and spotted Li Tianyun among them. "Hey, you there, you're selected." Li Tianyun was utterly taken aback by Su Ming's choice. After all, many stronger candidates surrounded him, and he did not believe his relationship with Su Ming to be particularly close. However, given the opportunity presented, he knew he could not let it slip away. He hurried over and bowed. "Thank you, Su Qin. Prepare yourself. We shall depart shortly," Su Ming instructed. Su Ming's selection of Li Tianyun left many disciples perplexed, as he appeared to be a novice in the foundational stage, seemingly incapable of providing substantial assistance. After Su Ming and Li Tianyun left, the disciples erupted into fervent discussions. "In my opinion, Su Qin must be choosing randomly. He likely does not intend to complete the mission. That makes sense. Perhaps he is just going through the motions." "Surely not. Direct disciples are known for their pride. How could they aim for failure? Moreover, I have heard that Elder Qi Sha provides protective measures to direct disciples. In my view, even without teammates, Su Qin could accomplish the task alone." "Oh, let us not dwell on such matters. We are not qualified to partake in such grand affairs." Meanwhile, Su Ming stood outside the mountain gate, awaiting the arrival of his 2 teammates. Suddenly sensing something, he looked up to see a woman in white descending on her sword, resembling a celestial being stepping out of a painting, breathtakingly beautiful. Her slender, willow-like brows evoked the distant mountains shrouded in mist, adding an air of classical elegance. Her autumn watercut eyes were bright and profound, with a delicate nose and cherry-like lips, glistening as if adorned with the world's finest rouge, revealing a hint of shyness. Most striking of all was her exposed skin, smooth as congealed fat, fair and translucent, radiating a pearlescent glow under the sun's rays. You are Su Ming? Indeed, and you are? I am Yunyan. Oh, you are Elder Yun's sister. Yunyan frowned slightly, clearly displeased. Just call me Yunyan. Su Ming noted her reluctance to be perceived merely as Elder Yun's subordinate. Yunyan scrutinized Su Ming from head to toe and coldly stated, I must make one thing clear. I am at the peak of the foundational stage, and I need to know your strength. Otherwise, I will not accept you as captain. Su Ming initially felt inclined to retort, dismissing her concerns. However, recognizing her beauty, he decided to respond with patience. I am also at the peak of the foundational stage. Hearing this, Yunyan was taken aback. She recalled how recently he had become a direct disciple and wondered how he had advanced so swiftly. Skeptical, she proposed, since we are both at the peak of the foundational stage, let us compete. The winner will lead the team, and the loser will follow. Very well, let us compete then. Just as Li Tianyan had yet to arrive, Su Ming seized the opportunity to stretch his limbs. A hint of disdain graced his lips as he jested. How would you like to compete? Let us engage in a single move, retreating as we are defeated. As his words echoed, both individuals simultaneously soared backward, each propelled 10 zhang. Yunyan, wielding her sword with one hand, concentrated her sword intent, with radiant sword light emanating from the tip of her blade. Her talent in swordsmanship was remarkable, having practiced since the tender age of 6, and she believed herself to be unmatched. Observing the woman approaching with a fierce determination, Su Ming remained remarkably composed. Just as she was about to strike, he extended a single finger and uttered a command, Dahuang Pemyeji. Chapter 33. Luring the snake out of its hole, a sense of desolation coalesced between his fingertips. As Yunyan surged forward, Su Ming unleashed a torrent of energy from his fingertips. Boom! The two forces collided. The desolate energy resembled a ravenous tiger, consuming Yunyan entirely. Break! Yunyan shouted in fury, attempting to resist, but as Su Ming's finger touched the tip of her sword, her entire arm trembled. After a stalemate lasting several breaths, Yunyan released her strength and staggered back 7 or 8 steps. Well, I concede, Yunyan remarked, her brows knitting slightly. Deep within, she felt a profound disappointment. Among the many disciples, she had always been regarded as one of the foremost, and having been labeled a prodigy since childhood, losing to Su Ming was a blow to her pride. Yet she understood that had Su Ming not held back, she would have undoubtedly sustained severe injuries. Along with her disappointment, she was also deeply astonished. Astonished that Su Ming was not only in the late foundation establishment stage, but possessed such formidable strength. Meanwhile, Su Ming adjusted his attire, standing tall and composed, and spoke with a faint smile. It appears that I have emerged victorious. Indeed, I acknowledge you as the team leader. However, if you wish to be the leader, I can relinquish that title, but you must allow me a kiss. Humph, Yunyan scoffed, taking 5 or 6 steps forward before abruptly halting, saying, a mere team leader? I wouldn't covet such a title. Shortly after, Li Tianyun approached, his keen senses detecting an unusual atmosphere, yet he wisely refrained from interfering in the affairs between the disciples. He first greeted Su Ming with a bow, then paid respects to Yunyan, adhering to the proper etiquette. After some casual exchanges, Su Ming spoke, let us not waste time here. We should depart swiftly. Grateful for the opportunity Su Ming provided, Li Tianyun naturally complied without hesitation, and Yunyan, having fought earlier, also acknowledged Su Ming's prowess. Half a day later, the three arrived at the meeting grounds of the 3 sections. Su Ming gazed ahead to see tents pitched across the mountains and fields, resembling a starry sky, with cultivators frequently flying off in various directions. The guards are exceedingly vigilant. How shall we infiltrate? Li Tianyun's face reflected a trace of concern. Indeed, with guards every few steps, it is nearly impossible to sneak in. Moreover, they are conducting stringent checks on outsiders. Even if we disguise ourselves, it may not work. Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly. Entering would indeed be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, what if they lured the enemy out? If the snake does not emerge, we shall coax it out. For now, let us remain here and observe the situation. The 3 found suitable hiding spots, suppressing their breaths to a near silence as they awaited an opportunity. As another half-day passed and night fell, the bright moon illuminated the sky. Still, there was no sign of relaxation from the opposing side, which was to be expected, as the strength of the three sects paled in comparison to the Kishimen, and they dared not let their guard down. Summing communicated with Yunyan and Li Tianyun through sound transmission. You two stay hidden here. I will fetch a tong. Be careful. Yunyan naturally expressed her concern, prompting Summing to nod slightly as he circled the perimeter of the meeting grounds, seeking someone to capture. He suddenly noticed two disciples in the Qi refinement stage approaching, and upon examining their attire, he identified them as disciples of Ling Haizong. What a fortunate coincidence. Summing suppressed his excitement, concealed himself among the treetops, and quietly awaited the two disciples' arrival. Do you think we can truly defeat the Kishimen? After all, they are a superior sect. Defeating them is no simple task. In my view, we are likely doomed to extinction. Surely not. We have the support of the Yingsha Alliance, right? Would they really stand by and do nothing? Have you not noticed? The people from the Yingsha Alliance act like lords. They care little for our lives. Sigh. Brother Wang, we should make plans early. If we sense any trouble, we must flee immediately. Fleeing is not so simple. The three sects have formed a supervisory killing team that executes any defectors on sight. Hearing the conversation between the two disciples, Summing pondered to himself. It seemed the alliance among the three sects was fraught with unease. Should the three sect leaders be slain, this alliance might very well crumble without a fight. The sect leader has played a masterful game. Summing drew his sword from his waist, leapt down from the tree, and stood before the two disciples. Before they could react, he swiftly sealed their spiritual powers. What do you intend to do? A hint of fear flickered across the faces of the two disciples, for they knew that the one before them must be a member of the Kishimen. Yet, they dared not expose the truth and feigned ignorance. I am here to borrow something from you two. Borrow what? The thinner disciple of Ling Haizong stammered, his lips trembling. I wish to borrow your head. Whoosh. A flash of cold light surged forth. The thin disciple's head soared high into the air, blood splattering onto the nearby plump disciple. Witnessing this scene, the plump disciple trembled uncontrollably, a warm stream escaping him involuntarily. Hero, spare my life. Whether you live or die depends on your performance. Hero, what do you need me to do? I assure you, I will not resist. I borrowed a head from him. Now I wish to borrow some information from you. What information? What is your battle plan? I truly do not know. Summing was fully aware that such sensitive information was beyond the grasp of ordinary disciples. He merely sought to toy with the plump disciple. Useless waste. Then tell me about your sect leader. Upon hearing this, the plump disciple instantly relaxed. Having initially feared Summing would inquire about something difficult, only to find he was merely asking about the sect leader. Our sect leader has a fiery temper and practices fire-based techniques. Does he have any unusual habits? Summing interjected directly. The plump disciple scratched his head, suddenly having a realization. I remember now. Our sect leader enjoys going out at midnight. I never noticed this while at the sect. But since coming here for the meeting, I have observed our sect leader frequently going out at night. Hearing this, Summing furrowed his brow slightly. Going out at midnight? Does he usually take anyone with him? Typically, he brings 2 personal attendants. This indeed presents a splendid opportunity. Excellent. The information you provided is exceedingly valuable. The plump disciple sighed in relief, a look of ingratiation on his face as he said, Then, hero, may I take my leave now? Come on, are the disciples of Ling Haizong truly this naive? A flicker of cold light flashed as the stout man pursued his good brother, both entering the cycle of reincarnation. Su Ming retrieved 2 fire element talismans from his storage pouch, incinerating the 2 corpses into ashes. After tidying up the scene, he proceeded to find Yun Yin and the others to regroup. So, have you gleaned any information? Of course. It would be absurd for me to return empty-handed. Wang Hai from Ling Haizong often ventures out at midnight. What does he do at such an hour? How would I know? Regardless, it will soon be the hour of the rat. Let us stay nearby and observe what this Wang intends to do. The trio promptly made their way to the outskirts of the encampment. After enduring a 2-hour wait, they indeed spotted 3 shadows soaring out from the encampment area. Su Ming exchanged glances with the others, and they hastily gave chase. Since Wang Hai had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment and possessed keen spiritual awareness, the 3 did not dare to follow too closely. Shall we make our move? Yun Yin rested her hand on the hilt of her sword, a fierce battle intent radiating from her eyes. She believed that with Su Ming's cooperation, they had at least a 60% chance of defeating a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 34 Linglong Pavilion. Do not act rashly. Observe the situation first. Su Ming was not in a hurry. Since Wang Hai had a habit of venturing out at midnight, opportunities for action would not be lacking. The three of them followed Wang Hai and arrived at Qinyanjun City. Initially, they believed Wang Hai's visit to the city was for serious business. However, he headed straight for Zhuke Street. While others were unaware, Su Ming, having previously executed a task in Qinyan City, possessed considerable knowledge of the local customs and culture. Zhuke Street was notorious as a place of indulgence. Wang Hai's midnight excursion was clearly in search of pleasure. Su Ming, accompanied by the two others, followed at a leisurely pace and eventually witnessed Wang Hai entering a particular pavilion. Standing outside, they looked up at the building, where a large plaque displayed the gilded characters Linglong Pavilion. What kind of establishment was Linglong Pavilion? Yunyan frowned, clearly perplexed. What business did Wang Hai have in such a place? It was a paradise for female cultivators, or rather, a haven for both male and female cultivators. Linglong Pavilion was not a traditional pleasure house. The seafood merchants within primarily catered to female clients. It was unexpected for Wang Hai to visit such a venue. It seemed this leader of Linghai sect was indeed an unusual and warm-hearted individual. Uncertain of the circumstances inside, and considering the trio's current state, it was unwise to intrude hastily. Thus, Su Ming decided to have the two remain outside and keep watch. After a brief interval, Wang Hai emerged, appearing somewhat disheveled, with a weary demeanor and unsteady steps, muttering curses under his breath. At that moment, Yunyan coldly inquired, "Shall we take action?" "Action! Action! You only know how to resort to violence. If we can outsmart him, why resort to brute strength?" Su Ming replied, "Let him go. The three of us will enter and investigate the situation." "I will not go." Yunyan's resistance was evident. Initially, she did not comprehend the nature of this place, but after half an hour of observation, she had grasped its essence and felt a strong aversion. "Very well, if you choose not to enter, it will not count as your share once we complete our task." Yu Yunyan shot Su Ming a fierce glare. "Fine, I will go. Who is afraid?" She straightened her posture and boldly made her way inside. "This headstrong girl." Su Ming shook his head and beckoned Li Tianyan to follow him. Upon seeing Yunyan, the attendant at the entrance lit up with interest. Typically, patrons at such establishments were either prominent female cultivators or rather brash male cultivators, making Yunyan's delicate beauty quite rare. Ah! The astonishment intensified upon noticing Su Ming, such a handsome young man, was also among their ranks. "Are the three of you together?" The charming attendant cast flirtatious glances towards Su Ming, making him feel rather uncomfortable. "We are indeed together, but we have different purposes. My female companion wishes to experience your services, while I am here to exchange some spirit stones." "Ah, esteemed guest, what do you mean by that?" Su Ming pushed Li Tianyan forward, expressing irritation. "This fellow owes me a considerable amount of spirit stones and is a notorious gambler with no ability to repay. Hence, I am bringing him here to sell to your Linglong Pavilion. We cannot make such decisions." The heavily made-up attendant apologized to Su Ming before hurrying back into the Linglong Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, a poised middle-aged man emerged, laughing heartily. "Esteemed guest, my servant has been rude. I hope you will forgive him." "Not at all. Are you the owner here?" "Ah, no. I am merely a steward. I heard my incompetent servant mention that you wish to sell someone." "Indeed, this fellow here, what do you think?" The middle-aged man appraised Li Tianyun, his eyes brightening. With a handsome appearance and a refined demeanor, he exuded a subtle scholarly air. Such a commodity was indeed rare. "May I ask why you were selling him?" "As I mentioned, he owes me money and is a gambling addict with no means to repay." "Oh, I see. How much do you wish to sell him for?" 5,000 spirit stones." "Ah, esteemed guest, that is rather steep." Su Ming shook his head, feigning helplessness. "I am in urgent need of spirit stones. You tell me how much you can offer." 3,000, no more." "Very well, 3,000 it is. I must say, you, as a steward, are quite astute. Even if you offered me 5,000, it would ultimately be spent here anyway. Are you also a cultivator?" "Not quite. My female companion simply wishes to indulge her curiosity, and I am merely treating her." "Ah, I see." The middle-aged man glanced at Yunyan, feeling a twinge of admiration. Hearing Su Ming's introduction, Yunyan felt a surge of anger. Yet, for the sake of the mission, she suppressed her ire and remained silent. Li Tianyun was equally bewildered. He had understood that Su Ming would take charge, but he had not anticipated being sold to Linglong Pavilion. He could only discreetly communicate with Su Ming through sound transmission. "Daoist Su, what is your intention? Why must I be sold here?" "Do not fret, simply follow my plan. Remember, once inside Linglong Pavilion, Refrain from idle chatter. If anyone inquires, just say you are here to settle a debt. After giving a brief explanation, Li Tianyun was led into Linglong Pavilion by the middle-aged man's attendants. As a newcomer among seafood merchants, familiarity with the business was essential to avoid alienating customers. Hence, training was necessary. Esteemed guest, I have matters to attend to and will not hinder you two further. I hope you enjoy your time here, and should there be any shortcomings, I will personally apologize. Once they departed, Yunyan could not help but stomp her foot. What do you mean, Sue? Do you think I am the sort to seek pleasure in such places? Why are you so impatient? This is all for the mission. It is not as though I want you to genuinely indulge. You are shameless. Yunyan was tempted to turn and leave, but, thinking of the mission, could only contain her fury. Humph, you had better hope your scheme remains undisclosed. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Rest assured, the stage is set. We are merely waiting for the lead to take the stage. With that, Su Ming seized Yunyan's hand and assertively led her into Linglong Pavilion. In stark contrast to its unadorned exterior, the interior of this building is lavishly decorated, and the attendants serving here are even more handsome. Hey, to keep up the act and avoid arousing suspicion, quickly pick two at random to serve us. Su Ming secretly transmitted his voice. Yunyan bit her lip, feeling rather helpless. But ultimately unable to resist Su Ming's insistence, she reluctantly closed her eyes and selected two robust young men. Once inside the private room, as the two attendants were about to speak, Su Ming impatiently said, "Go kneel in the corner. My Dao companion and I have some matters to discuss." Upon hearing this, the two young men were inwardly astounded. These customers certainly had unique tastes. A married couple coming here for pleasure together? Chapter 35. The greatest contributor the following midnight. The atmosphere in Linglong Gu was bustling with excitement. The master of Linghai sect, Wang Hai, swaggered in, and upon noticing him, the middle-aged man in charge hurriedly approached. "Master Wang, you have arrived." "Indeed. Is it the same old routine?" "No, my lord is weary of that. Today, I seek something fresh and stimulating. Bring forth any new arrivals." "Master Wang, to speak frankly, there have been few newcomers lately. Only one arrived yesterday." "Oh, is that so? Then let him come forth. However, Master Wang, if he comes, he may not serve adequately." "Never mind, inadequacy is fine. I prefer those with a bit of spirit." Inside a private room, two young attendants knelt on the ground, their hearts heavy with unexpressed grievances. They could not fathom why Su Ming and his companion had come only to have them kneel. Yet, given Su Ming's generous demeanor, the two attendants, despite their dissatisfaction, dared not offend him and could only remain kneeling in silence. "He has arrived." Su Ming discreetly communicated with Yunyan. "The one named Wang is here, and as I suspected, he has summoned Li Tianyun to serve. Are you astonished?" "Humph." Yunyan scoffed coldly. Earlier, she had wagered with Su Ming, believing his plan would not unfold smoothly. After all, Wang Hai was a regular patron with established preferences, and she had thought Li Tianyun would have no chance. She was surprised that Wang Hai had indeed chosen Li Tianyun, just as Su Ming had predicted. "How did you deduce that? Would you believe me if I said it was a lucky guess?" "I do not." In truth, Su Ming had merely made a random speculation. He had not anticipated Wang Hai would select Li Tianyun that day. He had originally intended to orchestrate a meeting between them, but this outcome saved him considerable effort. "You two, crawl over here." Su Ming raised an eyebrow and instructed the two young attendants. They felt as if they had been granted a reprieve and quickly crawled over, grinning as they asked, "My lord, how would you like to proceed?" "Lift your heads." As the two raised their heads, Su Ming swiftly delivered two resounding slaps. The two attendants immediately fell unconscious. Meanwhile, Yunyan retrieved ropes from her storage bag and bound them. After completing this, they quietly approached the door. Su Ming opened the door just enough to see Li Tianyun being led to meet Wang Hai. "Can he manage alone?" Yunyan expressed her concern. "It matters not. If it cannot be done, it must be done. When shall we make our move?" "Do not rush. We will act once Li Tianyun gives the signal." After a brief moment, Su Ming received the signal from Li Tianyun and promptly declared, "Let us charge in." The private room selected by Wang Hai was adjacent to the one occupied by Su Ming and Yunyan, allowing them to burst in almost instantly. Wang Hai was taken aback as the two stormed in, about to question them when thud. A short blade was unexpectedly thrust into his abdomen. "You!" Wang Hai raised a fist and struck Li Tianyun in the chest, causing the bed to collapse. Thud! Li Tianyun spat out a mouthful of blood, visibly weakening. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Yunyan charged at him from either side, unleashing lethal strikes. Da Huang Pimyeji, Yunzi Jinju. Beads of sweat formed on Wang Hai's forehead as he hastily summoned his spiritual energy to defend himself, but with a blade embedded in his abdomen, his power was leaking uncontrollably. In a moment of desperation, he barely managed to erect a protective barrier. Thud, thud. Two lethal strikes, one following the other, shattered the barrier and struck Wang Hai's chest, leaving gaping wounds resembling rolling pins. The vitality of a foundational cultivator was remarkably resilient. Despite sustaining such grave injuries, Wang Hai remained alive, though his fear was palpable as he inquired, "Who are you? And why do you seek to assassinate me? Would you like to know? Go to hell and ask Yalma." Su Ming retorted coldly, swiftly employing the bamboo shadow sword technique. The intricate and profound maneuvers caused Wang Hai considerable distress, while Yun Yin was gathering her strength. She had a particularly powerful move that required time to prepare, and Su Ming was buying her that time. "You brat, regardless of who sent you, I am willing to pay double." As Su Ming executed his strikes, he replied icily, "That price is not something you can afford, you wretched creature. Prepare to meet your end." "Very well, then neither of us shall survive." Wang Hai erupted into maniacal laughter, frantically channeling his inner energy to attempt a mutual demise with Su Ming. "Yunyan, are you not ready yet?" Su Ming called out urgently. "Almost." Yunyan shouted sharply, "Yinlan, go." Whoosh. A sword of pure spiritual energy surged toward Wang Hai with terrifying speed. Thud. The flying sword, akin to the sharpest blade in existence, severed Wang Hai's head cleanly. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ming thrust his sword into Wang Hai's dantian, utterly extinguishing his life force. The commotion from the struggle had drawn attention from outside. The two did not linger, one carrying Li Tianyun while the other grasped Wang Hai's severed head, escaping through the window. "Let us separate and meet at the mountain god temple outside the city," Su Ming commanded, and he and Yun Yin fled in different directions. Fortunately, there was no curfew in Qingyun County, and the suddenness of the incident meant that Su Ming encountered no stringent inspections. Inside Linglonggo, Wang Hai's two attendants heard the commotion and rushed in to investigate. They were met with the horrifying sight of their master's headless corpse. Dazed, one suggested reporting to the city guards, while the other insisted on returning to the Three Sects Alliance site to summon reinforcements. By this time, Su Ming had already escaped the city. Even if Wang Hai's attendants pursued him, he was unperturbed. They would only be claiming a few more lives. Upon reaching the mountain god temple, Su Ming laid the gravely injured and unconscious Li Tianyun on the ground and retrieved a white jade porcelain vial from his storage bag. He extracted healing elixirs and hastily fed them to Li Tianyun. In a short while, Li Tianyun gradually regained consciousness, though he appeared quite embarrassed upon seeing Su Ming. Su Ming smiled and remarked, "Thanks to you, the mission has been accomplished." Li Tianyun nodded. "I am grateful for your rescue, Taoist Su." "Oh, do not mention it. It is you who is the greatest contributor to our success." Li Tianyun managed a wry smile, speaking with difficulty. "Taoist Su, I have an unreasonable request." "Speak." "Once we return to the sect, I hope you can keep this matter confidential and not let it be known, especially to my junior sister, Hong Ying. Rest assured, the sacrifices made by you, Taoist Li, will not be forgotten. I, Su Ming, shall keep my silence. Focus on your recovery. Once Yun Yin arrives, we shall return to the sect." Chapter 36. The obstruction. What? You say that Zhongzhu Wang has been murdered. Both Zhou Dao, the Zhongzhu of Tianyun Zone, and Zhao Zhuyang, the Zhongzhu of Lingyan Zone, were utterly taken aback upon receiving the news. A singular thought emerged in their minds. This must surely be the handiwork of Qisham men. After all, Zhongzhu Wang harbored no animosity toward anyone. How could he have been assassinated without cause? Could it be that an elder from Qisham men was involved? Zhongzhu Wang, being the leader of a sect and possessing a formidable fire control technique, was an enigma to ordinary folk who could hardly approach him. Only an elder from Qisham men, or perhaps a holy son or daughter, would possess the capability to take Zhongzhu Wang's life. However, regarding Wang Hai's demise, aside from a sense of shared sorrow, both men were primarily concerned for their own safety. If Qisham men sought to eliminate Wang Hai, it was inevitable that they would also send assassins to target the two of them. Exchanging a glance, they both recognized the necessity of enhancing their defenses and resolutely decided not to venture outside the camp, lest they meet an untimely end without even understanding how it had befallen them. In a cave 30 miles away from the encampment, a veiled woman clad in white stood at the entrance, gazing at the vast expanse of stars. Behind her stood two exceptional female disciples from Qisha, both possessing unparalleled beauty, who appeared akin to handmaidens in the presence of the veiled woman. Their demeanor suggested as much. "Saintess, we have waited here for 2 days, yet Zhao Zhuyang has not emerged. The opportunity seems bleak," one of the women remarked, her teeth clenched in frustration at the silent response from the veiled figure. "In my opinion, Zhao Zhuyang will not show himself. Perhaps we should return and devise another plan." "Very well, you may return. I am capable of completing this task on my own." Simultaneously, within a tent in the encampment, 3 disciples of Tianyun gathered. "Zhao, we have been lying in wait here for 2 days, but have yet to find an opportunity to approach Zhou Dao. What's the rush? Since we have infiltrated here, there will undoubtedly be a chance to take Zhou Dao's life. However, I have just received news that Wang Hai, the Zhongzhu of Linghai Zone, has been killed." "What? Are you saying that Wang Hai has been murdered?" "Indeed. Which team was responsible?" "The 3 of them undertook the task early and departed before we could ascertain who was assigned to assassinate the Zhongzhu of Linghai. Nevertheless, they remained deeply shocked by Wang Hai's assassination. Could it have been the work of the Saintess? Impossible. I recall the Saintess was assigned the task of eliminating Zhao Zhuyang. Then who could it be? When did such a figure emerge within the sect? Let us not dwell on that now. We must act swiftly. Failing to complete our mission would be a minor loss, but the disgrace would be significant." Under the vast starlit sky, Su Ming and his companions soared towards Qisha via a flying artifact. "Why have you arrived so late?" Su Ming and Li Tianyun had waited for an hour in the mountain god temple before Yin finally appeared. "We were being tracked. Was it Wang Hai's 2 attendants?" "No, it was not. They are members of the city guard." "I see. Their noses are quite keen. It was the scent of blood that caught their attention." "Not to worry. We have already shaken them off." "Not quite. I killed them." "Then so be it. Now, take out Wang Hai's storage bag." "All right." Yin produced a storage bag from her waist and tossed it into Su Ming's hands. Given Wang Hai's death, the spiritual consciousness seal on the bag was exceptionally fragile. With minimal effort, Su Ming unlocked it. He extended a strand of spiritual consciousness to inspect its contents, discovering a mountain of spirit stones within. Naturally, there were also countless pills, artifacts, and talismans. After all, Wang Hai was a sect leader, and possessing such items was entirely reasonable. Su Ming estimated the value of the storage bag to be nearly sufficient to elevate one to the cusp of achieving the foundational stage. He then tossed the storage bag back to Yin, who examined it before inquiring, "How shall we divide this?" "How else? We shall split it evenly." Yin did not protest. But Li Tianyun appeared exceedingly excited. He had not anticipated that Su Ming would share the spoils, especially considering he was merely a nascent inner disciple, while the other 2 were core disciples. Even if Su Ming had chosen not to share, he would have accepted his misfortune. Li Tianyun cast a grateful glance at Su Ming. "Thank you, Su Zhenchuan." Li Tianyun's gratitude was heartfelt, as the shared spoils were sufficient for him to reach the late foundational stage. "What thanks? This is what you deserve." As they conversed, the trio had already traversed 100 miles from Qisha, but remained vigilant, for the deceased was a sect leader, who knew whether the opposing side might act out of desperation and send pursuers after them. "Ah, there are people ahead." Yin, manipulating the flying artifact, suddenly wore a serious expression as a figure obstructed their path. Su Ming squinted slightly and coldly remarked, "It seems the newcomer harbors ill intentions." Exchanging a glance with Yin, he commanded the flying artifact to halt momentarily. At that moment, the shadow ahead surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, stopping only when it was mere dozens of steps away from the trio. "Who are you, and why do you obstruct our path?" Yin spoke coldly. The newcomer, slender and possessing an exquisite appearance, spoke with an air of arrogance. "I am from the Mu family, seeking vengeance." Upon hearing this, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with interest. He leaped from the gourd and stood upon his flying sword, floating in midair. "Grandson, you seek me, do you not?" Mu Yun, initially merely inquiring, was taken aback to find himself in the presence of the very person he sought. A surge of vengeful fire ignited in his eyes. "Su Ming, you wretched thief. Oh, the dog son of the Mu family. How long have you been waiting here?" Mu Yun's handsome face twisted with hatred as he nearly ground his teeth in fury. "I must thank my brother's spirit for allowing me to find you, you wretched thief." "Oh, you are the brother of Mu Hao. No wonder you share such a striking resemblance. Both cut from the same cloth." "Little scoundrel, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing. I merely meant to say that you two are equally despicable. You dare to speak so boldly." The younger brother, arrogant and overbearing, perished in conflict, while the elder brother, shamelessly intent on revenge, sought retribution. In light of this, I shall fulfill my role as a benevolent figure and accompany you two brothers on your journey to the netherworld. Seeking death, are we? Mu Yun's eyes burned with fury as he explosively revealed his formidable strength at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. A tremendous pressure causing even the flying artifact of Yun Yin to tremble. Chapter 37. Battling Beyond Boundaries. The great perfection of Foundation establishment. Yun Yin became vigilant, turning to the injured Li Tianyun and said, "You take control of the gourd." With that, she leaped off the gourd and landed beside Su Ming on her flying sword. "What are you here for?" "To assist." Su Ming was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yun Yin would proactively come to his aid, although they both belonged to the Seven-Kill sect. This was clearly Su Ming's personal grudge, and it would have been understandable if Yun Yin chose not to help. "I appreciate your kindness, but I can handle this scoundrel alone." Yun Yin frowned slightly and coldly replied, "You are ungrateful. Do you have any idea what you are up against? That is the great perfection of Foundation establishment. He is on the same level as Wang Hai, even if his accumulation is not as profound. His combat prowess is not to be underestimated." "Haha, are you worried about me? I am grateful for your concern. Today, let me show you what it means to battle beyond one's level." Su Ming laughed heartily, lightly tapping the tip of his left foot against the hilt of the flying sword beneath him. Whoosh! The sword transformed into a streak of light and flew into his hand. At that moment, Mu Yun had already charged forward with his sword, moving with incredible speed, akin to a gust of wind, reaching Su Ming in the blink of an eye. With a twist of his wrist, a cold gleam shot forth like a shooting star, and as he thrust, the sword radiated a fierce brilliance, launching an exceptionally aggressive assault. The might of the great perfection of Foundation establishment loomed like Mount Tai, nearly suffocating. In the face of such a fierce strike, the best course would be to evade. However, Su Ming refused to cower. His movements were as agile as a celestial ape, constantly dodging and weaving. Each evasion seemed to push him to his limits, yet he always managed to do so just in time, as if he could foresee his opponent's moves. That scoundrel's sword strikes are incredibly fast. Su Ming did not appear as relaxed as he seemed. Each dodge felt like walking a tightrope, where a slight misstep could lead to death. Mu Yun was equally astonished. He had unleashed a flurry of quick sword strikes, intending to finish Su Ming with a single blow, yet all were deftly countered by Su Ming. Meanwhile, Su Ming remained calm, focusing his mind on finding an opportunity to counterattack. As he saw Mu Yun's strength dissipate, he seized the moment to strike fiercely. Buzz! With a sweep of his long sword, a cold light erupted like falling stars. One strike aimed directly at Mu Yun's vital points. Mu Yun felt a chill in his heart. He had initially thought that his opponent was a weakling, easily dispatchable in a few moves. However, with his strength waning, Mu Yun adjusted his strategy, shifting to defense. His long sword danced in a tight formation, creating an impenetrable barrier around himself. Su Ming employed the Zhu Ying sword technique, his long sword moving like shadows of purple bamboo. Each strike sharp and forceful. Yet, it was difficult to break through Mu Yun's ironclad defense. Observing from the sidelines, Yun Yin's thoughts were complex. Su Ming was remarkably powerful, able to withstand the great perfection of Foundation establishment for such an extended period. This man possessed the capability to contend with the great perfection. Perhaps even without me and Li Tianyun, he could complete this mission alone. Yun Yin recalled their previous spar, where Su Ming had displayed that awe-inspiring finger technique. Perhaps he could employ that technique now and defeat Mu Yun. Unbeknownst to her, Su Ming was not refraining from using the Da Huang Pemieji. It was simply that he could only use it once. If he could not vanquish his opponent, he would not easily resort to it. On the other side, Mu Yun was deeply shocked. He never expected that as a formidable great perfection of Foundation establishment, he would be entangled in a back-and-forth battle with a lower-level cultivator, utterly losing face. "This little wretch has played with you long enough. It's time for you to witness my true power." After a period of defense, Mu Yun's spiritual energy had recovered, and he prepared to unleash his killing move, determined to end the match. In an instant, Mu Yun moved like a startled rabbit, his figure ghostly, and his sword erupted with blinding light. Raging seas. Mu Yun thrust several swords in rapid succession, the sword aura layering upon itself, creating a tumultuous wave that crashed towards Su Ming. In response, Su Ming remained unfazed, adopting a one-handed sword stance, and sliding slightly beneath him. The sword in his hand unleashed thousands of sword images, like cascading bamboo shadows. Such an exquisite sword technique. This must be Elder Tao Yao's technique. If I recall correctly, Su Ming had only been a disciple for less than a month and had already mastered this technique to such a level. His insight was truly astonishing. Though Yunyan prided herself on being a sword talent, she could not guarantee that she could master the Zhu Ying sword technique to such an extent in a month. Her curiosity about Su Ming deepened, and she yearned to uncover his secrets. As the sword images pierced through the tumultuous waves, Mu Yun felt a wave of frustration. His prized sword technique had been countered. Little brat, do not get too cocky. Mu Yun's assault continued, the sword spinning with him, and he shouted, 1,000 layers of waves. The sword aura wove together, creating layers upon layers of waves, charging towards Su Ming with unstoppable momentum. Seeing this, Su Ming's gaze sharpened. This move was incredibly powerful and could not be resisted with brute force. Holding his sword with one hand, Su Ming twirled it and then traced a circle, forming a protective barrier of countless bamboo shadows around himself. 10,000 layers. Mu Yun, determined to secure victory in one move, expended a significant portion of his spiritual energy, forcing out a technique he had yet to fully master. The sword images multiplied, waves crashing across the realm. In an instant, the small space was filled with sword energy, the condensed waves striking out in all directions. It was time to settle the outcome with a single move. Su Ming's gaze hardened as he sheathed his long sword, soaring into the air, his garments fluttering, resembling a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. What is he planning? Is he no longer going to defend? Yunyan was momentarily taken aback, then thought, is he going to use that move? Su Ming extended a finger, sharp as the world's finest sword, pointing directly at Mu Yun as a wild energy coalesced at his fingertip. The spiritual energy within Su Ming surged forth like a flood, wildly rushing towards his fingertip. A formidable force coalesced, seemingly capable of rending the very fabric of space, and was launched forth with a thunderous roar. The finger light collided with the waves, erupting in a brilliant explosion, sending ripples of energy surging outward. Yunyan felt a heavy force rushing towards her. She dared not confront it head-on and could only retreat repeatedly. The blinding light stung her eyes, yet she refused to close them, widening her gaze in fear of missing a single detail. As the dust settled, Yunyan hurriedly looked towards the battlefield, the scene before her leaving her in bewilderment. She saw Mu Yun kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Propped up by a broken sword, barely managing to hold himself up. Su Ming, too, staggered in midair, retreating several steps upon landing, his white attire tattered and his hair disheveled. Chapter 38. The might of the sword pill defeated. I have actually been vanquished. Mu Yun's eyes were vacant, unable to accept the disgrace of his defeat. If it were a fair match of equal realms, perhaps it would be bearable, but his opponent was in a lower realm, yet from beginning to end, he had been under the other's suppression. Since beginning his cultivation, Mu Yun had never encountered such humiliation. After executing the Great Desolation Destruction Finger, Su Ming's spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, and his breath had grown faint, yet he stood tall as a pine, advancing towards Mu Yun with his sword drawn. Following a single strike, Mu Yun was left with barely half a life, and his own spiritual energy had almost been depleted. As he beheld Su Ming approaching with his sword, despair welled up in his eyes. How could I, who began cultivating at the age of 8 and had a smooth journey, find myself facing death at the hands of this little thief? Mu Yun closed his eyes and coldly shouted, the victor is king, the loser a bandit. Come on, you wretched cur, you possess more backbone than your brother. A glint of appreciation flickered in Su Ming's eyes, yet he showed no mercy. Gathering a breath, Su Ming infused a strand of spiritual energy into his sword and struck forcefully towards Mu Yun. As the sword light was about to pierce Mu Yun's chest, a silver needle suddenly shattered Su Ming's sword light and deflected his blade. Little brat, know when to stop. Moments later, a white-haired elder descended from the sky, coldly gazing at Su Ming. You insolent child, do you not know who he is? He is a direct descendant of the Mu family. And you dare to make a move. I have already killed one. Why should I fear another? You little brat, seeking death. The elder's wrath erupted, unleashing a power as vast and oppressive as a deep abyss, overwhelming the surroundings. Su Ming felt as though he were being hammered by a colossal mallet, nearly unable to breathe. Jindan, you old dog are actually at the Jindan realm. Since you recognize this old man's strength, Do not hesitate to kneel and beg for mercy. Old fool, are you relying on your age to intimidate me? The elder's teeth ground in irritation, but his immediate concern was to assess Mu Yun's injuries. As a guardian, if anything happened to Mu Yun, he would face severe punishment. You little brat, out of respect for your master, I shall not hold this against you today. The elder lifted Mu Yun and summoned a flying sword with a wave of his hand, stepping on it to soar into the sky. At this moment, Yun Yin approached Su Ming, a worried expression on her face. Are you all right? I am fine. That old dog should not dare to act. Su Ming slightly opened his left hand, revealing a sword pill resting within. Should the elder dare to strike, he would have no choice but to use the treasure bestowed by his master. Thankfully, that old dog had the sense to leave. We must depart quickly. This place is fraught with danger. Just as Su Ming urged the two to leave hastily, a violent sword energy sliced through the air, aimed directly at his back. Be careful. Yun Yin, facing away from Su Ming, instinctively pushed him aside upon seeing the sword energy, intending to evade herself. But the sword energy had already closed in. Before she could react, the sword energy pierced through her. She flew backward like a kite with a severed string, tumbling dozens of feet away. Shocked, Su Ming rushed to save her, only to find himself locked in by a formidable aura. Old dog, how dare you? Su Ming thought, realizing that the elder had returned. You little brat, you have quite the fortune. A woman is willing to take your place in death. The guardian appeared, his expression dark. Upon reflection, I cannot allow you to live, for Mu Yun is my favored descendant. Though your master has made threats, our elders would dare to act against you, but I fear not. If you die here, who would know? You truly are shameless. Su Ming's face betrayed a hint of panic as he continued to retreat. Observing Su Ming's demeanor, the guardian laughed heartily. Ah, so you know fear. Had I known today would come, I would have acted differently. Now kneel and kowtow 100 times, and I might consider granting you a swift end. To the guardian, Su Ming was merely a slightly stronger insect. A single finger could crush him, so he regarded him with utter disdain. Wretched old thief, if you think I will bow, then cast aside that thought. Su Ming appeared frantic, yet within. He silently chanted, closer, closer, and upon seeing the guardian within 10 steps, he suddenly activated the sword pill in his hand. Instantly, a flash of cold light erupted. The sword light, resembling hanging jade, summoned a rain of peach blossoms. Though seemingly delicate, the petals were sharper than the finest blades, slicing through the air with a sound that grated upon the ears. Suddenly, the sky filled with peach blossoms transformed into a sword energy several feet long, dazzling and brilliant as though a galaxy were cascading down. Witnessing this scene, the guardian was filled with shock, his voice trembling. You little brat, how could you possess such a tyrannical sword energy? Is that sword pill a gift from that woman? A great terror arose within the guardian, his legs quaking as he turned to flee, but the unmatched sword energy had already locked onto him. With a thunderous roar, the sword energy was unleashed, the surrounding air wailing in despair as the grass bowed low. The guardian hastily erected several protective barriers, yet before the unparalleled sword energy, his shields crumbled as if made of paper. With piercing sounds, the sword energy shattered the barriers and entered his body. The elder spewed forth 3 mouthfuls of blood, as though a wild dog had been struck and sent flying, tumbling dozens of feet away. After unleashing the sword energy, Su Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood. His spiritual energy had been nearly depleted from the earlier battle, and forcing the sword pill had naturally resulted in backlash. In his current state, he could no longer unleash a second sword energy. The only course left was to escape. He shouted to Li Tianyun, who was in a daze, "Hurry, we must separate and flee." Li Tianyun, somewhat dazed, asked, "Where shall we escape to?" "You must go to the sect and seek help from my master." Su Ming understood clearly that the guardian's target was himself. If he fled to Qisha Min, the old dog would surely pursue him relentlessly. However, Li Tianyun was different. He bore no enmity with the Mu family and might find a glimmer of hope. After providing the explanation, Su Ming did not dare to delay. He swiftly lifted the gravely injured Yun Yin and leaped onto the flying gourd, fleeing in the opposite direction of the Qisha Min. As Su Ming had anticipated, the protector, having stabilized his injuries, immediately pursued Li Tianyun. However, upon catching up, he realized he had targeted the wrong individual and swiftly sent Li Tianyun flying with a single slap. This little brat is truly cunning. The protector's mind was in turmoil. Not only had he failed to eliminate Su Ming, but he had also sustained severe injuries, which was quite the predicament. He understood all too well that if he did not eliminate Su Ming and his companions, his master would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon the Mu family, rendering him a sinner in the eyes of the Mu family. Yet, now that so much time had passed, Su Ming could be hiding anywhere, while Mu Yun was gravely wounded and in urgent need of treatment. With a heavy heart and no other options, the protector reluctantly decided to abandon the chase and hasten back to the Mu family to seek the master's judgment. Chapter 39. No debts between us. In a secluded cave, Su Ming sat cross-legged, cultivating his energy. After a period of recuperation, he had regained a modicum of spiritual power. Even if his adversaries were to find him, he could wield his sword pellet and contend with them. However, he was troubled by Yun Yan's injuries. She had endured a devastating blow from the protector and was hanging by a thread. Despite Su Ming's best efforts, administering healing elixirs, the woman remained in grave danger. After much contemplation, he realized that the only viable option was to employ his techniques to heal her. Otherwise, even if she survived, she would be rendered incapacitated. If she were an ordinary person, Su Ming would not have hesitated, but Yun Yan's unique status as a direct disciple and the younger sister of Elder Yun Shan gave him pause. Acting recklessly to heal her might lead to dire consequences later. He gently touched her pallid face and ultimately steeled himself, determined to save her first. Half a day later, Su Ming exhaled a breath of stale air, a glimmer of surprise illuminating his face. After treating Yun Yan's injuries, not only had he restored his own condition to its peak, but he had also made significant progress in his strength, nearing a breakthrough to the great perfection. He gazed at Yun Yan with tenderness. Her breath had stabilized, and her complexion had regained its rosy hue, indicating that she was no longer in imminent danger. However, something felt amiss. Su Ming furrowed his brow as he noticed Yun Yan's little finger twitch. Yet, moments later, there was no further movement. He pondered silently that she should have awakened by now. This behavior suggested that she was deliberately feigning unconsciousness due to embarrassment. With a soft sigh, he considered leaving to grant her some privacy. Just as he prepared to depart, Yun Yan abruptly opened her eyes. Their gazes met, and Su Ming felt a surge of awkwardness. He absent-mindedly touched his nose, bracing himself for the impending storm. Yet, after a prolonged silence, she did not unleash a torrent of reproach. He had been prepared to offer an explanation, but her demeanor left him perplexed. Yun Yan parted her crimson lips and coolly stated, "You saved my life, and I took a fatal blow for you, so we are even." Even. Su Ming mused inwardly, finding her character rather admirable. Unlike most women who would react with frenzy in such situations, she acknowledged their mutual debts. However, given the delicate nature of their current circumstance, it was perhaps best not to elaborate further. He nodded in agreement. "Then let us depart." The two emerged from the cave, one following the other, to evade their pursuers. Su Ming had chosen a cave precariously perched on a cliff. Unable to utilize her wind control technique, Yun Yan stood awkwardly in place. "Step aboard," Su Ming called with a smile. "We shall fly together." Displaying remarkable composure, Yun Yan ascended onto the flying sword with his assistants. "Hold on tight," he instructed, channeling his spiritual energy to propel the sword into the air. He soon felt a delicate hand gripping his back. He chose not to acknowledge it. A mischievous thought creeping into his mind. If the sword were to jolt even slightly, would she wrap her arms around his waist? Su Ming acted on his whim, deliberately causing the sword to sway. Instinctively, Yun Yan clasped his waist. Once the flight stabilized, she reflected inwardly that this little rogue was surely intentional. Despite her thoughts, her hand remained firmly on Su Ming's waist. It was only when they spotted an airship adorned with the 7 Kill Sect's banner that Yun Yan withdrew her hand. Moments later, a stunningly beautiful woman emerged from the airship. It was none other than her sister, Yun Shan. "Do not speak recklessly," Yun Yan whispered. Su Ming, feeling a sense of guilt, refrained from making any untoward remarks. In an instant, Yun Shan soared before them, her expression rife with concern. "Are you both unharmed?" Yun Yan nodded. "We are fine." "That is a relief," Yun Shan sighed, her worries alleviated. Half a day prior, she had received a distress signal from Li Tianyun and had rushed over without pause. She had searched the vicinity but had been unable to locate her sister and Su Ming, which had filled her with dread. Seeing them both now brought her a measure of comfort. Su Ming offered a slight bow. "Thank you for your concern, Elder Yun. Of course, it is my duty. Your master was meant to accompany us, but she entered seclusion the day before, and we did not wish to disturb her." Understanding dawned upon Su Ming, and he mused silently. No wonder his master had not come. She was in seclusion. Otherwise, given her temperament, she would have surely stormed the Mu family by now. At that moment, Yunshan scrutinized Su Ming and her sister, a sense of unease creeping in. The nature of their relationship appeared quite peculiar, and most notably, her sister's brow bore a mark, indicating she was no longer a maiden. As an elder sister, she was acutely aware that her sibling had never sought a partner, so what could have caused this sudden change? It had to be the doing of a disciple of Tao Yao. Yet, Yunshan chose not to address the matter directly. Instead, she coldly instructed, "Since you are both unharmed, let us hasten back to the sect to report." With that, she leaped onto the airship, followed closely by Su Ming and Yun Yan. Chapter 40 Fame. The airship arrived at the entrance of Kishimen, and Su Ming, along with Yun Yan and Yun Shan, disembarked. At that moment, Su Ming noticed Li Tianyun approaching with an anxious expression. "Su Chuan, Yin Chuan, are you both unharmed?" After their mission, Li Tianyun had developed a deep respect for the two, especially since they had treated him generously, sharing the spoils of their task. "Thank you for arriving just in time to seek assistance at the mountain gate," Su Ming replied. Li Tianyun, however, did not take credit for himself, expressing a hint of disappointment. "I hardly contributed anything. There is no need for self-reproach. In such circumstances, your decision not to flee was already a significant help to us," Su Ming reassured him. Understanding that Yun Yan needed time to recuperate, he promptly suggested, "Let us proceed to report the mission." Yun Shan, with graceful brows, interjected, "I shall not accompany you." Su Ming nodded respectfully, saying, "Thank you, Elder Yun, for your escort." After Yun Shan departed, the trio made their way directly to Tianming Square, only to find it bustling with numerous disciples. Upon their arrival, the disciples rushed towards them with enthusiasm. Puzzled by the commotion, Su Ming was soon enlightened by Li Tianyun's explanation, "This is all my fault. I couldn't resist their inquiries and let slip the news of our successful mission. That's quite all right. It's out now. No harm done," Su Ming replied nonchalantly as they made their way to Tianming Hall, overhearing many discussions marveling at the trio's accomplishment. Upon seeing them, Wang Fugui's face lit up with joy, almost kneeling in welcome. After all, completing an Earth-level mission meant a substantial share for him. These three were akin to his fortune-bringing deities. "Wang Fatty, we are exhausted from this mission and have no time to waste here. Quickly reward us for our efforts," Su Ming remarked casually, surveying the hall and noticing two other groups of three, one of which, composed entirely of women, particularly caught his attention. Among them, a veiled woman exuded an allure that captivated him deeply. Su Ming attempted to peer through the veil to discern her true visage, but his spiritual sense met an impenetrable barrier. As if he were confronting an iron wall. This veil was undoubtedly a treasure. Meanwhile, the veiled woman was secretly assessing Su Ming as well. After her exploration, she was slightly taken aback. He was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, accompanied by two peers of the same level, and yet had managed to eliminate a sect master. She recalled how her team had guarded the encampment for an extended period without finding an opportunity to assassinate. And after the news of Wang Hai's demise, the defenses had escalated to unprecedented levels, leaving even a fly unable to enter. Consequently, the teams led by the Saintess and Zhao Daoi had to abandon their mission. "Su Chuan, what an imposing reputation you have." Upon hearing this, Su Ming looked up to see a rather handsome young man approaching. "I am Zhao Daoi, a disciple of Elder Wang Zhu." Su Ming nodded slightly. He recognized this Zhao as a disciple of the Elder of Kishimen, esteemed as the first direct disciple, possessing the remarkable cultivation of peak foundation establishment. "I have long heard of your name, Zhao Daoi. Seeing you today is indeed a revelation," Su Ming complimented politely before turning back to Wang Fugui, expressing impatience. "Fat Elder, do hurry." Zhao Daoi had intended to engage Su Ming in a discussion about their hunting experiences, yet found himself sidelined by Su Ming's lack of interest. Though anger simmered within him, as the first direct disciple, he could not afford to lose face in front of others. He forced a laugh, remarking, "A busy person indeed." At that moment, the disciples gathered in Tianming Square were abuzz with chatter. "Su Chuan's team is truly extraordinary. They have genuinely completed an Earth-level mission. Indeed, I thought only the Saintess or Zhao Chuan could achieve such a feat." Considering the strength of Su Chuan's team and the presence of that burden, Li Tianyun. "Oh, how I regret not having sought to join Su Chuan's team earlier. I would have humbly begged to be part of it, even if it meant losing face. With our strength, we would merely serve as numbers in the team, gaining nothing of value. Even if we couldn't obtain rewards, it would have been splendid to bask in their glory. At that moment, Wang Fuguwei handed Su Ming a storage bag containing the mission rewards, squinting with a smile. Su Chuan, this contains 300,000 low-grade spirit stones and 300,000 contribution points. How would you like to distribute it? Naturally, we shall divide it equally, Su Ming declared. At this announcement, both the Saintess and Zhao Daoyi, who were preparing to leave, were visibly startled. In their understanding, rewards were typically distributed according to contribution, not equally. However, this matter was for Su Ming to decide, and they refrained from intervening, secretly labeling him as foolish. Simultaneously, the onlooking disciples outside were in disbelief upon learning of Su Ming's intention to distribute the rewards equally. What is Su Chuan thinking? He is willing to share the rewards with others. Indeed, what merit does Li Tianyun possess to share with two direct disciples? How fortunate it must be to be a teammate of Su Chuan. I truly envy those who are favored by him. I would gladly serve him as a loyal follower. I am willing to be his devoted servant. Chapter 41. A true heroine. Upon departing from Ming Tang, Su Ming soared into the skies on his sword, preparing to return to his cave dwelling for rest. Suddenly, he beheld a figure of ethereal grace before his abode. Master. Su Ming hastened towards his mentor, bowing deeply before inquiring, "Did you not enter seclusion? My disciple has been wronged. How could I possibly remain in seclusion?" She replied with urgency, "Come, we shall visit the Mu family." Su Ming hesitated. "Master, I have heard that the Mu family is protected by Yuaning. If it is just the two of us, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage." He contemplated whether they might persuade the sect to dispatch additional elders to accompany them in seeking justice. "Are you frightened?" A glimmer of mockery flickered in Tao Yao's eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Ming gritted his teeth and declared, "I am not afraid. With you by my side, there is nothing to fear." "Very well then, let us proceed and vanquish our foes." With a thought, Tao Yao summoned a gleaming flying sword, which soared elegantly towards them. She stepped onto it barefoot and casually remarked, "Ride my sword. Let us hasten." Su Ming leaped aboard, barely steadying himself before being enveloped by a captivating fragrance. To this day, he had encountered many enchanting companions, and this scent was all too familiar. Pure maiden fragrance. "Steady yourself." Tao Yao's voice rang out just as the flying sword surged forward, slicing through the air with astonishing speed. Were it not for her protective presence, Su Ming feared he might be torn asunder by the gale. Is this the power of a half-step Yuaning? Truly formidable. What are you pondering, you little rascal? Although Tao Yao faced away from him, she sensed her disciple's wandering thoughts. "Nothing. Merely marveling at your remarkable speed." As he spoke, Su Ming's mind raced with various thoughts, and due to the sword's velocity, even someone as formidable as Tao Yao struggled to maintain absolute composure. Consequently, Su Ming occasionally brushed against her soft back. Flight is also a form of cultivation. Immerse yourself in the raging winds and avoid frivolous thoughts. "Yes, master." Meanwhile, within the Mu family's estate, an elder lamented, "I am powerless. I failed to eliminate the wretch who has tarnished our Mu family's reputation." Hearing this, the family head, Mu Ning, sighed deeply. "It is not my intention to criticize, but why provoke that little rascal?" The protector furrowed his brow slightly and replied, "At that moment, he nearly harmed Yun'er. Had I not intervened, we would have lost a talented disciple and faced disgrace." Alas, Mu Ning sighed again. "But now, if that madwoman Tao Yao comes for us, how shall we defend ourselves? What is there to fear? Our clan is protected by a Yuaning. Can Tao Yao defy the heavens?" Though he spoke confidently, their ancestor was currently in seclusion, and should Tao Yao attack, they might struggle to resist her onslaught. "Fear not. Should that Tao Yao truly come for us, I shall confront her myself. Rest assured, I will bear the consequences alone and will not drag our family down." With a heavy sigh, Mu Ning fell silent. At that moment, Tao Yao and Su Ming had already departed from Qisha Min and were less than 100 miles away when they were suddenly pursued by the Grand Elder. Tao Yao frowned slightly and had no choice but to halt. The Grand Elder inquired, "Where are you two rushing off to?" Before Su Ming could respond, Tao Yao's voice resonated with determination. "We are heading to the Mu family to seek vengeance." The Grand Elder's brow furrowed in concern. "Tao Yao, I understand your eagerness to avenge your disciple, but the Mu family is protected by a Yuaning. Merely in the early stages of Yuaning, what is there to fear? Elder, just wait and see as I single-handedly bring the Mu family to their knees." Hearing his master's bold declaration, Su Ming could not help but marvel at her indomitable spirit. Alas, since you are so resolute, I shall refrain from further persuasion. However, I must remind you to exercise caution. After all, we are on the brink of war with the Ying-Sha alliance, and our elders must not falter. Rest assured, I am well aware. With that, Tao Yao and Su Ming soared into the sky. Watching them depart, the Grand Elder sighed heavily. Tao Yao, you truly care for your disciple. At the Mu family estate, two disciples on guard were idly conversing when they suddenly spotted a striking pair rapidly approaching on swords. Who are you two? Why do you trespass upon our Mu family? Tao Yao, however, did not engage in idle chatter. With a flick of her finger, she unleashed two sword energies that pierced through the chests of the two disciples. Coldly, she declared, Tao Yao from Qi Sha Men has come to collect debts. Summoned the old dog of the Mu family. Her voice reverberated like thunder, echoing throughout the Mu estate and startling nearby residents. Soon, a crowd gathered to witness the unfolding drama. What is happening? Why has Qi Sha Men come to the Mu family seeking retribution? If I recall correctly, the Mu family's heir was training at Qi Sha Men. Why has enmity arisen? Alas, the young master of the Mu family perished during the Qi Sha trials. Shouldn't the Mu family be the ones seeking vengeance? Why have the Qi Sha people come to confront them? That I do not know. Let us not ponder too deeply. The spectacle alone is worth our attention. Upon hearing Tao Yao's voice, the Mu family's elders hastened to the council hall, while Mu Ning's face darkened with a hint of cold resolve. I never anticipated that Tao Yao would truly come for us. What shall we do? The elders turned to Mu Ning, fully aware that Tao Yao's actions within the ancestral home were a direct affront to the dignity of the Mu family. Chapter 42. The Tyranny of Power. What to do? Let's step outside and take a look. In that moment, Mu Ning found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Setting aside the question of whether he could dismiss Tao Yao, even if he were to eliminate her, what would become of the 7 Kills sect behind her? If the Mu family were to truly slay an elder of the 7 Kills, it would create an eternal enmity. Chief, you need not concern yourselves. I can handle this alone, declared Mu Jiang, the protector of Mu Yun, with a series of cold laughs. The so-called elder of the 7 Kills is merely a figurehead. I am more than capable of overcoming him. Elder Jiang, please hold on. I shall accompany you, Mu Ning interjected, noticing that the clan elders wished to follow. He quickly added, esteemed elders, your duty is to protect the family. It is best not to venture out lightly. This matter can be resolved by Elder Jiang and me. With the chief's words, the elders could only suppress their indignation. Remember, chief, the dignity of the family surpasses all. If that Tao Yao truly presses us too far, even if it means risking our lineage, the Mu family shall fight to the death. Rest assured, esteemed elders, I have it under control. With that, Mu Ning and Mu Jiang soared towards the estate's entrance. They have arrived. Upon seeing Mu Ning and his companion, the crowd gathered to watch the spectacle was even more stirred than Su Ming. The head of the Mu family had personally stepped forward. It was bound to be an exciting event. Indeed, and there is their elder, Mu Jiang. Upon encountering Tao Yao, Mu Ning first offered a respectful bow and spoke in a calm tone. I was unaware of the esteemed elder of the 7 Kills arrival. What brings you here? Tao Yao, however, had no interest in pleasantries and coldly demanded, hand over the one who harmed my disciple, or face death. Such tyrannical behavior provoked Mu Jiang's ire. Ignoring the chief's warning, he stepped forward and retorted, what audacity! Do you believe this is the 7 Kills sect? You think you can kill whomever you please? Su Ming's eyes blazed with hatred upon seeing Mu Jiang. It was this old dog who had injured him. Had it not been for the sword pellet bestowed by his master, his path to immortality would have been severed long ago. It seems you are the one responsible. Tao Yao's tone remained eerily calm, but those familiar with her knew that her tranquility indicated heightened danger. The onlookers buzzed with speculation. It turned out that a member of the Mu family had harmed the disciple of this elder from the 7 Kills sect, prompting her quest for revenge. Indeed, the Mu family has quite the audacity to provoke someone from the 7 Kills sect. Alas, if it were an ordinary disciple, it might be overlooked, but this elder is a distinguished figure from the 7 Kills. To harm her disciple is akin to courting death. Yet, seeing her disciple lively and well, it appeared that no serious harm had been done. This elder was likely only here to vent her frustrations, and a real confrontation seemed unlikely. Indeed, the Mu family is a Yuaning clan. If a conflict were to arise, this elder might not emerge unscathed. Mu Jiang, too, remained remarkably calm. Firstly, He believed that Tao Yao's visit was merely to seek retribution and for the greater good. She would surely refrain from engaging the Mu family in combat. Secondly, with both him and the chief being at the Jedon stage, could they truly fear Tao Yao? At that moment, Mu Ning interjected, "Elder Tao Yao, I believe there is a misunderstanding. Why not come to our home for a cup of tea? Let us sit down and discuss this matter." While speaking, Mu Ning scrutinized Su Ming. Suspecting that this young man was the one responsible for Mu Hao's demise, the source of all their troubles. Enough of this chatter. Either hand over the one who harmed my disciple, or I shall enter your Mu family personally to seek him out. Her declaration stirred further discussion among the crowd. How domineering. Are those from the Seven Kills sect always this arrogant? This is excessively protective. Indeed, how I wish to be her disciple. Onlookers envied Su Ming for having such a formidable master. "Madam, you are exceedingly arrogant," Mu Jiang seethed. The opponent's hubris not only trampled upon the dignity of the Mu family, but also disregarded him entirely. How could he tolerate such insolence? Stepping forward, he gritted his teeth and declared, "It is I. I have stepped forward. What can you do to me?" With a hum, the sword beneath Tao Yao trembled, and an indomitable aura coalesced around her. Those present suddenly felt as if they stood atop a solitary peak, facing a fierce wind, their bodies stinging from the unnamed force pressing upon them. Flash! With a soft command, Tao Yao's delicate foot radiated a surge of spiritual energy, causing the sword beneath her to expand tenfold. It erupted with brilliance akin to the sun, and a blade of energy coalesced, resembling a crescent moon hanging above, exuding an awe-inspiring authority. The clouds roiled, the air crackled, as if a great dragon roared. Where the sword energy passed, the void trembled, as if the very earth quaked beneath its might. The sword energy was blinding. Yet, none of the spectators dared to avert their gaze. All eyes were fixated upon this formidable force, their astonishment palpable. Mu Ning's complexion turned ashen, his lips twitching as visions of an impending apocalypse filled his mind. Though he had maintained a demeanor of humility, he had perceived Tao Yao's strength as limited. However, the moment she unleashed this sword strike, it shattered his resolve, leaving him with thoughts of despair. How powerful! This strike could likely only be faced by a Yuaning expert. Mu Jiang trembled uncontrollably. He had once thought he could exchange blows with Tao Yao, but now, confronted with this sword energy, he realized just how feeble he was. He wished to flee, yet his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, rendering him immobile. With a sudden sound, the sword energy struck, and Mu Jiang's body disintegrated without warning, akin to a porcelain doll shattered by a heavy blow, scattering into countless fragments. Chapter 43. This sword strike will be swift. Witnessing this scene, every onlooker felt a shock in their hearts. So powerful, is this the Seven Killings Elder? With a single sword strike, she annihilated a Golden Core realm cultivator. Truly formidable. It makes me feel that the gap between Golden Core cultivators is akin to the difference between humans and dogs. How I long to become her disciple. Gulp. Mu Ning swallowed hard. He knew his own limits. Even Mu Jiang had been slain by that single sword stroke. Even if he mustered the courage to step forward, he would likely struggle to withstand more than 2 moves under Tao Yao's hand. Moreover, the might of that earlier sword strike had instilled a profound terror within him, making him wish only to flee this perilous place. Yet, as the head of the Mu family, if he truly fled, he would become a laughingstock, and the Mu family would be scorned by all under heaven. Thus, Mu Ning could only steel himself and declare, "The grudge for killing our elder." Before he could finish, Tao Yao, with a cold glare, interjected, "Spare me the empty words. If you seek death, then come forward." At these words, Mu Ning's legs trembled uncontrollably, but for the sake of dignity, he drew his sharp blade. In his heart, he silently pleaded, "Elders, please come quickly." Yet he knew all too well that even if the elders arrived, they would merely add to the tally of lost souls. The only hope now lay in the emergence of the family's patriarch. Buzz, a sword aura, rivaling the power of the previous strike, coalesced and shot straight toward Mu Ning. "It's over. Today, I die here," Mu Ning thought, his heart sinking into despair. Just then, an aged voice rang out. "Enough, fellow Taoist. Are you not going too far? Do you intend to exterminate our Mu family?" Before the words faded, a white-haired elder suddenly appeared between the sword aura and Mu Ning. Faced with such a ferocious aura, even the elder dared not be careless. With a flick of his finger, he conjured a small black shield, positioning it before him to dissipate the sword aura's force before daring to grasp it with his hand. Bang! A sword aura capable of slaying a golden core cultivator was crushed to nothing in his grip. This sight left the onlookers utterly astounded. Is this the nascent soul realm? Truly terrifyingly powerful. Indeed, it seems that master and disciple are in grave danger. Exactly. With the Mu family patriarch here, he will surely not spare those who have slaughtered Mu family members. While all marveled at the Mu family patriarch's prowess, none noticed the slight tremor in the hand he had behind his back. Inwardly, he was astonished. That woman is clearly not at the nascent soul realm, yet she can unleash a sword aura comparable to one. I had to expend a spiritual treasure to weaken it before daring to grasp it. Patriarch, this unfilial descendant is incompetent. Mu Ning, snapping out of his fear, hurriedly apologized to the Mu family patriarch. This is not your fault. Against such a formidable foe, even if all of you had joined, it would only have added to the casualties. Elder Mu Jiang, yes, I am aware. That woman acts with such arrogance, killing freely within our Mu family. How can I let her go? Step aside and keep your distance. Yes, Patriarch. Once Mu Ning retreated, the Mu family patriarch raised his graying eyebrows and spoke coldly. Fellow Taoist, regardless of any grievances between our Mu family and you, the matter of you killing our elder cannot be overlooked. Facing someone a full realm above her, Tao Yao showed not the slightest inclination to yield. Standing in the air, she resembled an unyielding sword, her pride piercing the heavens. Disciple, step aside and wait. Once I deal with this old dog, I will join you. Master, be careful. Su Ming was deeply worried for Tao Yao, especially since her opponent was at the nascent soul realm. Yet he understood that remaining would be of no help. Stepping aside was the only way to avoid hindering his master. Seeing that matters had escalated to this point, and Tao Yao still refused to back down, the Mu family patriarch grew furious. Since you are determined to seek death, I shall grant your wish. With that, the Mu family patriarch channeled his spiritual energy. His aged demeanor vanished, replaced by an overwhelming presence. As if a blazing sun had suddenly appeared, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The clouds scattered, spiritual energy converged, and the air grew heavy, so still that even the whisper of a breeze became distinctly clear. Leaves rustled, birds fell silent. The void blurred, and the air seemed to tear. Everyone present felt their hearts pound, as if struck repeatedly by a great hammer. Is this the nascent soul realm? Truly divine might. Yet, looking at Tao Yao, she remained upright as a spear amidst such divine power, as if no pressure in the world could bend her. She placed her hand on her sword hilt, and around her, peach blossom petals swirled, each exuding a chilling, murderous intent. The nascent soul pressure released by Mu Ling melted away under the dance of the peach blossoms, like ice meeting the spring sun, dissolving into nothingness. With his pressure broken, Mu Ling was profoundly shocked. His opponent's talent in the sword path was exceedingly high. He feared he might not be able to suppress her. Mu Ling knew he could not let Tao Yao live. Yet, to back down now, what would become of the Mu family's dignity? After a moment of inner conflict, Mu Ling produced a small cauldron in his hand. The entirely black cauldron appeared unremarkable, yet it emanated a pressure as weighty as a mountain. Go. With a flick of Mu Ling's finger, a flame emerged from the cauldron, swelling with the wind into a vast sea of fire that crashed toward Tao Yao. This flame was exceptionally fierce, nearly draining the air of its essence. Blazing oil, exploding air. The wrath of a nascent soul cultivator, truly terrifying. Indeed, this move seems capable of scorching the very heavens. The onlookers were awestruck, certain that Tao Yao was in peril. For the gap in realms could not be bridged by talent alone. Tao Yao let out a light laugh, raising her hand as peach blossoms once again swirled around her. She glanced back slightly at Su Ming and said, "Disciple, watch closely. This sword strike will be swift." Chapter 40. For the collapse of the alliance. As the words fell, petals filled the air, forming a colossal peach blossom sword that thundered towards the flames. The unparalleled might of the flames was instantly shattered, scattering countless sparks. The sword's energy surged forth without diminishing, continuing its relentless strike. Boom! The sword energy surged wildly, causing Mu Ling's heart to tremble. He had never anticipated that the flames he took pride in could be so easily cleaved apart by a single sword strike. As he witnessed the unyielding force of the sword approaching him, Mu Ling had no choice but to summon his small cauldron to shield himself. The piercing sword energy struck the cauldron, producing a metallic clang. A surge of blood rose in Mu Ling's throat, his complexion turning ashen. A thought crossed his mind. If this continued, he would likely have to risk his life to leave Piqiao behind. Sacrificing his path to immortality for the sake of family honor was hardly worthwhile. After weighing his options, Mu Ling's fighting spirit began to wane. In stark contrast, Piqiao remained resolute, her fighting spirit soaring, making onlookers feel as though they were facing an unparalleled divine sword. However, Piqiao was acutely aware that if the battle persisted, even if she remained invincible, claiming the life of the old dog would still prove to be a formidable challenge. After all, this was the opponent's territory, and they had numerous Golden Core practitioners at their disposal. She turned towards Su Ming and commanded imperiously, "Disciple, we shall depart. The true culprit behind the ambush on my disciple has already been dealt with, and we have significantly humiliated the Mu family. Remaining here serves no purpose." Su Ming nodded in agreement. "Yes, master." The master and disciple ascended together on a flying sword, soaring through the air. "Remember, should your Mu family's old dog dare to harm my disciple again, I shall return to claim a life for every life taken." These words struck like thunder, resonating in the hearts of everyone present. Mu Ling's expression darkened. Such words were undeniably a slap to his face. Following this incident, the Mu family's reputation had been thoroughly tarnished, making it difficult for them to hold their heads high in the future. With a cold snort, Mu Ling transformed into a streak of light, racing towards his secluded retreat, intending to remain in seclusion for an extended period. Mu Ning, the head of the Mu family, felt a flush of heat rise to his cheeks and muttered, "The 7-kill sect cannot remain arrogant for long." However, in the face of Piqiao's overwhelming presence, his words seemed feeble and insipid. The surrounding family heads witnessed the Mu family's disgrace, and their hearts were filled with delight. Many harbored minor grievances against the Mu family and were naturally pleased to see them humiliated. The 7-kill sect was far too dominant. Even a single elder could match an entire family. If that elder, Piqiao, were to break into the nascent soul realm, a single person and sword could annihilate the entire Mu family. Indeed, rumors circulated that the 7-kill sect had fallen, but one must remember that a starved camel is larger than a horse. It would be wise to avoid provoking the disciples of the 7-kill sect. A day later, Su Ming and his master returned to the 7-kill sect, encountering the waiting Grand Elder, who eagerly inquired, "Piqiao, how did the mission unfold?" "The one who harmed my disciple has been dealt with." She then recounted the events briefly. Upon hearing this, Elder Fong shook his head, acknowledging Piqiao's domineering nature. This incident had firmly established the enmity between the 7-kill sect and the Mu family. However, Elder Fong was well aware that even without Su Ming's involvement, there was nothing amicable between the Mu family and the 7-kill sect. After exchanging pleasantries with the Grand Elder, Piqiao escorted Su Ming back to Taohua Peak. Upon dismounting from the flying sword, she stepped upon the scattered peach blossom petals and spoke in a calm tone, "I need to enter seclusion for a few days. If nothing urgent arises, you should remain within the sect to guard against any desperate actions from the Mu family." Su Ming nodded, "As you command, master." Seeing his master retreat into seclusion, Su Ming took to the skies on his sword, heading directly towards the residence of the inner disciples. During his absence from the sect, he had neglected Li Miao, Su Jiugu, and others, so he intended to nurture these blossoms he had cultivated. At Li Miao's cave dwelling, the ladies, having heard of Su Ming's arrival, adorned themselves in their finest attire to greet him. They now regarded Su Ming with a mix of reverence and fear, but more so with gratitude for having become his companions before this hidden dragon emerged from the depths. Especially for Nanjin Ping and Li Meng Ran, reflecting on their past enmity with Su Ming, they felt like fools and silently vowed to serve him earnestly. "Did anything significant occur while I was away from the sect?" Su Ming inquired. The ladies chattered excitedly, recounting the recent happenings one by one. As Su Ming listened while tending to the flowers, he found himself intrigued by a particular event. He had completed the assassination mission against Ling Haizong, which had greatly provoked the proud Saintess Lian Yi and the sect's foremost disciple. Both were unwilling to be overshadowed by Su Ming, so they had set out to return to the mission site in search of an opportunity. However, Zhou Dao and Zhao Jiuyang acted with extreme caution, always accompanied by a retinue. Lian Yi and Zhao Daoyi had no choice but to take matters into their own hands. Ultimately, Lian Yi, leveraging her own strength, managed to eliminate Zhao Jiuyang, despite suffering the loss of one comrade and the injury of another. Conversely, Zhao Daoyi not only failed to complete his mission but also lost 2 companions, barely escaping with his life. Nevertheless, Zhao Daoyi's failure did not significantly impact the broader situation. The deaths of Wang Hai and Zhao Zhuyang directly led to the collapse of the 3 sects alliance. Zhou Dao retreated to the sect, hiding away and refusing to emerge. Thus, the Grand Alliance meeting concluded abruptly. Chapter 45. The Return to Battle. As dawn broke the following day, Su Ming remained in a deep slumber within Li Miao's cave dwelling. Suddenly, the resonating sound of the sect's bell pierced through the tranquility, signaling the assembly of all disciples. Without hesitation, he gathered the women and made his way to the Tianming Square. The Grand Elder, Feng Butong, and Elder Yun Shan stood atop a high platform, observing as the inner sect disciples gathered in unison. Feng Budong's voice thundered like a storm. You are undoubtedly aware that the 2 rebellious sect leaders have been assassinated by our elite disciples. Now, the alliance of the 3 sects is crumbling. We must seize this opportunity to eradicate the remaining rebellious forces. Once again, Elder Yun Shan will lead the charge to obliterate the Tianyin sect. This time, only the inner sect disciples will partake in this endeavor. The outer sect disciples shall depart. With these words, the Grand Elder turned to Yun Shan, saying, the remaining matters are in your capable hands. Understood. Yun Shan addressed the disciples in the square, her voice resounding. Inner sect disciples, follow me into battle. The prospect of the extermination war ignited immense excitement among those eligible to participate. Unlike the previous voluntary enlistment, this time was a mandatory conscription, with nearly all inner sect disciples mobilized. The annihilation of a minor sect would surely be a swift and effortless endeavor. Meanwhile, the outer sect disciples could only sigh in resignation, lamenting their insufficient strength to partake in such a grand occasion. Meanwhile, Zhou Dao cowered within the mountain gate, plagued by anxiety. Although he had narrowly escaped assassination and had successfully slain 2 inner sect disciples from the 7-kill sect, he found no solace in his achievements. When the 3 sects had united, he felt he could contend with the 7-kill sect. Yet, with the assassination of the other 2 leaders, the alliance had disintegrated, leaving only the Tianyun sect to face the overwhelming might of the 7-kill sect, now merely clinging to survival. Damn the Shadow Kill Alliance. Why have they not provided support, leaving me trapped in this predicament? Regret consumed Zhou Dao. Had he foreseen this fate, he would never have betrayed the 7-kill sect to join the Shadow Kill Alliance. But now, it was too late to lament. He could only pray for the Shadow Kill Alliance to dispatch aid swiftly, for if the 7-kill sect attacked, the Tianyin sect would be reduced to ruins. Just as Zhou Dao pondered his predicament, an elder rushed in, panic etched on his face. Sect leader, our scouts report that the 7-kill sect's expeditionary force is advancing towards us. What? Zhou Dao sprang to his feet, fear etched in his voice. How many have they sent? Who leads them? Sect leader, the one leading the charge is Elder Yun Shan, who annihilated the Yuling sect. She commands around 300 disciples, half of whom are Foundation establishment cultivators. Zhou Dao's face turned ashen, akin to having swallowed a dead rat. The entire Tianyin sect boasted merely 20 Foundation establishment cultivators, while the 7-kill sect casually dispatched over 100. How could they withstand such an onslaught? Quickly, activate the sect's protective formation. Zhou Dao disregarded the immense energy expenditure required to sustain the formation. He knew he had to act before the 7-kill sect arrived. 2 hours later, 3 colossal airships hovered ominously above the Tianyin sect. The disciples gazed in horror at the sight. To prevent unrest, Zhou Dao had withheld the news of the 7-kill sect's impending assault. Now, witnessing the 3 airships, dread enveloped the hearts of the Tianyin sect members. The 7-kill sect has come for our annihilation. We are doomed. What audacity! Over 100 Foundation establishment cultivators are truly here to wipe us out. Indeed, our foolish sect leader betrayed the 7-kill sect. Now, we shall all perish. No, I must surrender. Surely they would accept my capitulation. The disciples, engulfed in panic, displayed a spirit of defeat even before the battle commenced. Zhou Dao also beheld the airships above, his heart racing with terror. Yet, if he did not assert himself, the sect would collapse before the 7-kill sect even arrived. Suppressing his fear, he soared into the air, addressing the 3 airships with a voice laden with fury. 7-kill sect, are you here once more to enact your merciless extermination? First, the Yuling sect, now the Tianyin sect. You have even slain the leaders of the Ling Hai and Ling Yin sects. Your actions are utterly devoid of righteousness. Unfazed by Zhou Dao's accusations, Yinshan merely placed her hand upon the hilt of her sword, her lips parting slightly. "Disciples, heed my command." "Understood." Over 300 disciples responded in unison, their voices echoing like thunder, instilling terror within the hearts of the panicked Tianyun sect disciples. "Follow me into battle." Before her words faded, Yinshan drew her long sword, an immense wave of spiritual energy surging forth like a river flowing into the vast ocean, pouring into the blade. The sword emitted a radiant beam, resembling a majestic white dragon, as it lunged toward the protective formation of the Tianyun sect. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided, shaking the very earth. The protective formation of the Tianyun sect trembled and rippled, yet held firm. Before Zhou Dao could feel any relief, the onslaught from the 300 disciples fell upon the protective formation like meteors descending from the sky, shattering it into fragments before it could even begin to repair itself. Chapter 46. A single strike to annihilate the enemy. At the moment the great formation shattered, a singular thought consumed Zhou Dao's mind. It was over. Tianyun Zone was destined for annihilation. Without hesitation, he turned and fled in the opposite direction of the airship. Countless disciples of Tianyun Zone, witnessing the collapse of their protective formation and the retreat of their sect leader, lost all will to fight and surrendered, kneeling in defeat. Those who resisted were effortlessly harvested by the disciples of Qishan men. This massacre concluded with a thunderous finality, even before the task's leader was dealt with, for the completion of their mission hinged upon the death of Zhou Dao, the sect leader of Tianyun Zone. Notably, the elder of Tianyun Zone had recently passed away, leaving the sect devoid of any Jian realm cultivators. Yinshan initially intended to pursue Zhou Dao to eliminate him, but she noticed a figure relentlessly closing in on him. Upon closer inspection, it was a disciple of Tao Yao. This individual was indeed overreaching in ambition. After a moment's contemplation, Yinshan decided to follow. Though Su Ming had a glorious record of slaying a sect leader, there was no telling how desperate Zhou Dao might become, and to avert unforeseen circumstances, he first ordered his disciples to swiftly eliminate the remnants of Tianyun Zone while he pursued at a measured pace. As Zhou Dao fled, he glanced back to see a chaotic scene of bloodshed within the sect and a disciple of Qishan men hot on his heels. To his astonishment, this disciple was closing the distance with alarming speed. "You little bastard, cease your pursuit." Zhou Dao bellowed in anger. "Old dog, I will take your life." Su Ming, standing upon the Qingyun Jian, expended his spiritual energy without reservation, propelling his flying sword forward. He was on the verge of catching up to Zhou Dao and began to gather strength to unleash the great desolation destruction finger. In a fit of rage, Zhou Dao shouted, "You wretched brat, do you truly believe I dare not kill you?" His frustration boiled over. An enemy had come to his door, and here he was, fleeing in panic. This tarnished his reputation irreparably. It was one thing to be pursued by the elder of Qishan men, but to be cornered by an inconsequential disciple was intolerable. Driven by fury, Zhou Dao halted abruptly, brandishing his sword as he roared, "You insolent whelp, if you seek death, I shall oblige." With a swift motion, he unleashed a brilliant azure sword light that erupted with blinding radiance. Unfazed by this assault, Su Ming retaliated with a sword chi of his own. His strike was akin to cleaving through waves or a fire dragon exhaling flames, trailing a long arc of fire that seemed to scorch the very air. The clash of their energies created a vortex of turbulent air, drawing in countless grains of sand and stone that resonated with a thunderous roar. Zhou Dao's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Su Ming's ability to withstand his attack. What he intended as a release of pent-up frustration had unexpectedly met with a formidable opponent. However, there was no turning back now, and Zhou Dao pressed on, shouting, "You little brat, I will ensure your demise." This time, he did not unleash sword chi but charged directly at Su Ming with his sword drawn, exuding the ferocity of a tiger emerging from the mountains. Yet, Su Ming stood his ground, retorting coldly, "Old dog, you come well." With renewed vigor, he too surged forward. After a fierce exchange, the two retreated, momentarily creating distance between them. As they caught their breath, their gazes met, igniting an explosion of murderous intent. Almost simultaneously, they shouted in unison and charged anew. "Brat, prepare to die." Zhou Dao's furious roar echoed as he unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, attempting to overwhelm Su Ming. However, Su Ming remained remarkably composed, deftly evading while seizing opportunities to counterattack. slicing through Zhou Dao's onslaught with precision. Their swords clashed, generating intense energy waves that caused the surrounding space to distort. As time passed, Zhou Dao's movements grew sluggish, his breath becoming erratic. In contrast, Su Ming's swordplay accelerated, becoming increasingly unpredictable. The air around him crackled with energy, as a formidable surge of spiritual power brewed within him. "Old dog, have your techniques run dry? Now it is my turn." With a chilling command, Su Ming unleashed the long-held power of his left hand, releasing a torrent of desolate energy. Great Desolation Destruction Finger. The winds roared, and desolation swept forth. An overwhelming force surged towards Zhou Dao. Incredible! Zhou Dao's lips trembled, his face ashen. He could scarcely believe that a disciple of Qi Shaman, one realm beneath him, possessed such strength. In a state of panic, he resorted to deploying defensive talismans, erecting barriers before him. Yet, these protective measures proved as fragile as paper against the Great Desolation Destruction Finger. With a resounding impact, the energy pierced through his defenses and struck at his heart. Zhou Dao gathered all his spiritual energy, concentrating it at his heart, striving to dissipate the incoming onslaught. For a moment, they were locked in a stalemate. However, as time slipped away, Zhou Dao's energy dwindled while Su Ming's assault surged forth like an unending river. Ultimately, the desolate force breached his defenses, sending Zhou Dao hurtling backward, his body torn asunder with a gaping wound, life rapidly extinguishing. This boy is astonishingly powerful. Just as Yunshan arrived, ready to intervene, she witnessed Su Ming deliver the final blow to Zhou Dao. Her heart brimmed with astonishment. "Be cautious," she cried, spotting a bolt of heavenly lightning suddenly descending upon Su Ming. Without hesitation, she brandished her sword and struck forth a sword chi, shattering the lightning. Coldly, she declared, "Who dares to show themselves?" Chapter 47. Li Daoyuan. After a hearty burst of laughter, and Tianyu, the vice leader of the Yingsha Alliance, emerged with a throng of followers. The Yingsha Alliance mobilized a considerable number of members, numbering in the thousands, who immediately surrounded the disciples of the Seven Kills sect in a formidable formation. Observing this, the disciples of the Seven Kills sect hastily abandoned their comrades from the Tianyun sect and clustered together, bracing themselves for the impending confrontation. Upon seeing in Tianyu, Yunshan's expression turned grave. The Yingsha Alliance had indeed made their move, and it was none other than the vice leader in Tianyu, a formidable figure at the half-step Yuanying stage. And Tianyu scrutinized Yunshan with an intense gaze, a flicker of desire gleaming in his eyes. "Elder Yunshan, it would be a great pity to eliminate a woman of such talent as yourself. Why not abandon the darkness and join us in the Yingsha Alliance?" Yunshan remained silent, gripping her sword and pointing it defiantly at him. "Humph, since you are so obstinate, I shall have to take drastic measures." With that declaration, Tianyu unleashed a terrifying aura of half-step Yuanying pressure, his spiritual power surging like an ocean, oppressive as an abyss. Yunshan felt as though an invisible mountain bore down upon her, making it difficult to breathe and causing her bones to ache. Once proud and capable of battling above her level, she now found herself overwhelmed by Tianyu's might. Seeing Yunshan struggle, Tianyu's face broke into a smug grin. "Yunshan, it is not too late to surrender." Despite her overwhelming sense of helplessness, Yunshan remained resolute. "How could one surrender to a beast like you? Abandon that thought." Tianyu's expression shifted to one of fury. "Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish." With that, he prepared to strike at Yunshan. Su Ming, anxious, contemplated the situation. The Yingsha Alliance would surely have reinforcements. The higher-ups would not overlook this. The Seven Kills sect must have a contingency plan. Just then, a clear, cold voice resonated through the air. "Wretched cur, your opponent is me." Accompanied by a piercing sword cry, an overwhelming sword intent descended from the heavens. Before the flying sword arrived, its aura surged through the air. An unstoppable wave of sword energy crashed down, drenching Tianyu in cold sweat. Who possesses such formidable sword intent? Feeling the overwhelming force, Tianyu was momentarily struck by an unshakable sense of dread. "No, as a dignified half-step Yuanying, I cannot be intimidated by a mere sword intent. Attack!" Gathering his breath, Tianyu grasped the hilt of his weapon, channeling his spiritual energy into a blade of light that he unleashed with a thunderous strike. This blade of light stretched over 10 zhong, far surpassing the incoming sword energy as it surged forth to obliterate it. However, In a surprising turn of events, upon collision, Tianyu's blade shattered under the might of the sword energy. The sword energy, having vanquished the blade, retained its unmatched sharpness and advanced toward Tianyu's heart. In a panic, he hastily summoned a protective barrier. With a resounding crash, Tianyu was engulfed by the sword energy, emitting cries of anguish. The spectators were left in awe, particularly Tianyu's subordinates. When the dust settled, Tianyu's figure emerged, disheveled and disoriented, his hair unkempt and clothing tattered. At that moment, a rain of peach blossoms began to fall, and a stunningly beautiful female sword cultivator descended gracefully upon the petals, radiating brilliance akin to the sun and capturing the attention of all present. Seeing the newcomer, Yunshan smiled. You have arrived. She was well aware that the 7 Kills sect had a backup plan, which was why she felt no fear facing Tianyu, a half-step Yuanying. Tao Yao nodded. You have broken through to Yuanying? Not yet. Yunshan's smile faltered. She and Tao Yao had both joined the 7 Kills sect at the same time. Now, while Tianyu pressed down upon her, Tao Yao could defeat enemies with a single sword stroke. Had the gap between them widened so significantly without her realizing? Master. Su Ming bowed to Tao Yao. Tao Yao acknowledged him with a nod before turning her attention to Tianyu. Wretched scoundrel, if you wish to battle, then let us continue. The declaration sent a shiver of fear through Tianyu. However, he could not afford to back down in front of so many witnesses. Humph, is that sword intent at the Yuanying level? Pure sword cultivators are indeed exceptional, able to achieve invincibility among their peers. And Tianyu's words were merely an attempt to salvage his diminishing pride. Upon hearing this, Tao Yao scoffed. If that is the case, then prepare to meet your end. As the archrivals, the 7 Kills sect and the Yingsha alliance were under no obligation to hold back. With a flicker of her thoughts, Tao Yao unleashed another wave of invincible sword energy. In the face of this attack, Tianyu panicked and retreated hastily. Humph, useless fool. Suddenly, a massive hand of spiritual energy materialized and crushed the sword energy as easily as one might pop a balloon, obliterating it. However, the spiritual hand trembled slightly, its radiance dimming. Upon seeing the wielder, Tianyu's heart soared with joy, and he knelt in reverence. I humbly welcome the alliance leader. Moments later, a refined young man descended from the sky, the leader of the Yingsha alliance. Even someone as formidable as Tao Yao felt a tremor of apprehension upon recognizing him. This individual had once dazzled an era, a nearly invincible presence at every stage of cultivation. Now a Yuanying master with unmatched combat prowess. He was capable of battling above his rank. Tao Yao inhaled sharply, her expression growing serious as she positioned herself protectively in front of Su Ming and Yunshan. You too, look for an opportunity to escape. Master, do not argue. I can only hold him back for 3 strikes. Quickly go. Li Daoyuan stood with his hands behind his back, resembling an unparalleled divine sword, and spoke calmly. You all shall remain here. Chapter 48. The Qisha sword cannon. His peerless might lent such weight to his words that listeners' hearts trembled involuntarily. Li Daoyuan harbored profound fascination for Tao Yao, possessing exhaustive intelligence on all Qisha sect elders. He held her in the highest esteem. This prodigious female sword cultivator possessed an extraordinary, almost preternatural, aptitude. In Li Daoyuan's estimation, her perilousness even eclipsed that of Qisha sect's master, Xiao Bufan. Tao Yao, if you submit willingly, I shall spare your life. Seeing her remain silent, he added with a wry, self-mocking smile. Look at me. How absurd. We share the same indomitable spirit. How could either of us ever stoop to subservience? I shall grant you a warrior's end, my most supreme technique, to escort you into the cycle of rebirth. No sooner had the words left his lips than an overwhelming aura surged forth from him, vast, tempestuous, and suffused with sovereign authority. One sword shatters heaven. With those 4 words, a colossal spiritual hand coalesced behind him, its palm gripping a titanic sword woven entirely of condensed spiritual energy. Merely stirring, it seemed capable of rending the void itself. Boom, boom. An invincible sword intent congealed, its chilling, awe-inspiring majesty so profound that onlookers instinctively knelt in reverence. Yet amid that crushing pressure, Tao Yao stood unbroken, tall, radiant, unyielding, truly formidable. The master of Yingsha alliance, a man who once dominated an entire era, indeed possessed staggering martial prowess. Earlier, she had claimed she could withstand 3 of his strikes. Now, She realized that boast had been overconfident. Merely surviving this first blow would be no small triumph. Boom. The sword energy descended like the collapse of a celestial pillar. Tao Yao bit her lower lip, raised her longsword, and surged upward, her very being now a blade incarnate. Boom, boom, boom. Two torrents of sword energy collided. Before that colossal spiritual blade, Tao Yao appeared as fragile as a mantis attempting to halt a chariot, yet she did not retreat. Instead, she channeled her entire spiritual essence into her blade, intensifying her sword intent until it blazed with incandescent brilliance. When the clashing energies dissipated, she stood barefoot upon drifting peach blossoms, serene, resplendent, a goddess of war. Exceptional. Li Daoyuan's admiration deepened. Such a peerless genius would be a priceless asset to Yingsha Alliance. He would no longer need to rely upon the inept Tianyu. Though Tao Yao appeared unscathed, Li Daoyuan's gaze, sharp as a master swordsman's blade, detected the truth. She bore internal injuries, her vigor already waning beneath the facade of composure. One more strike would suffice to send this legendary Qixia sect elder into eternal slumber. Attack, kill without mercy. He cast a glance toward Tianyu and issued the command. Instantly, chaos erupted. Full-scale carnage engulfed the battlefield. Li Daoyuan felt a surge of exhilaration. To slay Tao Yao here would sever Xiao Bufan's most vital limb. Moreover, the Qixia sect disciples who had come to eradicate Tianyun's sect were its elite. Should they all perish here, the sect would suffer irreparable devastation. Yet just as Li Daoyuan gathered his ultimate sword intent, a voice rang out. Calm, resonant, unwavering. Li Daoyuan, do you truly feel triumphant? At those words, his expression shifted instantly, gravity settling over his features like a shadow. Xiao Bufan, he intoned, voice low and taut. Since you have arrived, why not step forth? Scarcely had he spoken when Qixia sect's master, Xiao Bufan, along with elders Feng Budong and Wang Zhu, materialized from the distance, swift, silent, and sovereign. Around them, countless disciples emerged, encircling the Yingsha Alliance in a flawless counter-ambush. Li Daoyuan's face paled, suddenly, starkly, as if drained of blood. He had believed himself the hunter, laying a perfect trap to annihilate Qixia sect's elite forces. Instead, he discovered he had walked straight into their snare. Xiao Bufan, you have emptied your entire sect. You lured me out with feigned vulnerability, only to spring this extermination upon me? Precisely, Xiao Bufan replied, calm as still water. Our intentions mirrored one another's. Li Daoyuan's gaze swept over the assembled Qixia sect cultivators, his voice icy. Since you have all gathered, where, then, is your sect's ancient patriarch? The immortal elder who has long slumbered in seclusion? We require no elder's intervention to cast you into oblivion, Xiao Bufan said, voice gentle yet unshakable. We are more than sufficient. Excellent, Li Daoyuan retorted, his aura flaring anew, undiminished, unbroken. Then let us settle this here and now. Final, decisive battle. Though encircled, his presence remained unbowed. He and Xiao Bufan were contemporaries. Back in the Lianqi realm, he had already bested him. Now, having ascended to Yuanying, he still believed himself superior. Xiao Bufan, dare you face me alone? Just the two of us. Winner decides the fate of the other's sect. Xiao Bufan met the challenge with a serene, compassionate smile. We differ in temperament. Every disciple of Qixia sect is a seed of tomorrow, a future I will never gamble upon a single duel. If battle is what you seek, then let it be honorable. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Humph. So you refuse, not daring to risk all on one clash. Xiao Bufan did not flinch. Not even a flicker of anger crossed his face. Instead, he turned gently to Tao Yao. How fare you? Can you still fight? A faint, fierce smile curved her lips. I can. Elder Feng Budong, standing behind Xiao Bufan, stepped forward. Master, issue your command. Very well, Xiao Bufan declared, voice resonating with ancient authority. We shall unleash the Qixia sword cannon and eradicate this scourge. Far away, atop a soaring airship, the Mu clan watched the battlefield unfold. Excellent. The battle begins at last. Mu Yun, patriarch of the Mu clan, spoke with unmistakable exhilaration. Not long ago, the Yingsha Alliance had dispatched envoys, proposing a joint campaign to annihilate the Qixia sect. Mu Yun had not accepted immediately. Instead, he sought counsel from his clan's venerated elder, Mu Ling, wise beyond years, had counseled patience. Do not commit to Yingsha Alliance yet. Observe their clash, Wait for the precise moment. Then strike, swift, decisive, fatal. Now, sensing the tide turning, Mu Yin sought his elder's counsel once more. Elder, may we now enter the fray? Mu Ling sat with eyes closed, silver hair stirring as though caressed by an unseen wind. His voice was tranquil, unhurried. Xiao Yun, why the haste? The dogs have not yet sunk their fangs into one another. To intervene prematurely would only invite needless casualties. And have you not noticed? Li Daoyuan is already encircled. Even so, does it truly matter? Li Daoyuan is a peerless genius who once eclipsed an entire epoch. Would he fear mere numbers? Humph. You have not yet reached Yuanying. You cannot fathom the gulf between realms. Nor do you grasp the Qixia sect's true depth. A wistful light softened Mu Ling's gaze as memory stirred, decades past, when he was still a Zhuji cultivator. He had beheld the previous Qixia sect master leading his elders in the full manifestation of the Qixia sword cannon. That day, heaven had trembled, mountains had shattered, rivers had been severed by sword light. Chapter 49, The Invincible Might. Although Li Daoyuan is renowned for his undefeated reputation, Mu Ling remains skeptical of his ability to withstand the 7 kills sword manual. The winds of fate shift abruptly, and the void erupts. Xiao Bufan stands at the forefront, his gaze sharp and piercing like a cold star, exuding an aura of determination, while behind him stand Tao Yao, Feng Butong, Wang Zhu, and 4 other elders of the 7 kills sect. The 7 of them, when viewed from above, resemble the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Formation now? With Xiao Bufan's commanding shout, the other 6 raise their long swords, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge wildly. Flames, ice, and the essence of metal intertwine, rendering the air thin. 7 kills. They cry in unison, and in an instant, 7 swords radiate a brilliant light, soaring toward the heavens. The sword light pierces through the clouds, its intent reaching the stars. Each of them emanates a unique brilliance, akin to 7 stars shining brightly, their spiritual energy continuously gushing forth, transforming into an overwhelming sword chi. In that moment, this small realm is filled with sword energy, reminiscent of meteors cascading from the sky, engulfing the mountains in flames. Strike! With a furious roar, an endless wave of sword chi surges toward Li Daoyuan, carving deep black fissures into the very fabric of space. Faced with this assault, Li Daoyuan's mind is shaken. He had heard of the 7 kills sword manual, but never anticipated its manifestation could wield such formidable power. This is indeed the might of a combined assault led by a Yuanying, exuding an invincible aura. If all 7 were Yuanying, could they not dominate Yinzhou? In Li Daoyuan's eyes, alongside fear, there flickers a hint of excitement. If he could defeat Xiao Bufan and eradicate the 7 kills sect, then the 7 kills sword manual would belong to their Yingxia alliance. At that moment, his aspirations of dominating Yinzhou would become reality. Below, the disciples of the 7 kills sect and Yingxia alliance, engaged in battle, are left dumbfounded by this astonishing spectacle. How powerful! The 7 kills sect possesses such a formidable killing move. Is this the foundation of the once greatest sect? The disciples of the Yingxia alliance are filled with unease. Can their leader truly contend against these 7? They are simply too strong. Su Ming's gaze ignites with fervor. The 7 unite, their invincible might. At that moment, Yun Yin approaches Su Ming, her expression grave, saying, I have heard that Li Daoyuan is exceptionally talented, having once overshadowed an era. Even if the sect leaders unleash the 7 kills sword manual, they may not be able to kill him. Such thoughts are not uncommon. The Yingxia alliance has been overwhelmingly dominant over these years, firmly suppressing the 7 kills sect. Yun Yin, why bolster others' prestige while diminishing our own morale? I firmly believe that my master and the others will prevail in this battle. A smile graces Su Ming's lips as he raises his arm, declaring, while our leaders are engaged in this fierce struggle, we cannot lag behind. Let us slay more enemies. His words awaken the disciples of the 7 kills sect. Indeed, they must seize the opportunity while the higher-ups are engaged in battle to eliminate the Yingxia alliance's lackeys. Boom, boom. Behind Li Daoyuan, 2 colossal hands of spiritual energy form, wielding a massive light sword. The might of this strike surpasses that of his previous attack against Tao Yao. However, such a powerful sword intent barely holds against the 7 kills sword manual before shattering explosively. The sword chi unleashed by the elders of the 7 kills sect, like a rampaging tide, breaks through Li Daoyuan's sword chi defenses and crashes into his chest, leaving a wound deep enough to expose bone. blood stains the heavens, and his roar reverberates through the earth. Li Daoyuan had not anticipated that he would sustain such grievous injury after merely enduring one strike. Witnessing their leader wounded by a single blow sends shockwaves through the Ying-Shao alliance, while the disciples of the Seven Kills sect are filled with exhilaration. How strong! This is the mightiest technique I have ever witnessed. How can one learn the Seven Kills sword manual? Perhaps one must first become a Seven Kills elder. Many disciples of the Seven Kills sect clench their fists, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Their greatest aspiration in life is to master the Seven Kills sword manual. Unlike the other disciples, Su Ming, though equally stirred, remains confident as the sole disciple of Tao Yao, believing he will eventually master the Seven Kills sword manual. Therefore, his immediate concern is to capture more furnace cauldrons on the battlefield to enhance his strength. In his swift movements, he has already defeated 2 female disciples from the Ying-Shao alliance, one of whom is at the peak of Foundation establishment. After incapacitating them, he stores them in his spirit beast pouch, drawing the attention of many. Numerous disciples of the Seven Kills sect are puzzled as they observe Su Ming placing the Ying-Shao alliance's female disciples into his spirit beast pouch. Even the Saintess Lian Yi is left bewildered by his actions. However, when Yunyan realizes that Su Ming's target is the beautiful disciples of the enemy, she instantly comprehends his intentions. This guy, seriously, even in such dire circumstances, is still thinking about that. Aside from Yunyan, some practitioners skilled in auxiliary arts also grasp Su Ming's motives. They deem him audacious, daring to entertain such thoughts on this life-and-death battlefield, and using a spirit beast pouch in such a manner is utterly sacrilegious. The disciples of the Seven Kills sect can only feel helpless towards Su Ming's behavior. In contrast, the disciples of the Ying-Shao alliance, seeing their sisters treated in such a manner by Su Ming, are engulfed in fury. This brat is truly despicable. Yet, despite their anger, the disciples of the Ying-Shao alliance are acutely aware of Su Ming's prowess. Even their senior sister at the peak of Foundation establishment has been defeated and stored away, unless a Golden Core elder intervenes. Sending Foundation establishment cultivators against him would only serve to deliver themselves to him. Thus, upon realizing Su Ming's intentions, the disciples of the Ying-Shao alliance instinctively avoid him, especially the beautiful disciples who would rather flee at once. After contemplating her thoughts, Saintess Lian Yi also understands Su Ming's intentions, feeling a surge of disdain. She had initially thought him a remarkable individual, but in the face of such significant matters, he still harbors those thoughts. He is destined to achieve little in life. Chapter 50. Seeking wealth and honor amidst danger in the sky, 7 individuals gathered their strength, continuing to wield their long swords. The Seven Kills sword manual unleashed the breaking army strike. In an instant, the clouds churned, and the air erupted with a deafening roar. A colossal sword aura, towering over 100 feet, materialized, exuding an irresistible force, and struck towards Li Daoyuan. Where the sword aura passed, the very fabric of space was distorted, emitting thunderous booms. As if the heavens and earth trembled under this power. This move would be exceedingly difficult to counter. A thought flashed in Li Daoyuan's mind. Yet he was a prodigy who had once dominated an era. Surrender was not in his nature. It appeared that he had no choice but to employ his ultimate technique. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Li Daoyuan's eyes suddenly widened, radiating a dark light as mist gathered around him, unleashing tendrils of black lightning that danced like a dragon. The infernal thunder dragon. With a roar, the sky around Li Daoyuan turned gray, dark clouds engulfed the heavens, and thunder roared. Soon, the infernal thunder descended, coalescing into a 100-foot-long dragon, its fiery lightning blazing, scorching the air with a crackling sound. Xiao Bufan and the others gasped in awe at this move. Li Daoyuan's prowess, honed over many years in Yunjiao, was indeed formidable. If it were a one-on-one confrontation, I would undoubtedly be no match for him. Xiao Bufan mused. The disciples below, witnessing the dense clouds and the writhing thunder dragon, were petrified, some even kneeling in terror, trembling uncontrollably. This was indeed a Yuaning-level cultivator, akin to a celestial being descending to earth. Li Daoyuan's overwhelming display invigorated the morale of the Shadow Kill Alliance disciples. Infernal Dragon Annihilation. As Li Daoyuan's words fell, the infernal thunder dragon emerged from the sea of clouds, its eyes like lanterns, shimmering with the majesty of dragonkind, while its dark scales devoured the remaining light, plunging the world into darkness. This This bastard is truly formidable. Faced with Li Daoyuan's technique, the elders of the Seven Kills felt a chill run down their spines. This young man, not yet a century old, possessed such immense power. If he were to grow for another 100 years, wouldn't he have the potential to become the foremost figure in Yunzhao? Everyone, increase your output. Understood. Under Xiao Buffan's command, the Seven Kills elders took their positions within the formation, channeling their spiritual energy into the Seven Kills grand array. Instantly, the gigantic sword aimed at Li Daoyuan surged in power once more. Boom. Breaking army sword. Infernal thunder dragon. The two forces collided with a thunderous crash, shaking the earth and sky, and the heavens darkened with storm clouds and lightning. This small realm seemed to transform into another world, as both land and sky could scarcely endure such a clash. The booming sounds persisted, accompanied by powerful shockwaves that obliterated nearby trees and rocks into dust. The entire battlefield resembled an apocalyptic scene. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed. The Thunder Dragon was overwhelmed and decapitated by the breaking army sword. No, Li Daoyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He simply could not accept that his most cherished technique had been so easily shattered. In retaliation, the breaking army sword continued its assault. Li Daoyuan formed a hand seal, and the ambient spiritual energy surged, coalescing into a massive shield before him, seemingly capable of withstanding any attack. Yet, the breaking army sword was truly impressive. With an indomitable momentum, it collided with the golden shield. In that instant, the heavens and earth resounded with a cacophony akin to thunder. Radiance exploded forth, blinding like the sun at midday. After a few breaths, crack, the golden shield shattered. The sword aura of the breaking army struck Li Daoyuan directly. Despite his efforts to shield himself with spiritual energy, he felt his blood surge, and his internal organs were thrown into disarray. He staggered back several steps, a trickle of crimson blood escaping his lips, and a glint of shock flickered in his eyes. This Seven Kills sword manual possesses such terrifying power, it cannot be resisted by a single person's strength. At this moment, he finally acknowledged the reality that he could not contend with the Seven Kills sword manual. As a formidable figure, he could rise and fall with grace, and now, he set aside his personal glory, shouting towards Tianyu, "Fool, why aren't you bringing people to help?" And Tianyu, racing through the ranks, quickly summoned the Golden Core elders of the Alliance for support. Tao Qiao glared coldly, shouting, "In the face of my Seven Kills sword manual, sheer numbers are utterly useless." With that, countless sword auras surged forth, enveloping Tianyu and his companions in a sea of sword energy, akin to a lone boat adrift in a vast ocean, swiftly swallowed whole, followed by their plummeting to the ground like dumplings falling from the sky. This scene left both sides of disciples engaged in battle utterly astonished. Su Ming looked up at the sky, and upon seeing Tianyu and the others fall, his eyes brightened as he spotted a severely injured, enchanting woman. A fiery ambition ignited within him. If he could capture her, his strength would surely increase. Without hesitation, Su Ming leaped onto his flying sword and soared towards the beautiful woman. Many disciples gasped at Su Ming's boldness. "Hey, look at that kid, what is he planning?" Yun Yin remarked, her heart racing. Could it be that he is targeting that female elder? How audacious. One should know that the strength of a Golden Core cultivator is incomparably greater than that of a Foundation establishment practitioner. Even if one is lustful, there should be limits. How could he jest with his own life? Yun Yin wished to intervene, but at that moment, Su Ming had already charged forward. With a soft thud, the female Golden Core elder of the Shadow Kill Alliance spat out a mouthful of blood, and just as she was about to hit the ground, she felt herself caught in a pair of strong arms. Instinctively, she glanced over, only to find a remarkably handsome young man before her. Just as she was about to express her gratitude, she suddenly noticed his Seven Kills sect attire. The elder struggled fiercely, breaking free and coldly uttering, "You little brat, what do you want?" "What do I want? Of course, I aim for greatness," Su Ming replied, not wasting words on the beautiful elder as he summoned his most powerful attack, the Great Desolation Annihilation Finger, directly targeting her Dantian. An aura of desolation surged forth, shocking the elder's spirit. She noticed that Su Ming, dressed merely in disciple robes, appeared to be a Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet, the technique he unleashed instilled in her a profound sense of impending doom. "If you do not wish to descend into the realm of the useless, you must obediently heed my words." Su Ming's fingers lingered at her Dantian, refraining from unleashing their potential. The elder woman was acutely aware that, in this moment of haste, she was incapable of countering his techniques. What do you intend to do? A profound rage swelled within her. Yet she dared not provoke Su Ming. Little one, should you release me, I assure you a generous reward. I can hand over my storage pouch to you. Capturing me means that all I possess will rightfully belong to you. However, Su Ming was not swayed by such trivialities. He conjured a He Huan Gu and coldly commanded, "Consume this." The elder woman immediately recognized that what Su Ming presented was far from benign, and she was naturally reluctant to ingest it. Yet, Su Ming did not engage in negotiations. He struck her abdomen with a powerful punch, causing her to gasp in pain, and seized the opportunity to propel the He Huan Gu into her. Chapter 51. Fu Ling Tian. Two disciples from the Ing Sha Ming, who had come to provide support, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation upon witnessing Su Ming's actions. This detestable fellow had actually imprisoned the Jin Dan elder within a spirit beast pouch. At that moment, in the heavens above, the presence of Xiao Bufan and his companions became disordered, their own spiritual power significantly depleted, yet they still radiated an aura of intimidation. The 7-kill sword classics technique, Greedy Wolf Kill. In an instant, a brilliant light enveloped the 7 individuals, and their swords merged into a colossal Wolf King, towering like a mountain. The Wolf King, surrounded by a terrifying aura, let out a roar that distorted the surrounding space, as though time and reality had been thrown into chaos. This move was the ultimate attack of the 7-kill sword classic. The wolf emerges, life and death extinguished. With a thunderous roar, the sword aura wolf lunged violently at Li Dao Yuan. The Wolf King's speed appeared slow, yet it seemed to transcend the limits of space, appearing before Li Dao Yuan in the blink of an eye. Its white, menacing fangs looked capable of tearing through the very fabric of reality. Was he to perish here? Li Dao Yuan let out a desperate scream, exerting all his strength to resist, but before the sword aura wolf, he felt so small and fragile. Boom. The sword aura struck down, clouds of dust rising. Li Dao Yuan was like a droplet lost in a tempestuous sea, vanishing without a trace. Only when the tide receded and the dust settled did his form re-emerge. He was tattered, covered in wounds, and in his bloodied eyes flickered threads of despair. Streams of blood dripped from his body, forming a shocking red line in the air. His right arm hung limply, exposing stark white bones through the cracks in his skin. His legs were grotesquely twisted, muscles torn, revealing splintered fragments of bone. At his dantian, a gaping wound marred the once robust Yuan Ying, now dull and cracked, resembling a porcelain doll shattered upon the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Li Dao Yuan coughed violently, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his aura rapidly diminishing. Damn it! He gazed into the sky, his eyes filled with a mixture of resentment and bitterness. Watching from a distance, the Mu family was left speechless at the sight of Li Dao Yuan's devastation. Mu Ling let out a long breath, stroking his grizzled beard, thankful they had not taken advantage of the chaos, lest they meet a similar fate. Mu Yun felt a lingering dread, relieved that their ancestor had foreseen this. The 7-kill sect's foundation was too formidable. Though it had declined, it was not a new force like Ing Sha Meng that could overpower it. It was over. The once mighty Ing Sha Meng was to be eradicated just like that. Indeed, who could have anticipated the immense power of the combined attack executed by the 7 elders of the 7-kill sect? Victory! The disciples of the 7-kill sect cheered as they witnessed their adversary's leader grievously wounded. In stark contrast, the disciples of Ing Sha Meng were engulfed in panic, eager to escape amidst the turmoil. The vice leader, and Tian Yu, bore an expression of unwillingness. After preparing for so long to annihilate the 7-kill sect, they were now on the brink of destruction. I have lost. Li Dao Yuan slightly closed his eyes and shouted at Xiao Bufan. The victor is king, the vanquished a bandit. Today, I, Li Dao Yuan, am willing to exchange my life for the safety of my disciples. Xiao Bufan, the leader of the 7-kill sect, waved his sleeve and replied in a tone devoid of fervor. You are indeed a person of substance, but you must understand the principle of eliminating the root. If today the 7-kill sect were to be defeated, would you spare my disciples? Li Dao Yuan shook his head. He then sighed, saying, since that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss. Come at me. They were sworn enemies, and mercy was not an option. Just as Xiao Bufan was about to strike down Li Dao Yuan, a thunderous voice boomed. Stop. At these words, Xiao Bufan's expression changed. He then saw a figure descending from the sky. The newcomer was tall and upright, like a solitary pine standing against the world, emanating an unassailable authority. His long, dark hair was casually tied with a wooden hairpin, and his deep-set eyes occasionally sparkled with a mysterious glint, adding to his enigmatic presence. Dressed in a robe of purple and gold, splendid yet dignified, his every gesture exuded an extraordinary charisma, unmistakably the demeanor of someone accustomed to high status. Fu Lingtian. Though the newcomer had not revealed his identity, Xiaobu Fan recognized him instantly and understood the weight of his presence. Upon seeing Fu Lingtian, Tao Yao furrowed her brow. Gripping her peach blossom sword, she unleashed a wave of sword energy towards the beleaguered Li Dao Yuan. Impudence. With a mere flick of his finger, Fu Lingtian dispersed Tao Yao's sword energy. He then spoke with an authoritative tone. Do you dare to attack in my presence? Are you 7-kill sect seeking rebellion? At this moment, Xiaobu Fan hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Speaking respectfully, I was unaware of Master Fu's arrival and apologized for the lack of proper welcome. Fu Lingtian nodded, casually glancing at Li Dao Yuan. What will happen to the common people if you two families engage in such a deadly struggle? I suggest you cease hostilities at once. Upon hearing this, the elders behind Xiaobu Fan were filled with indignation. This was the perfect opportunity to annihilate Ing Sha Meng. How could this fellow simply suggest they halt? What, are you dissatisfied? Fu Lingtian's voice rose, a tremendous pressure akin to a tidal wave crashing down upon the members of the 7-kill sect. Master Fu, please forgive us. We of the 7-kill sect are not inclined to engage in conflict lightly. It is merely that Ing Sha Meng has been overly oppressive. Li Dao Yuan aimed to annihilate our disciples, and I had no choice but to retaliate. I have no time to listen to your debates. I command you to cease hostilities immediately and not to engage in further conflict. Do you understand? The token at Fu Lingtian's waist shimmered with a dark light, bearing the character for cloud, as if divine authority had descended. He was the foremost general of the Yunzhou Divine General, holding an exceptionally noble status. His presence alone represented the Yunzhou Divine General, and despite any reluctance, Xiaobu Fan could only bow his head. We shall obey your command, Master. We will cease our actions at once. Tao Yao's brows knitted in frustration, and as she was about to voice her objections, the Grand Elder discreetly restrained her. Tao Yao, though fearless, we of the 7-kill sect cannot afford to act recklessly, so please endure for now. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, Tao Yao had no choice but to suppress the anger simmering within her. Fu Lingtian gazed at Tao Yao, lost in thought, murmuring to himself, the technique she employs seems somewhat familiar. He furrowed his brow, pondering deeply but failing to grasp any clue, ultimately deciding to set the matter aside for the time being. With the withdrawal of troops now an established fact, Xiaobu Fan commanded the disciples of the 7-kill sect to cease their actions. Although the disciples, who had the upper hand, were reluctant to comply, they had no choice but to halt upon hearing their leader's orders. The disciples of the Shadow Kill Alliance felt as though they had been granted a reprieve. With the 7-kill sect standing down, they dared not make another move. Following the cleanup of the battlefield and the removal of the fallen disciples, the 7-kill sect boarded their airship and departed. In the distance, Mu Ling and the others observed with astonishment as Fu Lingtian's mere words had halted the fierce clash between the two formidable forces. Incredible. Is this the pressure exerted by the Divine General of Yunzhou? Mu Yun remarked in awe. No, his reliance extends beyond just the Divine General of Yunzhou. He himself is at the late stage of the Yuaning, a being capable of traversing Yunzhou with ease. Mu Ling expressed this sentiment with a tinge of envy, having toiled for 5 centuries, nearly exhausting his lifespan, only to barely reach the Yuaning stage. In contrast, Fu Lingtian, not yet 200 years old, had already attained the late stage of Yuaning, promising a future of boundless potential and a likely succession to the position of the next Divine General. Let us depart as well. With that, Mu Ling led the Mu family members away quietly. Naturally, this maneuver could not escape Fu Lingtian's notice, but he was indifferent to the movements of the Mu clan. After dismissing the 7-kill sect, Fu Lingtian did not linger and departed directly. Chapter 52. Hidden Secrets in the Assembly Hall of the Qisha sect. The elders of the sect had gathered. Sect Master Xiao Bufan sat at the head, his gaze sweeping over the assembly as he slightly furrowed his brow and asked, "Where is Tao Yao? Why is she not here?" The elders exchanged glances, looking at one another in uncertainty. Finally, the Grand Elder stepped forward to mediate. Perhaps Tao Yao gained some insights from the recent battle and has gone into seclusion for enlightenment. However, everyone present knew the truth. Tao Yao was not seeking enlightenment. Given her temperament, having suffered such humiliation today, she was unwilling to attend such a meeting. Xiao Bufan naturally understood this as well. Thus, he did not press the matter further but instead frowned and said, "Since Tao Yao is in seclusion, we are all here. Let us begin. Grand Elder, please share your thoughts on what we should do next." Fong Batong let out a soft sigh. Today was the perfect opportunity to eliminate the Yingsha alliance, but due to the court's interference, it will be difficult to attempt such a move again in the future. In my opinion, Sect Master, our only course of action now is to bide our time, gradually strengthen our own power, and prepare for the possibility of the Yingsha alliance launching another attack. Upon hearing this, the elders could not help but feel a surge of anger. Were they, the stronger side, merely to wait passively to be attacked? Wang Zhu, the Qisha elder, slammed his fist onto the table. In my view, we should march directly to the Yingsha alliance headquarters. I refuse to believe that Fu Lingtian will appear again. Xiao Bufan let out a long, helpless sigh. Elder Wang, you are unaware. If we were to engage in battle again, the court would undoubtedly support the Yingsha alliance. Why is that? How has our Qisha sect defended the court? Shouldn't the authorities remain impartial? It is like this, Xiao Bufan explained. Long ago, our founding ancestor offended the second emperor of the Tianxian Empire. Although this secret is unknown to the world, it has been passed down within the imperial palace. Li Daoyuan somehow learned of this secret, which is why he dares to oppose us with such audacity. The Qisha elders had not anticipated that the sect harbored such a hidden history. If that were the case, it was no wonder the court had repeatedly aided the Yingsha alliance. At this moment, Yinshan spoke up. Since the Yingsha alliance has the backing of the court, we cannot engage them in open warfare. But what if we resort to assassination? Her words brought a gleam to the eyes of the elders, who waited quietly for the sect master's order. To their surprise, Xiao Bufan shook his head once more. No, many of the Yingsha alliance's higher-ups hold official positions in the court. If we assassinate them, it would provide the court with an opportunity to intervene, making our situation even more difficult. Wang Zhu scowled, his voice cold. This won't work, that won't work. What exactly should we do? Are we to simply sit and wait for the Yingsha alliance to attack us? Alas! Xiao Bufan heaved a heavy sigh. The Qisha elders and ordinary elders alike wore bitter expressions, unable to devise a suitable strategy. Meanwhile, at the Yingsha alliance headquarters, within a secret chamber, Li Daoyuan was channeling his energy to heal his wounds. This battle had nearly cost him his life, and without timely recovery, it would greatly impact his future cultivation. Suddenly, the door to the chamber swung open with a crash, and a masked figure in black strode in, shouting sharply, "Li Daoyuan, you seem quite at ease. Envoy, I am injured and unable to rise to greet you properly. I hope you will forgive me." "Humph, you useless fool. If you hadn't been so incompetent, fleeing from the Qisha sect like a frightened rat, would Lord Fu have needed to intervene? Now, all the forces in Yunzhou know that your Yingsha alliance has official backing. Envoy, you may be overthinking this. The fact that the Yingsha alliance has ties to the court is hardly a secret anymore. Humph, some things are different when they are brought into the open. In the past, no matter what underhanded methods your Yingsha alliance employed in your conflicts with the Qisha sect, it was acceptable. But from now on, if you continue to use such despicable tactics, how will other forces view the court? Li Daoyuan, I advise you to prepare your forces and openly annihilate the Qisha sect. If you fail again, you may as well vanish from this world." A chill ran down Li Daoyuan's spine, and he frowned. "Envoy, is this Lord Fu's intention? Humph, are you questioning me? Li Daoyuan, let me tell you, the world is never short of dogs. Useless dogs like you are a dime a dozen." With that, the black-clad figure left the chamber. Li Daoyuan watched his retreating form, his gaze icy cold. "Call me a dog? What about you? You're nothing but one of Fu Lingtian's dogs as well. We're all dogs. Why bother distinguishing between high and low? However, you, this dog, have repeatedly bared your teeth at me. One day, I will kill you." Though Li Daoyuan resented the black-clad envoy, he knew there was truth in his words. Now that the Yingsha alliance's official backing was out in the open, it would indeed be difficult to continue engaging in unsavory activities. No, I must eliminate the Qisha sect as soon as possible and seize the Qisha sword manual and the Qisha secret realm. Elsewhere, near an unnamed mountain peak close to the Qisha sect, within a cave, Su Ming sat cross-legged. Before him, a campfire crackled, and a sturdy black bear lay trembling on the ground. "Don't worry, I won't roast you. I'm just borrowing your cave. Thank you, immortal master. The black bear spoke in human tongue, repeatedly bowing before scurrying away like a wild dog. With peace and quiet restored, Su Ming took out a spirit beast bag and gave it a light tap. Like dumplings dropping from the sky, 3 beauties fell to the ground, the captives he had taken during the battle. Before being placed in the spirit beast bag, the 3 women had been unconscious. However, after such a long time, they had regained consciousness. Upon seeing Su Ming, they instinctively tried to attack. But their spiritual power had long been sealed by Su Ming, reducing them to ordinary, powerless women. They were no match for Su Ming and could only huddle together in reluctant unity. Seeing this, Su Ming chuckled coldly. You 3 are quite clever. The leading woman, a golden core elder of the Ingshao alliance, though fallen from grace, still carried an air of pride. She raised her willow leaf eyebrows and said, Since you have captured the 3 of us, you must want something. Name your terms. Haha, name my terms. Foolish women, what I desire is you yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 women paled, panicking as they exclaimed, How dare you? I just praised you for being clever. And now you're acting foolish again. In your current state, what right do you have to speak of daring or not daring? All you can do now is obey obediently. Understand? Su Ming smirked mischievously, a flicker of spiritual light flying from his fingertips, restoring the 3 women to the state they were in when they first emerged from their mother's wombs. Chapter 53. The Great Perfection. 3 days later, Su Ming emerged from the cave, stretching leisurely and inhaling the fresh air deeply. The 3 women followed closely behind him, their expressions radiating immense satisfaction. Among them, one had already attained the golden core stage, while Su Ming had only managed to barely break through to the Great Perfection. Their assistance was limited, as none of them were flawless beings. All 3 of you, first seek a place to settle in the county city. Of course, if you wish to take this opportunity to cause trouble, I would not hesitate to unleash the goo insects to devour your innards clean. The 3 women, visibly frightened, stammered, Master, we would never dare. Very well, then. When the time is ripe, I shall seek you out. Su Ming desired to keep the 3 women by his side. But given the deep-seated enmity between the 7 Kill sect and the Shadow Kill alliance, should they be brought back to the sect, they would undoubtedly be torn to shreds. As for the spiritual beast pouch, it was only suitable for short-term use. Prolonged confinement would inevitably lead to death. After the 3 women departed, Su Ming returned to the 7 Kill sect and made his way back to the Taohua Peak cave. To his astonishment, he found not only Hong Ying, but also Li Miao and the others present. It appeared that Hong Ying and Li Miao had developed quite a harmonious rapport. What are you all discussing? Upon seeing Su Ming enter, the women hurriedly approached to pay their respects, secretly observing him, noting that his cultivation was now inscrutable. This indicated that their master had significantly enhanced his power, with his ever-growing strength. It was only a matter of time before he would become a golden core expert, perhaps even a great cultivator of the Yuaning stage. Meanwhile, they, bound by their innate talents, might forever remain stagnant at the foundation establishment stage. At that point, would they still have the right to accompany their master? Though they were currently in servitude, they were not merely attendants. Recalling Hong Ying's words, who had been appointed as a maid to reside in his cave, they exchanged glances before kneeling in unison, proclaiming, Master, we too wish to become your maids and serve you faithfully. Upon hearing their words, Su Ming chuckled lightly and jested, With so many of you, I simply cannot accommodate all of you here. Su Jiugu promptly replied, We can assist you in excavating and expanding the cave. The other women nodded in agreement. Since you are all so earnest in your desires, very well, I shall grant your request. Su Ming laughed heartily, exuding an air of grandeur. You have indeed made the right decision. In the future, I shall recruit more maids, regardless of their cultivation level. They will all heed your command. Especially you, Hong Ying, as the first maid I have taken, you shall oversee the others on my behalf. Hong Ying's face lit up with joy as she quickly responded, Thank you, Master. Just as Su Ming intended to share a tender moment with the women, he suddenly heard Hong Ying's voice. Master, forgive my memory, but not long ago, Elder Tao Yao came to find you. She specifically instructed that upon your return, you must meet her immediately, with the summons from his master. Su Ming did not dare to delay, and swiftly took flight on his sword towards the peak of Taohua. In a short while, he stood before Elder Tao Yao's humble abode, respectfully announcing, Master, your disciple has returned. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a cool voice. Come in. Su Ming's expression stiffened, It was his first time entering his master's room, and he felt an inexplicable nervousness. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside, instantly enveloped by a fragrant aroma. As his eyes wandered around, he noticed the room was sparsely furnished, containing only a desk and a bed. Dressed in a snow-white silk nightgown, Tao Yao sat cross-legged on the bed, a playful glint flickering in her expressive eyes. "You seem to be thriving." Su Ming immediately grasped the implication of her words. However, since she did not explicitly address it, he too refrained from doing so. "Your cultivation speed is indeed remarkable, qualifying you as a prodigy. Otherwise, I would have long since halted your training." Tao Yao continued. "However, cultivation is but one aspect. We cultivators must also emphasize the path of offense and defense. I have observed your performance on the battlefield. The techniques you employed were quite formidable, undoubtedly of a mystical caliber. Yet, your technique requires time to accumulate power to unleash its full might, which is a critical flaw." Su Ming nodded repeatedly. This was indeed the inherent limitation of the Da Huang Pemieji. His master, possessing the ability to battle Yuan-Ing level practitioners, had an exceptionally keen eye. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming produced the jade slip containing the records of the Da Huang Pemieji and solemnly said, "Master, please assist me in refining this technique." Tao Yao did not immediately accept the jade slip, but smiled and said, "The reason I called you here today was to impart my personal sword technique to you. Your request makes me seem rather stingy." Su Ming, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Master, my intention in presenting the technique was solely for your guidance, with no ulterior motives." "Ah, you are quite considerate." Tao Yao slightly rose to retrieve the jade slip, and the glimmer of her snow-white hand slipped out momentarily. A fleeting glance ignited a stirring in Su Ming's heart. Tao Yao seemed to sense it and returned to her original seated position, displaying a remarkable nonchalance towards Su Ming's momentary indiscretion, not expressing any reproach. "This technique of yours requires further study on my part. For now, I will teach you the sword technique." Chapter 54. 10 miles of peach blossoms. The two of them stepped out of the thatched cottage together. Tao Yao gazed at the peach trees that Su Ming had planted. Since Su Ming had chosen spirit saplings and watered them with spirit spring water, coupled with the abundant spiritual energy at the mountain peak, these peach trees flourished with lush branches and leaves. With a flick of her finger, countless peach leaves fell from the 3 trees before her. "Watch closely. This is the first move of the sword technique, the competition of peach and plum blossoms." Just as the leaves were about to touch the ground, Tao Yao drew the long sword from her waist and unleashed a powerful sword energy, which suddenly split into 2 just before reaching the falling leaves. In a dazzling flash, the myriad leaves were neatly sliced in half, cascading gently to the ground. Su Ming was astonished. How did his master's sword energy transform into 2? More importantly, those fallen leaves. He hurriedly approached and picked up several leaves from the ground, discovering that they had been cut with impeccable precision. Has master's swordsmanship reached such a divine level? A fervent light flickered in Su Ming's eyes. If he could cultivate his sword technique to such a realm, he would be invincible among those of the same tier. Tao Yao stood with her hands clasped behind her back and spoke with a calm tone. "The sword technique I impart to you today is called the Tao Hua sword technique. What you just witnessed was the first move, the competition of peach and plum blossoms. As for the second move..." Before she could finish, a flurry of peach petals suddenly appeared in the air, which, as if guided by some spiritual force, began to form a silhouette made entirely of peach blossoms, transforming into Tao Yao's likeness in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, Su Ming was left utterly speechless. This was the second move of the Tao Hua sword technique, Li Dai Tao Jiang. This move was not an offensive maneuver but a means to conjure a substitute from peach blossoms, capable of blocking a fatal attack at a critical moment. Su Ming was extremely surprised, his mouth agape. Noticing Su Ming's astonishment, Tao Yao smiled slightly and said in a cool tone, "Next is the final move, 10 miles of peach blossoms." At this moment, even more peach petals filled the sky, swirling around Tao Yao like a butterfly, rising and dancing in sync with her graceful sword movements. The speed of her sword matched the flight of the petals. When her sword was swift, the petals flew fast, and when her sword was slow, the petals followed suit. She resembled a fairy of peach blossoms, wielding the fate of the world's peach blossoms. However, if it were merely about peach blossoms, it could not be deemed the most lethal of techniques. Unable to resist, Su Ming reached out to pluck a single peach petal from the air, only to feel a sharp pain in his finger as blood burst forth. The peach petals actually contained sword energy. Su Ming gazed at the petals swirling around him, astonishment flooding his mind. Could it be that each petal harbored invincible sword energy? 10 miles of peach blossoms, with sword energy spanning 10 miles. Flash! With Tao Yao's command, the petals soared into the air. Swish! 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 The sound of breaking air resonated, as the clouds above were cleaved into fragments, revealing the bright sky. Su Ming was at a loss for words, unable to find the right vocabulary to express his overwhelming shock. His master was truly formidable, undoubtedly the strongest among the 7 killing elders, perhaps even capable of matching the sect leader in combat. How about it? Would you like to learn this set of Tao Hua sword techniques? Tao Yao sheathed her sword and asked in a neutral tone. Yes, please teach me, master. Though my Tao Hua sword technique consists of only 3 moves, mastering it will yield boundless applications. Of course, if you can cultivate this technique to its highest realm, you will be able to wield the petals as sword energy, spanning hundreds of miles. At this moment, Su Ming was entirely captivated by his master's prowess, fervently replying, "Please, master, teach me." Tao Yao regarded Su Ming thoughtfully. This sword technique was entirely her creation, and its intricacies were well known to her. For an ordinary person to grasp it, they would require 2 years of dedicated practice. However, thinking back to Su Ming's experience with the Zhu Ying sword technique, she shook her head slightly, saying, "If you can master this sword technique within 2 months, you will be regarded as a genius in the sword path." Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and he humbly replied, "I will certainly strive to do my best. With your foundation in Zhu Ying's sword technique, practicing this should not be difficult. I will demonstrate it once more for you. How much you comprehend will depend on your insight." With that, Tao Yao performed the Tao Hua sword technique again, this time moving at a deliberately slow pace. She was at times graceful and flowing, at times exuding remarkable charm, like a fairy of peach blossoms. Su Ming nodded repeatedly, captivated by the technique's immense power and visual splendor, truly feeling an itch to learn it. After she finished, Tao Yao remarked, "Recently, I have sensed something. Perhaps the opportunity to break through to the Yuanying realm has arrived. I need to enter seclusion for cultivation or travel for exploration, and I can't attend to you for the time being. Focus on practicing this sword technique. I will assess you in 2 months." Su Ming nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, master, I will practice diligently." After witnessing his master enter the cottage to meditate, Su Ming gently closed his eyes. Scenes of Tao Yao practicing her swordplay flickered in his mind, and he analyzed each frame, learning from them one by one. After a little over half a day, he suddenly opened his eyes, placing his hand on the sword hilt, softly uttering, "Tao Li Zheng Yan." With that, an astonishing sword energy surged forth, and just before striking its target, the energy suddenly bifurcated. Boom! A massive rock was cleaved in 2. Su Ming hurried over to inspect it. The power of this strike was considerable. The rock had split into 4 pieces, yet the cutting surfaces were far from smooth, and the sizes varied. He was still far from the impeccable precision with which his master had sliced the falling leaves. Su Ming exhaled deeply and closed his eyes once more, carefully recalling his master's execution of Tao Li Zheng Yan. After another half a day, he opened his eyes again and unleashed a sword energy. Boom! 2 sword energies cleaved through the rock, and this time, the 4 pieces were nearly uniform in size, with exceptionally smooth cutting surfaces. Have I barely managed to grasp the basics? Su Ming murmured to himself, holding the 4 unevenly shaped rock pieces. What he did not realize was that Tao Yao had been observing him in secret. Seeing that Su Ming had mastered the first move of the Tao Hua sword technique in just 1 day left her both amused and exasperated. Even she had taken 3 days to create Tao Li Zheng Yan. What kind of monstrous talent is this? It's simply extraordinary. Let him explore freely, she thought with a faint sigh, as she prepared for her breakthrough to the Yuanying realm. Chapter 55. Ripple. Su Ming continued his cultivation, his mind recalling the elegance with which Tao Yao executed the second move of the peach blossom sword technique. Compared to peaches and plums vying for beauty, this move was far more intricate and profound. He spent 3 full days immersed in recollection before finally rising to his feet. With a sweep of his long sword, he summoned a flurry of petals, which coalesced into a peach blossom doppelganger after 10 breaths. Not bad. At least he could perform it successfully. However, compared to his master, the formation of his sword technique was far too slow. On the battlefield, life and death are decided in an instant. By the time his doppelganger took shape, he would have long perished. Dissatisfied, Su Ming practiced repeatedly over the next 2 days. By the third day, he could conjure a doppelganger within 3 breaths. This should suffice for now, he thought. With a focused mind, Su Ming began studying the third form of the peach blossom sword technique. This time, he observed his master demonstrating the move for 7 full days. Yet, when he opened his eyes and prepared to execute it himself, he paused abruptly. Though he felt he could manage it, something felt off. No, this method of cultivation is ultimately ineffective. Su Ming realized he had been training for over half a month. As the saying goes, stillness breeds the desire for movement. It was time to venture out. Perhaps honing his sword skills in combat would yield greater progress. Noticing his master's door tightly shut, Su Ming refrained from disturbing her and flew down the mountain alone. Upon descending, he overheard disciples engaged in lively discussion. It turned out that the chief disciple of the Shun Gui Bai Lian sect was preparing to forge a spiritual weapon in the Shishu kingdom. Su Ming had heard of the Shun Gui Bai Lian sect. Legend had it that its founding patriarch was a disciple of the Bao Qi sect, specifically, the second direct disciple of that generation's sect master. After the old sect master passed away, the two brothers diverged in their philosophies of artifact forging. In a fit of anger, the younger brother left the sect and established the Shun Gui Bai Lian sect. This move caused the once renowned Bao Qi sect to plummet in status, while the Shun Gui Bai Lian sect, due to its tradition of single-line inheritance, never expanded significantly. Nevertheless, the founding patriarch of the Shun Gui Bai Lian sect had once crafted a heaven-tier spiritual artifact, astonishing the world with his forging techniques. Now, the sect's chief disciple was opening her forge in the Shishu kingdom, naturally attracting many cultivators hoping to obtain a spiritual weapon. After all, despite her youth, her forging rank surpassed even that of the Qisha sect's artisans. Regrettably, she had announced that she would forge only one spiritual weapon this time. Standing out among the countless seekers would be exceedingly difficult, causing many to reconsider. Yet Su Ming felt a stir of interest. He happened to desire a hidden weapon, and this presented a perfect opportunity. However, Su Ming was well aware that contenders would be as numerous as hairs on an ox. Securing the chance for this forging would be no easy feat still. He believed that as long as there was a sliver of hope, it was worth attempting. Moreover, he already possessed suitable materials. Previously, after assassinating Wang Hai, he had obtained a precious piece of celestial iron, ideal for crafting a hidden weapon. Su Ming immediately decided to head for the Shishu kingdom, but the journey would be arduous, traversing mountains and rivers. After some thought, he concluded that before setting out, he might as well accept a mission along the way. This would allow him to both obtain a spiritual weapon and complete a task, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Without delay, Su Ming mounted his flying sword and headed for the Tianming Hall, only to find a crowd gathered outside. From the disciples' conversations, he learned that the Saintess Lian had come to accept a mission. How amusing, he thought. These fellows would abandon their cultivation time just to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Su Chuan is here, someone shouted, and the crowd quickly parted to make way for him. Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement and entered the Tianming Hall. Wang Fugui, who was explaining a mission to Lian Yi, immediately flashed an ingratiating smile upon seeing Su Ming. Su Chuan, you've arrived. Lian Yi, however, cast a disdainful glance at Su Ming. Ever since witnessing him use a spirit beast pouch to capture a woman during the duel with the Ying Sha League, her impression of him had soured. Thus, she offered no greeting, instead snorting coldly and stepping aside. Su Ming paid no mind to her behavior. Though she was exceptionally beautiful, he had encountered many stunning women and saw no need to lower himself to curry favor with one like her. He had always believed that women were not to be appeased but conquered. Approaching the counter, he spoke in a calm tone. Wang Pengzi, I'm here to accept a mission. Wang Fugui smiled and asked, Su Chuan, what kind of mission are you looking for? I heard the chief disciple of the Shun Gui Bai Lian sect is opening her forge in the Shishu kingdom. At these words, both Wang Fugui and Saintess Lian reacted visibly. Was this fellow also planning to take on a mission related to the Shishu kingdom? Wang Fugui, however, didn't dwell on it and promptly began describing missions associated with the Shishu kingdom. After listening briefly, Su Ming's expression shifted. What does this mission with no description mean? Wang Fugui wore a troubled look. This client is quite generous with rewards, but he refuses to disclose the mission details in advance. He insists on discussing them face-to-face with the executor. How intriguing, Su Ming remarked. Then I'll take this mission. Wait, Saintess Lian interjected coldly. This mission is mine. Su Ming frowned and glanced at her. You claim you accepted it first. So why is it still listed on the mission board? Because I hadn't made a final decision yet. But I arrived before you, so the mission is rightfully mine. There's no room for dispute. Not necessarily. Even if you arrived first, not accepting the mission means it remains unclaimed. It's perfectly appropriate for me to take it. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Lian Yi sneered. Wang Fu Gui. You decide who should take this mission. This. Wang Fu Gui stammered. Both were Chuan disciples. One a saintess, the other immensely talented as Tao Yao's sole disciple. Offending either was unthinkable, leaving Wang Fu Gui in a difficult position. However, having served as a Tianming Hall elder for many years, Wang Fu Gui had his own survival tactics. His eyes darted shrewdly before he offered an ingratiating smile. Esteemed Chuan disciples, how about this? Given the current circumstances, sect regulations recommend that disciples undertake missions in pairs. Why don't both of you accept this mission together? Chapter 56. Acquaintances. In this regard, Su Ming remained indifferent. After all, his primary objective was to forge spiritual weapons in the Shishu Kingdom, while taking on tasks was merely secondary. If he succeeded, it would be splendid, yet if he did not, there would be no significant loss. Conversely, Lian Yi hesitated for a moment. However, upon reflection, she concluded that rather than engaging in disputes, it would be more prudent to accept the task together as suggested by Wang Fu Gui, and whether to complete it jointly would depend on their own inclinations. Thus, she spoke. Very well, let us proceed as you propose. After they accepted the task and signed their names, Lian Yi was about to leave when Su Ming remarked, Saintess, I have a query. When you undertake the task for the Shishu Kingdom, will you seek the chief master of the Shun Gui Bai Lian sect to forge your spiritual weapons? Lian Yi nodded in affirmation. Indeed. Since that is the case, we are indeed heading in the same direction. Why not journey together? Do not attempt to be overly familiar. Whether it is forging spiritual weapons or completing tasks, I am capable of managing on my own. With that, Lian Yi took to her sword and departed from Tianming Hall. Su Ming watched her retreating figure, deep in contemplation. Oh, so you wish to play it aloof, do you? Just as well. This task is a lengthy journey, and I might as well use you to pass the time. Before embarking on the task, Su Ming intended to visit Su Jiugu and the others, for he would be away for a considerable duration and needed to reassure the several women. Speaking of which, these women were quite proactive. Since receiving Su Ming's permission, they had promptly commenced the expansion of Su Ming's cave dwelling on the slopes of Taohua Peak. Upon his arrival, the women were busy arranging the cave, and upon spotting Su Ming, they were filled with excitement and hurried to greet him. Master, it's fine. Please continue with your tasks. I merely came to see how the expansion of the cave is progressing. By the way, I have something to inform you. I plan to travel to the Shishu Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the women all expressed a desire to accompany Su Ming, but recalling their own limited strength, they could only feign smiles and wish him success. Regardless of whether the journey to the Shishu Kingdom goes smoothly, first allow me to observe whether your skills in serving have improved. A day later, Su Ming departed from the cave, preparing to head to the Shishu Kingdom. The Shishu Kingdom lay in the far west of Yunzhou, a considerable distance away. Should he choose to fly on his sword, it would take 10 days. Thus, Su Ming resolved to travel to Qingyun City and utilize the teleportation array. Qingyun City, an official relay station, was bustling with activity. After all, news of the chief master of the Shun Gui Bai Lian sect forging weapons in the Shishu had spread, attracting numerous talented disciples hoping to try their luck, thus making the teleportation array quite lucrative. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face in the crowd. Yunyan, what brings you here? At this moment, Yunyan also sensed something and turned to see Su Ming, their eyes locking. She quickly waved at him. Su Ming. Su Ming approached, smiling as he asked, Are you also heading to the Shishu Kingdom? Yunyan nodded, her excitement palpable. Indeed, I intend to try my luck and see if I can acquire a spiritual weapon. Then our goals align perfectly. We can journey together. Yunyan nodded, but then suddenly exclaimed, Su Ming, do you see who that is? Su Ming looked up to find Jiang Qingyu queuing in the crowd. Before he could ponder why Jiang Qingyu was there, Yunyan dashed forward. Traitor, at last, I've caught you. Yunyan had also participated in the battle for the extermination of the Moon Spirit sect, yet she had been unable to locate Jiang Qingyu, which left her quite dissatisfied. Now that they had encountered each other, she was determined to capture Jiang Qingyu and deliver her to her sect for punishment. Seeing a woman dressed in the attire of the 7-kill sect charging towards her, Jiang Qingyu initially furrowed her brow before coldly stating, "What do you intend to do?" "To apprehend you, the traitor." "Humph, you are no match for me. You won't know whether or not I'm a match until we fight." Observing this scene, Su Ming felt quite troubled. Jiang Qingyu was already his woman, and Yun Yin had also shared a romantic history with him. If they were to clash, it would be quite problematic, especially since Yun Yin was adamant about killing Jiang Qingyu. However, he held no concerns for Jiang Qingyu, as he had noticed that she seemed to have broken through to the Golden Core realm. On the other hand, Yun Yin, with her fiery temperament, did not wait for Su Ming to explain and directly attacked Jiang Qingyu. The latter, suspecting the connection between Su Ming and Yun Yin, felt angered by Yun Yan's previous slaughter of her sect and decided to teach the woman a lesson. Jiang Qingyu unleashed an overwhelming pressure that left Yun Yin momentarily stunned and unable to move. "Kneel and apologize to me, and I may spare your life." At this moment, Yun Yin had finally realized that the woman before her had likely reached the Golden Core realm. Yet, with her fierce nature, she was unwilling to submit to her adversary, gritting her teeth defiantly. "Humph, if my skills are inferior, that is my fault. But if you think I will beg for mercy, you are dreaming. Kill me if you wish. Do as you please." "Very well, then you shall die." In that moment, Jiang Qingyu truly harbored murderous intent. Should she succeed in killing this woman, it would serve as a tribute to the countless tortured souls of her sect. However, just as she was about to strike, Su Ming interjected, "Stop." Currently, Jiang Qingyu's cultivation surpassed that of Su Ming, yet she dared not disobey his command. This was because she had long been afflicted by the He Huan Gu, and even with her golden core power, she had been unable to expel the insect. Thus she had no choice but to comply with Su Ming's wishes. "She is my woman, you must not harm her." Su Ming stepped forward, waving his sleeve to disperse the oppressive aura that Jiang Qingyu had conjured. "Are you all right?" Yun Yin calmed the tumultuous energy within her and replied frostily, "I am fine, Su Ming. The leader of the traitors is here, why not capture her?" Yun Yin was relentless, drawing numerous curious glances. Seeing this, Su Ming had to step closer, taking her small hand in his and gently squeezing her palm. "I forgot to mention, Jiang Qingyu is now my woman." Chapter 57. An appointment. Upon hearing these words, Yun Yin was taken aback, her beautiful eyes darting back and forth between Su Ming and Jiang Qingyu, filled with perplexity. When did these two become entangled? Could it have been during the last massacre? That shouldn't be the case. Regardless, there was animosity between this woman and Su Ming, yet why did she seem so obedient to him? Su Ming sensed Yun Yan's confusion but offered no elaborate explanation. Instead, he spoke with a serious demeanor. "Let the past remain unspoken. You need only to know that Jiang Qingyu is my woman. Do not meddle further." Yun Yin felt a flicker of grievance. She bit her lip and then freed her hand, responding coolly, "Humph, I will not disturb you." With that, she strode directly into the teleportation array, her figure vanishing in an instant. Witnessing this scene, Su Ming shook his head with a sense of helplessness and remarked, "Let us depart as well." In the span of an incense stick's burning, the two arrived at the borders of Shishu Kingdom. Although they were still some distance from the capital, it would only take 2 hours to reach by flying with swords. Therefore, Su Ming and Jiang Qingyu leisurely made their way towards the capital. Along the way, Su Ming curiously inquired, "Did you come to Shishu Kingdom for the purpose of seeking a sword?" Jiang Qingyu first nodded, then shook her head. "It is not solely for that. Ever since the Moon Spirit sect was annihilated, I have remained in Qingyun City. Yet there, I often reminisce about the little moments in the sect, so I wish to find a small country to clear my mind." After hearing her words, Su Ming nodded in agreement. "A change of environment is beneficial, and with your cultivation, you are among the elite in Shishu Kingdom, which puts my mind at ease." Jiang Qingyu chuckled lightly. "In what way are you at ease? Are you concerned that I may find another, or are you worried about my safety?" Su Ming did not shy away, candidly stating, "Both. For a woman as beautiful as you certainly invites affection." As they bantered, they arrived at the capital of Shishu Kingdom. The bustling streets were packed with people, leaving little room to stand. Visitors from all directions eagerly awaited the appearance of Liang Lu, who was to announce the details of the competition for crafting spiritual weapons. Although Liang Lu had not yet made her official appearance, rumors circulated that she intended to only offer the opportunity to foundation-building cultivators, effectively dashing the hopes of many Golden Core practitioners. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Qingyu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. It seems this trip to Shishu has been in vain. Not necessarily. It is merely hearsay, Su Ming reassured her. As they sought a place to rest, all the inns were already full, leaving no vacant rooms. However, having frequently undertaken missions, Su Ming knew of a temporary refuge. He led Jiang Qingyue to a dilapidated Taoist temple. The temple had been abandoned for a long time, yet its structure remained relatively intact, providing shelter from the elements. Others with similar intentions had also gathered there, and two groups had already taken up residence inside. They showed little reaction to Su Ming's arrival, as they were all strangers, unworthy of deep connections. In the main hall, Su Ming and Jiang Qingyue sought out a clean spot and kindled a campfire. A night passed without conversation, and as dawn broke, the two departed the temple early, heading towards the inn where Li Yonglu was staying. Jiaxinglu. Though they did not set out late. By the time they reached Jiaxinglu, it was already crowded with people. The crowd was lively, showing no signs of fatigue, as they anticipated the announcement of how to compete for the chance to craft weapons, according to Li Yonglu's servant. After waiting for a full hour, the servant re-emerged, holding a jade slip. After infusing it with spiritual energy, a message projected onto the sky. In 7 days, the furnace will open. Foundation building cultivators wishing to craft magical artifacts may come to receive tasks. Upon reading these words, the crowd erupted into discussion. This is too grand a scheme. After waiting for days, we are met with mere trivialities? Humph, if you do not wish to wait, you may leave. Ridiculous. I have waited so long. How could I leave? And you, a mere cheer-refining cultivator, what are you doing here? Even if tasks are announced, do you possess the ability to complete them? Even if I cannot, I have my ancestors to rely on. Seeing the task details revealed, Su Ming thought it unnecessary to linger and said to Jiang Qingyue, "Let us go." Jiang Qingyue sighed softly. "Alas, it seems I am indeed limited by my foundation building realm. It appears I will leave Shishu with nothing." Noticing Jiang Qingyue's reluctance to continue, Su Ming smiled and said, "We have not seen each other for a long time and have yet to catch up. Moreover, I have accepted a task that may require your assistance." Jiang Qingyue nodded in agreement. The two then slipped away from the crowd and made their way to Wanwelu. This was the designated meeting place set by the mysterious benefactor, and the rendezvous was scheduled for that very night. At the entrance of Wanwelu, the attendant was busy welcoming guests. Suddenly, he spotted a stunning pair approaching, and his eyes lit up. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful, exuding an extraordinary aura. Definitely esteemed guests. Honored guests, do you have an appointment, or have you come on your own? An appointment. Su Ming handed a token to the attendant, speaking in a calm tone. Has the holder of this token arrived? One has arrived. Then please escort us. The attendant, having received the spirit stones from Su Ming, beamed with delight and said, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." Under the attendant's guidance, the two entered Wanwelu, where a lively scene unfolded. Various patrons were engaged in drinking and tea tasting, creating a vibrant atmosphere. After a moment, they arrived at a private room. Just as the attendant was about to open the door, Su Ming waved his hand to halt him. "You may leave. We can enter ourselves. If we require anything, we will call for you." "Very well, esteemed guests, I shall take my leave." Once the attendant departed, Su Ming pushed open the door to the private room, only to be met with astonishment at the sight within. Chapter 58. Mission Objective. Ah, Saintess, I did not expect you to arrive so early. Humph. Leonie raised her gaze, casting a cold stare at Su Ming. She had anticipated that the benefactor would arrive at this hour, yet it was Su Ming instead. While she held a poor opinion of him, there was no deep-seated animosity. She simply preferred to ignore him. Su Ming, however, remained undeterred, casually inquiring, "Saintess, how long have you been here?" "Half an hour." "How could the benefactor be so ungrateful as to make our esteemed Saintess of the 7 Kills sect wait here for half an hour?" "Why do you ask me this?" "Oh, just out of boredom while waiting." "Are you really that bored? It seems you are never without company." "Saintess, do you think I should not accompany women, and thus feel envious?" Although Leonie had no romantic entanglements, she understood the implication of jealousy. With her brows slightly furrowed, she replied, "What is there for me to envy? I have no connection with you whatsoever." Su Ming chuckled, "I was merely jesting. No need for such a strong reaction." With that, Su Ming turned his attention away from her and sat down at the table with Jiang Qingyue on the opposite side. After waiting another quarter of an hour, they finally heard a knock at the door of the private room. A figure swathed in black, revealing only a pair of eyes, entered. "Are you two the ones taking this mission?" Upon hearing the rough voice, Su Ming frowned slightly and responded, "We are indeed the ones accepting the task." Seeing how young they were, the figure in black expressed doubt. Is the 7 Kills sect so short of manpower that they would send you two to undertake this mission? The black-clad individual questioned their capabilities, believing that in the realm of cultivation, age often equated to strength. These two appeared to be no older than 20, and they seemed somewhat incompatible. Unconvinced, the figure hesitated, feeling that these two might not be up to the task. Su Ming noticed the man's skepticism and was about to speak when Liani coldly interjected, "Are you doubting our strength?" The figure hesitated, his uncertainty betraying his lack of trust. "If you believe our abilities are insufficient, we can forfeit the mission." Upon hearing this, the figure was at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved 2 jade slips from his robe and tossed one to each of them. The mission details are contained within these jade slips. Review them and decide your course of action. Without needing to examine the mission slip, Liani declared, "I can accomplish this alone." She picked up the slip and left, as if she wished to linger not a moment longer. Only Su Ming and the figure in black remained in the room, creating an awkward atmosphere. "I hope you two achieve success," the figure said before attempting to leave, only to be interrupted by Su Ming. "Why, since you are clearly a woman, do you choose to disguise your voice as a man's?" At this remark, the figure froze slightly. Despite his male attire and altered voice, how could this individual discern his true identity? Unwilling to engage further, he coldly replied, "You need only to complete the mission. My identity is of no concern to you." "Ah, I am merely intrigued." After the figure in black exited, Su Ming sent a wisp of divine sense into the jade slip and began to read. It turned out the mission involved assassinating the wife of the Prime Minister of Shishu. This task posed considerable difficulty. Although Shishu was a minor nation, the Prime Minister held a position of great prestige, second only to the Emperor, making it no easy feat to assassinate his wife. Moreover, having just received the mission slip, he knew little about the task. After some contemplation, Su Ming decided to first gather intelligence at the Prime Minister's residence to see if he could obtain useful information. He promptly set off with Jiang Qingyu, making their way leisurely toward the Prime Minister's estate. Jiang Qingyu felt puzzled by Su Ming's actions and spoke in a low tone. "Your fellow disciple possesses considerable strength and is determined to succeed in this mission. Are you not concerned she may complete it alone? Let her do it alone if she wishes. After all, we accepted this task together, and any rewards will be shared equally. If she accomplishes it solo, I shall save my efforts." Jiang Qingyu shook her head, remarking that while young people tend to be impetuous, this one was truly difficult to fathom. A half-hour later, the duo arrived at the Prime Minister's estate. Gazing at the mansion resembling a palace complex, Su Ming remarked, "Cultivators with power certainly live more comfortably." Jiang Qingyu disagreed, shaking her head. "Those cultivators in high positions within secular dynasties may enjoy a more luxurious life, but they are burdened by worldly affairs. Unlike us, who can pursue the path of cultivation freely. We are not entirely free either. We sometimes face restrictions from our sect." Jiang Qingyu found herself in agreement with Su Ming's words. "I am different now. I am unencumbered, merely a solitary cultivator." "No, you are not unencumbered. You still have me." With a smile, Su Ming replied, "You stay here and guard the entrance. I shall venture into the Prime Minister's residence to gather information." Without waiting for Jiang Qingyu's response, he employed his skills to stealthily enter the estate. Chapter 59. Applying for the position compared to the exterior impression. Stepping inside the Prime Minister's residence, Su Ming was even more struck by its opulence. Even the floor tiles were paved with spirit-warm jade. Truly, they knew how to indulge in luxury. As Su Ming marveled, he scanned his surroundings for a target, when suddenly he noticed a maidservant hurrying along. He quickly suppressed his aura and followed her. "Don't move." Su Ming pressed a short blade against the maidservant's waist, his voice icy as he said, "Make a sound, and I'll kill you." The maidservant indeed did not cry out. She simply fainted on the spot. Su Ming looked down at the unconscious woman, feeling somewhat helpless. He crouched and lightly slapped her face twice, but she showed no signs of waking. Utterly useless. Su Ming had no choice but to drag the maidservant into the bushes and continue his search. Spotting a male servant carrying an ornate box and rushing along, he immediately pursued him. Repeating his earlier tactic, he pressed the short blade against the servant's waist. "Move an inch, and I'll send you to meet King Yama. Don't kill me, great hero. Whatever you need, I'll tell you everything I know." "Humph, you cur are quite sensible," Su Ming said, altering his voice. "Tell me about your mistress." "The mistress? I'm just an outer servant. I don't know much." "Tell me everything you do know." Yes, great hero. The servant then poured out every detail he knew about the Prime Minister's wife, holding nothing back. After listening, Su Ming felt quite pleased. It turned out the Prime Minister's wife was not his original spouse, but a later marriage. However, due to her exceptional beauty, she was deeply favored by the Prime Minister, who had even sent all his concubines back to their families, keeping only her by his side. Yet, despite this immense favor, the Prime Minister's wife remained profoundly dissatisfied. Her daily conduct was rather wanton, and she particularly enjoyed keeping handsome male servants. Additionally, Su Ming learned that she replaced these servants at a rapid pace. While outsiders believed her to be fickle and easily bored, Su Ming sensed there was more to the story. This Prime Minister's wife, by extensively acquiring handsome male servants, was likely cultivating some practice. After all, most of those servants disappeared without a trace after being replaced. Quite intriguing. I never imagined the Prime Minister's wife would be such a fascinating character. Su Ming's mind stirred as he began to speculate about the identity of the client. Could it be that this person sought revenge for a certain male servant, hence commissioning the Qixia sect to assassinate the Prime Minister's wife? Soon, Su Ming dismissed this hypothesis. Although his interaction with the client had been brief, he firmly believed the client came from an extraordinary background, likely a young lady of noble birth. Interesting. With a shift in thought, Su Ming formed a plan. At that moment, the servant pleaded repeatedly, "Great hero, I've told you everything I know. Please spare my wretched life." Su Ming smiled and asked, "Can you keep your mouth shut?" "Of course I can." You may think so, but I disagree." With a thought, Su Ming employed a soul-searching technique, erasing the servant's memories of that evening. To avoid raising suspicion, he deliberately staged an accident scene, making it appear as though the servant had fallen and hit his head. After completing this, Su Ming left the Prime Minister's residence. Jiang Qingyu saw him and immediately asked, "Did you gather any useful information?" Su Ming nodded. "The harvest was fairly good. Tomorrow, I plan to infiltrate the Prime Minister's residence. As for you, stay outside and be ready to assist at any moment." "All right," Jiang Qingyu agreed. Casually taking Jiang Qingyu's hand, Su Ming smiled and said, "This infiltration may take some time. I might not see you for a while. Look at how beautiful the moonlight is tonight. Perfect for exploring the origins of life." Jiang Qingyu was momentarily stunned before understanding dawned on her, a blush spreading across her delicate cheeks. "And no, we don't even have a place to stay. How can we do such a thing? Haha, what's there to fear? We cultivators should take the sky as our blanket and the earth as our bed." With that, Su Ming ignored Jiang Qingyu's protests, swept her up in his arms, and flew straight toward the outskirts of the city. That night, a certain demon bear was once again unfortunate. Its cave was occupied, and it was used as a soft cushion beneath a pair of humans. The next day, Su Ming emerged from the cave, stretching leisurely before glancing back at Jiang Qingyu, who lay exhausted in slumber. After their profound exchange the previous night, the bond between them had grown much closer. Su Ming said, "I'm heading out." Jiang Qingyu nodded. "Go ahead. I'll join you after resting a bit longer." "Sword come." With a light shout, Su Ming stepped onto his flying sword and soared directly toward the capital of the Western Shu Kingdom. This time, familiar with the route, he arrived outside the Prime Minister's residence. By daylight, the residence appeared even more majestic and grand, like a colossal beast devouring the wealth of the land. As Su Ming approached the main gate, two guards immediately stopped him. "Who are you? What business do you have at the Prime Minister's residence?" "I'm here to apply for a servant position." The two guards looked Su Ming up and down. "Quite handsome. You should pass the assessment. But you've come to the wrong place. The recruitment for servants is at the back gate." "Thank you, brothers." Su Ming clasped his hands in salute and headed toward the back gate. The two guards watched him leave and couldn't help but comment, "That fellow truly has a fine appearance. The mistress will surely take a liking to him. Hee, but he's a fool. Even if he enjoys a few days of luxury, he'll ultimately meet his demise. Enough of that. Be careful the mistress hears, or our heads will roll." Su Ming, with his keen hearing, naturally caught their conversation but offered no explanation. Instead, he calmly made his way to the back gate, where he indeed found a line of people waiting. He approached and tugged at the sleeve of the person at the end of the line. "Brother, is this where they're recruiting servants?" "Yes." "Is it for the Prime Minister's wife?" "Yes." The man glanced at Su Ming, his expression shifting. "Young man, with such striking looks, you're a formidable competitor." In charge of the recruitment were two maidservants, one named Chunhong, the other Xiaoxiang, both possessing beauty that could outshine the moon and put flowers to shame. The so-called selection process was quite straightforward. As long as the candidates could catch the eyes of the two maids, they would be allowed into the mansion to serve as slaves. However, the maids' standards were exceptionally high. Su Ming witnessed 7 or 8 men, each as handsome as Panin, being ruthlessly eliminated. A subtle realization stirred within Su Ming. It seemed that this selection was not merely based on appearance, but likely also assessed the candidates' cultivation levels. Reflecting on this, Su Ming grew even more convinced that his speculation was correct. The Prime Minister's wife was recruiting male servants on such a large scale, probably to practice the art of absorbing yang energy to replenish yin. Chapter 60 Unexpected News. Although these individuals possess commendable appearances, their cultivation levels are rather unremarkable. In my opinion, this selection may fail to yield a satisfactory match for the lady. Oh, Xiaoxiang, do take a look at that fellow. The maid, who was previously voicing her criticisms, was drawn back by her companion's exclamation and could not help but glance over. The young man, standing tall and proud, resembled a radiant sun, instantly melting the hearts of the two maids. In this world, there exists such a warm and jade-like youth. Indeed, such a visage is enough to stir one's springtime affections. Chunhong, I can no longer contain myself. Let us test him first. As they spoke, the two maids maneuvered through the crowd and approached Su Ming. Young sir, please demonstrate your cultivation. Su Ming first appraised the two maids before sensing all eyes upon him, and he could even faintly perceive the animosity emanating from the crowd. However, he remained unfazed and directly revealed his mid-foundation cultivation level. Upon witnessing this display, the eyes of the two maids sparkled with excitement. Most applicants were at the Qi refinement stage, with only the rare individual at the initial foundation establishment stage. This young man possesses mid-foundation cultivation. He will surely meet the lady's expectations. You are the one, come with us. The two maids swayed gracefully as they led the way into the Prime Minister's residence, with Su Ming following closely behind. The other applicants, witnessing this scene, were filled with indignation, yet dared not voice their displeasure, as they were within the Prime Minister's domain, where any expression of dissatisfaction could lead to dire consequences. They could only mutter in frustration before leaving reluctantly. The two maids guided Su Ming through the opulent corridors of the Prime Minister's residence, winding through them for quite some time before finally bringing him to a courtyard. Please wait here, the lady will arrive shortly. After the maids departed, Su Ming could not resist surveying his surroundings and noticed the uniquely exquisite decorations. On the table facing the door lay a bottle of Taijin milk, and the walls were adorned with paintings of maidens. Behind a screen, there was a delicate and elegant bed, draped with pink curtains that added an air of subtle allure. Is this perhaps a boudoir? Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, prompting Su Ming to quickly avert his gaze. A few breaths later, the door swung open with a gust of wind. A beautiful woman entered gracefully, clad in a red robe embroidered with golden-threaded mandarin ducks, the fabric exceptionally delicate and smooth, flowing like clouds in the breeze. The woman sported an exquisitely crafted makeup, her brows resembling distant mountains shrouded in mist, and her eyes sparkling like autumn waters. From her gaze, Su Ming perceived a myriad of emotions, tinged with a hint of melancholy. This enchanting woman was undoubtedly stunning, truly a beauty capable of toppling kingdoms. Yet, having encountered many beauties before, Su Ming's initial astonishment soon faded into calmness. To appear more ordinary, he feigned a look of infatuation. Murong Shui, casting a sidelong glance, assessed Su Ming, secretly astonished that such a handsome man still existed in the world. And, as Qiuxiang mentioned, he possessed mid-foundation cultivation. Such a prize was indeed tantalizing. Murong Shui yearned to claim Su Ming immediately, but her cultivation was at a crucial juncture, and she must not act recklessly. Thus, she suppressed her desires and spoke in a composed tone. I am Murong Shui. Upon hearing this, Su Ming hurriedly bowed and said, Commoner pays respects to the Prime Minister's lady. No need for excessive formality. Since you have become a servant in my household, let me explain my rules to you. Su Ming feigned attentiveness. There is nothing overly complicated, but one point you must pay particular attention to: complete obedience to my commands. Can you manage that? If not, you may leave at once. Su Ming, with utmost seriousness, clasped his fists and replied, The commoner can comply. That is good. If you have any questions, you may inquire with Chunhong and Qiuxiang. With that, Murong Shui departed, seemingly indifferent to the arrival of a male servant. Yet, Su Ming's discerning gaze perceived the underlying intensity. He understood that Murong Shui longed to devour him, yet she restrained herself. He also sensed that Murong Shui possessed the strength of peak foundation establishment, making her a formidable opponent. Engaging her head-on would likely lead to complications, drawing the attention of other skilled individuals within the Prime Minister's residence. Thus, the best course of action would be to lower her guard and strike when the opportunity arose. You are fortunate to be favored by the lady. You shall surely become a favored individual within the Prime Minister's residence, Qiuxiang remarked with raised brows. I must thank both of you for your guidance, Su Ming replied nonchalantly, producing 2 storage bags and handing them to Chunhong and Qiuxiang. The 2 maids did not refuse but instead weighed the bags with smiles, saying, "You certainly know how to navigate social interactions. From now on, you shall reside here. Go freshen up, and we will teach you the household rules later." With that, the 2 maids exited the room, and as they neared the courtyard's exit, they began to converse. "This fellow is remarkably handsome, yet it is a pity that his wits seem lacking. He is entirely unaware that he has entered a den of demons while still thanking us. You must not speak carelessly. If the lady hears you, she will surely tear your mouth apart." Nonsense. At this hour, the lady must be indulging the previous favored one. She has no time to concern herself with us. Indeed, by now, that fellow should be nearing exhaustion. The 2 maids were oblivious to the fact that Su Ming possessed peak foundation establishment strength, and their words reached his ears without reservation. Humph, so they are indeed dual cultivating temptresses, Su Ming chuckled softly. In that case, the opportunity for assassination has presented itself. Since I have arrived, I shall make myself comfortable. Su Ming promptly bathed in his room, changed into a clean outfit, and then stepped outside, finding his little courtyard quite lively, with servants and maids passing by frequently. The gazes directed at Su Ming were peculiar, a mix of respect and disdain. Unbothered, Su Ming greeted everyone with a smile. Possessing an exceptionally handsome visage and maintaining courteous demeanor, he quickly garnered the favor of the young maidens. To ensure nothing went awry, he discreetly gathered information about the lady from the maids and was met with an unexpected revelation. Liani had been captured and imprisoned in the dungeon. Chapter 61. The dungeon. Su Ming was profoundly astonished, struggling to believe the reality before him. Though the woman exhibited a haughty demeanor, being the holy maiden of Qishir Min, she undoubtedly possessed genuine prowess. How could she possibly be captured by the Prime Minister's residence? Suppressing his shock, Su Ming inquired nonchalantly, "Are you saying that our Prime Minister's residence has truly apprehended an extraordinarily beautiful woman?" "Indeed," the maid replied eagerly, "that girl is stunning. I believe she is even more beautiful than the Prime Minister's wife." The lady wanted to slay her on the spot, but it was the young miss who interceded, fearing that the woman might have powerful connections. "If we offend a noble, our Prime Minister's residence would face dire consequences." Upon hearing the maid's account, Su Ming deduced that the captured woman was most likely Liani. With a soft sigh, he masked his thoughts and engaged in idle chatter with the maids for a while before returning to his room. Shortly thereafter, Chunhong and Qiuxiang came to inform Su Ming about the rules of the Prime Minister's residence. Su Ming feigned compliance, which greatly pleased the 2 attendants. They casually reminded him not to wander off before attending to their own duties. As night fell, Su Ming stealthily exited his chamber and began to roam the Prime Minister's residence. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Murong Shui sat poised at the prison's entrance, attended by Chunhong and Qiuxiang. "Madam, do you think that young man will come?" one maid queried. "Perhaps, but to test his loyalty, enduring some discomfort is worthwhile." "Are you both certain that no word has leaked?" Murong Shui replied. "Absolutely not. The information was let slip by a maid in the residence, so it should not raise his suspicion." "Very well." The 3 women waited in the dungeon for 2 hours, and by the time the moon reached its zenith, Su Ming had yet to appear. Murong Shui, growing impatient, remarked, "Have you 2 incompetent girls failed to ensure that he knows where the dungeon is located?" "Impossible. I specifically instructed the maid to explain the layout of our residence to him. Let us depart. He likely will not come." With a huff, Murong Shui led Chunhong and Qiuxiang away from the dungeon to Su Ming's courtyard. Murong Shui immediately released a strand of her consciousness, and, upon sensing someone in the room, murmured, "Could it be that this fellow is truly here merely to serve as a servant?" Seeing Su Ming sleeping soundly, her doubts diminished considerably, though she admonished Chunhong and Qiuxiang to remain vigilant before departing. Su Ming suddenly opened his eyes, internally commending himself for maintaining caution. Otherwise, he might have fallen victim to the woman's cunning scheme. After learning that Lian Yi had been imprisoned earlier in the day, he pondered the dilemma of whether to rescue her. Naturally, as a fellow disciple, he felt compelled to save her, albeit not at this moment. He believed that he could not yet gain Mu Rongshue's trust. Any rash actions might lead to his downfall. Thus, Su Ming resolved to observe the situation, engaging in idle conversations with the servants during the day and retiring to bed at night. As time passed, Chun Hong and Xiao Xiang grew weary, believing Su Ming to be without suspicion, and began to whisper in Mu Rongshue's ear. At this time, Mu Rongshue also concluded that Su Ming and the woman were likely not allies. Otherwise, he would have come to her aid long ago. Furthermore, despite having spread rumors of the woman's impending execution, Su Ming had not taken any action. This led Mu Rongshue to lower her guard. While Su Ming appeared to be idling away his time, he had meticulously familiarized himself with the layout of the Prime Minister's residence and calculated the time it would take to traverse from his courtyard to the dungeon. On this day, the Prime Minister celebrated his 200th birthday, and the residence was bustling with guests, leaving the servants and maids in a flurry of activity. In contrast, Su Ming, who bore no specific responsibilities, enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. Compared to the lady of the house, the Prime Minister treated his subordinates quite well. Aside from those required to serve guests in the main hall, the rest could partake in a lavish banquet and even indulge in wine. Su Ming joined familiar servants and maids for a meal and drinks until they were all incapacitated. Only when his hazy vision cleared did he make his way directly to the dungeon. The dungeon was guarded by 2 foundation-building cultivators who were diligent in their duties. Despite the Prime Minister sending them spirit wine, they abstained entirely, maintaining their vigilance against any intruders. Su Ming concealed himself outside the dungeon, waiting for an opportunity when they might lower their guard, but it never came. No longer able to wait, Su Ming glanced at the sky, noting the dim moonlight. It was already midnight. Resolutely, he charged into the dungeon. The 2 foundation-building cultivators had yet to react when Su Ming ensnared them within his Yunmeng illusion. He affixed sealing talismans to their dantians before dashing deeper into the dungeon. Inside, numerous prisoners were confined, yet Lian Yi stood out like a radiant moon amidst a sea of fireflies. Su Ming spotted her immediately and rushed toward her. Lian Yi, eyes closed in meditation, sensed an approaching presence and coolly stated without opening her eyes, "Do not attempt to persuade me further. If you wish to kill me, then do so. Foolish woman, open your eyes and see who I am." Upon hearing that familiar yet strange voice, Lian Yi opened her eyes in astonishment. "What brings you here?" She had never imagined that the visitor would be Su Ming. Instinctively believing he too had been captured, she was further surprised to see no one from the Prime Minister's residence behind him. "What is happening here?" Su Ming teased. "I was about to ask you the same. Weren't you here to carry out a mission? How did you end up in this dungeon instead?" "Humph." Lian Yi huffed, her tone icy. "If you are here to mock me, then leave at once. You certainly have a fiery temper," Su Ming retorted coldly before continuing. "How were you captured?" After a moment's hesitation, Lian Yi replied in a flat tone, "I attempted to assassinate Mu Rongshue that day, but failed and was captured, just like that." "Oh, so you simply attempted an assassination. What else?" Su Ming rubbed his temples in exasperation, muttering inwardly about being burdened with a foolish teammate. Chapter 62. The identity of the benefactor. "Please remain here for the time being. I will find an opportunity to rescue you," Su Ming said, initially intending to release Lian Yi. However, the prison cell was uniquely crafted, employing materials designed to bind spirits. In his urgency, Su Ming found it impossible to breach the confines. "Do you have any solutions?" "Do not worry about it. Just focus on staying here safely." With a deliberate display of force, Su Ming struck the prison door, leaving behind some marks before swiftly exiting the dungeon. He did not forget to remove the talismans affixed to the dantians of the 2 guards. He then returned to the place where he had been drinking with servants and maids, seizing a wine jar from the ground and indulging in a hearty drink. This time, he abstained from employing spiritual energy to force the wine and allowed himself to become thoroughly intoxicated. At that moment, chaos erupted within the Prime Minister's residence. Upon awakening, the 2 guards immediately reported to the Prime Minister's wife. Upon learning that someone had infiltrated the dungeon with the intent of targeting Lian Yi, Mu Rongshue was incensed. She ordered her guards to conduct a thorough search, even suspecting the household servants. However, after an investigation, no leads were discovered. Remarkably, she did not suspect Su Ming at all, leading him to lament the wasted jar of wine. Nonetheless, Mu Rongshue was determined to confront the unidentified assassin. Even without any promising leads, She continued to have her subordinates search relentlessly. For several consecutive days, the Prime Minister's residence remained in disarray. It was not until the elderly Prime Minister fell gravely ill and could no longer rise from his bed that Murong Shui finally settled down. As usual, Su Ming sat conversing with familiar servants and maids, when a young maid revealed an astonishing piece of news. "Chi, do not speak recklessly. The Prime Minister is a cultivator. Though he is over 200 years old, he still has plenty of life left. How could he possibly be on the verge of death? I would not speak frivolously. I heard it from the maid who attends to the Prime Minister. She said he has been spitting up several liters of blood each night." Upon hearing this, Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly. The Prime Minister had achieved the pinnacle of foundational cultivation and was still of an age capable of recovery. How could he suddenly fall ill? Recalling a distant glance he had cast at the Prime Minister during the birthday banquet, he had sensed that the old man appeared nearly hollowed out, undoubtedly the doing of Murong Shui. Yet, Su Ming could not have anticipated that Murong Shui would directly drive the old man to the brink of collapse. After all, the entire Prime Minister's residence relied on the old man for support. Was she not digging her own grave? What Su Ming did not realize was that upon learning of the old man's critical condition, Murong Shui was also in a state of panic. While she wished for his demise, it was imperative that it occurred only after she had broken through to the golden course stage. Only then could she command the entire Prime Minister's residence and inherit the political legacy of the old Prime Minister. Now on the verge of success, the old man's sudden illness threw her into disarray. In a desperate attempt to save the old Prime Minister, Murong Shui resorted to her personal collection, administering various longevity elixirs to prolong his life. However, these miraculous pills only provided him with slight relief. His bodily functions continued to deteriorate rapidly. That night, the old Prime Minister ultimately succumbed after violently expelling 3 liters of blood, passing away in his bed. Instantly, the Prime Minister's residence was engulfed in mourning. The servants and maids hurriedly prepared the mourning hall, making arrangements for the subsequent rites. During this time, Murong Shui found herself with ample leisure and decided to visit the courtyard where Su Ming resided. Upon seeing Murong Shui again, Su Ming was struck by her captivating presence. In the few days since their last encounter, her cultivation had evidently advanced considerably. Perhaps she had drained her previous male companion of his essence. Unbeknownst to her, Murong Shui could not fathom Su Ming's thoughts. She gracefully stated, "My attendant Xiao Sen has returned home due to an urgent matter. From now on, you shall serve by my side." "At your command, my lady. Come with me to the morning hall." Su Ming could not discern the woman's intentions, but he presumed that she would not dare to act inappropriately in such a solemn setting, and thus he complied. In the Prime Minister's reception hall, a thin veil of white gauze draped the space, and the air was filled with a faint scent of paper money. Black and white banners hung in front of the hall, gently swaying in the breeze, creating a somber atmosphere. Upon crossing the threshold, his eyes fell upon a coffin made of golden silk nanmu, flanked by candlesticks with wisps of incense rising gracefully. The dim light, cast by a few oil lamps and white candles, flickered uncertainly, draping the morning hall in a layer of melancholy. The delicate fragrance wafting from the incense burner mingled with the sandalwood scent in the air, producing an unusual aroma that seemed to soothe the hearts of the living. The Prime Minister's offspring were clad in plain garments, their expressions solemn, with traces of tears at the corners of their eyes, deeply expressing their grief in silence. They stood or knelt, occasionally breaking the eerie stillness with muffled sobs. When Murong Shui approached, the others merely glanced up before returning their attention elsewhere. Only one individual cast a lingering gaze upon Su Ming, but soon diverted their eyes. Unbeknownst to that person, Su Ming was also observing the Prime Minister's progeny. 7 sons and 1 daughter. The old Prime Minister had indeed been quite prolific. "Ah, who is that?" Su Ming's gaze settled upon a woman dressed in mourning attire. She kept her head bowed, appearing rather inconspicuous, yet Su Ming detected a familiar aura, or rather, a distinctive fragrance emanating from her. The benefactor is the Prime Minister's daughter? Su Ming could hardly believe that he would encounter his task's benefactor here, and moreover, it was the daughter plotting against her stepmother. This world was indeed peculiar. Though curiosity swelled within him, Su Ming was acutely aware that he must not reveal their acquaintance in such a setting. Thus, he closely followed Murong Shui, maintaining his silence throughout. The ceremony unfolded for quite some time, lasting until the stroke of midnight, when Murong Shui finally led Su Ming away. Accompanying them was the beloved daughter of the Prime Minister. After all, It was the sun's duty to keep vigil, and she need not endure the wait. Ning Qingzhu returned to her chamber, shedding her mourning attire. Exhaustion and a sense of desolation etched upon her face. As the only daughter of the old prime minister, she had been cherished deeply, and his passing was a tremendous blow to her. "Father, do not worry. I shall avenge you." Ning Qingzhu murmured thrice before preparing to close her window and retire for the night. But suddenly, she noticed a figure crouching outside her window and instinctively wanted to cry out. However, upon taking a closer look, she frowned and said, "Why are you here? I should be the one asking that. You paid such a high price just to assassinate your stepmother?" Seeing that her identity had been exposed, Ning Qingzhu no longer pretended. She said bitterly, "Why not? I paid the spirit stones, and you handle the task. Of course, it's possible, but I'm still curious about your motive. After all, understanding the background clearly will help me carry out the mission more effectively. Just remember that that venomous woman has nothing to do with me. Since you've discovered my identity, I will fully assist you in completing the task." Interesting indeed, Su Ming nodded. "Very well. Since you've already paid the reward and I've accepted the mission, I will certainly do my utmost to accomplish it." As Su Ming was about to leave, Ning Qingzhu quickly added, "Murong Shui is cunning and deceitful. Even if you manage to get close to her, there might not be an opportunity. Don't worry about that. I have my own methods." Su Ming left Ning Qingzhu's room and was about to head back to his own quarters when he suddenly heard Murong Shui's voice transmitting a message, "Come to my residence." Su Ming immediately frowned, wondering to himself, what could this woman possibly want, summoning me so suddenly? Chapter 63. The puppet. Although Su Ming was already aware of the woman's ill intentions towards him, he believed that with the body of the old prime minister still laid out in the morning hall, she would refrain from any outrageous actions. With this thought in mind, Su Ming entered Murong Shui's small courtyard and softly announced at the door, "Madam, I have arrived. Come in. The door is not closed," came a sultry voice. As the door swung open, a captivating fragrance wafted through the air. Su Ming quickly sealed his mouth and nose with spiritual energy before stepping into the room. Casually searching for the woman's position, he found her reclining on the bed, one hand supporting her fragrant cheek, her brows and eyes imbued with infinite allure, resembling a drunken consort. "Why are you standing so far away? Come closer," she beckoned with her other hand, sending waves of fragrance towards him. Su Ming pondered in his heart if she truly intended to pursue such desires, but to avoid alarming her, he took a few steps forward, feigning a demeanor of trepidation, careful not to gaze directly at her. However, the woman appeared exceedingly uninhibited, playfully chiding, "Why don't you look at me? Am I not beautiful?" Su Ming, trembling with feigned fear, replied, "Our statuses are different. I dare not overstep." "You little rascal, you are too serious. I command you to lie down," she said. Feigning ignorance, he replied, "The prime minister's body is still warm. Madam, what are you doing?" Murong Shui had originally planned to cultivate with Su Ming for another half-month before breaking through to the golden core stage. However, with the sudden death of the prime minister, her time was limited, prompting her to hasten her cultivation. Draped in gossamer garments that accentuated her enchanting figure, she descended from the bed, her skin as pale as snow, exuding a mysterious aura in the dim light. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled with captivating light, as if they could draw one into an endless abyss. Even for someone like Su Ming, who had encountered countless women, this sight was overwhelming. Yet, he quickly bit his tongue, forcing himself to regain composure. However, in order to create an opportunity for assassination, he deliberately pretended to be entranced by her allure. Seeing Su Ming in such a state, Murong Shui's lips curled into a light smile. With graceful steps, she approached him, swaying with a myriad of charms, and gently parted her crimson lips, exhaling a warm breath that sweetened the air. "Little one, am I beautiful?" Like a marionette, Su Ming found himself involuntarily replying, "Extremely beautiful." Then take another look. Before him, the beautiful woman danced like a butterfly, her movements fluid and enchanting. She twisted her waist and waved her arms, embodying the essence of a beguiling serpent, radiating endless temptation. As she danced, an exotic fragrance permeated the room. "Now, am I still beautiful?" "Yes, you are truly too beautiful." Su Ming feigned a dazed expression, even allowing a trickle of saliva to escape. "Success." Murong Shui's heart flickered with disdain as she mused. "I initially thought you could endure longer, but it seems you are no match for my dance." With a tinkling laugh, she ceased her movements and approached Su Ming, delicately stroking his face with her slender fingers, her eyes brimming with desire. Feigning enchantment, Su Ming quickened his breath, feeling his heart race. Mu Rongshui immediately believed she had him completely under her control. With an alluring smile, she said, "Let us spend a wonderful night together, little one. You should feel fortunate to become a part of me." Her voice was like a celestial melody, imbued with irresistible seduction. Like a puppet, Su Ming reached out to embrace her soft waist. Mu Rongshui smiled gently, a hint of satisfaction gracing her lips as she prepared to. But suddenly, she halted, her gaze piercing as she looked at Su Ming, coldly inquiring, "You were sent by Ning Qingzhu, weren't you? You are allied with that woman from the dungeon." Su Ming's heart jolted, fearing that Ning Qingzhu had leaked information. However, he quickly considered that it was likely Mu Rongshui had deduced this, attempting to deceive him. Thus, he maintained his composure, appearing like a puppet, and monotonously replied, "I am the loyal servant of my master." Mu Rongshui scrutinized him intently, her gaze unwavering for what felt like an eternity, before finally asserting, "It seems you truly are not sent by that wretched girl. However, even if you harbor ulterior motives, now that you are under the influence of my enchanting fragrance, what can you do?" Confident in her mastery, Mu Rongshui had laid down no less than 10 varieties of aphrodisiac scents in the room. Not only would a mere foundation establishment cultivator succumb, even a golden core practitioner would fall prey, becoming her cauldron. "Little one, obediently become my nourishment," she said, as she began to loosen her garments in preparation for the long-awaited feast. Suddenly sensing something amiss, she glanced back at Su Ming, who was staring at her coldly. A flicker of shock crossed Mu Rongshui's eyes. "You Haven-Tea succumbed to my enchanting fragrance." "I have, but I can endure it for now." Without hesitation, Su Ming immediately activated the Yunming Huanjing. For cultivators like Mu Rongshui, once ensnared by the illusion, they were rendered utterly defenseless, completely submerged in the dreamscape. As he observed the woman fall under his control, Su Ming gazed at Mu Rongshui, his mind ablaze with fervent thoughts. He had succumbed to the intoxicating fragrance. As long as he remained with this woman, he could unravel the bewitching aroma. Chapter 64, The Golden Core Retainer. No. "I can't do this." Su Ming desperately resisted the urges surging within him. This woman was another man's wife. If that were the only issue, it might be tolerable. But she openly kept male concubines, her jade arms having embraced countless men. How could Su Ming possibly be willing to join such a person on the path of dual cultivation? He forcibly suppressed the fiery heat within, clinging to a sliver of clarity in his mind. To ensure a single, fatal strike, he immediately channeled his spiritual energy, unleashing his most powerful technique, the Great Desolation Annihilation Finger. A desolate aura began to permeate the inner chamber, coalescing into a formidable force. Su Ming pressed his finger against the woman's heart. At that moment, Mu Rongshui broke free from the illusion, sensing a lethal threat. Her eyes widened in terror. "Don't kill me. I can give you everything I possess, wealth, even myself." Yet, a mocking smile curled at the corner of Su Ming's lips as a burst of desolate energy shot forth, piercing straight through Mu Rongshui's heart. Cough, cough. Su Ming gazed at the beautiful woman's corpse, unable to suppress a dry cough. Although he had eliminated the source of calamity, the bewitching fragrance still raged within him, even stirring thoughts of desecrating her body. "No, I can't stay here any longer." Su Ming kicked the woman's body aside and prepared to leave, only to sense a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Something has happened to the mistress. An elderly woman with graying hair and a face etched with wrinkles rushed toward Mu Rongshui's chamber. Within a few breaths, she burst through the door. Taking in the disarray of the room, her panic intensified as she frantically searched around. When she spotted Mu Rongshui's lifeless body slumped on the floor, her heart clenched, and she hurried over. "Mistress." But Mu Rongshui's vitality had long been extinguished by the desolate energy of the Great Desolation Annihilation Finger. "Who did this?" The old woman roared in fury, her aura erupting as the imposing pressure of a golden core cultivator spread through the room. She was a golden core retainer recruited by the Prime Minister's estate, directly serving Mu Rongshui. Now that her employer had been killed, with a year's worth of compensation still unpaid, how could she not be enraged? "Vile thief, you won't escape." The old woman released her spiritual sense, nearly enveloping the entire Prime Minister's estate. At the slightest unusual movement, she would detect it immediately. Additionally, she sent a signal to summon the estate guards. The guard captain on duty, seeing the mistress slain, wore an expression of utter dread and hastily asked, "Who killed the mistress?" Sai Jinhua arched her eyebrows coldly. "I should be asking you. How did a thief manage to infiltrate the mistress's chambers? What kind of guard captain are you?" The guard captain dared not argue, knowing that the mistress's assassination was a capital offense, and immediately ordered his subordinates to search for the culprit. At that moment, Morong Shue's personal maids, Chunhong and Xiaoxiang, rushed in. After dispelling their initial panic, they urgently said, "Elder retainer, we know who the murderer is." Sai Jinhua's gaze sharpened like a hawk's. "Speak quickly." The mistress was most likely killed by the servant Su Ming, who was recently recruited. What? Sai Jinhua frowned slightly. She recalled Morong Shue mentioning that the estate had recently taken in a rather clever male servant. But wasn't that young man only at the foundation establishment midstage? How could he possibly kill Morong Shue? Could he have been concealing his true strength? After a brief moment of contemplation, Sai Jinhua barked sternly, "Mobilize all the estate guards, including the maids and servants. Search everywhere. Whoever finds that little thief's trail will be heavily rewarded." Seeing this, Xiaoxiang mustered her courage and added, "Elder retainer, that young man was likely affected by the mistress's bewitching incense." Only then did Sai Jinhua sense something amiss, immediately detecting the lingering scent of bewitching incense in the room. In that case, the brat couldn't have gone far. Leave no corner unchecked. Meanwhile, Su Ming darted and hid throughout the prime minister's estate, but he realized the estate's response was swift. All exits were heavily guarded, and a vast spiritual sense monitored every movement within. That old woman is actually a golden core expert, Su Ming thought, his heart tightening. In his current state, escaping would be difficult. After a moment of consideration, Su Ming made a decision. For now, the only option was to hide, detoxify the poison within him, and then devise another plan. But the estate was being turned upside down in the search. Where could he possibly hide? There might be one place. An idea struck Su Ming, and he stealthily made his way to Ning Qingzhu's chambers. Ning Qingzhu, who was dressing and applying makeup, let out a startled cry upon seeing someone intrude. But when she recognized Su Ming, she immediately covered her mouth. Why are you here again?" Su Ming's eyes burned like fire as he struggled to maintain a sliver of composure. "The task is complete." "What? You actually killed Morong Shue?" Ning Qingzhu's eyes flashed with disbelief. She couldn't fathom how Su Ming had managed it. Listen to the commotion outside. Ning Qingzhu hurried to the door and heard the uproar in the estate, as if they were hunting some thief. At this, she was mostly convinced. "You really did kill Morong Shue. But if that's the case, why haven't you fled?" Su Ming gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Do you think I can escape in this state?" Only then did Ning Qingzhu notice that Su Ming's condition was highly unusual. His eyes were bloodshot, and a sinister shadow crossed his face. A sense of dread washed over her as she protectively crossed her arms over her chest and asked warily, What do you intend to do?" "I've been poisoned by that wretched woman's bewitching fragrance. I'm about to explode from within, so..." Before he could finish, Su Ming lunged forward, grabbing the woman by her shoulders. Ning Qingzhu tried to resist, but her cultivation was inferior to Su Ming's to begin with, and now he was like a wild beast. Ning Qingzhu could only plead repeatedly, "Little villain, I beg you, spare me. Don't harm me." Yet her pleas only acted as a catalyst to Su Ming's frenzy. Chapter 65. Saving the beauty in the private chamber of Morong Shue, Sai Jinhua sat, her heart teeming with perplexity. Logically, after that scoundrel had assassinated the lady, he should have fled the estate. Yet, her spiritual awareness monitored all exits, revealing no signs of escape, indicating that the miscreant was still concealed within the manor. However, according to the report from the captain of the guards, they had thoroughly searched the entire city's official residence and found no suspicious individuals. "Are you certain every location has been investigated?" Upon hearing this, the captain shuddered involuntarily and replied, "We have indeed scoured the entire estate." He abruptly halted, faltering as he added, "Except for the young master and young lady's rooms." Sai Jinhua immediately slammed her hand on the table, rebuking, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and search." "Yes, I shall lead my men there at once." The young masters of the prime minister's residence, upon learning of Morong Shue's misfortune, were quite cooperative in the search for the assassin. However, their hearts brimmed with delight. That old witch had met her demise. Who was responsible? Truly a job well done. They were not the offspring of Morong Shue, as the woman had bewitched their father and sent their mother back to her family. A deed that had long since instilled in them a deep-seated hatred for Morong Shue. "Old steward, We have searched the young master's room and found no trace of that little thief. Did you search only the young master's room? What about the young ladies? Old steward, you must understand. The young lady has a peculiar temperament. We dared not intrude upon her chamber. A bunch of useless fools. Cai Jinhua was acutely aware that relying solely on the captain of the guards would yield no results. She had to personally search Ning Qingzhu's room. Knock, knock, knock. Standing before Ning Qingzhu's private quarters, Cai Jinhua politely rapped on the door. Who is it? Miss, it is I. Oh, old steward, what brings you here at this late hour? Miss, the lady has been harmed, and we need to inspect your room for any clues. What? Mother, she has been harmed. Ning Qingzhu feigned shock, allowing a sob to escape her lips. Miss, do not rush to sorrow. Please open the door so we may search for the assassin. This is also for your safety. I am quite well. I am bathing, so please do not disturb me. Ning Qingzhu deliberately put on an unapproachable demeanor. Cai Jinhua furrowed her brow slightly, although Ning Qingzhu's demeanor seemed unproblematic. Her reluctance to open the door raised suspicions. Miss, this matter is of utmost importance. I must intrude. Before she could finish, Cai Jinhua utilized her spiritual power to force the door open. Inside, she found Ning Qingzhu submerged in a bath, covering her face in tears, with no one else present in the room. Old hag, my mother has just passed, and you dare to intrude? Ning Qingzhu wiped her tears and exclaimed fiercely. Who gave you the audacity to barge into my chamber? Cai Jinhua's brow tightened. She yearned to conduct a thorough search for clues, but, considering Ning Qingzhu's status, had to relinquish that thought. Instead, she lowered her stance, saying, Miss, I too am driven by vengeance and fear that the assassin may cause further chaos. I hope you can forgive my rashness. Get out at once. Ning Qingzhu coldly huffed. Cai Jinhua could only gesture an apology before slowly retreating from the room. Once the old steward departed, Ning Qingzhu slumped back into the bath, relieved that the little thief had escaped in time. No, I should have let him be captured. Remembering how that scoundrel had taken away her chastity, which she had preserved for 18 years, she felt a tumult of hatred and rage within her. At this moment, Su Ming arrived outside the dungeon. Upon spotting him, two foundational-level cultivators prepared to call out, but Su Ming wasted no time, casting the Great Desolation Destruction finger with one hand while wielding a sword with the other, executing the Peach Blossom contest. The two foundational-level cultivators did not even have a chance to scream before they were sent into the cycle of reincarnation. Su Ming retrieved the keys to the prison from his pocket, having taken them from Mu Rongshui, and dashed into the dungeon. Lian Yi was meditating with her eyes closed. Sensing a familiar presence, she opened her eyes wide. What brings you here? There is no time for explanations. Su Ming swiftly unlocked the cell door and scattered the keys like fairy blossoms into various cages. The other prisoners, seeing this, hastened to pick up the keys to see if they matched their own cell doors. Su Ming then pulled Lian Yi and rushed toward the dungeon exit. Many of the prisoners, fortunate enough to find keys that fit their locks, followed closely behind Su Ming once they escaped their cells. At that moment, Lian Yi, still somewhat dazed, worriedly asked, The guards are heavily stationed here, with Golden Core experts on duty. Aren't you afraid of getting caught in this reckless rescue? The Prime Minister's residence is in complete disarray, making it the perfect time to flee. Lian Yi then noticed the chaotic surroundings, faintly hearing the sounds of battle. What on earth is happening? Humph. While you ponder these matters, shouldn't you express your gratitude for my rescue? Su Ming quipped as he searched for the best escape route. Hearing his words, Lian Yi felt a surge of discomfort. She was indeed grateful for his assistance, yet she despised his flippant manner. Thus, she muttered a barely audible, Thank you. Speak up. I can't hear you. Humph. A fire of indignation flared within Lian Yi, and she instinctively considered parting ways with Su Ming. However, her spiritual power was sealed, leaving her as vulnerable as an ordinary person. Escaping the heavily guarded Prime Minister's residence was akin to scaling the heavens. For now, she had no choice but to rely on Su Ming, forcing herself to suppress her anger. At that moment, a patrol unit stumbled upon their location and cried out, Who goes there? Not wishing to waste time, Su Ming swiftly scooped Lian Yi into his arms and leaped over the surrounding wall. The prisoners who had followed Su Ming were not so fortunate. They were quickly surrounded by the patrol unit. Yet, those imprisoned in the dungeon were ruthless individuals. Seeing their chance for escape slipping away only ignited their ferocity, charging recklessly at the patrol. Su Ming carried Lian Yi in his arms, effortlessly vaulting over 6 imposing walls, and calmly remarked, We are almost there. We shall soon escape from this place. Meanwhile, Liani, cradled in Su Ming's embrace, experienced a tumult of emotions. It was the first time in her life that a man had held her, a sensation that evoked both shame and anger within her. She yearned to reprimand Su Ming. Yet she understood that they were at a critical juncture of life and death, and she could not afford to distract him. At last, they arrived before a towering wall, 10 zhang high. Su Ming paused briefly to catch his breath and stated, "Once we scale this wall, we shall be free." As his words lingered in the air, Su Ming prepared to leap over the wall with Liani in his arms, only to sense a powerful aura locking onto him. "Where do you think you're going, little thief?" An enraged voice thundered. Chapter 66, he said there is, therefore there is. Soon after, a figure appeared on the horizon. Cai Jinhua moved with remarkable speed, dashing towards Su Ming in the blink of an eye. Her teeth clenched as she hissed, "Little thief, I've finally caught you." Su Ming attempted to force his way over the wall, but he was locked down by the old hag's aura, and coupled with the need to suppress the lingering poison within him. His own spiritual power was sluggish in its operation. At that moment, Chunhong and Qiuxiang also arrived. Upon seeing Su Ming, Qiuxiang immediately exclaimed, "Old guardian, this is Su Ming. Good, little brat. If I had arrived just a moment later, you would have truly escaped. Old hag, who said I was planning to flee? I lured you here on purpose." Cai Jinhua's brow twitched slightly, and she retorted sharply, "Little thief, do not speak recklessly. Do you think I was raised in fear? Just you, with such meager foundational cultivation? What can an ambush do?" Cai Jinhua was unwilling to waste words with Su Ming and directly revealed her golden core realm cultivation. A tremendous pressure, akin to a surging sea, weighed upon everyone, instilling in them the notion that the golden core was not to be trifled with. "Let me go. You escape alone." Liani sighed softly. Fully aware that in the presence of a golden core, Su Ming could never hope to flee with her. If he were to escape alone, there might be a glimmer of possibility. Su Ming chuckled, exuding bravado as he declared, "What of the golden core? They have it, but do we not? Golden core? What nonsense are you spouting?" Cai Jinhua's face flashed with disdain. She did not believe that these two little thieves could have a golden core to protect them. After all, if there were truly a golden core expert, they would have already rushed in to rescue that woman. Liani's face also showed a hint of astonishment. She knew all too well that the 7 Kills sect never provided its disciples with protectors. Could it be that Elder Taoyao had come? Liani quickly dismissed this thought. Surely Elder Taoyao would not dote on this fellow so much. It was merely a task. Did it warrant a personal visit? "Brat, stop pretending." Cai Jinhua scolded angrily, preparing to mobilize her spiritual power to capture Su Ming. "Who says there is no golden core? He says there is, therefore there is." "What person?" Cai Jinhua looked up to see a figure descending from the city wall, like a bluebird gliding through the clouds. "This woman." Cai Jinhua's gaze sharpened as she scrutinized the descending figure, filled with trepidation. "A golden core? There truly is a golden core expert." Liani looked at the newcomer, filled with confusion. Who was this person? She did not recall such a powerhouse in her sect. As if sensing Liani's bewilderment, Su Ming smiled and said, "This is my Dao companion." "What?" Liani's expression shifted to one of disbelief as she stammered. "How could you possibly have a Dao companion at the golden core level?" Yet upon seeing the masked woman offer no dissent, Liani was filled with perplexity. Su Ming was well aware that the newcomer was Jiang Qingyu. He had arranged for her to guard outside the Prime Minister's residence, ready to assist him should the situation take a turn for the worse. This strategic move had indeed paid off. Jiang Qingyu stood protectively behind Su Ming, her phoenix eyes radiating an air of aloofness. "Old woman, can you now let them leave?" Cai Jinhua hesitated. This woman, like herself, was also in the early stages of the golden core. If she wished to detain the 3, it would undoubtedly come at a great cost. However, if she allowed them to leave unscathed, her reputation would be tarnished, and in the future, no one would seek her as a guardian again. At the very least, she needed to engage them in a few exchanges. Thus, Cai Jinhua steeled herself and declared, "Even if you are a golden core expert, what of it? This little thief attempted to assassinate my lady. That is a capital crime. If we do not detain him today, no one shall leave. In that case, you shall die?" Jiang Qingyu retorted coldly. The sword from its sheath flew forth with a chilling sword intent, causing the surrounding air to grow frigid. "Oh no." Cai Jinhua's expression changed. She sensed a thread of lethal threat from this sword intent. Jiang Qingyu's sword was swift, slicing towards Cai Jinhua in an instant. Cai Jinhua dared not be careless and hurriedly summoned her spiritual weapon, a small green shield, to guard her front. Boom. The extreme cold sword energy struck down, causing the small shield to dim instantly and reveal a crack. Seeing this, Cai Jinhua felt an immense pang of heartache. She had refined this small shield for nearly a century, and now it was damaged. This was a matter of her life. Quite interesting. Jiang Qingyu laughed heartily and raised her sword once more, gathering an aura of invincible sword energy. This time, however, Cai Jinhua refused to use the small shield for defense and instead retreated over 100 steps. Boom. The sword energy struck the ground, carving a deep chasm. No longer resisting? Jiang Qingyu chuckled coldly, then beckoned Su Ming and the others to board her flying sword, calmly departing from the Prime Minister's residence. At this moment, the captain of the guard spoke up. Old Guardian, are you just going to let them go? Otherwise, can you detain them? Or do you wish to lead the troops in pursuit? The captain of the guards was left speechless, unable to utter a word for a long while. After all, that woman had been able to repulse the old Guardian with just 2 swords, demonstrating her formidable strength. With his meager skills, it would be akin to courting death to pursue them. Once outside the Prime Minister's residence, the 3 did not immediately leave the city, but instead headed towards the dilapidated temple where they had previously stayed. This night, the place was quite tranquil, devoid of anyone aside from the 3 of them. Su Ming kindled a bonfire and smiled as he said, "Qingyu, there are no outsiders here. You can remove your veil now." Upon hearing the name Qingyu, Liani instantly became alert, only to see Jiang Qingyu remove her veil. She let out a gasp. You are Jiang Qingyu, the sect master of Yuling Zone." Jiang Qingyu nodded graciously, affirming, "Indeed." Liani's mouth fell open, as if one could fit a duck egg inside. Her gaze darting between Su Ming and Jiang Qingyu, incredulously stating, "How could you 2 be together?" Su Ming chuckled lightly. "This is a long story. I will explain it to you when I have the chance. For now, we must focus on healing." Only then did Liani realize that her spiritual power was still sealed, and her injuries required urgent attention. "Qingyu, please assist her in breaking the seal." Su Ming had been utilizing his spiritual energy to suppress the lingering poison within him, leaving him unable to spare any effort and thus relying on Jiang Qingyu to lend a hand. Jiang Qingyu, however, did not voice any objections. She simply approached Liani and summoned her formidable power to forcibly shatter the seal at her dantian. Once her spiritual energy was restored, Liani immediately sensed a newfound sense of support and promptly settled into a meditative position to heal herself. At that moment, Su Ming called out clearly, "Qingyu, it is time for you to aid me in my recovery. What injury have you sustained?" A hint of confusion graced Jiang Qingyu's delicate features as she observed Su Ming, noticing that he appeared unscathed. "I have been poisoned." Poisoned? With a trace of perplexity, Jiang Qingyu stepped closer to examine him more thoroughly, and indeed, she discerned several potent toxins surging within Su Ming. "You must quickly consume this antidote pill." As Jiang Qingyu reached for the medicinal pill, Su Ming hurriedly interjected, "The poison afflicting me is a love poison. Ordinary antidotes will prove ineffective. I require your assistance in my treatment." "Me help him?" Jiang Qingyu's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Chapter 67. Limited mobility. Lian Yi took a deep breath, her previously pallid complexion now flushed with vitality. After a period of recuperation, she managed to suppress her injuries, and her spiritual energy began to rejuvenate. Unconsciously, she expanded her divine awareness, only to perceive some indescribable sounds. What is transpiring? Lian Yi was momentarily taken aback, but then, as if struck by a realization, her cheeks flushed like the dawn sky, and she let out a soft huff. This little rogue is utterly shameless. Although Lian Yi had not personally experienced such matters, she had gleaned glimpses from various tales. It became immediately apparent to her what Su Ming was engaged in with the leader of the Yuling sect. Such conduct extinguished the flicker of admiration she had harbored for Su Ming. This place is intolerable. Without delay, Lian Yi rose and made her way outside the dilapidated temple. A day later, morning, Su Ming channeled his spiritual energy to assess his condition, finding that the remnants of the soul confusion toxin had finally been eradicated. Additionally, his cultivation had seen some advancement. Su Ming was acutely aware that this enhancement stemmed from Ning Qingzhu. Although her power was modest, the Yuan Yin energy she provided was remarkably pure. Regrettably, he had yet to break through to the golden core stage. He felt he was just a step away from becoming a golden core cultivator, yet this slight gap loomed like an insurmountable chasm. However, After absorbing the mental energy, the He-Huan immortal cauldron had been partially restored, its patterns appearing even more arcane, though it had not bestowed any new techniques. Su Ming harbored a vague suspicion that only upon breaking through to a higher realm would the cauldron grant him divine powers. Nonetheless, this endeavor was not entirely fruitless. The He-Huan Gu he practiced had been fortified through the cauldron's influence. Eagerly, Su Ming activated his spiritual energy to examine the He-Huan immortal Gu and discovered that he could now sense the locations of those afflicted by the Gu. For instance, Jiang Qingyu and Su Jioga appeared in his consciousness like distant stars, quietly occupying their respective positions. As Su Ming exited the side hall, he noticed the bonfire in the main hall still crackling, yet Lien Yi was nowhere in sight. A thought crossed his mind. Had she left without saying goodbye? Upon stepping outside, he spotted Lien Yi bathed in the morning light, gazing at the rising sun, seemingly lost in thought. Approaching her with a smile, he inquired, "What occupies your mind?" Seeing Su Ming, Lien Yi snorted softly, "It's nothing. You saved my life. I shall remember this debt. Let us not rush to remember. Perhaps we should discuss how you intend to repay me," Su Ming suggested playfully. Though he had not contemplated any form of recompense while saving her, her proud demeanor piqued his sense of humor. "What do you desire as repayment?" "Well, I haven't thought it through yet. Just remember that you owe me a favor," she replied. "You." Lien Yi stamped her foot slightly. "Debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay." And this little rogue was exceedingly cunning. "What are your plans?" "Nothing much. Now that the task is complete, I shall simply await the alchemist's furnace." "That seems reasonable," Su Ming agreed with a smile. "Since we have time, would you care to accompany me for a stroll in the city?" Lien Yi frowned, visibly surprised. "Why not have your partner accompany you? She is limited in mobility." Upon hearing this, Lien Yi's face turned slightly red. She seemed to infer the reason behind Jiang Qingyu's limited mobility. "This little rogue is incredibly reckless, truly lacking in tender consideration. I have matters to attend to, so I cannot accompany you on your leisurely outing." With that, Lien Yi stepped onto her flying sword and soared eastward. What a fiery temper. Su Ming watched her retreating figure, shaking his head slightly before heading alone into the bustling city center. His aim was not aimless wandering, but rather gathering information in tea houses and taverns. "Have you heard? A major incident occurred at the Prime Minister's residence last night." "What kind of incident?" "The old Prime Minister has died, and so has the Prime Minister's wife." "What? In just a few days, both of the Prime Minister's key figures have perished?" "Indeed. I also heard that the old advisor of the Prime Minister's residence vanished without a trace, and many servants and maids have fled. The Prime Minister's residence is now in utter chaos, and the Emperor has dispatched a special envoy to investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of the Prime Minister's wife. I have a feeling our Shishu kingdom is on the brink of turmoil." "Hush. The current Emperor is formidable. How could there be unrest?" As Su Ming overheard their conversation, his brow furrowed. The Prime Minister's residence was indeed in disarray, and he wondered how Ning Qingzhu was faring. Nonetheless, he felt a twinge of concern. After all, she was the only daughter of the Prime Minister, and with 7 older brothers, she should be well protected. After gathering this information, Su Ming contemplated exploring other areas to see if any news had surfaced regarding the chief master of the Shun Gui Bailian sect. However, after taking only a few steps, he caught sight of a peculiar mark. "What is this?" Su Ming hurried over, examining it closely, and was taken aback. It was a distress signal from the Qisha sect. Could it be that Lien Yi had encountered trouble again? No, she had just departed, and it was not in this direction, so it could not be her. Who, then, could it be? Furrowing his brows, Su Ming followed the signal out of the city. Ultimately, the mark vanished in a dense forest, but he refused to give up. He searched the area thoroughly, yet found no further traces of the mark, only a fragment of fabric. Holding the fragment, Su Ming's brow creased slightly. The material resembled a garment worn by Yun Yan. Suddenly, he recalled that after their confrontation, the young lady had journeyed alone to Shishu Kingdom. Could it be? A wave of worry washed over him, and he struck the tree trunk with his fist. Damn it! Had he known, he should have planted the He-Huan Gu in Yun Yan earlier. Otherwise, he could have tracked her whereabouts. No matter, he resolved to give it a try. Su Ming felt that finding Yun Yan now was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He decided to treat this as a last resort and use the He-Huan Gu to sense her location. After some probing, he indeed made a discovery. Although he had not planted the Gu within Yun Yan, there remained a trace of his aura within her. When he activated the He-Huan Gu, he sensed a faint trace of energy and immediately pursued it. Chapter 68. The Zombie in the Underground, or rather, in the tomb. The air is frigid, and a putrid stench wafts through the space. A towering figure strides through the tomb, its pitch-black hands, reminiscent of iron pincers, clutching a woman, none other than Yun-Yin. In this moment, Yun-Yin has long lost her previous enchanting beauty. Her once ethereal garments now appear tattered and ragged, resembling the attire of a beggar. Her body lies limp and lifeless, exuding an aura devoid of vitality. The imposing figure moves with an unsettling rigidity, each step reverberating through the earth, as if the ground itself were groaning in agony, causing the soil on the walls of the tomb to trickle down in disarray. At last, the figure traverses the passage and arrives at the heart of the tomb, the Grand Hall. This space is remarkably vast, with nothing but a solitary altar standing in silent defiance. The altar, hewn from stone, emanates a chilling aura. Its surroundings are inscribed with peculiar runes, emitting a ghostly light. Though dim, it suffices to illuminate the terrifying scene. As the runes flicker, it seems as though countless eyes peer from the darkness, sending shivers down one's spine. Upon the altar lies a multitude of corpses, contorted into grotesque positions, each suggesting a harrowing struggle before death. Some are intertwined, as if engaged in a desperate fight for survival, while others, possibly due to the passage of time or some unknown cause, have crumbled into a powdery dust. Suddenly, the towering figure hurls Yun-Yin upon the altar, and the runes around it ignite with an eerie red glow. Where is she? Su Ming stands atop his flying sword, his gaze scanning the ground below, having turned the vicinity upside down in search of Yun-Yin, yet her presence eludes him, as if she has vanished into thin air. Nevertheless, he can still faintly sense a trace of her essence, which compels him to linger in this area. Where the hell could she be? Could she be underground? Su Ming furrows his brow, realizing he is nearing the point of digging 3 feet into the earth. However, it defies logic for a living person to be concealed beneath the ground, unless there is a cavern. Just as Su Ming wrestles with these thoughts, an unusual sound reaches his ears. Suddenly, a heavy thudding of footsteps reverberates, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Su Ming narrows his eyes, directing his attention towards the source of the noise, and witnesses an ancient tomb cracking open, a towering figure emerging from its depths. This creature exudes a foul odor, with a green face and sharp fangs, resembling a malevolent spirit, a zombie. Su Ming's heart skips a beat, astonished to encounter such a malevolent being here. Could it be that Yun-Yin has been abducted by this foul creature? Sword. Su Ming calls out softly, drawing his sword from his waist. In a display of brilliance, he unleashes his attack without hesitation against such foul beings. With a clang, a wave of sword energy slices through the air, tracing graceful arcs, delicate yet lethal as the petals of a peach blossom. Where the sword energy passes, the stones of the graveyard shatter into fragments. As it approaches its target, the sword energy suddenly splits into 2, effectively sealing the creature's escape route. However, Su Ming has underestimated a crucial detail. The zombie, unfazed by the lethal strike, allows the sword energy to crash into its form. With a thunderous crash, the sword energy, capable of cleaving mountains, strikes the zombie, yet it feels as if it were hitting an indestructible metal, leaving only faint white marks upon its skin without inflicting any significant harm. Su Ming's brow furrows tightly. This blow should have been sufficient to slay a practitioner in the Foundation establishment stage. Though unaware of the zombie's strength, he had presumed it would suffer injury. To his dismay, was this all? It appears that this wretched creature possesses an unreasonably formidable defense. Su Ming inhales sharply, retreating 2 steps as he contemplates his next move. I shall attempt another strike. Since this abomination does not evade, Su Ming finds himself liberated from the need for caution, channeling his energy for a decisive blow. With a resounding crash, a powerful wave of sword energy surges toward the zombie. The 2 waves of sword energy strike the zombie's chest, producing a deep, thunderous sound, akin to the roar of divine retribution. Amidst the overwhelming sword energy, the zombie stumbles back several paces but quickly regains its footing. Its green visage remains devoid of expression, save for the flicker of an eerie red light in its eyes, followed by a low growl as it lunges towards Su Ming. Caught off guard, Su Ming swiftly employs his agility, moving like a specter to evade the zombie's assault. While dodging, he formulates a strategy. The zombie's defenses prove excessively robust. Relying solely on sword energy may deplete his spiritual power before he can vanquish it. Fortunately, its attacks lack precision. Though each claw swipe generates a formidable force, its speed is rather sluggish. Let me test this wretched creature's vulnerabilities. Su Ming's mind races as he activates the Zhu Ying sword technique. Infusing immense spiritual energy into the Qingyun sword, its blade gleams radiantly. In an instant, the sword technique springs to life, unleashing a torrent of sword energy aimed at the zombie's eyes and throat, its relatively weaker spots. The zombie, incensed by Su Ming's relentless onslaught, flails its arms wildly, attempting to seize its elusive adversary. Su Ming, initially believing the zombie to be clumsy, does not evade with full effort, inadvertently granting the creature an opportunity to strike. In a sudden, swift motion, the zombie lunges forward, as though it could teleport, closing the distance to Su Ming in an instant. This strike is too rapid. Su Ming cannot evade in time, and the zombie's arm grazes his chest, sending him hurtling backward to the ground. Cough, cough. Su Ming feels a surge of blood rising within him, a bitter taste lodged in his throat. Damn it, this wretched creature seems devoid of weaknesses. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Su Ming silently resolves to employ the Da Huang Pumye finger. Chapter 69. A taste of flavor, a desolate aura coalesced at his fingertips. Moments later, a surge of formidable energy surged forth towards the zombie. The desolate energy swiftly engulfed the zombie, and a blinding light illuminated the entire graveyard. It must be dead now, Su Ming silently mused. However, as the light dissipated, he was astonished to discover that, although the zombie had sustained a wound, it remained steadfast and seemingly unaffected. With a fierce roar, the zombie howled at the heavens and charged towards Su Ming once more, its speed considerably heightened, evidently enraged beyond measure. Was the Da Huang Pumye unable to vanquish it? A bitter smile crept across Su Ming's lips. This was his most powerful technique. No, there was still one more. He recalled the long-neglected Tao Hua sword technique's third strike, Surely Tao Hua. Cursing under his breath, he resolved to give it a try. Su Ming summoned the remaining spiritual energy within him, continuously infusing it into the Qingyun sword. In an instant, his complexion turned ashen, and his body began to tremble. Just as his spiritual energy was on the verge of depletion, Su Ming bellowed, "Surely Tao Hua." Suddenly, the surrounding space warped, and countless petals of peach blossoms, formed from condensed spiritual energy, appeared out of thin air. Each petal radiated a blinding brilliance as it swiftly circled the zombie, transforming into thousands of sword energies that rained down upon it. The zombie roared in fury, attempting to shield itself with its arms, but the sheer number of sword energies proved overwhelming, each infused with potent spiritual power. Its once proud, steel-like body was relentlessly pierced by the sword energies. Finally, after the last peach blossom, sword energy pierced the zombie's heart. Its massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. Su Ming exhaled deeply, collapsing to the ground. Yun must have been captured by this zombie. He gazed into the dark tomb, a stir of concern rising within him. He felt that Yun was likely ensnared within the crypt. The urgency to rescue her was paramount. Without delay, Su Ming retrieved a restorative pill from his storage pouch and swallowed it whole, regaining a modicum of spiritual energy before plunging into the ancient tomb. The stench was unbearable. Su Ming wrinkled his brow, hastily sealing his mouth and nose with spiritual energy, then produced 2 luminous pearls to illuminate his surroundings. After traversing the tomb passage for a brief while, he finally glimpsed a glimmer of light. Su Ming dashed forward, arriving at the grand hall of the tomb, where he beheld the altar standing majestically at its center. Su Ming sensed that Yun lay upon the altar, and he used the wind control technique to leap onto it. Yun, he called out upon seeing the woman lying there, but received no response. It was then that Su Ming noticed something unusual. He perceived that Yun's condition was dire, her vitality rapidly waning. What was happening? Beneath her body lay several tendril-like entities that were fervently siphoning her life force. This is bizarre. Su Ming shouted in anger and charged forward, swinging his sword to sever them. The strange tendrils were surprisingly fragile. A single strike was enough to cleave them. Yet, no sooner had he severed one than new tendrils erupted forth, seemingly possessing a will of their own, darting towards Yun. With a swift motion, Su Ming cut them down again, but the tendrils grew back even faster. Seizing the opportunity, he scooped Yun into his arms and executed a sweeping strike, severing all the tendrils beneath her. As he cradled Yun, Poised to leap down from the altar, he unexpectedly discovered a coffin embedded within it. The blood-red coffin was uncovered, revealing a corpse resembling a weasel lying silently within, its tendrils connected to the body. In that moment of delay, the severed tendrils lunged towards Su Ming. With swift strokes, he severed them again and produced over 10 fire talismans from his storage pouch, unleashing a torrent of flames to consume the tendrils. Their anguished cries echoed, as if they possessed sentience. Meanwhile, the corpse in the coffin writhed violently, as if sharing a connection with the tendrils. Seizing the moment, Su Ming leapt down from the altar, but did not flee immediately. Instead, he placed Yun Yin on the ground and jumped back onto the altar. Intent on vanquishing the malevolent corpse, he channeled his spiritual energy into the Qing Yun sword and struck down with a tremendous force. The altar trembled violently, yet did not shatter. How resilient! It was even sturdier than the zombie. Su Ming mused, preparing for another strike, when a sudden instinct compelled him to glance at the coffin. Unbeknownst to him, the vile corpse had opened its eyes. Their gazes locked. This was bad. The aura emanating from the wretched corpse rivaled that of a Jindan cultivator. Su Ming hastily jumped down from the altar. In his prime, he could have contended with this abomination, but facing it in his current state would be tantamount to seeking death. He swiftly scooped up Yun Yin and dashed towards the tomb's exit. Just as they burst forth, the entrance of the crypt sealed shut, accompanied by an eerie howl from within. Concerned that other malevolent entities might be attracted, Su Ming dared not linger and soared away on his sword towards the capital of Shishu. In the city, at a dilapidated Taoist temple, Jiang Qingyu emerged from a side hall and was taken aback to see Lian Yi sitting by the campfire. Aren't you supposed to have left? Lian Yi shot Jiang Qingyu a glance, muttering under her breath about the vixen, and replied curtly, All the inns in the city are fully booked. I have no choice but to stay here for the time being. Oh, I thought you couldn't bear to part with him? Who are you referring to? Su Ming? Huh, I have no connection with him. Oh, is that so? Jiang Qingyu regarded Lian Yi with a look of pity, as if she were a seasoned observer. That boy carries an alluring charm. Do be cautious not to get too close, lest you find yourself ensnared. Lian Yi was about to retort when she suddenly sensed Su Ming's aura and coldly remarked, Your paramour has returned. Unfazed by her mockery, Jiang Qingyu gazed at the sky and beheld Su Ming approaching on his sword. Such a charmer, she mused, just a brief jaunt, and he returns with a woman in tow. A flicker of disdain glimmered in Lian Yi's eyes. Jiang Qingyu took the initiative to approach, her brows slightly furrowing as she discerned the individual cradled in Su Ming's arms. What has transpired? She inquired. This young lady has been seized by a zombie. A zombie? Upon noticing a peculiar expression on Su Ming's face, Jiang Qingyu hastily accepted Yun Yin from his embrace and carried her into the dilapidated temple. This young lady has been poisoned too severely. I must hasten to tend to her wounds. Jiang Qingyu's countenance shifted subtly. She was well aware of Su Ming's method of healing. Unbeknownst to her, she had unconsciously begun to perceive herself as Su Ming's partner. Thus, witnessing him attend to another woman inevitably stirred feelings of jealousy within her. However, she understood that Su Ming would never forsake this woman for her sake. Consequently, she placed Yun Yin in the side hall and departed. Chapter 70. Li Yonglu. An hour later, Su Ming glanced at Yun Yin, who was resting with her eyes closed. Regardless of the circumstances, the life of this young lady had been preserved, and now all that remained was for her to recuperate. Pushing open the door to the side hall, Su Ming stepped outside, only to find that the grand hall was occupied solely by Lian Yi, with no sign of Jiang Qingyu. Curiosity stirred within him as he inquired, Where is Qingyu? A smirk played at the corners of Lian Yi's lips as she replied with a hint of sarcasm, Are you so engrossed in your own pleasures that you are oblivious to when your companion departed? Has she left? Su Ming surmised that Jiang Qingyu was likely feeling jealous. Fixing his gaze on Lian Yi, he smiled and asked, And what about you? Why haven't you taken your leave? Why should I leave? I have no reason to envy you. Lian Yi retorted, though she added, Even if I do not feel jealousy, it would be inappropriate for a young woman like me to eavesdrop on the intimate affairs of my companion and you. You. Lian Yi's cheeks flushed as she bit her lip defiantly. You rogue, who would want to hear your sordid tales? I am merely resting here. Very well, resting it is. But do remember to uphold your own intentions. Humph. Lian Yi huffed twice, choosing not to engage further with Su Ming. At that moment, Yun Yin stirred awake, her gaze sweeping over the disarray around her, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Although she had been unconscious, she was acutely aware that it was Su Ming who had saved her life, and this had happened twice. Yunyan found herself grappling with the realization that she might have unwittingly fallen for this man. Yet, recalling Su Ming's demeanor in protecting Jiang Qingyu before their journey to the Shishu kingdom, she felt a twinge of annoyance. However, this frustration was directed not at Su Ming, but rather at Jiang Qingyu. Humph, a fallen woman dares to compete with me for a companion. Yunyan silently resolved that when she next encountered Jiang Qingyu, she would ensure the latter faced the consequences. 2 days later, Su Ming finally received word that Li Yonglu was preparing to forge weapons. On this day, the area before the Zhaixing Tower was abuzz with activity, as young talents from all directions gathered, eagerly watching the pavilion, hoping to catch a glimpse of Li Yongliu's true form. This time, Li Yonglu did not adopt an air of superiority, instead stepping forth from the Zhaixing Tower. In an instant, all eyes converged upon her. Upon witnessing her visage, they were collectively captivated. The woman appeared as if she had descended from an ancient scroll, exuding a gentle and delicate aura that evoked a sense of tenderness. Her figure was slender, reminiscent of willows swaying in the spring breeze, seemingly ready to dance with the wind. Adorned in a pale pink silk gown that gracefully enveloped her delicate frame, the hem swayed gently with her movements, as if narrating her fragile beauty. When she slightly turned, resting her hand on the railing beside her, it seemed she required its support to maintain her frail form. Su Ming felt a stirring within him. Could such a willow-like figure truly wield a heavy hammer? The Li Yonglu he had envisioned was a robust woman, yet this delicate lady hardly appeared suited for the forge. However, one must not judge by appearances. Su Ming believed that since she was hailed as a master craftsman, she must possess considerable skill. Clearing her throat, Li Yonglu cast her enchanting gaze over the crowd below. The throng was vast, akin to a swarm of fish crossing a river, yet as a master craftsman, she was no stranger to larger gatherings. Unfazed by the attention, she spoke, "I am immensely grateful for your presence today, but I must clarify one matter beforehand. In order for me to forge spiritual weapons, you must first complete a task that demonstrates your true capabilities, after which I shall decide whether to assist you." The crowd exhibited little reaction to Li Yongliu's words. Even the most stringent conditions set by a master craftsman would not deter them from pursuing her. "Master Li, please tell us what task you require. As I previously mentioned, I will only forge spiritual weapons for cultivators below the golden core stage. And the task you must complete is quite simple. You must procure a third-tier inner core." What? The mere mention of a third-tier inner core sent shockwaves through the crowd. Such a core was the domain of formidable creatures on par with golden core cultivators. Many affluent young men suddenly brightened, realizing that while they could not defeat a third-tier beast, their families might possess such inner cores. However, Li Yongliu's subsequent words felt like a bucket of cold water dousing their hopes. "The inner core I require must be fresh, meaning it must be obtained after today. Of course, you may enlist the help of Foundation Establishment cultivators, but should I discover that a golden core cultivator has assisted you, I shall not hesitate to sever ties." The crowd wore expressions of despair. Finding Foundation Establishment cultivators to assist was no easy feat typically. Even a group of 10 such cultivators would struggle to slay a third-tier monster. Furthermore, where would one find such a considerable number of Foundation Establishment allies? After all, how would they go about dividing the inner core acquired from slaying a mighty beast among themselves? Yet, the scions of powerful factions felt a glimmer of hope. They could rely on their family's experts. Nevertheless, since the ancient war, the demon race had suffered severe losses, retreating to frigid realms, making it exceedingly difficult to locate a third-tier beast. Venturing into such treacherous territories could result in casualties, and more importantly, the extreme cold was a great distance from here. By the time they returned after slaying a demon, Li Yonglu might already be gone. Upon hearing the conditions set forth by Li Yonglu, Su Ming's expression shifted. She only mentioned needing a third-tier inner core, but did not specify that it must be from a demon. The malevolent corpse he had encountered earlier exuded the aura of a golden core, undoubtedly a genuine third-tier aberration. If he could defeat it and present the core, he would likely fulfill the task. However, that sinister corpse was exceedingly bizarre, and a moment's negligence could result in dire consequences. Chapter 71. The Helper. After careful consideration, Su Ming decided to seek assistance. Unfortunately, Li Yonglu forbade any help from those in the Jindan realm. Otherwise, he could have called upon Jiang Qingyu, who would have effortlessly dispatched the zombie. Now, he had no choice but to look for fellow cultivators of the same tier, and the first individuals that came to his mind were Yunyan and Liani. At that moment, Liani was feeling troubled, as she believed the conditions set by Li Yonglu were excessively stringent. Even though she was confident in her ability to confront a third-tier demon beast, she was at a loss as to where to find one. "Hey, woman, I need to discuss something with you." Upon seeing Su Ming approach, Liani immediately felt a sense of vigilance. "What do you want?" Seeing her defensive stance akin to that of a thief, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. He furrowed his brow and said, "Is it really necessary to be like this? I came here to discuss an important matter with you." "Go ahead, what is it?" Liani did not believe that Su Ming had any serious business to discuss. "The task requires us to obtain a third-tier inner core, and I know where to find one." "You know?" A hint of doubt crossed Liani's brow, as she could hardly believe that Su Ming could locate a third-tier great demon within the borders of Shishu. "Come on, can you not trust me just a little? If I dare to say this, it is because I am confident." Su Ming then recounted his encounter with the zombie and the discovery of the ancient tomb, which left Liani astonished. The little rogue, known for not revealing his plans until the very end, was surprisingly willing to share this information today. Su Ming scratched his nose and continued, "So, how about we join forces to slay this demon? Joining forces is feasible, but how will we divide the demon core? Are you treating me as an outsider? Do you think I would shortchange you? We will both take the demon core and submit it together." "Together?" But Li Yonglu did not mention that two people could share one inner core. "True, but he did not say it is impossible either. How will we know unless we try?" With that, Liani felt that collaborating with Su Ming might yield a higher chance of success. She furrowed her brow slightly and said, "All right, let's proceed together. No, we must also bring Yunyan along. What do we need her for, being only in the late foundation establishment stage? Are you jealous?" "Humph, what could I possibly be jealous of? I merely think that bringing her along will hinder us." "Don't worry, it was thanks to Yunyan that we discovered the whereabouts of the third-tier zombie." "Fine, take her if you wish, but if any danger arises, I will prioritize my own safety." As they spoke, the two arrived at the dilapidated Taoist temple. Upon meeting Yunyan, Su Ming laid out his plans, and given Yunyan's trust in him, she raised no objections. Half an hour later, Su Ming led the two women outside the ancient city. Seeing that the surroundings had not changed significantly since his last escape, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had worried that the ancient tomb, being within the territory of Shishu, would have been discovered by others. It appeared that the locals were unaware of the evil corpse hidden within the ancient tomb. This was to be expected, had this location been revealed. The Shishu nation would have long mobilized forces to eliminate the evil corpse. The last time Su Ming entered the ancient tomb, he benefited from the presence of a passageway, but this time would be different, as the evil corpse had destroyed the access. The trio would need to find another way in. Fortunately, all three were formidable cultivators, and they began to dig a tunnel using their respective spells. After half an hour of diligent work, they finally reached the collapsed passage. Su Ming drew his sword and unleashed a wave of sword energy, clearing the entrance. A foul odor erupted from within, prompting the three to quickly cover their mouths and noses. Liani frowned slightly. "Su Ming, are you certain there is only one evil corpse in this tomb?" Su Ming nodded. "Most likely. Although I couldn't fully explore the ancient tomb last time, I believe the entire structure was built for the altar, and thus the evil corpse is the master of this tomb, unlikely to tolerate the presence of another. Let us hasten inside, then. We must act swiftly." The three each held a luminous pearl and charged into the hall of the underworld. Su Ming looked up to find the altar unchanged since his last visit. "This altar is exceedingly sinister and as hard as a turtle's shell. We must strike together without holding back." "Agreed." The two women nodded solemnly. Channeling their spiritual energy, and three surging auras spread throughout the hall of the underworld. At that moment, the altar seemed to respond, with the carved runes glowing ominously red. With a series of sounds, countless blood vessels shot out from the altar like octopus tentacles, descending upon Su Ming and his companions. However, the trio was well prepared, wielding their spiritual weapons in a flurry to sever the tentacles in mere moments. Aside from the eerie red glow, the altar had no further means of retaliation. "Attack!" Su Ming commanded, leading the charge with the great destruction finger aimed at the altar. The two women unleashed their signature moves, directing three distinct energies toward the altar. A brilliant explosion erupted, shaking the very ground, as the altar shattered into fragments, revealing a blood-red coffin that lay before them. A roar that was far from human echoed throughout the hall of the underworld. Not good. The evil corpse is about to awaken. Su Ming's mind raced as he surged toward the blood coffin, his spiritual sword glowing brilliantly as he unleashed a powerful sword energy. Just as he neared the coffin, the attack split into two. Liani, not daring to be careless, and Yunyan flanked him on either side, charging at the coffin. With a thunderous crash, their strikes landed upon the eerily crimson coffin, which shattered into countless wooden shards. Yet, the evil corpse remained unscathed, as if the coffin had absorbed all the damage. A nauseating stench erupted from within, causing the air to swirl violently, forming distorted whirlpools. As the foul odor intensified, the evil corpse let out a deep rumble, its hair standing on end. Muscles bulged, veins protruded, resembling a figure forged of steel. With a buzz, the evil corpse's eyes opened, glowing with an eerie green light, exuding an aura of boundless malevolence. Viscous green blood flowed across its surface, dripping onto the ground and hissing as it met the floor. Roar! The malevolent corpse let out a furious roar, bearing a row of sharp, yellowed fangs as black smoke continuously billowed from its mouth, accompanied by a low, rumbling growl that seemed intent on devouring everything in its vicinity. The power of this sinister corpse was immense, demanding our utmost caution. Even without Su Ming's warning, Liani and Yunyan dared not let their guard down, for they sensed the aura of a golden core cultivator emanating from this abomination. Liani murmured softly, "When I observed from outside earlier, I did not detect this as a corpse nurturing ground. How could it give rise to such a formidable creature?" "You are unaware," came the reply, "that within the ancient tomb, there was another zombie that roamed about, capturing cultivators and offering them as sacrifices on the altar to nourish this malevolent corpse." Yunyan's face turned deathly pale, for she knew all too well. She herself had been seized as an offering and cast onto this sacrificial platform. Had it not been for Su Ming's timely rescue, she would have long been reduced to bones. Having previously battled the zombie in the ancient tomb, Su Ming had a growing suspicion that this malevolent corpse likely possessed an equally perverse defensive capability, along with even more sinister methods than its predecessor. "You two, cover me while I test its strength," he instructed. The two women nodded solemnly, each assuming a defensive stance to support Su Ming. Great Wasteland Annihilation Finger. With Su Ming's thunderous shout, the surrounding spiritual energy began to surge violently, converging toward him. In an instant, a beam of light imbued with destructive force shot forth from his fingertip, like a brilliant meteor tearing through the void, hurtling straight toward the malevolent corpse. Chapter 72. A curse that lasts 1,000 years. Wherever the radiance touched, even the air became tumultuous, as though it were being vigorously kneaded by invisible hands. The stone tiles of the Ming Dian shattered, erupting in a shower of sparks. This malevolent corpse possessed intelligence. Unlike a mindless zombie, it did not merely endure the onslaught. Instead, it raised its left hand, resembling a claw, gathering a dark light that coalesced into a black shield, firmly protecting itself. With a thunderous crash, Su Ming's finger of light struck the small shield, unleashing a dazzling brilliance. However, after a momentary stalemate, the overwhelming force of the finger shattered the shield into fragments, revealing a look of astonishment on the corpse's face. Despite a reduction in power, the finger shot towards the malevolent corpse with unyielding speed. Following a violent explosion, the figure of the corpse re-emerged, revealing that its long-haired body had only lost a few patches of fur. Observing this, Su Ming frowned, profoundly astonished. The defensive strength of this malevolent corpse was unexpectedly formidable. Su Ming deemed its defense comparable to that of the zombie he had previously slain, if not superior in certain aspects. To validate his thoughts, Su Ming placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and with a resounding clang, he drew the Qingyun sword. With a flourish, he unleashed the 10 miles of peach blossoms, instantly manifesting countless sword shadows. Petals of peach blossoms rained down from the sky, each imbued with potent magical energy, beautiful yet concealing deadly intent. With a command from Su Ming, the petals transformed into sharp blades, piercing toward the vital points of the malevolent corpse. The petals moved with incredible speed, enveloping the corpse in an instant. Lian Yi and Yunyan observed the battle closely. As Su Ming executed the 10 miles of peach blossoms, Lian Yi felt a surge of surprise. As the holy maiden of the 7 Kills sect, she recognized this technique as the signature move of Elder Tao Yao. To her astonishment, Su Ming had mastered it so quickly after becoming Tao Yao's disciple. Could he be a genius in the path of the sword? For the first time, Lian Yi felt a profound interest in Su Ming. However, she knew better than to be distracted on the battlefield and quickly focused her attention back on the confrontation. Meanwhile, Yun Yin was filled with anxiety. Seeing Su Ming's grand technique fail to penetrate the corpse's defenses, she feared for his safety and could not help but intervene, channeling her spiritual energy into her sword. The blade burst forth with brilliant spiritual light, and with a swift motion, a luminous stream surged toward the malevolent corpse. The corpse sensed the threat of this light and suddenly turned, countering with a sweeping motion. A dark mist enveloped the area, emanating an intensely wicked aura that crashed toward Yun Yin like a tidal wave. This force was overwhelming, extinguishing Yun Yin's attack in an instant and rapidly closing the distance between them. Yun Yan's face paled in terror as she realized evasion was futile. With a deafening crash, the dark force struck her. Her body flew backward uncontrollably, like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood spewed from her mouth, her complexion turning ashen, and she fell unconscious. Yin Yin, Su Ming exclaimed, filled with a mix of shock and rage. How dare this creature harm my woman? With a roar, the peach blossom sword energy descended like a torrential storm upon the malevolent corpse. Even with its extraordinary resilience, the corpse was pierced and riddled with wounds. Yet, to Su Ming's surprise, the malevolent corpse exhibited remarkable regenerative abilities. A mass of black mist enveloped it, and its waning vigor surged back to life. After a few breaths, the corpse's form rematerialized, its repugnant body restored to its former state. I will assist you. Lian Yi discerned that Su Ming's sword techniques could indeed injure the corpse. However, as he continued to unleash such powerful moves, his own energy was rapidly depleting. Concerned that he might falter under the strain, she rushed to lend her aid. As spiritual energy began to coalesce around her, it formed translucent beams of light. In an instant, a multitude of spiritual lights coalesced into a crescent moon, showering the malevolent corpse in a cascade of brilliance. The moonlight, seemingly gentle, concealed formidable power, each beam capable of slicing through the very air. Sensing the threat of this move, the corpse hastily conjured two black shields before itself. Seizing the opportune moment, Su Ming gathered his strength and shouted, "Great Destruction Finger." This time, he poured his spiritual energy into the attack without reservation, transforming the destructive light into an even more resplendent force. The light, akin to a sharp, colossal sword, sliced toward the malevolent corpse. Realizing the imminent danger, the corpse began to thrash wildly, summoning additional shields to encase itself completely. With a thunderous roar, the moonlight and brilliance converged, shattering the shields. The two streams of energy cascaded upon the corpse without restraint. Fine cracks appeared on its seemingly indestructible body, resembling a spider's web as they spread. Seize the moment. Su Ming exchanged a glance with Lian Yi, and they synchronously launched their assault. Su Ming wielded his sword, relentlessly striking with Peach Blossom's sword energy, each strike finding its mark within the corpse's wounds, deepening the fissures. Lian Yi, undeterred by the drain on her spiritual energy, exerted her full strength to maintain the moonlight, inflicting new wounds upon the malevolent corpse. With a furious roar, the corpse's black light grew even more sinister. It abandoned its defenses, charging directly at Su Ming and Lian Yi through the onslaught of sword energy. What a ferocious beast! Su Ming and Lian Yi were startled but remained composed, skillfully dodging the corpse's attack and seizing the opportunity to strike once more. Covered in injuries, the malevolent corpse's black light began to dim. At this moment, Su Ming and Lian Yi felt their spiritual energy waning. Lian Yi, hold it off for a moment. I need to recover slightly. Understood. Lian Yi positioned herself to block the corpse, allowing Su Ming to take this moment to consume a pill and meditate to restore his energy. The defensive prowess of the Jindan level is indeed extraordinary, yet fortunately, this foul creature possesses a lowly intellect. After a brief moment, Su Ming rose once more, brandishing his sword and channeling all his magical energy into the blade. With a vigorous swing, he unleashed a torrent of peach blossoms, 10 miles of them. Countless blossoms transformed into brilliant sword light, dazzling and resplendent, striking directly at the malevolent corpse. Lian Yi, whose spiritual energy had been exhausted, hastily retreated to avoid any unintended harm. A thunderous roar echoed as the myriad sword energies collided with the evil corpse. With an anguished howl, the corpse fell to the ground, shattered into a myriad of fragments. At last, has it perished? Su Ming and Liani gazed at the dismembered remains of the vile creature and exhaled a sigh of relief. They hastily retrieved the inner core and prepared to vacate this foul place reeking of despair. Liani's smooth brows furrowed, her face a portrait of disdain. What commotion is this? Just as Su Ming prepared to rise, he beheld the shattered corpse suddenly reassembling. The egg-sized inner core emitted a blinding radiance and lunged towards Liani. Oh no, this wretched thing intends to self-destruct. Instinctively, Su Ming dashed forward, tackling Liani to the ground, narrowly evading the corpse's assault, and kicked it over. The two had no time for words as the corpse clung to Su Ming like a stubborn leech, its claws embedding deeply into his flesh. Su Ming! Liani gasped in shock at the sight. The malevolent corpse seemed aware of its inevitable demise, disregarding Su Ming's attempts to sever its form, clinging desperately to him while gathering energy to ignite the inner core. You fiend! Su Ming barked, channeling his remaining spiritual power into the Qingyun sword, unleashing a radiant beam that pierced the corpse's dantian. The creature, racked with pain, attempted to release its grip. Yet Su Ming clutched its throat with unyielding resolve, plunging his left hand into the gaping wound created by the Qingyun sword, extracting the inner core. At that moment, Liani rushed forward, raising her blade to sever the corpse's claws. A tremendous crash resonated as both the corpse and Su Ming collapsed to the ground. Su Ming! Liani exclaimed, her face awash with urgency as she hurried to lift him, resting him upon her rounded thigh. Hey, you little rascal. Wake up. When Su Ming remained unresponsive, worry flooded Liani's eyes. You must not die. Did they not say calamities endure for 1,000 years? How can you succumb? Come on, rise and argue with me. As Su Ming showed no sign of reaction, tears welled in Liani's beautiful eyes. Just then, Su Ming opened his eyes, his voice frail. I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying? Chapter 73. No debts between us, humph. Liani forcefully pushed Su Ming away and stood up. Su Ming fell to the ground, exclaiming, I must say, how can you be so rough in your dealings, woman? Even if I weren't killed by the evil corpse, you would surely have exhausted me to death. Seeing that Su Ming was in no mortal danger, Liani retracted her concern and retorted sharply, I knew you were a calamity for 1,000 years. You definitely won't die. Though her words were harsh, Liani's heart softened. This lad, with his remarkable peach blossom sword technique, truly astonished her. Most importantly, he had saved her life. Liani's beautiful eyes sparkled with a newfound admiration for Su Ming. It stinks here. We should leave quickly. As Liani headed toward the exit, Su Ming called out hoarsely, Are you leaving just like that? What else should I do? Can't you see I'm gravely injured? Come help me. And take my woman out too. Liani replied with disdain, I didn't expect you to be so unreliable, yet you treat your woman so well. Of course, who else will care for my woman if I don't? Unable to endure the stench any longer, and sensing that the tomb was beginning to collapse following the demise of the evil corpse, Liani supported Su Ming with one arm, while carrying Yunyan in the other, swiftly making her way out of the tomb. Just as the three of them escaped, the tomb collapsed dramatically, as if the earth itself had been turned upside down. With Su Ming and Yunyan both injured and Liani having exhausted her spiritual energy, she deemed it unwise to embark on a long journey. Thus, she sought a nearby cave to rest for a while. As soon as they entered the cave, Su Ming collapsed onto the ground. Liani initially thought he was merely pretending, but upon examining his face closely, she was horrified. The poison from the corpse had penetrated deeply into him, likely reaching his organs. In a state of panic, Liani hastily rummaged through her storage bag, producing various antidote pills and forcefully feeding several to Su Ming. However, there was no sign of improvement. At that moment, Yunyan regained consciousness. She had merely been knocked unconscious by the ancient corpse and was not poisoned. Thus, upon waking, her mind was clear. Seeing Su Ming poisoned and Liani stuffing him with antidote pills like a duck, she grew anxious and exclaimed, What you're doing won't cure his poison. It could choke him. Liani, irritated, replied, Then what do you suggest I do? Should I just watch him die? Don't panic. I have a way to save him, but you must leave first. What? You want me to leave? Liani thought Yunyan intended to perform some secret technique that was not suitable for outsiders to witness, and she inwardly grumbled that the woman was far too stingy. However, knowing that saving a life was paramount, she complied and left obediently. Just as she stepped outside, she heard a rustling sound. Liani furrowed her brow, wondering what was happening. Could it be? Upon this thought, her cheeks flushed, and she inwardly cursed Yunyan for her shamelessness, while also worrying for Su Ming's safety. Now, however, she was at a loss for what to do. With no other options, she could only allow Yunyan to proceed. Though she found it dubious, what if she could truly save Su Ming? In mere moments, Yunyan emerged from the cave, her clothing disheveled, kneeling on one knee, and with an anxious expression, she clasped her fists and implored, "Please, holy maiden, save him." Leonie's brows knitted together, observing Yunyan's flushed face, and she couldn't help but retort sharply, "Oh, your antics have only worsened his condition, haven't they?" Seeing Leonie's misunderstanding, Yunyan hurriedly explained, "Holy maiden, you may not know, but Su Ming possesses a secret technique that can heal wounds and dispel poison. I was attempting to use it to save him, but my own reserves are limited, and I cannot fully assist him." Upon hearing this, Leonie's expression shifted. She had an inkling of what Yunyan meant, yet was reluctant to voice it outright. Thus, she raised an eyebrow and asked, "Why did you come to me? I believe, holy maiden, your profound cultivation surely enables you to save his life. How could I possibly believe your nonsense about some secret technique? You're just speaking empty words." Yunyan, in a state of urgency, replied, "Have you forgotten that not long ago, I was injured by a zombie? And it was Su Ming who used a secret technique to save me?" Leonie was aware of the commotion that ensued during that incident when Su Ming employed his secret technique to rescue Yunyan. She had heard everything clearly. Thus, she began to believe her somewhat. However, the thought of needing to assist Su Ming was difficult for her to accept. "Holy maiden, I wasn't fully unconscious. I witnessed Su Ming getting poisoned while trying to save you." Upon hearing this, Leonie felt as if she had been stepped on the tail, exclaiming in shock, "What do you mean? Am I to blame for all this?" Yunyan nodded. "I believe you, holy maiden. You are not one to forget kindness." At this, Leonie's expression darkened considerably, and with a cold snort, she declared, "Fine. If I must save him, then I shall." With that, Leonie stepped back into the cave. However, as she entered, she regretted her decision. How could she have been so impulsive, allowing herself to be provoked into such foolishness? Yet retreating now would only invite mockery from that young girl. Very well, perhaps this would serve as repayment for his kindness. Leonie reflected. After all, Su Ming had saved her life twice. This would be her way of repaying his life-saving grace, leaving them with no debts between them. Having come to terms with her thoughts, Leonie approached Su Ming. Chapter 74. The dual formation of golden elixirs outside the cave. Yunyan was filled with anxiety. Although she had successfully sent Leonie inside, she could not ascertain whether it would truly save them. Suddenly, she heard a low cry of pain, and her heart leaped with joy. It worked. She settled down to guard the entrance. However, after half an hour, when neither of them emerged, a wave of alarm washed over her. Why were they not coming out? Could it be that they had failed? At this point, Yunyan disregarded Lin Yi's warning and rushed into the cave to investigate, only to be taken aback by the sight before her. There they sat, cross-legged, lost in profound enlightenment. Were they breaking through to the golden elixir stage? Oh heavens, how could they achieve such a breakthrough at this moment? Yunyan was utterly astonished, silently acknowledging the extraordinary talents of the Qi Sha men. Even in dire circumstances, they could still ascend, truly remarkable. Fearing she might disturb them, she quickly retreated. The abundant pure Yuan Yin and Yin energy from Lin Yi had greatly benefited Su Ming, healing his injuries, purging toxins, and loosening his cultivation. At this moment, he was exerting himself to break through to the golden elixir stage. Internally, Su Ming examined his dantian and discovered a surge of spiritual energy, tumultuous as if a great dragon was thrashing about, akin to a beast yearning to escape confinement. Before he could take any action, the turbulence intensified, as if a colossal hand was stirring within his dantian. The vast, oceanic spiritual energy was being compressed violently by this hand, devoid of resistance. This was a necessary process for breaking through from foundation establishment to the golden elixir stage. Only by compressing the spiritual liquid to its utmost could one achieve the desired outcome. Simultaneously, Su Ming's skin flushed a deep crimson, resembling a boiled lobster. His bones creaked ominously, as if being crushed beneath a heavy weight. Veins throbbed on his forehead, resembling coiling dragons, reflecting his immense pain. Yet, he gritted his teeth, unwavering. He understood that to transform into a butterfly, one must endure such tribulations. After a brief moment, the spiritual energy within Su Ming's dantian finally condensed into a mass, faintly revealing the embryonic form of a golden elixir. At this juncture, his skin transitioned from fiery red to a luminous white, akin to jade, and his bones ceased their clattering, now glimmering with a golden sheen, as if forged by fierce flames. Within the cave, the spiritual energy surged wildly, forming a colossal vortex that hovered above Su Ming's head. Countless streams of spiritual energy were drawn into his body. Lian Yi, too, had a vortex above her, yet the amount of spiritual energy she absorbed was barely half of what Su Ming consumed. The spiritual energy required for two cultivators at the pinnacle of foundation establishment to break through to the golden elixir stage was simply immense, far exceeding what the small cave could provide. Yunyan, stationed outside the cave, caught sight of the extraordinary phenomena inside and rushed in to investigate, only to find that the two were at a critical juncture in their breakthrough, needing spiritual energy to refine themselves. Without hesitation, she emptied her storage bag of spirit stones and inscribed a gathering formation. Centered around the cave, the spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius surged forth as if imbued with intelligence, racing towards the cave. As Yunyan stood within the cave, she felt like a small boat amidst a tempestuous sea, struggling to breathe, while two formidable pressures radiated from the two individuals in the midst of their breakthrough. Had they succeeded? Yunyan's face lit up at the sight of them. Boom! Two immense pressures shot skyward, sending fragments of the rocky mountain into the air, forming two stone dragons that soared and circled. The overwhelming force instilled terror in the nearby beasts, driving them to flee as if faced with apocalyptic doom. Taoist, I have succeeded. Su Ming reflected inwardly, gazing at the resplendent golden elixir within him, his face alight with joy. He had finally reached the golden elixir stage. Yet, what delighted him even more was the He Huan immortal cauldron within his consciousness. Its cracks had significantly healed, leaving only 8 major fissures. A thought struck Su Ming. His earlier conjecture had proven correct. Each time he broke through a major realm, the increase in his spiritual power and overwhelming energy allowed the He Huan immortal cauldron's cracks to mend. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he wondered what divine ability the cauldron would bestow upon him this time. Buzz! The He Huan immortal cauldron emitted a dazzling golden light, and a beam shot down, striking before Su Ming. A swirl of characters suddenly materialized. Thunderous instant kill. This divine ability, when cultivated to perfection, could transform the user into a bolt of lightning, instantly flashing 1,000 zhong. Su Ming could not help but inhale sharply. 1,000 zhong flash. Such a technique was truly extraordinary. Of course, it required cultivation to perfection. Nevertheless, Su Ming was confident that, given his comprehension, reaching that level would not pose a challenge. This time, the cauldron was indeed generous, having bestowed upon him a method of movement just when he was in need. Suddenly, the element of surprise in ambushing others would undoubtedly yield unexpected rewards. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Su Ming opened his eyes, rising to his feet. Oh! Su Ming noticed that Lian Yi remained seated in meditation, and he felt a spark of curiosity. This woman had clearly formed her golden elixir before him, yet she was still in enlightenment? Could it be that she was uncovering a technique or divine ability? That seemed improbable. Although Lian Yi was the saintess of Qi Sha Men, Su Ming found it hard to believe she could so easily devise a technique. Was it merely an act? He decided to test her. With a thought, he extended his hand towards Lian Yi. However, as soon as he reached out, she opened her eyes, utilizing a technique to wrap her clothes around her body. She glared at Su Ming and demanded, "What do you intend to do?" Su Ming maintained his composure, his heart steady, and replied calmly, "This cave is rather chilly. I feared you might catch a chill, hence." Preposterous. As cultivators, we are not afraid of the cold. Chapter 75. Fear not the weight of debt. When did you awaken? Lian Yi instinctively replied, "I have long been awake. Otherwise, I wouldn't know if I had been subjected to your little." Suddenly, Lian Yi became aware of her unintentional revelation and immediately closed her mouth, a hint of embarrassment coloring her delicate cheeks. Su Ming raised the corner of his mouth in a mischievous smile and teased, "Well, since you've been awake for quite some time, why pretend otherwise?" You. Lian Yi, in a fit of pique, turned her head away. In truth, her heart was tumultuous. She felt aggrieved for having lost her innocence, yet she also recognized that this matter was of her own volition, and thus could not entirely blame Su Ming. Moreover, after her encounter with that little thief, she had successfully broken through to the Jin Dan realm. To lay blame on him now would seem ungrateful. Humph. You saved me twice, and in return, I saved your life once. We are even, are we not? One life for two. Seems somewhat unbalanced, does it not? Huh. I have sacrificed my purity. What more do you desire? Realizing she had misspoken, Leonie quickly changed the subject. Let us set this matter aside for now. How shall we divide the inner Dan? Upon hearing this, Su Ming pulled out a third-tier inner Dan from his pocket, furrowing his brows. This is the result of our combined efforts. We must submit it together. Are you certain that Li Yonglu will agree? How can we know without trying? Su Ming stroked his chin and continued. Moreover, we have been out for a while and are unaware of what might have transpired in the city. If someone else has gotten ahead, wouldn't our efforts be in vain? Leonie found Su Ming's reasoning quite compelling and nodded. Very well. I shall follow your lead. You two are engrossed in your conversation. Have you forgotten there is another person present? Since Su Ming and Leonie had awakened, Yunyan had been silently observing, finally seizing the opportunity to interject. Su Ming stepped closer, wrapping his arm around the woman's waist, and said with a smile, "How could I forget anyone, especially you? Without you, I would surely have met my demise." Yunyan smiled gently. "It is not my merit, but rather the efforts of Sister Leonie." However, Leonie merely scoffed and took to the skies on her flying sword. "I shall take my leave. You two can enjoy your intimacy. Sword, come." Su Ming summoned his flying sword, and together with Yunyan, they soared westward toward the capital of Shishu. Half an hour later, the three arrived at the Jiaxing Tower. Compared to a few days prior, the entrance was now desolate and nearly devoid of visitors. After all, Li Yonglu had announced the conditions for forging spiritual weapons, rendering lingering here rather pointless. Upon entering the tower, they were promptly greeted by a servant. "Esteemed guests, I sincerely apologize. This establishment has been reserved by Master Li. We are not here to stay. We seek Master Li." The servant displayed a look of astonishment as he scrutinized Su Ming and the others, incredulous. "You are here to submit a task?" "Indeed." At that moment, a voice emerged from the second floor. "Do you have the inner Dan?" Su Ming immediately produced the inner Dan. With a swish, a young boy, no more than 3 feet tall, leapt down from above like a spirit fox and dashed towards Su Ming. "Let me see it." Recognizing the boy as Li Yongliu's attendant, Su Ming handed over the inner Dan. The boy examined it closely, nodding repeatedly. "Indeed, it is a third-tier inner Dan. Follow me." Without waiting for a response, he ascended the stairs. "Hey, why are you two women following us? We are together." "Oh." Under the guidance of the boy, the three reached the top floor. The boy approached a door and gently knocked. "Master, someone has acquired the inner Dan. Come in." With a creak, the door swung open, releasing a wave of intense heat. Su Ming peered inside and beheld a towering refining furnace, flames roaring within. Before the furnace stood a delicate woman clad in a thin silk garment, beads of perspiration dotting her porcelain arms and fragrant shoulders. "You've arrived." Li Yonglu set down a large hammer, crushed a water-based talisman, and washed her hands before turning to them. "Did you find the inner Dan?" "It was not solely my effort. We three found it together." "Oh, are you not aware that I previously stated, this time I will only forge one spiritual weapon? How shall you three divide it? Furthermore, I also mentioned that obtaining the inner Dan merely grants you the opportunity to enter. To have me forge a spiritual weapon, you must assist me with a task." Upon hearing this, Su Ming felt a sense of difficulty. If only one spiritual weapon were to be forged, it would indeed be challenging to resolve the situation. He decided to see what conditions she might impose. "What must we do to have the spiritual weapon forged? Please enlighten us, Master Li." Li Yonglu considered the spiritual weapon in her hand, smiling lightly. "Originally, it was to be this way, but I have changed my mind. If you agree to owe me a favor, I will immediately forge the spiritual weapon for you." Su Ming furrowed his brow. This woman was quite capricious. While tasks could be manageable, the burden of a favor was daunting. However, given her stunning beauty, perhaps owing her a favor would not be too burdensome after all. "Very well, I am willing to owe you a favor." At that moment, Leonie interjected, "Master Li, I wish to request a sword." Yunyan expressed a similar desire. However, Li Yonglu disregarded the two and instead turned to pick up the heavy hammer. "Master Li, these two are my companions. I implore you to show mercy and forge them some spiritual weapons. I have materials for refining." Fearing rejection, Su Ming rummaged through his storage bag and produced several spiritual stones. "We can offer compensation, Master Li. Please set your price." Unbeknownst to them, Li Yonglu, with her back to them, wore a sly smile, as if she had been anticipating Su Ming's plea. If you wish for me to forge them spiritual weapons, that can be arranged. Surprised, Su Ming had not expected her to agree. Master Li, what are your conditions? Please, do tell. It is quite simple. Li Yonglu turned back to smile at him, her demeanor as warm as the sun melting away the chill of winter. If you owe me 2 more favors, I shall help them forge spiritual weapons. This. Before Su Ming could respond, Yinyan interjected, I do not want it. Understanding the weight of a favor, she wished to spare Su Ming from undue burdens. I do not want it either. Liani's voice was cool and detached as she spoke. Li Yonglio's smile radiated even more brightly, and she jested, if neither of your companions wishes to accept this, do you still desire it? Indeed. Su Ming replied with unwavering resolve. He pondered that with numerous debts, one need not fear worry. Whether it was a single favor or 3, they could all be repaid. However, should he let this opportunity slip away, it would be arduous to have a grandmaster forge a spiritual weapon thereafter. Very well, I shall commence the process. Please leave your specifications for the desired spiritual weapon, and you all must hurry outside. Li Yonglio, seemingly anxious that Su Ming might change his mind, repeatedly urged everyone to vacate the premises. Chapter 76. The divine skill. Su Ming aspired to forge a concealed weapon capable of delivering death without a trace. Thus, he contemplated that the smaller the crafted spirit weapon, the better. Upon learning of Su Ming's intention, Li Yonglu slightly pouted her lips and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, I shall create a spirit needle for you. However, the materials you provided are unsuitable. Fortunately, I possess a piece of soft jade divine iron, which is perfect for the dark weapon you need. Su Ming's eyes brightened as he inquired, what conditions does Master Li propose? Fear not, I shall not let you owe me a favor this time, nor will I accept any remuneration. I shall forge it for you unconditionally. Ah, Su Ming chuckled, Master Li is indeed both beautiful and kind-hearted. Li Yonglu rolled her eyes elegantly and replied nonchalantly, what about the 2 of you? What weapons do you desire? Both Liani and Yunyan expressed their wishes for spirit swords. Very well, sword-type weapons are relatively easy to craft. The material you provided is sufficient to create spirit weapons for both of your companions. Once I finish speaking, you may leave. As she spoke, Li Yonglu began ushering people away. Su Ming, concerned about being a distraction, led the 2 women outside. As they were leaving, a sudden intuition compelled him to glance back, only to see Li Yonglu tearing off her thin silk garment, revealing her smooth back. Before Su Ming could fully appreciate the sight, he observed her back swell dramatically, resembling a formidable figure. With a resounding crash, a gust of wind slammed the door shut, preventing Su Ming from viewing the magnificent scene any longer, leaving him only to hear the thunderous sounds of a heavy hammer striking, akin to a tempest. If I am not mistaken, that hammer weighs at least 10,000 pounds, yet under such strikes, this star-catching tower showed no signs of yielding. Confusion enveloped Su Ming, but he soon deduced that the woman must have set up some formation within the room. Otherwise, a few strikes would have surely collapsed the tower. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the heavy hammer striking the divine iron resonated like a splendid symphony, filling Su Ming and the 2 women with anticipation. After half a day, the rhythmic pounding continued unabated. Su Ming furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating, it seems this will not conclude any time soon. We should find a place to rest. At that moment, a servant from the star-catching tower approached, and, upon hearing Su Ming's intention to rest, promptly said, esteemed guests, I have prepared a room for you. Su Ming smiled and replied, did you not mention earlier that this tower has been booked by Master Li? How then are there still rooms available for us? That is different. Since you have been summoned by Master Li, you are undoubtedly esteemed guests. How could I allow you to go without a place to stay? You are quite clever, Su Ming remarked. He then retrieved a mid-grade spirit stone from his storage pouch and tossed it to the servant, saying, lead the way. The servant accepted the spirit stone, exclaiming, such generosity from the noble guest. He then guided the trio to a room, cheerfully announcing, esteemed guests, please enter. At this juncture, Liani frowned, questioning, why is there only 1 room? The servant displayed a hint of awkwardness, stammering, esteemed guests, it is not my intention to slight you, but there is indeed only 1 room left. The others are occupied by Master Li's disciples. Very well, Liani, not one to cause unnecessary trouble, recognized the truth in the servant's words and entered the room first. Su Ming chuckled and took Yunyan's hand, following her inside. With 1 man and 2 women in a single room, the atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. However, Su Ming was acutely aware that although Liani had shared a marital bond with him, she was not yet ready to cross that emotional threshold, thus patience was required. Yunyan, being astutely perceptive, understood that speaking out at this moment would yield no favorable outcome, and thus remained silent. Furthermore, having endured a fierce battle, the three were already exhausted and lacked the energy for jesting, so they each found a corner to meditate and recuperate. The servant busied himself, bringing various spirit fruits and delicacies into the guest room. It was unclear whether it was due to the effect of Su Ming's mid-grade spirit stone or the influence of Li Yongliu's reputation. But the servant also brought a jar of spirit wine. Esteemed guests, this is our special brew, known as Divine Drunkenness. I hope you will indulge in its exquisite flavor. Divine Drunkenness, what a powerful name, Su Ming said with an air of elegance, smiling. In that case, I must certainly give it a taste. Haha. If the esteemed guest has no further matters, I shall take my leave. Indeed, I will call for you if anything arises. Once the servant departed, Su Ming snapped his fingers, uncorked the jar of wine, and used his spirit manipulation technique to fill 3 delicate jade bowls with the fragrant liquid. Instantly, a unique aroma filled the room. Had it not been for the trio's cultivation, merely inhaling the rich scent of the wine might have intoxicated them. Would you two care for a drink? Liani shook her head in refusal. Yunyan approached, her fair face displaying a spirited demeanor, declaring, I shall join you. Very well. The two, accompanied by the spirit fruits, soon emptied the jar of wine. Su Ming savored the taste and praised. The servant did not exaggerate. This wine is indeed capable of intoxicating even the divine. At that moment, Yunyan had succumbed to the effects of the alcohol, collapsing into Su Ming's embrace, her enchanting face flushed with crimson. Gently stroking Yunyan's forehead, Su Ming casually remarked, Liani, are you certain you do not wish to partake? If you do, I can request another jar. Observing the inebriated Yunyan, Liani felt a twinge of disdain, believing that this wine could hardly intoxicate a foundation establishment cultivator, thus concluding Yunyan must be feigning. Inwardly, Liani mused, were it not for my presence, that woman would surely be making a fool of herself. With a thunderous crash, a wave of heat surged forth. Su Ming's face lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, the spirit weapon is complete. As the words left his mouth, the three nearly leaped to their feet simultaneously. Liani glanced at Yunyan, her expression revealing her disdain. Yunyan, catching Liani's gaze, felt a pang of embarrassment. Yet, the three had no time to dwell on such matters as they rushed out to the forging chamber. Inside, the intense heat nearly threatened to scorch them. The trio quickly activated their water-based talismans to shield themselves and lifted their eyes to see Li Yonglu at the center of the heat, her fair skin glistening with perspiration, showing no other signs of distress. Was this woman impervious to heat? Su Ming pondered to himself for a moment, then realized that most weaponsmiths possessed fire-attribute spiritual roots, and this degree of heat was likely akin to taking a cold shower for them. Li Yonglu extended her delicate hand to brush away the sweat from her forehead, smiling gently as she remarked, I shall not disgrace my mission. The trio of Su Ming swiftly entered the room, only to behold 3 flickering beams of cold light emanating from the refining furnace. Upon closer inspection, however, they discerned merely 2 swords. Noticing Su Ming lost in thought, Li Yonglu delicately extended 2 slender fingers into the furnace's flames. In that instant, a glimmer of cold light danced at her fingertips. This is the concealed weapon you sought. Su Ming was profoundly astonished. Had it not been for the weapon's radiant glow, it would have been nearly invisible. Li Yonglu truly lived up to her reputation as a master weaponsmith. Her craftsmanship was nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 77. Tianji Ge. Within this needle, I have inscribed no less than 100 formations, rendering it not only incredibly sharp, but also capable of duplicating itself when infused with spiritual energy. Most importantly, it possesses the ability to seal the spiritual power of those struck by it. How formidable! Seeing Su Ming filled with joy, Li Yonglu frowned slightly and remarked, however, the sealing duration is rather brief. Against opponents of the same realm, it can only restrain them for a maximum of 2 breaths. That is sufficient. Su Ming felt that this concealed weapon was tailor-made for him. With his ability to deploy the Yunming Huanjing, the combination of the two would undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. Furthermore, he could also refine rare poisons upon the silver needle. Filled with delight, Su Ming took the concealed weapon and examined it with great affection. Let it recognize its master through blood. After a pause, Li Yonglu added, additionally, You should give it a name. Let us call it Dutsi, Su Ming declared, pressing the silver needle against his thumb, instantly drawing forth a small cup's worth of blood. Dutsi? Li Yonglu chuckled softly. You are quite straightforward. At that moment, Li Yonglu remembered the two individuals beside them and, with a flick of her fingers, summoned 2 swords. These are yours, each inscribed with 10 formations. Having witnessed Su Ming's spiritual weapon, Liani and Yunyun felt that their requests for spiritual weapons were rather ordinary, lacking not only special effects but also merely inscribed with 10 formations. Noticing the disappointment of the 2 young women, Li Yonglu said impatiently, though these swords lack unique features, they will enhance your magical powers by 50%. Upon hearing this, the 2 women's expressions brightened, and they hurriedly bowed, saying, Thank you, Master Li. There is no need for excessive gratitude. I forged spiritual weapons for you, not without compensation. However, the cost is not to be borne by you. Li Yonglio's words seemed to remind Su Ming of the debt he owed to 3 individuals. Intrigued, Su Ming pondered why, given Yonglio's status, so many prominent figures were willing to serve her, she still required him to owe a debt of gratitude. As if sensing Su Ming's confusion, Li Yonglu smiled gently and said, Are you curious why I require you to repay a favor? Su Ming nodded. I am indeed curious. This is because I once consulted the heir of Tianjiga. According to the celestial chart, a peerless genius will emerge in Yunzhou, specifically from the Qisha men, who will illuminate the entire continent. I have gathered information on all the direct disciples and inner members of Qisha men, and your performance stands out the most. Although you lack a distinguished background and exceptional spiritual roots compared to others, I believe that person is you. Upon hearing this, Su Ming instinctively felt that Li Yonglu was fabricating a tale to tease him. However, upon closely observing her, he realized her demeanor was earnest. Master Li, are you saying the heir of Tianjiga has deduced this matter? Of course, why would I deceive you? However, to my knowledge, Tianjiga has sealed its gates for a century, no longer intervening in worldly affairs. How did you manage to locate the heir? Li Yonglio's lips curled into a sly smile as she raised an elegant brow. I have my methods. If you wish to deduce something, you might consider accruing another favor from me, and I shall assist you in making connections. Su Ming, akin to a startled cat, repeatedly declined. There is no need. Though he too wished to find the heir of Tianjiga to deduce certain matters, the debt of gratitude was too burdensome. He truly did not want to owe any more. Are you certain you do not wish for my assistance in making connections? I am certain. Very well. A hint of disappointment flickered across Li Yonglio's face. In that case, you may leave. Creating this spiritual weapon has drained all my energy. I need to rest for a year and a half. Thank you, Master Li. We shall not disturb you further. Su Ming bowed once more and prepared to depart with Liani and Yunyun. Hey, before you repay my favor, make sure to grow well. Do not meet an untimely end. At this remark, an odd thought struck Su Ming. Perhaps Li Yonglu wished for his survival more than anyone else. What a beautiful yet venomous blessing. As the figures of Su Ming and the others faded, Li Yonglu murmured to herself, I hope that individual from Tianjiga did not deceive me. In order to deduce this information, Li Yonglu had paid a tremendous price, and now she had placed a significant bet on Su Ming. She did not wish to see her investment go to waste. I shall take my leave now. Once outside the Zhaixing Lu, Liani spoke up eagerly. We have been out for too long, and I have just recently broken through to the Jindan realm. I need to meditate to stabilize my cultivation and seek a divine ability from my master. Very well, you may go ahead. I still have matters to attend to, Yunyun replied with a smile. I shall accompany you. Liani, ever astute, understood that Su Ming's so-called matters were likely to involve Jiang Qingyu, that vixen. Yet, feeling that her relationship with Su Ming was not entirely proper, she chose not to intervene and departed on her sword. Where shall we wait for Sister Jiang? Let us go to the Padaoguan. If she returns, she will surely seek us there. Agreed. In the Zhuke Street, within the Crown Prince's residence, Crown Prince Lu Xian was watching his concubines dance when suddenly a streak of light descended into the courtyard. Master. Lu Xian quickly rose and strode toward the figure. Did you obtain the desired results? The elder knelt on one knee and replied, I have not failed in my mission. Lu Xian held the warm inner Dan in his hands, a flicker of excitement crossing his face. Good. Let us proceed to Zhaixing Lu at once. Half a stick of incense later, Lu Xian arrived at Zhaixing Lu with a retinue. To show his respect, he instructed his entourage to remain outside and entered the building alone. However, As he stepped inside and prepared to ascend, a cold voice interrupted him. What do you intend to do? Lu Xian turned to see a young attendant tending the fire and slightly cupped his hands. I have found a third-tier inner Dan and hope to meet Master Li. You have come at an inopportune time. My master has already closed the furnace. Moreover, my master has stated that for the next 3 years, he will not reopen it. The West Shu Crown Prince furrowed his brow anxiously. Did not Master Li just reopen the furnace? I have already indicated that you have come at an inopportune time. My master has just crafted a spiritual weapon for another. This. A hint of curiosity flickered across Lu Xian's face, who acted so swiftly. I have not heard of any prodigy descending upon the West Shu Kingdom. Dare I ask, young attendant, who is this person blessed with such fortune? That is not something I can disclose. Seeing the attendant's indifferent demeanor, Lu Xian could not afford to express genuine anger. Instead, he ordered his subordinates to investigate. Before long, a loyal guard returned with news. Is it truly an outsider? Upon hearing his subordinates' report, Lu Xian's frown deepened, and he coldly commanded, search the entire city at once. Find this person for me. Chapter 78. Alliance. Meanwhile, Su Ming and his companion arrived at the dilapidated temple. As they stepped inside, a small sword flew towards them. Su Ming effortlessly caught the sword, extracting a letter from it. The letter was left by Jiang Qingyu, indicating her intention to remain in Shishu to contend for the position of prime minister. After all, the emperor of Shishu was enlightened, valuing talent over familial ties, and anyone with ability could vie for official posts. What is the matter? Yunyan inquired from the side. Nothing. Let us return, Su Ming replied. With Jiang Qingyu's new plans in mind, he felt there was little purpose in lingering, and thus he led Yunyan towards the teleportation array. Just as they departed, a guard from the East Palace approached. In the Shadow Kill Alliance's secret chamber, Fu Lingtian sat in a grand chair, cradling a teacup with a narrowed gaze. How are preparations for the assault on the 7 Kill sect coming along? Li Daoyuan, serving nearby, respectfully responded, Master Fu, I have gathered the capable members of the alliance, and we are ready to strike at any moment. Relying solely on these inept individuals of yours, do you truly believe you can annihilate the 7 Kill sect? Have you forgotten the lesson learned last time when we were routed by the 7 Kill sword cannon? Fu Lingtian scolded. Didn't I instruct you to connect with other powers? Li Daoyuan's face displayed a hint of embarrassment as he sighed. Master Fu, I sent someone to the Mu family, but that old rascal Mu Ling has been stringing us along. That cunning old man will not side with us unless offered sufficient benefit. Li Daoyuan, you are truly useless. You can't even manage to rally support. Fu Lingtian berated. Although Li Daoyuan felt indignant, he dared not offend Fu Lingtian. Humph, a worthless fool. You shall accompany me to the Shi Shen Dao sect. Should we manage to persuade them to join, the destruction of the 7 Kill sect will be within reach. Fu Lingtian muttered, lamenting that the government could not overtly engage in power struggles, or else none of this would transpire. Meanwhile, Su Ming and Yunyan arrived in Qingyan City, opting to rest for a time before heading back to the 7 Kill sect. Su Lang, what are your plans after returning to the sect? Yunyan asked, resembling a delicate kitten nestled in Su Ming's embrace. Her charming cheeks flushed. I intend to cultivate my secret techniques. After breaking through to the Golden Core stage, I have yet to practice the divine ability of Thunderbolt Instant Kill, so I will take this opportunity to enter seclusion. Indeed, I must prepare for the core formation matters, Yunyan thought, a sense of helplessness washing over her. She had only just achieved the peak of the foundation establishment stage, while Su Ming had already reached the realm of a golden core cultivator. If she did not strive harder, she would soon be left far behind. Once they returned to the sect, she would confer with Yunshan regarding this. Outside the Shishin Dao sect, as Fu Lingtian made his entrance, an elder promptly came forth to greet him. Master Fu, your esteemed presence is a great honor, and I apologize for not welcoming you sooner. Spare me the pleasantries. Take me to meet your sect leader. Fu Lingtian strode confidently into the mountain gate, leaving behind a single command. Wait here. Li Daoyuan, who had just lifted his leg, found himself frozen in place, his face displaying clear embarrassment. A surge of indignation welled up within him. Did Fu Lingtian perceive him as merely a subordinate? One day, Fu, I shall have you beneath my feet, he silently vowed, remaining obediently stationed outside the Shishun Dao sect, resembling a sentinel. After half a day of waiting, Li Daoyuan's patience was wearing thin when a disciple hurriedly approached. Master Fu beckons you inside. Understood. Following the disciple, Li Daoyuan entered the discussion hall of the Shishun Dao sect, a voice echoing in his mind. Are you blaming me in your heart? Not at all, Master Fu. Well, it is not my intention to leave you in the cold. Rather, the leader of the Shishun Dao sect simply does not regard you, Li Daoyuan. Upon hearing this, Li Daoyuan's expression stiffened. The success of persuading the Shishun Dao sect to ally depended on his performance. At that moment, a handsome young man seated in the main position spoke with a voice filled with profound weariness. Alliance Leader Li, I have long heard of your name. Meeting you today is indeed extraordinary. Though he had been kept waiting, Li Daoyuan dared not harbor any dissatisfaction and humbly replied, Old senior, you flatter me. Before this young sect leader, who appeared no older than 20, Li Daoyuan was careful not to show any disrespect, fully aware that despite the youth's appearance, he was occupied by an ancient soul. As his lifespan neared its end, he sought a young body to possess, which was the essence of the Shishun Dao sect. Alliance Leader Li, I understand your intentions. However, the Shishun Dao sect has little interest in the destruction of the Seven Kill sect. Li Daoyuan realized that persuading the other party would not be an easy endeavor, so he had mentally prepared himself. Old senior, please consider my sincerity. Oh, pray elaborate. Our alliance is rich in young talents, with 10 willing to offer their lives for the sake of extending the lives of the esteemed elders of the Shishun Dao sect. This was a significant show of goodwill, as nurturing a foundation establishment peak expert was no simple task. Seeing the lack of a definitive answer, Li Daoyuan gritted his teeth and continued. Old senior, the Seven Kill sect also possesses numerous young prodigies, who would be at your sect's disposal. Faced with such an enticing proposition, the leader of the Shishun Dao sect remained noncommittal. Frustration boiled within Li Daoyuan, yet he refused to yield further. Even if the Shadow Kill Alliance was powerful, he could not afford to send all his young disciples away. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward, offering a slight bow. Sect leader, I believe we should ally with the Shadow Kill Alliance to eradicate the Seven Kill sect. Song Hai, as he was named, was Mu Yun's mentor, burdened with the desire for vengeance for his disciple's death. Now that an opportunity had arisen, he naturally supported the alliance. In truth, the leader of the Shishun Dao sect had already shown some inclination. His silence aimed at extracting further concessions from Li Daoyuan. Unfortunately, Song Hai's impulsiveness disrupted his plans. Well, Alliance Leader Li's sincerity is sufficient. In that case, the Shishun Dao sect is willing to form an alliance with you. Song Hai, you shall lead the team. The leader of the Shishun Dao sect cast a deep glance at Song Hai, his dissatisfaction barely concealed. However, Song Hai was unconcerned with such matters. All he desired was vengeance for his disciple. Rest assured, sect leader, I will ensure that not a single soul from the Seven Kill sect remains. Excellent. With your two factions united, I can rest easy. Fu Ling Tian rose to his feet and, with a smile, expressed, in that case, I shall take my leave. Lord Fu, your visit is a rare occasion. Do stay a while longer. Let us discuss it next time, Fu Ling Tian retorted, not allowing his counterpart the opportunity to persuade him, and departed without hesitation. With the protagonist having left, Li Daoyuan naturally felt no reason to linger and also bid farewell. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed once more within his heart. Li Daoyuan, I have resolved matters pertaining to the Shishun Dao Zone for you. Now, you must pay a visit to the Mu family. This time, you shall surely be able to sway that old rogue, Mu Ling. Chapter 79. The return of the Master. Hong Ying was meditating in solitude when she suddenly opened her eyes and rushed out of the cave. Su Jiuge and the others were startled by her actions and joyfully followed her outside. As Su Ming reached the cave entrance and saw the ladies approaching, he couldn't help but smile and ask, How did you know I was returning? With a playful grin revealing her small tiger teeth, Hong Ying replied, Yesterday. I saw the Holy Maiden return, so I presumed the Master would be back within the next couple of days, and I have been attentively waiting. Indeed, Su Ming said as he embraced Hong Ying, lifting her chin with his fingers. It's been a while, have you missed me? A blush crept across Hong Ying's face as she softly replied, Of course I have. What about all of you? The other ladies lowered their heads slightly, their shyness surpassing any declaration of affection. Very well, in that case, I shall spend the evening practicing with you. After everyone entered, Su Ming waved his hand to seal off the cave and set several barriers to prevent any intruders. Days later, Su Ming arose, wearied yet fulfilled. During the training with the ladies, he had not merely taken from them, but had given back as well. The ladies had all reaped substantial benefits from this experience. Li Ming broke through to the 9th level of qi refinement, while Nanjing Ping reached the 8th level. Su Jiugu even achieved full completion in qi refinement, just a step away from foundation establishment. Most astonishing were Li Miao and Hong Ying, who, astonishingly, managed to break through to the foundation establishment realm without utilizing any foundation establishment elixirs. "Thank you, Master," the ladies exclaimed with immense excitement. After all, had they relied solely on their own efforts, it could have taken them several years to achieve such breakthroughs. Su Ming chuckled and said, "This is just the beginning. You all should serve me well, and when I ascend to immortality, I shall take you with me." The thought of ascension thrilled the ladies, and while they might have dismissed such claims from others as mere boasting, they held great anticipation for the day Su Ming would achieve it. As Su Ming painted grand visions for the ladies, he was struck by awe himself. He had not anticipated the sheer power of the He Huan Tiangong. Not only did it allow him to rapidly enhance his own strength, but it also yielded remarkable effects in elevating others. He sensed that, should he desire, he could even transfer his cultivation to the women. This extraordinary ability led him to consider the possibility that the He Huan Xianding was indeed an immortal artifact. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard a voice calling, "Come to the peak to see me." Summoned by his master, Su Ming felt a sense of urgency. He instructed the ladies to stabilize their realms before promptly making his way to the peak. Upon arrival, he found his master, Tao Yao, watering the peach blossom tree he had planted. He hurried over and offered, "Master, let me take care of such menial tasks." "No need. I can handle this myself," Tao Yao replied, her thoughts conjuring a doppelganger to carry the watering can and tend to the tree. Observing this scene, Su Ming marveled at his master's prowess. The doppelganger not only lasted a considerable amount of time, but also seemed to possess a degree of autonomy. Tao Yao used a cleansing talisman to wash away the dirt from her hands, and casually remarked, "Have you broken through?" At her words, Su Ming's face flickered with shock. He had intentionally suppressed his cultivation to the foundation establishment realm, yet his master had seen through him. Given the circumstances, he could only nod in acknowledgement, awaiting praise from Tao Yao. After all, he had transitioned from foundation establishment to golden core in just a few months, a speed that could only be described as monstrous. However, instead of commendation, Tao Yao maintained her usual demeanor and remarked, "Your rate of breakthrough is alarmingly swift. Sometimes, standing out can be detrimental." Su Ming's expression hardened as he grasped the weight of her words. While sects undoubtedly favored geniuses, those who stood out often faced the winds of envy. If news of his rapid advancement spread, it would certainly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. This was why he and Lien Yi had agreed to conceal their cultivation levels upon returning to the sect. Compared to Lien Yi, Su Ming was even more reluctant to reveal the speed of his breakthroughs, for if this continued, the sect might come to investigate him. If they discovered the He Huan Xianding, he could very well face soul-searching. As it stood, only his master, Yun Yan, and Lien Yi were privy to his advancement to the Golden Core realm. The latter two shared profound connections with him and would never betray him. But as for his master, a thought crossed Su Ming's mind. Could his master be contemplating treachery for the sake of treasures? Though Tao Yao treated him exceptionally well, Su Ming understood the ruthlessness of the path to enlightenment. Betrayals for power were not uncommon. Otherwise, sects like Shishun Dao would not exist. Fearful that his master might act against him, he quickly explained, "Master, I haven't had the chance to report to you. The reason for my rapid breakthrough is that I practiced the secret arts of the Huan Qigong, and I also experienced fortuitous encounters during my travels that led to this unexpected advancement." Su Ming believed his explanation was airtight and would also clarify why he sought numerous companions. Upon hearing his words, Tao Yao simply smiled and said, "Come closer." A jolt of fear coursed through Su Ming, and he entertained the thought of fleeing. Noticing his hesitation, Tao Yao's lips curled into a teasing smile. "What? Are you afraid I will harm you?" Chapter 80. The Pure Yang Body. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, reminiscing about the myriad moments spent with Tao Yao. Although she initially had no intention of taking on a disciple, she later treated him remarkably well. Not only did she impart her most treasured sword techniques, but she also personally guided him and even bestowed upon him a life-saving artifact. At this juncture, Tao Yao let out a soft hum and remarked, "I am aware that you have experienced fortuitous encounters, yet as your master, I would never covet your opportunities. I merely wish to ascertain your constitution." Su Ming pondered inwardly. recognizing that his master indeed possessed the authority to utter such words. If she truly sought to seize his opportunities, he would be utterly powerless to resist, for she was an unparalleled prodigy capable of contending with those at the Yuaning realm. Even the Yunming fantasy realm might not affect her. Contemplating this, Su Ming approached, though a twinge of trepidation lingered in his heart, causing his body to stiffen involuntarily. Tao Yao extended a finger and pointed at Su Ming's chest. With the tip of her finger, a wisp of spiritual energy penetrated into his body. Moments later, she retracted her finger, slightly furrowing her brow. This lad possesses merely an ordinary constitution, she thought. Originally, she had assumed that Su Ming's rapid breakthroughs were related to his constitution, but it now appeared her conjecture was mistaken. Or could it be that his constitution was so extraordinary that she could not detect it? Su Ming, tell me the truth. What is your constitution? Upon hearing his master's inquiry, Su Ming contemplated that this matter would eventually be revealed, so it would be better to speak candidly. Master, when I was tested for my constitution, I was merely of ordinary constitution. That doesn't seem right. I just examined you, and your Yuan Yang is rich and unending. You should be a pure Yang body. Yet, your meridians and dantian show no peculiarities, indicating you do not possess a special constitution. Never mind. Regardless of whether you are of a special constitution, we shall publicly declare you to be a pure Yang body. This will also account for your rapid breakthroughs. Upon hearing this, Su Ming found the suggestion quite agreeable. He felt immense gratitude and promptly expressed, "Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Yes, quickly instruct your maidens to spread the news of your pure Yang body. Furthermore, the primary reason I sought you today is to inform you that the inter-sect grand competition is approaching. You must prepare with all your might. Now that you have attained the golden core stage, you should strive for the title of champion." Su Ming was momentarily taken aback by the mention of the inter-sect grand competition, as he had not heard any prior hints about it. However, since it was his master who spoke, he believed it to be true. "Rest assured, Master, I will certainly prepare diligently. Let me remind you once more, if you can become the champion, you will be recognized as the saint son of the Seven Kills sect. And the sect will spare no resources in nurturing you. Take care, and you may leave now." Su Ming cupped his fists in salute and took his leave, summoning his flying sword to return to his cave abode. "My master is truly beautiful and kind-hearted," he thought with a hint of regret. "I had my doubts about her intentions, misjudging her noble character." As he descended the mountain, Su Ming reflected on his earlier concerns that his rapid cultivation might attract unwanted attention. However, his master had presented him with a flawless solution. He vowed to serve her faithfully in return for her kindness. Returning shortly thereafter, within the span of less than a stick of incense, he found that his maidens had yet to enter meditation. Su Ming gathered them together and smiled, saying, "Now that you are all my trusted maidens, there is something I shall no longer conceal from you." Hearing this, the maidens were filled with joy and eagerly assumed attentive postures. "Master, what is your command? Please, do tell." "Well, you have likely sensed that with me. The speed of breakthroughs is exceedingly rapid. This is due to my special constitution." The maidens exchanged knowing glances, having already speculated about Su Ming's extraordinary constitution. Otherwise, his rapid progression would be inexplicable. "I am of the pure Yang body. You must have heard of it." Hong Ying spoke up. "I have heard of such a constitution. Both the pure Yang body and the extreme Yin body are rare in this world, and cultivating alongside the opposite sex can yield remarkable results." "Indeed, you are absolutely correct. I now share this with you because I wish for your assistance in a matter. Master, please give your orders." "Here's the thing. You must immediately begin disseminating the news that I am of the pure Yang body. However, I advise you to be subtle in your approach. It is best to let it slip during conversations, rather than making it too obvious." Though they did not fully understand Su Ming's reasoning for spreading this news, Hong Ying and the others promptly nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Master, we will handle this matter beautifully." "Very well." While Hong Ying and the others set out to spread the news, Su Ming began to focus on practicing the thunder instant kill technique in preparation for the impending sect competition. After studying the method, he realized that to master this technique, he would need to channel thunder into his body. However, he was well aware of the violent and chaotic nature of thunder power, where a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. It seemed that cultivating this technique carried considerable risks. Nevertheless, the potential rewards were equally great. If he succeeded in mastering this technique, he would possess unparalleled speed, granting him an advantage in battles against fellow cultivators of the same level. With a determined thought, Su Ming retrieved a talisman from his storage bag, a thunder-type talisman that could summon thunder power when activated with spiritual energy. Here goes, he thought, activating the talisman. Guided by his intent, a strand of thunder power surged into his meridians. Chapter 81. Confession. In theory, such low-tier talismans should not harm a Jin Dan practitioner. However, the meridians within the human body are exceedingly delicate. Upon summoning the thunder into his body, Su Ming felt as though a colossal dragon was thrashing through his meridians. The pain, a tingling sensation that penetrated to the bone, was akin to being devoured by termites, rendering him in a state of torment. Gasp! Su Ming inhaled sharply, enduring the unbearable agony as he guided the thread of thunder to traverse through his meridians. After an hour, this thread of thunder had completed a circuit within his body. It felt as though he had died once, yet he successfully inscribed the mark of thunder within his meridians. Thunder's instant kill. Su Ming murmured softly, and several faint arcs of electricity erupted from his body, causing his figure to sway slightly. The arcs were weak and did not achieve the instantaneous flash, yet Su Ming was immensely satisfied. This signified that he had entered the threshold. All that remained was diligent cultivation. However, before that, he needed to find a natural thunder pool, which would facilitate his training significantly. Meanwhile, the news of Su Ming possessing a pure yang body spread throughout the Qisha sect. No wonder Su Ming has been flourishing recently. It turns out he possesses a unique constitution. But how did he suddenly transform from an ordinary individual to a pure yang body? Little do you know, this pure yang body is rather special, often awakening only after one reaches adulthood. Su Ming's fortune is truly remarkable. Not only did he awaken his pure yang body upon reaching adulthood, but he also became a disciple of a beautiful master. Indeed, this lad seems to be extraordinarily lucky. Hey, are you aware of how many lovely companions he has by his side? I have witnessed it firsthand. His cave abode is filled with the sounds of melodious voices day in and day out. Former beauties from the outer sect, such as Hong Ying, Su Jiugu, and Li Miao, have all been taken under his wing. I was initially curious as to why these proud beauties would willingly follow Su Ming. Now it seems I was too superficial. It was not only the male disciples who were discussing this. Many female disciples, upon hearing the news of Su Ming's pure yang body, were already eager to make their move. After all, it is rumored that cultivating alongside a pure yang body would yield benefits for them as well. However, before these female disciples could act, another significant announcement emerged. My heavens, are we truly about to hold the Inter-Sect Grand Competition? Why has it suddenly been announced? The Inter-Sect Grand Competition of the Qisha sect is typically held once every 10 years. It has only been 8 years since the last one. So why the sudden change? I can suddenly comprehend why Su Ming chose to reveal his unique constitution at this time. He is likely creating a buzz for the impending Inter-Sect Grand Competition. At Shengnu Peak, Lian Yi stepped out of her residence. Since returning to the sect, she had been in seclusion, and now she had finally stabilized her realm. It was time to seek her master for a divine technique. As Lian Yi was preparing to leave, she encountered an unexpected visitor. Zhao Daoyi leaped down from his flying sword, elegantly bowing as he greeted her. Holy Maiden, it has been a long time. What brings you here? I have come to inform the Holy Maiden that the sect is about to hold the Inter-Sect Grand Competition, where the champion will become the Holy Sun. Oh, I am already aware of this matter and intend to participate in the Grand Competition. Zhao Daoyi smiled. If the Holy Maiden participates, you are sure to achieve a commendable ranking. However, the title of champion is destined to be mine. How confident you are. No, it is not mere confidence. It is that after becoming the Holy Sun, I will be worthy of you. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of displeasure crossed Lian Yi's face. Zhao Daoyi's words were a direct confession. In truth, she had long been aware of his inappropriate intentions towards her. Yet, she could never develop any fondness for him. It seemed he was oblivious, persistently adhering to her like a stubborn plaster. This only served to further tarnish her impression of him. Moreover, she now had a marital bond with Su Ming. If she were to choose a partner, she would undoubtedly prefer Su Ming over Zhao Daoyi. However, she could not yet disclose her relationship with Su Ming, so she needed to devise another way to dismiss Zhao Daoyi. Noticing Lian Yi's prolonged silence, Zhao Daoyi assumed she was contemplating and felt a surge of joy. Lian Yi, rest assured, once I become the Holy Sun, my cultivation will surely soar, and we shall both become elders of Qisha, jointly governing the sect. A tale worth telling, is it not? I have already stated that you are far too overconfident. In truth, Lian Yi was reluctant to reveal her Jin Dan cultivation, but Zhao Daoyi's persistence was irritating. You will never become the Holy Sun, nor will you ever catch up to my cultivation. A look of astonishment washed over Zhao Daoyi's face, and he instinctively asked, "What do you mean by that?" Lian Yi, disinterested in further explanations, directly exhibited her Jin Dan cultivation. You are actually at the Jin Dan level. Zhao Daoyi's mouth fell agape, his eyes filled with disbelief. He and Lian Yi had entered the sect together, and though he had lagged slightly behind in the selection of Holy Sun and Holy Maiden, he had always believed that his talent was the finest in the inner sect, and that he would eventually become the Holy Sun, standing alongside Lian Yi. Yet now, she had actually reached Jin Dan. Seeing Zhao Daoyi's astonished expression, Lian Yi felt a surge of disdain. To thoroughly extinguish his hopes, she spoke with palpable disdain. What of the Jin Dan level? I do not consider my achievement of Jin Dan to be something to boast about. After all, I am the Holy Maiden of Qisha sect, and my rate of cultivation is comparatively slow. I know that there are other disciples in the sect who have also become Jin Dan practitioners, and they are male. Chapter 82. Dao Injury. If it were merely Lian Yi achieving the golden core, Zhao Daoyi could have accepted it. However, the fact that other inner disciples have also attained golden core left him in a state of despair. This meant that within the sect, there were male disciples whose talents surpassed his own. Reflecting on his frequent self-proclamation as the foremost among the inner sect, he realized he had long since fallen behind. This revelation nearly shattered the prideful heart of Zhao Daoyi. Yet, having traversed numerous hardships on his journey, he possessed a resilient spirit. He swiftly regained his composure and resolutely declared, "I will achieve golden core before the inner sect competition and will not lag behind you all." With that, Zhao Daoyi mounted his flying sword and departed. Golden core, golden core, golden core. On his way back, Zhao Daoyi repeatedly murmured this phrase. He had intended to inform his master, Wang Zhu, of his plans before attempting to achieve golden core, only to find the door to his master's cave tightly shut, leaving him uncertain whether his master was in seclusion or traveling. I can achieve golden core on my own. A fleeting shadow crossed Zhao Daoyi's face as he returned to his own cave and began preparing for the breakthrough. In truth, his original plan was to wait until after the inner sect competition to attain golden core. This would allow for more thorough preparation, and upon becoming a holy disciple, he would have access to the sect's resources, making the breakthrough considerably easier. However, he could not afford to wait any longer. An hour later, Zhao Daoyi abruptly opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot, his complexion pale, and his aura was in disarray. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His dantian felt as if it were an overinflated balloon, on the verge of bursting. Why? Zhao Daoyi roared in anguish, his face etched with unwillingness. He had initially believed he could break through to the golden core realm, only to find not only had he failed, but he had also suffered a Dao injury as a result. Upon inspecting his dantian, which was riddled with damage, he felt an overwhelming sorrow. In fact, experiencing a failed breakthrough was not uncommon. After all, his preparations had been inadequate, and his singular focus on breaking through had led him to falter. Thus, failure was to be expected. Yet, he had also sustained a Dao injury. Such an injury would profoundly impact his future cultivation. Not to mention, attempting to break through to the golden core realm would now be tenfold more difficult than before. I am finished. My path of cultivation has been severed, all because of that woman. Zhao Daoyi blamed his failure entirely on Lian Yi. He believed that if she hadn't mentioned achieving golden core in his presence, he would not have rushed into the breakthrough and subsequently suffered this injury. It is all that damned woman's fault for disturbing my state of mind, ensuring that I could never achieve golden core in this lifetime. No, if I could procure a nirvana pill, I might still have a chance to reshape my path to longevity. However, he quickly dismissed this thought, for the nirvana pill was exceedingly rare. Only the sect master of Yaoshan Zone could concoct it. There were likely no more than 3 in the entirety of Yunzhou, and Kishimen certainly did not possess one. Wait, that is not right. I recall that a year ago, a nirvana pill appeared at an auction, and if memory serves, it was obtained by someone from the Yingsha Meng. At this realization, Zhao Daoyi felt an even deeper sense of despair. The Yingsha Meng and Kishimen were opposing forces, and it was inconceivable that they would willingly part with such a valuable elixir. What should I do? Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in Zhao Daoyi's mind. He remembered his childhood friend, who was cultivating within the Yingsha Meng and had become a direct disciple. Perhaps he could reach out to her and inquire whether that nirvana pill still existed. He might be able to offer everything he had in exchange. With renewed determination, Zhao Daoi tended to his injuries and set off for the Yingsha Ming. 3 days later, at an inn in the nearest town to Yingsha Ming, Zhao Daoi met his childhood friend, Yuan Yuan, and anxiously asked, "I have heard that your sect possesses a nirvana pill. Is it still available?" The young woman named Yuan Yuan, with sorrowful eyes, replied coldly, "Is this the reason you've sought me out?" Zhao Daoi, oblivious to her discontent, pressed on, "Is it there or not? Please tell me." Noticing his waning vitality, she remarked, "You seem to be in poor condition. Did you suffer an injury while attempting to break through to the golden core?" Zhao Daoi stiffened, but, recognizing he could not hide his state from her, admitted, "Indeed, I have suffered a Dao injury. If you can help me acquire the nirvana pill, I would be willing to give you all my possessions." "Oh, does that include yourself?" Yuan Yuan inquired, a hint of mockery in her tone. Zhao Daoi hesitated. He was aware of her feelings for him, but he had always admired Liani and had never truly regarded Yuan Yuan. Now, in desperate need to heal his dantian, he forced a smile and replied, "Of course. It includes myself." Yuan Yuan laughed 3 times, her gaze growing colder. "Do you think so highly of yourself? Your entire fortune, plus yourself, could buy a nirvana pill? You might as well stop dreaming." "Humph, if you won't trade, then at least do not insult me," Zhao Daoi retorted. "Oh, are you angry, Zhao? Although your fortune and you are not worth much, if you can assist me with 2 tasks, I will plead with my master to obtain the nirvana pill for you." Zhao Daoi was not foolish. He understood that the tasks she had in mind were unlikely to be easy and could potentially endanger the sect, given their opposing affiliations. He instinctively wanted to refuse, but remembering his injuries, he realized that without the nirvana pill, he would become a mediocre cultivator for the rest of his life, which he found utterly unacceptable. "Have you made up your mind?" Yuan Yuan pressed. "Rest assured, I will not force you. If you are unwilling, I shall take my leave. What do you need me to do? Please tell me." Zhao Daoi gritted his teeth, having made his decision. Chapter 83 Zhangzir 10 days later. The morning light, a myriad of brilliance, cascaded over the land, bestowing a golden glow upon the towers and palaces of the Qisha men, harmoniously complementing the crimson lanterns suspended within the sect. The Qisha Square had been transformed into a martial arena for the inter-sect competition. Each arena spanned approximately 10 zhang, constructed from celestial iron meteors, fortified with protective formations capable of enduring assaults from Foundation establishment cultivators, and even withstanding a strike from Golden Core practitioners. Surrounding the arenas stood grand observation platforms, the most magnificent of which was situated to the east. This platform was supported by 2 pillars of warm jade, possessing the ability to heal injuries, and adorned with inscribed runes to prevent any spells from inadvertently affecting those seated above. A row of seats crafted from Qingxi Shinmu, with cushions woven from heavenly silkworm silk, offered unparalleled comfort to the spectators. Most astonishingly, each platform was crowned with a dome intricately carved with celestial bodies. These illustrations, meticulously engraved by the array masters of Qisha men, emanated spiritual energy, allowing attendees to cultivate while observing the battles. The sect undoubtedly valued this competition, sparing no expense in its grandeur. Su Ming stood amidst the crowd, surveying the spectacle before him, turning to Hong Ying and the others. Given these conditions, participating in the competition seems to be a form of enjoyment. I have long believed the sect to be in decline, yet I did not anticipate such profound depth of heritage. You must all strive diligently to secure commendable rankings, as it will undoubtedly aid your future cultivation. The girls nodded in unison, affirmatively responding, "Yes." Su Ming led the group to a luminous screen displaying the rules of the inter-sect competition. It was explicitly stated that lethal force was strictly prohibited. Any deliberate violations would result in immediate disqualification. Accidental missteps would be subject to the judge's evaluation. After reading, Su Ming couldn't help but reflect. In comparison to the Qisha trials, the inter-sect competition appeared considerably more lenient. After all, the disciples permitted into the inter-sect were the elite of Qisha men. They could not indulge in reckless behavior like the outer sect disciples, for that would jeopardize the future of the sect. "Xiao Daoyu, I have brought my disciples to observe." A thunderous voice resonated, capturing the attention of many. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound, revealing a treasure ship soaring through the sky, measuring 100 zhang in length. The grand banner of the ship bore the insignia of the Baoqi sect. Truly, as a sect of refining tools, This vessel rivaled a spiritual treasure. If only I could possess such a ship, I would have no regrets in life. What are you dreaming about? Our sect lacks such quality vessels. How could you hope to own one? An elderly man stood upon the ship, his hair and beard flowing like a golden lion, the vice master of the Baochi sect, a close friend of the former sect master of Qi Sha Min, visiting with his disciples to witness the event. Esteemed elder, your presence is a great honor. I beg your forgiveness for not greeting you sooner. Xiao Bufan hurriedly approached. No matter. Xie Tianyu replied heartily. Bufan, I see that your cultivation has progressed, surpassing your master. This world now belongs to the youth, and it is time for us old fellows to step aside. Elder, you are far from old. We still need your guidance. Xiao Bufan intended to escort Xie Tianyu into the sect, but then noticed another airship. This vessel, though smaller, was entirely crafted from purple jade, its value rivaling that of the Baochi sect's ship. The people from the Huan Shigong have arrived. Bufan, hurry and greet them. Xiao Bufan's expression turned serious. He excused himself from Xie Tianyu and swiftly approached the guests from Huan Shigong. After all, Huan Shigong was the foremost power in Yunzhou, and it was imperative to maintain good relations. Sect Master Xiao Bufan, it is my pleasure to welcome the esteemed guests from Huan Shigong. The purple airship hovered in midair. A young woman clad in purple emerged, her face veiled, yet upon her arrival, she radiated brilliance akin to the most resplendent pearl, capturing every gaze. Sect Master Xiao need not be overly courteous. It is I who should bow as a junior, the purple-clad young woman spoke, her voice melodious, akin to pearls cascading onto a jade plate, intoxicating all who heard, especially the disciples in the square, who appeared entranced, utterly captivated by her presence. Such overwhelming allure. In stark contrast to the infatuated crowd, Su Ming remained remarkably composed, biting his tongue to regain clarity. Who was this person, possessing such magnetic charm? At that moment, Liani approached Su Ming, furrowing her brow as she gazed at the young woman on the purple airship. Jiang Zier of Huan Shigong. As a woman herself and a golden core cultivator, Liani was impervious to the charms of the purple-clad girl. She murmured, "A beauty that brings calamity to nations." Su Ming raised an eyebrow in surprise, inquiring, "Do you know her?" "We have crossed paths before." "Undoubtedly, she is a favored disciple of Huan Shigong. The spectacle is indeed grand." Su Ming's astonishment was warranted. Jiang Zier's entrance was akin to that of a sect leader. "Sect Master Xiao, my master had intended to attend the event personally, but due to unforeseen circumstances, she sent me to represent her in Huan Shigong." Xiao Bufan laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Miss Zier's presence elevates Qi Sha Min's prestige. Please, come inside." Suddenly, a piercing sword cry echoed, striking the ears of all present. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze toward the heavens. Chapter 84. An unexpected guest. The vice master of the Baochi sect stroked his graying beard, contemplating the piercing sound of the sword's resonance, which undoubtedly belonged to the Li family. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light tore through the thick clouds, illuminating the darkness like a bolt of lightning, revealing itself to the onlookers. Before the crowd could express their astonishment, they beheld a middle-aged man standing atop this radiant beam. Clad in dark attire, he stood tall and imposing, with a countenance as cold as an ice sculpture. Though he spoke not a word, his every gesture exuded an overwhelming aura of sword intent. Could this be the sword cultivator of the Li family? He resembled a sword capable of cleaving the heavens. A true man ought to be thus. In response to the crowd's admiration, the middle-aged man remained stoic, coldly announcing, "Li family S13, Li Xiantong, has come to pay respects." Indeed, it was a member of the Li family. A flicker of understanding crossed the faces of the crowd as they realized their conjecture was correct. Only the Li family possessed such formidable presence. Before Xiao Bufan could step forward to pay his respects, an audacious laughter echoed from the distant horizon. "Li family 13, let us compete." As the words fell, a young man clad in white descended upon a sword, revealing that he stood upon 7 radiant long swords. Each sword gleamed with its own unique brilliance. One like autumn waters, another like raging flames, another like thunder, yet another like frost and snow, one radiating golden light, one shrouded in darkness, and one capable of cleaving the heavens. Each blade bore intricate patterns that shimmered, seemingly heralding mysterious powers. Thus, the air was compressed by the sword cultivator's arrival, producing a deafening roar that resonated in the ears of the assembly. "Hejianmin's Jiang Huichuan has come to pay respects." Upon hearing this name, Xiao Bufan's expression turned icy. Jiang Huichuan had profound ties to the Qixia sect. He had once been the strongest holy son in the history of the Qixia sect, but after achieving the golden core, he betrayed the sect and joined the Qijin sect, which had significant connections to the Qixia sect, as its founder was a disciple of the Qixia's ancestor. Xiao Bufan welcomed the Li family guests with respect, disregarding Jiang Huichuan. Unperturbed by the indifference, Jiang Huichuan chuckled. "Hey, my sword may not be slower than his. Why do you not greet me?" Yet, no matter what Jiang Huichuan said, Xiao Bufan remained unresponsive. At that moment, Jiang Huichuan's gaze fell upon Tao Yao, and his eyes lit up like a hound catching sight of its prey. He rushed over with a grin, exclaiming, "Tao Yao, sister. You are here too. What a delightful coincidence." Tao Yao, however, turned her head away, icy as frost, coldly retorting, "Do not attempt to get close to me." Yet, Jiang Huichuan remained unfazed by her disdain. Instead, he laughed, "Sister Tao Yao, you are as radiant as spring. My visit has been worthwhile." As Tao Yao prepared to retort, she suddenly sensed a familiar yet foreign aura, causing her brow to furrow. What brings those scoundrels from the Yingxia alliance here? Raising her gaze, she saw Li Daoyuan and Mu Ling approaching together. With a frosty demeanor, Tao Yao thought to herself, have these two factions colluded? At this moment, Xiao Bufan also sensed the tension and approached Li Daoyuan, stating, "Li, are you here to cause trouble again?" In response, Mu Ling interjected, "The inner sect tournament of the Qixia is renowned. We have come solely to observe." Stepping forward, Tao Yao coldly declared, "You are not welcome here." After all, both the Yingxia alliance and the Mu family bore an insurmountable blood feud with the Qixia sect and had no obligation to consider their feelings. Li Daoyuan smiled calmly. "Is this how you treat your guests at the Qixia sect? We welcome guests, not hunting dogs." As these words fell, both Li Daoyuan and Mu Ling's expressions turned icy. However, for the sake of the greater good, they swallowed their humiliation. Just as tensions threatened to escalate, Fu Ling Tian descended from the sky, accompanied by the third elder of the Shishun Dao sect, Song Hai. In a commanding tone, Fu Ling Tian proclaimed, "I invited Li Daoyuan here. I seek to mediate peace between your two sections." Although the irreconcilable enmity between the Yingxia alliance and the Qixia sect made reconciliation impossible, with Fu Ling Tian speaking, Xiao Bufan dared not oppose. Merely giving a cold snort towards Li Daoyuan. "For the sake of Master Fu, you may enter." Li Daoyuan let out a hearty laugh and entered alongside Mu Ling. Following them were various smaller factions and a multitude of notable loose cultivators. Observing that the assembled powers were nearly complete, Xiao Bufan approached the high platform and expressed his gratitude to the leaders of the attending factions. He then stepped before Fu Ling Tian and respectfully requested, "Master Fu, I hope you will preside over the ceremony." To his surprise, Fu Ling Tian merely waved his hand, stating, "You are the master of the Qixia sect. How could I overshadow you? Please, proceed without delay. Do not keep everyone waiting." With Fu Ling Tian's words, Xiao Bufan had no choice but to walk to the edge of the high platform. Addressing the disciples gathered in the square with a powerful voice, he proclaimed, "Today marks the day of our Qixia sect's inner sect tournament. Your enthusiastic participation brings me great joy as the sect master." The disciples below, witnessing the esteemed figures upon the high platform, felt a surge of excitement. Not only had the sect's high-ranking members arrived, but notable figures from external factions had also come. This was a splendid opportunity to make their mark. Lian Yi stood shoulder to shoulder with Su Ming. Glancing at Elder Tao Yao on the high platform, she jested, "I never expected that the usually disinterested Elder Tao Yao would attend this grand tournament. It seems your influence is quite substantial." In response to Lian Yi's teasing, Su Ming refrained from retorting, for he understood that their master had devoted all her time to the sword path and rarely engaged in such events. Her presence today was indeed surprising, likely due to his own involvement. Chapter 85. The magnification of flatulence. With a commanding voice from Xiao Bufan, the inner sect competition officially commenced. Unlike other sects, the inner sect competition of the Qixia sect employed a grand melee format during the elimination rounds. Given the assassin nature of the Qixia sect, the sect shrouded the enormous arena in a black veil, creating an environment akin to the depths of night, allowing the disciples to truly showcase their abilities. Within this profound darkness, visibility was utterly compromised. Only those who skillfully concealed their presence could remain unseen by their opponents. However, This extreme obscurity only applied to those on the arena, while the spectators atop the platform could observe every detail of the unfolding events with clarity. The first round of elimination would see 100 contestants vying for a single advancement spot, were it not for the prohibition against lethal force in this inter-sect competition. This elimination battle would undoubtedly surpass the brutality of the Qixia trials. Upon hearing that lethal strikes were forbidden, Li Daoyuan felt a deep sense of disappointment. He had anticipated witnessing the disciples of the Qixia sect engage in mutual slaughter, thereby weakening the sect's living forces and exposing its savage, bloodthirsty nature to the world. Yet, this time, he was destined to be disappointed. Su Ming had drawn the number 2 lot, indicating that he would enter the fray in the second round. He considered this an opportunity to observe the rules of combat. The disciples who had drawn the number 1 lot, each harboring their own thoughts, stepped into the arena. Su Ming noticed 4 Jindan elders entering the arena, stationed at various points. They were responsible for overseeing the grand contest and ensuring the safety of the participating disciples. Should any disciple be successfully eliminated or rendered incapable of fighting, the elders would promptly remove them from the arena. Zhao Daoyi, having drawn the number 1 lot, strode confidently into the arena. He had sacrificed so much to stand upon this platform. Thus, he felt compelled to secure victory, and that too in an invincible manner. How unfortunate we are to be placed in the same match as Zhao Daoyi, one disciple lamented. Indeed, with Zhao Daoyi's perfected foundation-building cultivation and extraordinary combat prowess, he could easily sweep them aside. Perhaps we should surrender, another suggested. Enough of this defeatist talk. No matter how formidable Zhao Daoyi is, does he truly possess the capability to single-handedly defeat us all? Let us unite and eliminate him first, proposed a burly, bald man. In truth, the group was acutely aware that Zhao Daoyi's strength was unparalleled within the arena. If they failed to eliminate him, they would inevitably face elimination themselves. Thus, spurred by the bald man's encouragement, over 20 individuals rallied together. Upon entering the arena, they swiftly surrounded Zhao Daoyi. Upon witnessing this formation, Zhao Daoyi sported a proud and defiant smile, his expression dripping with contempt as he remarked, "What do you intend to do? Zhao Shixiang, your strength is simply too formidable, so do not hold it against us. We must subdue you first," the bald man replied. "Humph. If you wish to join forces against me, then come at me," Zhao Daoyi retorted. The bald man and his companions exchanged glances, initially believing their combined efforts would exert immense pressure on Zhao Daoyi, potentially leading to a victory without a fight. However, to their astonishment, Zhao Daoyi showed no signs of fear. Gritting his teeth, the bald man growled, "He is merely putting on a show. Let us attack together." Under the bald man's lead, the group surged forward. Among them were several in the late stages of foundation building. 20 individuals working in concert could easily overpower one at the perfected stage. Yet, Zhao Daoyi had already achieved Jindan. As they charged, a slight smile graced Zhao Daoyi's lips, and an overwhelming aura descended upon the group like the weight of Mount Tai. The leading bald man fell to his knees, as if struck by a foul odor, his words faltering. You are not at the perfected foundation building stage." Zhao Daoyi laughed arrogantly, coldly declaring, "Who told you I was at the perfected foundation building stage? A bunch of ignorant fools. The authority of Jindan is not to be trifled with." Zhao Daoyi lunged at them, akin to a lion inadvertently wandering into a flock of sheep, effortlessly dispatching his adversaries. Those who had concealed their presence in the shadows, initially poised to strike, were left trembling in fear. Had Zhao Daoyi merely been at the perfected foundation stage, they might have stood a chance, but now, with his Jindan power on full display, even overwhelming him with sheer numbers would be futile. Weighing the odds, the group unanimously opted for surrender. On the platform, Fu Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly, neither saddened nor elated, as he remarked, "Xiaomin Master, your guidance is commendable. You have nurtured a disciple of the Jindan stage in the 3rd generation. Your praise is unwarranted, Fu Darren." Xiao Bufan replied with a courteous smile, though internally, he was perplexed. When had Zhao Daoyi broken through to Jindan without informing the sect? Nonetheless, a disciple achieving Jindan brought Xiao Bufan immense pride. After all, aside from the top-tier powers like the Huanqi Palace and the Li family, it was exceedingly rare for 3rd-generation disciples from other sects to reach the Jindan stage. Boom. The great veil dissipated, and Zhao Daoyi leaped down from the arena. He did not seek the platform's attention, but instead walked directly towards Liani. Never had he felt so invigorated. His strides brimmed with confidence as he approached her under the gaze of the multitude. Leonie, I did not deceive you. I said I would achieve Jean Dan before the inter-sect competition, and now I have done so. Zhao Daoyi fixed his gaze on Leonie, eager to see shock on her face. However, her reaction was as calm as still water, seemingly unimpressed by his remarkable achievement. Most crucially, why was Leonie standing alongside Su Ming? Zhao Daoyi cast a disdainful glance at Su Ming and continued, Leonie, I assure you, the position of leader is mine, the title of Holy Son is also mine, and you belong to me as well. Before Leonie could respond, Su Ming waved his hand in front of his nose. Wearing a disgusted expression as he remarked, I wondered why it smelled so foul. It turns out someone was just magnifying flatulence. At these words, Zhao Daoyi shot a furious glare at Su Ming, seething, Su Ming, what do you mean by that? Nothing of consequence, merely the literal meaning of my words, Su Ming replied nonchalantly. Seeking death. Zhao Daoyi's expression twisted with rage as he moved to confront Su Ming. Chapter 86. Unmatched bravery yet. He suddenly recalled that during the inter-sect competition, one must not act recklessly. Thus, he intended to exert his oppressive aura to compel Su Ming to submit. However, his formidable Jean Dan True might have no effect on Su Ming whatsoever. Are you at the Jean Dan stage? Zhao Daoyi exclaimed, his expression one of disbelief. He concluded that Su Ming must have reached the Jean Dan level. Otherwise, how could he remain unperturbed by Zhao's pressure? In response to Zhao's skepticism, Su Ming remained non-committal and replied in a flat tone, I have no time for idle chatter with you. At that moment, the second round of the arena battle was about to commence, and Su Ming, holding the number 2 sign, strode directly toward the stage. Zhao Daoyi, watching Su Ming's retreating figure, cast a shadowy gaze. This arrogant brat, I shall see how you conclude this. In this second elimination round, many were acquaintances of Zhao Daoyi. He immediately transmitted a message to them, promising great rewards if they banded together to besiege Su Ming during the match. On the high platform, Fu Lingtian, akin to an emperor surveying the world, spoke languidly, Master Xiao, who do you believe will emerge victorious in this second round? Xiao Bufan gazed at the arena, noting that several of his direct disciples were present, 2 of whom had achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Wait, something is amiss, that brat. Xiao Bufan's attention fell upon Su Ming, and he discreetly extended a strand of divine sense toward him, revealing a look of delight on his face. This brat has actually also broken through to the Jean Dan stage. Xiao Bufan cast a mildly reproachful glance at Tao Yao and silently transmitted. Why didn't you inform me that your disciple has reached the Jean Dan stage? Did not your disciple also break through? Xiao Bufan's expression slightly faltered. He had not anticipated Tao Yao's keen eye. Despite Lin Yi's inconspicuous presence in the crowd, she had discerned her breakthrough to the Jean Dan stage. At that moment, the notable figures on the high platform also began to sense the situation. Fu Lingtian remarked with a tone of mockery, Xiao Bufan, your 7-kill sect is quite secretive. It seems you have yet another Jean Dan disciple. Oh, wait, there are 3 in total. Fu Lingtian had already recognized that Su Ming, Lin Yi, and Zhao Daoyi were all at the Jean Dan stage. At this moment, he began to comprehend why Li Daoyuan was so determined to annihilate the 7-kill sect. This seemingly decrepit old sect possessed an unexpectedly profound foundation. Beside him, Li Daoyuan's expression darkened considerably. He too had not anticipated that the 7-kill sect would have 3 young disciples who had reached the Jean Dan stage. It is worth noting that among the young generation of his Shadow Kill Alliance, there was only 1 Jean Dan expert, and that had required an immense expenditure of resources. Yet, how could this dilapidated 7-kill sect cultivate so many Jean Dan disciples? At this juncture, the participants for the second elimination round had assembled, and Su Ming stood on the stage, astonished to find himself surrounded. Unbeknownst to him, after Zhao Daoyi had communicated with his acquaintances, they had conspired together to confront Su Ming. Those who had mingled closely with Zhao Daoyi were undoubtedly remarkable individuals. Thus, egged on by their collective encouragement, nearly everyone on the arena banded together against Su Ming. At this moment, Su Ming found himself encircled, with some opponents concealing their presence in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. However, their concealment was utterly ineffective under his Jean Dan divine sense. Excellent. This will save time, Su Ming thought to himself, preparing to charge forth to vanquish his foes when suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Oh, Li Tianyun, are you certain you wish to stand on the same front as me? The newcomer was Li Tianyun, the senior disciple of Hong Ying, who, following their previous mission, had utilized the resources allocated by Su Ming to break through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Li Tianyun, let me offer you a word of caution. Standing on the same line as me guarantees you will not progress further. Upon hearing this, Li Tianyun smiled calmly, knowing that his decision meant he would halt at this elimination round. Nevertheless, he felt indebted to Su Ming and vowed not to stand against him. Brother Su, rest assured, I am aware of my standing. To fight alongside you once more is not in vain. Very well, I shall ensure you are the last to be eliminated. Su Ming's words were undoubtedly provocative to those on the opposite side. How audacious, you little thief! Exclaimed a flamboyant woman, her eyes glinting mischievously. Su, if you surrender now, you may preserve the dignity of your direct disciple status. Otherwise, should we throw you off the stage? I wonder how you will fare. However, in the face of such taunts, Su Ming merely smiled coldly. He strode forward with his sword, followed closely by Li Tianyun, who carried his own weapon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures suddenly lunged at him, yet before they could draw near, they were repelled by a single swing of his sword. Charge! With a command, 10 more individuals simultaneously attacked. Yet, Su Ming resembled an invincible general, effortlessly dispatching these opponents as if they were mere children. In less than 10 breaths, he rendered over 20 combatants incapable of fighting, invoking fear in those concealed in the shadows. The flamboyant woman declared sharply, "This brat is truly difficult to handle. Let us capture Li Tianyun and use him to force this kid to surrender." Hearing this, Su Ming laughed heartily, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. You fools think I care about Li Tianyun? Even if you were to hurl him off the stage, it would matter not to me. Despite his words, upon witnessing Li Tianyun being besieged, Su Ming charged forth. With every swing of his sword, he sent several enemies tumbling off the stage. Then, it appeared as though he had activated a mode of relentless slaughter. No one could withstand his blade. Concealed assassinations proved ineffective against him, as any hidden technique was futile in his presence. Moments later, only he and Li Tianyun remained on the stage. The latter offered a slight bow. Brother Su, your unmatched bravery is indeed evident. After uttering this, Li Tianyun jumped down from the stage. Although he did not progress in this elimination round, he could boast that he fought until the very end. Chapter 87. Rising from the mud unblemished upon witnessing Su Ming's victory, Zhao Dao's expression darkened to the point of seeming to drip with water. Very well, I shall personally defeat you on the arena. Zhao Dao clenched his fists and murmured. Su Ming's extraordinary prowess had also captured the attention of the esteemed figures on the high platform. Fu Lingtian, with a keen interest, remarked, Xiao Bufan, your disciple exhibits a grand and formidable spirit. I am curious to know who has trained him. Hastily, Xiao Bufan replied, this is the disciple of our 7 killers elder, Tao Yao. Fu Lingtian's gaze immediately shifted toward Tao Yao. With an air of authoritative presence, he inquired, Elder Tao Yao, I am intrigued to learn about the constitution of your distinguished disciple. In truth, Fu Lingtian had already perused information regarding the direct disciples of the 7 Killers sect from Li Daoyuan, and he vaguely recalled that Su Ming's earlier performance had been unremarkable. Recently accepted as a direct disciple by Tao Yao, he had only just broken through to the foundation establishment stage. How had he suddenly attained the golden core? Jiang Zier from the Joyful Palace also expressed interest, lifting her beautiful eyes toward Tao Yao. As the gaze of the crowd fell upon her, Tao Yao maintained her composure, gently furrowing her brows and speaking, my disciple possesses a pure yang constitution. The revelation of a pure yang constitution caused Li Daoyuan's expression to darken. While not on par with divine or sacred bodies, such a constitution is indeed rare, and with appropriate cultivation techniques, the advancement speed could rival that of top-tier combat bodies. Such fortune for the humble 7 Killers sect. Upon hearing the words pure yang constitution, Jiang Zier's attention shifted to Su Ming. If her prior interest had merely been a flicker, it had now ignited into a desire to recruit him into her sect. This was indeed a pure yang constitution, naturally suited for the Joyful Palace. Perhaps Su Ming's legendary performance, sweeping through the 3rd elimination round with exceptional prowess, had not caused a significant stir. Yet, the crowd marveled that the 7 Killers sect, once the foremost sect, still possessed profound depth, evidenced by their nurturing of a disciple capable of attaining 3 golden cores. With the conclusion of the 10th elimination round, the first round of the inter-sect competition officially ended. Hong Ying, Su Jioga, and others did not advance, Though this outcome was anticipated by Su Ming, as those who stood out among the 100 were at least in the later stages of foundation establishment. The ladies had only just broken through to this stage. How could they contend with the others? Nonetheless, following Su Ming's advice, the ladies performed commendably in the elimination rounds. Notably, Hong Ying wielded her spear like a dragon emerging from the sea, and her unique charisma captivated one of the female elders of the Seven Killers, who took her as a direct disciple. The arena battles were scheduled for the following day, and all guests attending the event were welcomed by the elders of the Seven Killers into their quarters. Even the Yingsha Alliance and the Mu family were provided with accommodations. After all, these visitors were not there to stir trouble, and the Seven Killers sect would be ill-advised to act aggressively, as it could lead to negative repercussions. However, Xiao Bufan instructed the elders of the Seven Killers to keep a vigilant watch on Li Daoyuan and his associates. At Taohua Peak, in preparation for the battle the next day, Su Ming deliberately sent Su Jioga and the others away to conserve his energy. Just as he prepared to meditate and restore his vitality, he sensed the arrival of an uninvited guest. He furrowed his brow slightly, wondering who lacked the foresight to intrude. Annoyed, Su Ming opened the door to his cave dwelling, only to be met by an extraordinary beauty, akin to a rare celestial flower, stirring feelings of infatuation within him. Upon their first meeting, she introduced herself. "I am Jiang Zier of the Joyful Palace." The woman gracefully extended her delicate, snow-white hand. Su Ming, not one to stand on ceremony, reciprocated the gesture, feeling a soft and exquisite touch. This woman was indeed a paragon of beauty. Not only was her appearance stunning, but her skin resembled that of a heavenly maiden. In some respects, she surpassed his own master in beauty, possessing an added allure. "To what do I owe the pleasure of your visit?" Su Ming inquired. Jiang Zier smiled lightly. "I apologize for intruding, but during today's elimination round, I observed your remarkable prowess and the revelation of your unrivaled constitution, so I wish to seek your guidance." "Are you truly of the pure Yang constitution?" Perceiving her intent to unveil his secrets, Su Ming's tone grew cold as he replied, "What if I am? What if I am not? Oh, I nearly forgot. Coming from the Joyful Palace, you must be particularly sensitive to such constitutions. You are not here to seek my essence, are you?" Su Ming's words carried a sharp edge. To his surprise, Jiang Zier openly acknowledged it. "Indeed, that is my intention. In the Joyful Palace, we treasure special constitutions, and I would not want to miss the opportunity to pursue someone as rare as you." With a smile, she added, "If I were to seek your essence, would you be willing?" Her beauty was magnified by her smile, enchanting enough to sway any man since she blossomed into womanhood. However, Su Ming's response took her by surprise. "I must apologize. While you are indeed stunning and align perfectly with my appreciation for beauty, I have a peculiar quirk. I am somewhat of a cleanliness fanatic." Upon hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Jiang Zier's face. No one had ever dared to speak to her in such a manner. Moreover, this individual had insulted her dignity. She felt an urge to strike him down. Yet, considering the possibility of him being a pure Yang body, she reluctantly swallowed her indignation. With a cold glare, she retorted, "Are you implying that I am unclean?" As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeve to reveal an arm as white as jade, angrily declaring, "What do you see here?" Su Ming raised his eyes and, to his astonishment, discovered a token of purity on her arm, indicating that she was indeed untouched. This revelation surprised him. He had assumed that the women of the Joyful Palace were all experienced in pleasures, yet here was a pristine white lotus amidst the mud. Seeing Su Ming's shocked expression, Jiang Zier beamed with pride, much like a peacock flaunting its feathers. "You should promptly apologize for your offense." Su Ming chuckled softly. "I truly did not expect that you could maintain your virtue in such an environment." Jiang Zier let out a cold laugh and remarked, "You are exceedingly biased. Our Huanxi Palace is not as chaotic as the world imagines. Most cultivators have their own fixed partners, and I have yet to find mine, nor have I engaged in any form of dual cultivation with others. That being said, I would be open to conversing with you, Miss Sir. However, I must state in advance that you should not be too aggressive in your approach." With a scoff, she added, "How naive of you. I have yet to ascertain whether you truly possess a pure Yang body, yet you are already thinking of good fortune." Su Ming shrugged and replied, "So what do you propose we do?" Chapter 88. "There will be opportunities. Accompany me to the Huanxi Gong and have your physique assessed," he suggested. "If you don't believe me, that's your choice, but your intention to send me to the Huanxi Gong is quite evident." With that, Su Ming strode directly into the cave, leaving Zier bewildered in the wind. If you wish to join me, hurry inside. Otherwise, you may miss this opportunity. Hearing Su Ming's words, Zhang Zi'er stamped her foot in frustration. Who wants to go in with you? She retorted, departing like a proud peacock, though inwardly she thought, you little thief, just wait. I will eventually drag you to the Huanqigong. Su Ming gazed at the woman's graceful figure, feeling a pang of regret within. Never mind, there will be opportunities. Although she was a direct disciple of the Huanqigong, he never underestimated himself. Rather, he felt a bold ambition to surpass her. The night passed without a word. The next day, the number of spectators at Tianming Square had increased considerably compared to the previous day. After all, today marked the competition of 10 into 5, a battle of greater intensity than before. The high-ranking officials from various powerful factions who came to witness the event were also in high spirits. Xiao Bufan observed the 10 disciples standing in the center of the square, his heart swelling with emotion. These disciples were the creme de la creme, representing the pinnacle of Qixia. If all went as expected, they would each form a golden core, with some already having achieved it. Golden core elders were the backbone of the sect, and it could be said that future elders of Qixia would emerge from these 10 individuals. They were the seeds of hope for the Qixia sect. The competition of 10 into 5 consisted of multiple bouts, and by chance, Su Ming drew the first lot, meaning he would be the first to compete. He was indifferent, believing that the sooner it started, the sooner it would end. The other first lot holder was Liu Haoran, the second disciple of Wang Zhu. Upon realizing he was to face Su Ming, a bitter expression crossed Liu Haoran's face. He knew well how formidable Su Ming was. A peerless prodigy who could stroll through 100 opponents. What was he, having barely advanced in a 100-man melee and still nursing injuries? Since the Qixia sect was renowned for assassination, the arena battles were different from those of other sects. Participants could choose between direct combat or stealthy assassination. As Su Ming was the first to draw lots, he had the option to choose either strategy. Without hesitation, he opted for direct confrontation. Upon hearing Su Ming's choice, Liu Haoran's face turned pale. He understood that in a stealth fight, he might have a slim chance, but in direct combat, there was no way he could defeat Su Ming. Although the disciples were unaware that Su Ming had already broken through to the Golden Core realm, his remarkable performance in the elimination rounds had already instilled a sense of dread in his opponents. As the referee signaled the start of the first match, neither contestant made a move at first. Liu Haoran refrained from attacking, fully aware that he could not endure 10 exchanges with Su Ming. He thought to delay the fight as long as possible to avoid an embarrassing defeat. Just then, he saw Su Ming raise a finger and beckon him forward, as if inviting him to charge. This display angered Liu Haoran. How dare he underestimate him, even if he was no match for Su Ming. Such blatant disrespect was intolerable. Resolute, Liu Haoran gathered his spiritual energy and charged at Su Ming, throwing talismans in an attempt to distract him. However, Su Ming stood unperturbed amidst the barrage of fire arrows, ice spikes, and wind blades. Such arrogance. Liu Haoran cursed, feeling a flicker of hope. Yet, the talismans merely bounced harmlessly off Su Ming's spiritual shield, failing to penetrate his defenses. As Liu Haoran unleashed his sword aura and spiritual sword upon Su Ming's shield, it trembled slightly, but he felt as though his strikes were hitting the hardest divine iron in existence. With a resounding clash, his long sword was deflected, while Su Ming remained serene as ever. Now it is my turn, Su Ming stated flatly, as if treating the battle as mere sport. Liu Haoran was taken aback, instinctively wanting to retreat. Yet, he felt like a small rabbit trapped in the gaze of a tiger, unable to control his body. Su Ming approached him, merely lifting a foot before sending Liu Haoran tumbling off the stage. Throughout the encounter, Liu Haoran never grasped how he had been defeated. By the time he regained consciousness, he was lying beneath the arena. On the high platform, Fu Lingtian narrowed his eyes. A golden core cultivator facing a late-stage foundation establishment disciple. How dull this match is. Xiao Bufan, I suggest you let your 3 golden core disciples engage in a life-and-death struggle instead. Though Fu Lingtian held a prestigious position, Xiao Bufan, respecting his authority, could not entertain such a notion. Master Fu, these 3 will undoubtedly stand out and will face each other in due time, he replied. The truth of Xiao Bufan's words soon proved accurate. Following Su Ming's swift victory, Zhao Daoyi and Lin Yi also triumphed in their matches, and even Yun Yin defeated her opponent in just 2 or 3 exchanges. However, the higher-ups noted that Yun Yin's cultivation was merely at the peak of foundation establishment, placing her slightly behind the other 3 disciples. Ultimately, Su Ming, Lian Yi, Zhao Daoyi, Yun Yan, and Hu Kongxuan emerged victorious. Li Daoyuan gazed solemnly at the 5 young disciples. Remarkable. The Qixia sect has nurtured such formidable talents. Given time to grow, they may well rise to become a first-rate force once more. The impressive performance of the disciples filled Xiao Bufan with pride and elation. Due to the rapid pace of the first round, during which several competitors swiftly vanquished their opponents with minimal effort, the higher echelons of the sect decided to forego any respite, promptly announcing the commencement of the second round. In this phase, 5 would compete for 3 spots, with 1 individual advancing automatically. Meanwhile, Su Jiugong and others fervently prayed for Su Ming, hoping that fortune would smile upon their master. Upon hearing the women's supplications, Su Ming simply smiled serenely. He was indifferent to the prospect of being exempted from the round, for regardless of the outcome, he was resolute in his intent to advance with an unparalleled display of strength. Chapter 89. The Chosen One? With Xiao Bufan's proclamation, the draw for the top 5 to top 3 commenced. Su Ming ascended the stage first to draw his lot. Unfortunately, he drew lot number 1, thereby forfeiting the chance to bypass the round entirely. Next came Lian Yi, who drew lot number 2. Though she missed the opportunity to face Su Ming in this round, a quiet ambivalence stirred within her, both disappointment and quiet relief. Then came Yun Yan, who, upon drawing lot number 2 as well, beamed with palpable delight. Not only would she avoid clashing with Su Ming, but she would instead confront Lian Yi. This woman dares feign aloofness, though she has already surrendered herself to Su Lang. Just wait, I shall strike her unawares and humble her pride. Only Zhao Daoyi and Hu Kongxuan remained. Having entered the sect on the same day, they shared a long-standing camaraderie. Kongxuan, no matter which of us draws lot number 1, we must give that Su Ming a humiliating lesson. Rest assured, senior brother Zhao. Even without your urging, I shall fight with every ounce of my strength. Indeed, I've long despised that brat. Under the referee's prompt, Hu Kongxuan drew lot number 1. His countenance flickered, ever so slightly. His bold declaration had been a gesture of loyalty to Zhao Daoyi. Yet now, faced with the reality of confronting Su Ming, his confidence wavered. He knew full well his cultivation stood on equal footing with Lu Haoran's, neither superior nor inferior. So, I've drawn the bye. Though spared about, Zhao Daoyi felt no elation, only frustration. He had yearned to meet Su Ming on the arena, to strip him of his arrogance and expose his hollow pride. Yet a sudden thought struck him. Was it not extraordinary fortune that I alone drew the sole bye? Does this not signify that my celestial mandate eclipses that of the other 4? Am I not the chosen one? At once, his vexation dissolved like mist beneath the sun. What of the primordial wound I bear? I still forged a golden core, whereas you wretches, bereft of fortune, shall serve only as stepping stones beneath my feet. The draw concluded. The first match began. At the referee's command, Su Ming and Hu Kongxuan stepped onto the dais. Since Su Ming had held the right to choose the combat mode in the prior round, this time the decision fell to his opponent. Hu Kongxuan reasoned, a direct confrontation offers no hope, yet stealth and assassination may yet grant me a sliver of victory. I choose stealth assassination, he declared swiftly to the referee. The elder referee intoned coldly, first bout, stealth assassination. At that utterance, the arena plunged into absolute darkness. As night descended, Hu Kongxuan extinguished his aura and vanished from his original position, silent as shadow, swift as smoke. In the suffocating blackness and hushed stillness, only the drumming of his own pulse echoed in his ears. Yet even as he retreated, his senses remained fixed upon Su Ming, scanning, waiting, listening. No sound came, no shift in posture, no breath disturbed the silence. A flicker of realization ignited within him. Could it be? He has not moved at all? Then, his chance. He lunged, a panther springing from the void, toward the precise spot he had memorized before the darkness fell. Foolish boy, how reckless to stand motionless. He imagined his ambush might yet turn the tide, perhaps even secure him victory, renown, and the adoration of countless female cultivators. Detected. His spiritual sense locked onto Su Ming, and exhilaration surged. Die. He thrust his spirit-forged sword straight at Su Ming's heart. Yet no crimson spray followed. Instead, his blade struck with a jarring, metallic crack, as though piercing unyielding granite, shattering its tip outright. You? Hu Kongxuan stared, dumbstruck, speechless. A faint, knowing smile played upon Su Ming's lips. With 2 fingers, he caught the blade mid-thrust. Then, With effortless pressure, snapped it clean, 5 jagged fragments clattering to the floor like shattered ice struck by a mallet. Then, with one crisp, precise kick, Su Ming sent Hu Kongshuan tumbling from the dais. At that moment, the night dissolved, light returned, and all beheld Su Ming standing tall and unruffled upon the dais, while Hu Kongshuan lay sprawled below, limp as a discarded rag. Zhao Daoi's face darkened, thunderous, seething. He had hoped Hu Kongshuan would at least trouble Su Ming. Instead, the man had been humiliated in a single move, despite every advantage, degrading his own sect while inflating the enemy's prestige. Su Ming's overwhelming dominance did not escape Fu Lingtian's notice. Xiao Bufan, your disciple shows exceptional promise. A rare gem. I intend to recruit him under my banner. Would you consent? Xiao Bufan hesitated, torn. Logically, such an opportunity would propel Su Ming to greater heights. Yet to surrender such a talent would wound his sect deeply. Before he could reply, Jiang Zi'er of the Shi Huan Palace spoke, her tone serene, uninflected. Master Fu, for sects such as theirs, nurturing a disciple to this stage demands immense effort. To see him plucked away just as he begins to bloom, surely that wounds the heart. Might we grant him time to reflect? Had another uttered those words, Fu Lingtian would have struck without hesitation. But Jiang Zi'er was the presumptive holy maiden of the Shi Huan Palace. Her words carried the weight of an entire sect. Though displeased, Fu Lingtian suppressed his ire. Xiao Bufan, ponder it well. Xiao Bufan bowed his head in silent assent. Below, Lian Yi and Yun Yin exhaled in unison, relieved by Su Ming's effortless triumph. Yet when their gazes met, the air between them sharpened, charged with silent rivalry. The referee for the second bout, having received his instructions, raised his voice. The second match is about to begin. Contestants, please ascend the dais. His words drew a wave of attention, especially from the male disciples. After all, both Yun Yin and Lian Yi were peerless beauties of Qi Sha men. How splendid it would be to face either of them, even if I were to be thoroughly humbled. A young cultivator grinned lewdly, imagining the exquisite torment of being bested by such elegance. Humph, your wretched face hardly warrants their attention. Whose woman is Yunqin Chuan, then? To my knowledge, she has no official consort. Humph, without a Dao companion. Did you not notice whose gaze she was fixated upon earlier? Upon uttering these words, the individual immediately gasped in astonishment. Are you implying that Yun Qin Zhuan and Su Qin Zhuan? Amidst the bustling discussions of the crowd, Yun Yin and Lian Yi ascended the arena. You are no match for me. Surrender now. In truth, Yun Yin was well aware that she was far from being Lian Yi's rival. After all, the disparity between the perfected Qi foundation and a golden core cultivator, though merely a single realm apart, was akin to a chasm. No matter how hard she tried, she could not surmount this insurmountable gulf. However, she would never concede voluntarily. One cannot ascertain if one is a rival until they have faced off. Humph, ignorant fool. Lian Yi scoffed coldly and summoned her spiritual weapon. In an instant, a melodious sword cry resonated throughout the arena. Simultaneously, an icy chill pervaded the air. Upon the high platform, the vice master of the Baoqi sect's eyes gleamed, and he stepped to the edge. Fixated on the blade in Lian Yi's hand, muttering in a daze. This is a spiritual weapon forged by the heir of the Shen Gui by Lian's sect. Chapter 90. The Golden Boy and the Jade Girl. The Baoqi sect and the Shenguabalian sect share a common origin. However, due to the fierce contest over artifact crafting, the most talented craftsman in the history of the Baoqi sect was driven away. Consequently, the sect suffered a significant decline in strength and has not produced a remarkable work in the art of crafting for a long time. He recalls the current chief of the Shenguabalian sect, who once proclaimed in the Western Shu Kingdom that she would forge but a single spirit weapon, only to have it fall into the hands of this young woman. With a hint of melancholy, he remarked, Master Xiao, your disciple possesses remarkable fortune. Xiao Bufan, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the spirit sword, smiled calmly and said, My disciple is merely fortunate. If my Qisha sect could collaborate with your esteemed sect, that would truly signify great fortune for our sect. Upon hearing this, the vice master of the Baoqi sect merely smiled lightly. In truth, he too desired to unite with the Qisha sect, for he had long sought the sword classic of the Qisha sect. Regrettably, the present Qisha sect is beset by wolves. To ally with them would undoubtedly plunge his own sect into peril. Thus, after careful consideration, he resolved to abandon the prospect of collaboration. At that moment, a chilling gleam illuminated the stage once more. Yunyan drew forth her sword, unleashing a wave of cold air comparable to the ripples of water that enveloped the arena. Could it be that there are two? The vice-master of the Baoqi sect was taken aback. He distinctly remembered that only a single spirit weapon was to be forged. Why, then, did this disciple of the Qisha sect possess one as well? Clang! The two icy forces collided, producing a thunderous resonance akin to a sword's cry that echoed through the heavens. Leonie smiled lightly. Though the swords may be the same, our cultivations differ vastly. To insist on a contest is merely to invite humiliation upon oneself. Nonetheless, Yunyan chose not to retreat. Enough with the idle talk, let us battle. With that, she charged forth with her sword. Sighing softly, Leonie thought, since you are so headstrong, I shall indulge you. With a flick of his mind, his long sword surged forth, radiating an invincible chill towards Yunyan. In an instant, countless icy particles coalesced into a shimmering silver dragon. Unyielding, Yunyan summoned boundless clouds from her sword, forming a silver phoenix that lunged at the dragon. Boom! The two forces clashed, sending a flurry of snowflakes into the air, as if the heavens were unleashing a snowstorm. The shockwave from their collision forced Yunyan to take 2 or 3 steps back to stabilize herself, while Leonie remained rooted like an ancient tree, unperturbed. I have warned you that you are not my match. As the words left his lips, Leonie resembled a silver fox, dashing to Yunyan's side in the blink of an eye. He raised a palm and struck her abdomen, causing Yunyan to soar backward like a kite severed from its string, nearly toppling off the stage. It was evident to all that Yunyan was no match for Leonie. Persisting further would only lead to her humiliation. Yet, with gritted teeth and a defiant expression, Yunyan declared, "Let us fight again." "Why must you?" Leonie shook his head, unable to comprehend her insistence. Such arrogance is unfounded. With a scoff, Leonie surged toward Yunyan once more. This time, he offered her no chance to remain on the stage. With a single strike, he sent her tumbling off the platform. However, as Yunyan fell, she did not appear disheartened. Instead, a sense of calm washed over her. I have given my all. There are no regrets. I shall return to challenge again after reaching the golden course stage. As she descended, a figure leaped from the crowd, catching her midair. Recognizing a familiar aura, Yunyan's eyes widened, her heart warming slightly. Su Lang, everything is fine. You fought splendidly. Once on the ground, Yunyan maintained a dazed expression, feeling that her defeat had been worthwhile. On the high platform, Yunshan observed her sister being embraced by Su Ming, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. Has she begun to forget her dignity? In truth, she had long been aware of the special bond between Su Ming and Yunyan. Although Su Ming was remarkable and seemed well matched with her sister, she felt a twinge of disappointment, akin to nurturing a flower only to have it whisked away by another. Oh well, a girl grows up independent of her sister. After a moment of self-reassurance, she turned her head away. The disciples witnessed Su Ming holding Yunyan and erupted in cheers. Indeed, the rumors are true. The relationship between the esteemed Su and the esteemed Yun is far from ordinary. Observing their demeanor, it seemed they had spent considerable time together. The golden boy and the jade girl are a perfect match. Why should we fret? I envy her. How wonderful it would be if I were the one in Su's arms. Ever since the news of Su Ming being a pure young body spread, many female disciples had taken pride in being associated with him, though suitable opportunities had been scarce. Hearing the chatter, Yunyan snapped out of her reverie. She playfully punched Su Ming's chest, feigning annoyance as she said, "Put me down." According to Xiao Bufan's expectations, the contest for leadership was set for the following day. However, just as he prepared to announce this, Fu Lingtian impatiently interjected, "The previous matches were played as if they were child's play. They did not exert themselves. Why bother with a break? Let us finish it now." Given the status of the opposing party, Xiao Bufan had to concede, albeit reluctantly. He raised his hand, signaling the disciples below to quiet down, and then proclaimed with vigor, "Esteemed disciples, due to the outstanding performance of the 3 contestants, all uninjured and with minimal energy expenditure, the sect has decided to hold the leadership contest today." With a spectacle at hand, the ordinary disciples cheered in unison. The sect master is wise. Since the leadership contest would occur among the 3, each would face off against one another to determine the victor. Therefore, a draw would decide the order of combat. Zhao Daoi was the first to draw, striding confidently to the elder and reaching into the bronze box to retrieve a bamboo stick marked with the number 1. A smile crept across his lips as he whispered, "Su Ming, I hope you draw number 1 as well." He cast a provocative glance at Su Ming, harboring the desire to defeat him before the throngs of disciples. However, when Liani extracted her bamboo stick, Zhao Daoi's smile vanished in an instant. Alas, I must face a woman first. Very well, this will serve as an opportunity to teach her a lesson, demonstrating just how extraordinary a man she underestimated truly is. Chapter 91. A stalemate. As Zhao Daoi and Liani drew their battle lots, Su Ming gracefully leapt down from the arena, awaiting the next contest. On the stage, Zhao Daoi regarded Liani with a light-hearted demeanor, coldly stating, "Well, how about it? I told you I would form a golden core before this duel. I was not deceiving you, was I?" Not receiving a reply from Liani, Zhao Daoi continued, "Humph, you must be astonished. However, it matters not. Once you become my Dao companion, you too shall follow in my footsteps and attain the realm of Yuanying." A flicker of impatience crossed Liani's eyes as she retorted coldly, "Are you finished? If you have concluded your rambling, let us engage in combat." Dressed in a flowing white gown, Liani's graceful figure and frosty visage resembled ancient ice, unyielding to time. In her hand, the long sword radiated a blinding cold light, a superb ice-type spiritual sword seemingly alive, perpetually forming intricate ice flowers. Such arrogance from this woman. Zhao Daoi felt a surge of animosity towards Liani, his voice turning fierce. "Very well, I shall show you my prowess." Liani, however, offered no verbal response. She merely waved her sword. With a resonant cry, the sword emitted a flurry of snowflakes, crystalline and brimming with spiritual power. At that moment, disregarding any semblance of gentlemanly demeanor, Zhao Daoi lunged forward, seizing the initiative. His sword danced swiftly, incantations spilling from his lips. Instantly, countless sword energies sliced through the air, transforming into a cascade of green bamboo shadows. This was the esteemed swordplay of his master, Wang Zhu, the Qingzhou sword technique. When cultivated to a profound level, it could summon bamboo from the ground, turning its leaves into sword energies. Clang, clang, clang. A bamboo shoot erupted from the earth, its leaves morphing into deadly blades. Thousands of sword energies intertwined, swiftly forming a massive sword net, overwhelming Liani in a relentless barrage. Wherever the sword net passed, the air hissed as it was cleaved, leaving deep gashes on the exceptionally hard arena surface. Upon witnessing this, Liani's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and the ice-type spiritual power within her surged forth like a raging flood. Crack, crack, crack. The air froze, and snow enveloped the surroundings. An ice wall materialized from thin air, exuding an intimidating chill. Boom, boom, boom. The sword energies struck the ice wall like relentless birds, producing a cacophony of thunderous sounds. Ice shards scattered, and spiritual power overflowed. The ice wall steadfastly resisted Zhao Daoi's frenzied onslaught. Seeing this, a glimmer of surprise flashed in Zhao Daoi's eyes, quickly replaced by a smirk. "Just an ice wall, watch me shatter it." He laughed heartily, his spiritual power surging violently as he conjured 2 more green bamboos. The bamboo shadows and sword energies condensed once more, this time in greater numbers and with amplified power. No longer forming a net, the sword energies coalesced into a colossal sword, crashing toward the ice wall. The 2 forces collided. In an instant, the ice wall cracked open, spiderweb-like fissures spreading across its surface. As the ice wall threatened to collapse, Liani swiftly channeled all her ice-type spiritual power into her sword. The spiritual sword emitted a dazzling ice-blue glow, faintly resonating with the sound of a dragon's roar. "Ice Spirit Dragon," Liani cried out, fiercely cleaving downward with her sword. As this strike was unleashed, the surrounding spiritual power turned bitterly cold, and the temperature plummeted sharply. Before the astonished eyes of the spectators, a massive ice spirit dragon coalesced from thin air. Its body was enormous, stretching dozens of feet in length, covered in shimmering, cold ice scales. With its mouth agape, it unleashed a deafening roar. "This is a divine ability." The disciples gaped in astonishment at the sight of the dragon. The ice spirit dragon was a signature technique of their master, Xiao Bufan, and it was astonishing that Liani had mastered it. According to the rules of the 7 Kills sect, only those who reached the golden core stage could cultivate divine abilities. Yet, Liani had only recently formed her golden core and had already grasped this powerful move. Xiao Bufan, witnessing Liani's display, couldn't help but smile faintly. The sight of his prized disciple executing his most cherished technique brought him immense satisfaction. The ice spirit dragon roared as it charged toward the colossal sword, and the two forces collided with a tremendous impact. In that moment, a tempest of spiritual power erupted, ice shards and sword energies flying in all directions. The dragon's tail swept through, severing the massive sword in half. With a resounding crash, the shattered sword disintegrated into countless pieces, resembling a swarm of bee stingers, each piercing into the ice spirit dragon's body, leaving behind white marks. Roar! The ice spirit dragon, seemingly sensing the pain, let out an earth-shattering roar and suddenly opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of powerful ice spear-like cold energy. This frigid onslaught whirled towards Zhao Daoyi like a tempest, accompanied by numerous sharp ice spears. Wherever the ice spears struck, the very fabric of space appeared to freeze, and surrounding rocks were instantaneously encased in ice. Zhao Daoyi's expression changed slightly, and he quickly leaped backward, simultaneously swirling his sword to form a protective barrier of spiritual power to fend off the incoming ice spear barrage. Swish, swish, swish. The rain of ice spears collided with the spiritual barrier, producing a series of crisp chimes and sending ice flowers scattering. Though he temporarily withstood the icy onslaught, Zhao Daoyi remained vigilant. He understood that Liani's ice-type divine abilities were unpredictable, and a moment's inattention could lead to dire circumstances. After steadying himself, he summoned his internal spiritual power, whispering softly. It was time to unleash his ultimate move. Break, break, break. Hundreds of green bamboos erupted from the ground, radiating a chilling brilliance. Each bamboo emitted an astonishing spiritual power, capable of unleashing a giant sword energy akin to before. With terrifying intensity, Zhao Daoyi wielded his sword, shouting, and struck fiercely toward Liani. The colossal sword energy cleaved through the air, leaving behind long, green streaks of light, distorting the space it traversed. After releasing the sword energy, Zhao Daoyi felt his own strength being drained. He believed this strike would surely defeat Liani. However, just to be safe, he retrieved some restorative pills from his storage bag. This little brat possesses considerable strength. Faced with such a formidable assault, Liani dared not take it lightly. She took a deep breath, channeling the icy spiritual energy within her to its utmost limit. The ice soul Jiao Long seemed to sense its master's resolve, its glow intensifying as its frost scales shimmered with a piercing, cold radiance. With a thunderous roar, the ice soul Jiao Long surged upward, meeting the onslaught of 100 sword energies head-on. In the instant before collision, its frost scales detached, transforming into countless fine shards of ice that swirled and danced around the serpentine form. Boom! The two forces collided, unleashing a deafening explosion that shook the heavens and earth. A massive shockwave of spiritual energy erupted from the point of impact, spreading outward in all directions. The arena's guardrails shattered into fragments, stone tiles cracked apart, and the air filled with swirling dust and debris. The clash between icy spiritual power and sword intent remained locked in a tense stalemate. Both casters bore immense pressure. Liani's face paled slightly, her forehead beaded with fine sweat, yet her gaze remained resolute as she steadfastly controlled the ice soul Jiao Long. Zhao Daoyi's breathing grew labored, his hands trembling faintly, but he clenched his teeth, pouring every ounce of his strength into maintaining the sword shadows. Chapter 92. Intent to kill. Just as both parties found themselves in a stalemate, Liani suddenly felt a stirring in her heart. Perhaps she could harness the spiritual power of the ice silkworm. With a single thought, a plump silkworm cocoon flew from Liani's robe, stealthily bypassing the combat zone and launching an attack from behind Zhao Daoyi. This ice silkworm appeared devoid of any spiritual energy, evading detection entirely. As it encircled Zhao Daoyi from behind, it abruptly initiated its assault, opening its maw wide to bite at Zhao Daoyi's back. Zhao Daoyi, engrossed in his confrontation with the ice phantom dragon, remained oblivious to the impending danger. Just as the ice silkworm was about to sink its fangs into him, a jade pendant at his waist emitted a soft glow, forming a protective barrier that thwarted the lethal strike. The ice silkworm collided with the shield, producing a sharp sound before retreating back into Liani's robe. Only then did Zhao Daoyi sense the peril behind him, feeling grateful for his master's life-saving talisman. However, the pendant could only be used twice, and this was one of its uses, which caused him considerable distress. After this close call, Zhao Daoyi was no longer willing to be careless. At that moment, the two energies clashed and determined their victor. The sword energy shattered, and the dragon fell to the ground. A metallic taste surged in Zhao Daoi's throat as he hastily wielded his sword to defend himself, his mind racing with thoughts. Fortunately, he had regained some spiritual energy. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. Yet he never anticipated that this woman would prove so difficult to contend with. Zhao Daoi had initially believed that subduing Liani would not be arduous, but he found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle. Hearing the discussions around him only added to his agitation. In search of an opportunity, he began to circle Liani, simultaneously unleashing a flurry of delicate bamboo leaf sword energies. These sword energies shot towards Liani from various directions, momentarily overwhelming her, forcing her to swing her spiritual sword to fend off the incoming attacks. However, Zhao Daoi, believing he had seized the advantage, intensified his assault. Liani, nearly exhausting her spiritual energy, began to feel the strain. This stalemate could not continue, and she needed to devise a way to break it. With a flicker of inspiration, Liani feigned a flaw, pretending to be unable to withstand the sword energy as her figure wavered slightly. Seeing this, Zhao Daoi seized the moment, amplifying his attack and conjuring a massive sword energy aimed directly at Liani's chest. Just as the colossal sword energy was about to strike her, she swiftly executed her movement technique, skillfully evading the blow. Simultaneously, she directed her left hand, unleashing a stream of ice element spiritual energy that coalesced into an ice chain midair. The ice chain, akin to a spirit serpent, rapidly ensnared Zhao Daoi's body. Startled, Zhao Daoi struggled to break free from the icy restraints, but the more he fought, the tighter they became. At that moment, the ice phantom dragon, gradually melting away, summoned its last vestige of strength and crashed into Zhao Daoi's chest. Bang! Zhao Daoi was violently thrown from the arena, and after much effort, he managed to rise. Meanwhile, Liani, having exhausted her spiritual energy, nearly collapsed onto the stage, fortunately catching herself with her sword. The victor was Liani. As the elder referee announced, the crowd erupted into a thunderous applause. Truly, as the sole disciple of the sect leader, her strength surpassed that of the other disciples. She was, after all, the holy maiden, undoubtedly a prodigy, rendering Zhao Daoi insignificant. The words pierced Zhao Daoi like daggers, leaving him wounded and distressed. He had actually been defeated by Liani. The harsh words he had spoken before now echoed painfully in his mind. However, Zhao Daoi quickly sought solace. Liani was the holy maiden. Losing to her was bearable, but he must triumph over Su Ming. In that case, the title of Holy Son would still belong to him. Zhao Daoi immediately sought Su Ming's figure, only to witness him supporting Liani as they descended from the arena. Gasp! Zhao Daoi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. That wretched brat. I shall kill you, even if it means violating the sect's rules. Indeed, such a contest is somewhat entertaining. Fu Lingtian yawned and remarked. After a brief hour of respite, the elder referee announced the second round of the competition for the position of leader. Both parties were to take the stage. Upon hearing this, Su Ming and Zhao Daoi swiftly ascended the arena. On the stage, Su Ming and Zhao Daoi stood facing each other, neither making a move, as if the very air had solidified. Su Ming, a flicker of hatred ignited in Zhao Daoi's eyes. He was finally about to confront this adversary. Before thousands of spectators, he would tread upon this boy's form and ascend to the position of Holy Son. Although Zhao Daoi had depleted his spiritual energy in the previous battle and sustained considerable injuries, he had nearly recovered completely thanks to the healing of his master, Wang Zhu. As he had lost the last match, it was now his privilege to choose the battle mode. Zhao Daoi believed he could easily outmaneuver Su Ming, whether in a direct confrontation or through a stealthy ambush. Therefore, he opted for a head-on clash. He intended to utterly dominate Su Ming. Boom. As the arena's protective barrier descended, the spectators' gazes fixated upon the two combatants. Su Ming, already strikingly handsome, drew even more attention with the revelation of his pure yang body, captivating many female disciples, their eyes glimmering with desire as if they were ravenous beasts eager to devour him whole. Buzz. Su Ming's spirit stirred as a faint aura of fiery spiritual energy enveloped him, resembling a war god emerging from flames. What theatrics! Observing Su Ming's display, Zhao Daoi felt nothing but disdain as he drew his sword from his waist, causing it to emit a resonant chime. An overwhelming wave of spiritual energy surged forth, seemingly compressing the air around them, making it difficult to breathe. Even the clouds in the sky were dispersed by this invisible force, leaving behind a serene, azure expanse that felt eerily quiet. Boy, today you shall kneel and beg for mercy." With that declaration, Zhao Daoi struck first. Bang! With a single footfall, he shattered a tile beneath him, his figure darting forward like lightning, and as he passed, shoots of vibrant bamboo sprouted in his wake. The lush, emerald leaves radiated a fierce sword energy, casting green light that illuminated the entire sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bamboo leaves transformed into sword energy. As the sword energy surged forth, it resembled the gentle rustling of bamboo leaves in a tranquil forest. Yet, beneath this seemingly serene sound lay an unfathomable power capable of obliterating the very heavens and earth. Wherever the bamboo leaf sword energy traversed, the hardened ground was carved with deep, bottomless ravines, dust swirling and fragments of stone scattering in its wake. The ferocity of this strike surpassed even that of the bamboo leaf sword energy unleashed during the battle with Liani. Indeed, it was evident that Zhao Daoi was infused with a profound intent to kill. Chapter 93. A cut above in the face of this unparalleled and menacing assault, Su Ming remained remarkably composed. It was only when the sword energy was about to strike him that he summoned his spiritual power, his figure flickering like a wraith, retreating swiftly. Simultaneously, a torrent of violent spiritual energy surged into his palm, continuously flowing into the Qingyun sword, causing its blade to glow a fiery red, as if it were being scorched in a furnace. The waves of heat emanating from the sword distorted the surrounding air. As the bamboo leaf sword energy neared, Su Ming suddenly thrust both hands forward, exclaiming, "Zhu Ying sword technique, fire." In an instant, the ambient spiritual energy ignited like a powder keg, erupting forth. Countless dazzling bamboo shadow sword energies materialized, wrapped in flames and radiating enchanting brilliance. These sword energies surged forth to meet the bamboo leaf sword energy, resembling a fluttering swarm of butterflies, yet imbued with an indomitable momentum. The two forces of sword energy collided, erupting in a magnificent display of light and sound. The brilliance illuminated the entire battlefield, akin to the sun plummeting to the earth, while the resounding noise reverberated throughout Tianming Square. With a thunderous roar, the bamboo shadows cleaved through the bamboo leaves, transforming into finer sword energies that continued their relentless advance. Zhao Daoi, witnessing this, dared not underestimate the situation. He swiftly wielded his long sword, which danced in his hand like a streak of violet light, impenetrable and precise. The incoming bamboo shadow sword energies were deftly deflected, producing a series of crisp clangs. This boy's swordsmanship. Zhao Daoi panted slightly, astonished that his prized technique could be so easily countered. The onlookers marveled at this exceptional display, applauding in admiration. Bamboo shadows against bamboo leaves. These two disciples are evenly matched. No, Su's technique is superior. Did you not see how the bamboo shadows overcame the bamboo leaves? On the high platform, Elder Wang Zhu of the Seven Kills sect shook his head slightly, pondering whether his sword technique could truly rival that of his junior sister, Tao Yao. A pang of bitterness filled his heart, for his technique was a treasured secret, while Tao Yao's bamboo shadow sword technique was merely one of many, as her true expertise lay in the peach blossom sword technique. He cast a glance at Tao Yao, who was meditating with her eyes closed, deepening his sense of melancholy. Meanwhile, on the arena, Zhao Daoyi's expression fluctuated between anger and determination as he absorbed the murmurs of the crowd. He could not accept that his prowess paled in comparison to Su Ming's. "Damn it, I'll make you pay." With a fierce curse, Zhao Daoi moved swiftly, his form darting like a ghost, charging towards Su Ming once more. His long sword swung with even greater ferocity, each motion accompanied by a violent tremor of spiritual energy, as more emerald bamboo erupted from the ground. This time, he concentrated all the bamboo leaf sword energy, coalescing it into several robust pillars of sword energy. These columns resembled the sturdy trunks of bamboo, exuding a powerful aura that sent chills through the air. The sword energy pillars surged forward with the force of a tidal wave, compressing the air into white ripples that emitted a sharp, whistling sound. A mere trick, daring to show off here. Su Ming's words struck Zhao Daoi like a heavy stone. "You won't be laughing for long, brat." Su Ming merely sneered, the blade of his long sword glowing even redder, akin to a flaming sword. Peach and plum vie for beauty. With a commanding shout, two streams of scorching spiritual energy erupted from his sword. Though these sword energies were slightly less robust than Zhao Daoyi's pillars, they were far more agile, resembling nimble monkeys leaping through the mountains. With a resounding crash, the two streams of sword energy collided. Su Ming's sword energy seemed to possess a will of its own, shifting direction to circle behind the sword energy pillars, seeking a weakness. Zhao Dao, taken aback, marveled at Su Ming's extraordinary skill. What a clever boy! Not daring to let Su Ming's sword energy exploit a weakness, Zhao Dao shouted as his internal spiritual energy surged like a mighty river through his meridians. Gentleman's sword. As his voice rang out, the emerald bamboo he had summoned underwent a miraculous transformation. All the bamboo swiftly fused into a towering illusion of a colossal bamboo, radiating an overwhelming spiritual power that warped the surrounding space. This illusion appeared almost sentient, resembling an ancient dragon. As it lunged towards Su Ming, the arena trembled beneath the pressure of the bamboo illusion, shattering into dust, while the air was compressed, emitting mournful wails, as if lamenting the terror of this force. Has Zhao Dao truly reached such a level? Observing the bamboo illusion, Xiao Bufan felt a wave of emotion. His junior brother Wang Zhu had spent 200 years honing his swordsmanship to achieve such a state, yet Zhao Dao, at merely 30, had mastered this formidable technique. This child's future is limitless. Wang Zhu, watching Zhao Dao's technique unfold, could not help but smile. Blue surpasses blue. Confronted with this ancient beast-like bamboo illusion, Su Ming felt an immense pressure, yet displayed no sign of retreat. Instead, he took 2 steps forward. Drawing a deep breath, his spiritual energy surged within him, ready to erupt. It is time to determine the victor. With a decisive thought, he extended a finger toward the bamboo illusion. Great Wasteland Destruction Finger. As the words fell, the spiritual energy at his fingertip rapidly coalesced like a whirlpool, instantly forming a beam capable of rending the heavens and obliterating the earth. This beam radiated intense heat and destructive power, casting a blinding light that vaporized the surrounding air, creating swirling heat waves. In an instant, the beam shot forth like a burning meteor, piercing the sky as it hurtled toward the bamboo illusion. Chapter 94. This child must not be allowed to remain. With a thunderous roar, the collision between the finger of light and the phantom of the green bamboo resonated throughout the arena, as if the very fabric of the world trembled in response. The formidable shockwave sent fragments of the arena's floor soaring into the air, creating a cloud of dust that obscured the sky. Within this haze, the flickering brilliance of spiritual energy intermingled, weaving a tapestry of various forces that clashed, emitting spine-chilling shrieks. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate, but only for a fleeting moment. Gradually, the radiance of the finger of light intensified, akin to a blazing sun, shattering the phantom of the green bamboo in an instant. As it was breached, the phantom disintegrated into countless shards of spiritual energy that scattered in all directions. Zhao Dao was jolted back by the force of the backlash, each step leaving deep impressions in the ground. He was inwardly astonished, realizing that Su Ming's technique was far more potent than he had anticipated. Defeat seemed inevitable. However, with no path for retreat, he had no choice but to unleash his ultimate move. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Dao resolved to reveal his trump card. He gripped his sword tightly, channeling all his spiritual energy into it without reservation. As he infused his energy, his complexion paled, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, yet his gaze grew ever more resolute. The sword began to tremble violently, its purple glow intensifying until it coalesced into a massive, blinding green orb that engulfed him. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Wang Zhu rose abruptly. This cannot be. The technique Zhao Dao was about to employ was a forbidden move within the sword arts. While its power was immense, it came with significant repercussions. Yet, Zhao Dao was consumed by his obsession, fixated solely on defeating Su Ming, oblivious to the consequences. By Zhu Miesher. With those words, the green orb unleashed a torrent of sword qi, each strand of vibrant green tinged with purple. These bamboo shadow sword energies were even more formidable than before, thicker and more menacing, each one entwined with tendrils of purple light. This purplish-green radiance harbored the essence of annihilation, akin to a curse from the depths of hell. With a spurt of blood, Zhao Dao stumbled, his body swaying precariously on the verge of collapse. Yet, he stubbornly controlled the sword qi, launching it towards Su Ming with a ferocity that left no time for reaction. Faced with Zhao Dao's most powerful strike, a look of grave concern crossed Su Ming's face for the first time. However, instead of retreating, he chose to confront it head-on. Leiting Shunsha. In an instant, Su Ming was enveloped in tendrils of lightning, the electric arcs resembling serpents, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. The brilliance of the lightning illuminated the battlefield, dispelling the surrounding darkness in a heartbeat. Su Ming vanished from sight, leaving the onlookers bewildered. Yet, the higher-ups understood. Su Ming had seemingly transformed into lightning itself. Boom. The moment the lightning met the bamboo shadow sword chi, a deafening explosion erupted. The ground beneath Su Ming shattered, creating a vast crater. Where has he gone? Zhao Daoi, unable to perceive Su Ming's figure, was gripped by fear, desperately searching in all directions. The more he failed to locate him, the more frantic he became. Your grandfather is right here. Su Ming's voice, akin to a specter's whisper, sent a chill down Zhao Daoi's spine. Behind me. His body stiffened as he attempted to turn, only to sense an icy presence. This time, Su Ming did not employ any elaborate sword techniques. He simply swung forward. A blade of pure spiritual energy sliced through the air towards Zhao Daoi's back. Struck by the blade, Zhao Daoi was propelled several dozen meters forward before crashing heavily to the ground beneath the arena. Seeing this, Wang Zhu hastened to Zhao Daoi's side. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Daoi spat blood, gazing weakly at his master, uttering, "Master, do not speak, you are gravely injured." Wang Zhu's face was etched with concern, internally chastising Su Ming for his excessive force. Cough, cough. Master, have I been defeated? Zhao Daoi inquired, his tone laced with bitterness. Wang Zhu remained silent, letting out a heavy sigh. I have been defeated. By that boy. A sense of bitterness overwhelmed Zhao Daoi. He felt he could accept defeat to anyone but Su Ming, especially in front of Liani. To lose consecutively to both Liani and Su Ming was shattering his resolve. Master, let me go, please take me away. Zhao Daoi realized he lacked the strength to act independently and could only rely on his master to exit the arena. Before departing, he overheard the surrounding disciples murmuring. Su Ming has triumphed. The position of Holy Son belongs to Su Ming. Zhao Daoi, renowned as the first of the inner disciples, never anticipated he would fall consecutively to both the Holy Maiden and Su Ming. Many recalled his earlier boasts, only to witness him being defeated like a beaten dog. On the high platform, Fu Lingtian's interest was piqued. He had initially come to observe with a casual mindset, but was taken aback by the emergence of such an exceptional disciple from the Seven Kills sect. Being the most powerful presence in attendance, he could discern that Su Ming's combat prowess surpassed Zhao Daoi's by a considerable margin. In fact, if Su Ming desired, he could defeat his opponent within 3 exchanges. Beside him, Li Deyuan's expression darkened, having resolved to take lethal action. This child must not be allowed to remain. When the time comes to annihilate the Seven Kills sect, this boy must be given special attention. Li Xiantong, the sword cultivator from the Li family, and Jiang Huaichuan, the sect leader of the Seven Swords sect, were both deeply moved upon witnessing Su Ming's technique, Tao Li Zhanyan. This young man had mastered the peach blossom sword technique created by Tao Yao to such an extent, showcasing astonishing talent in swordsmanship. Fortunately, he had not yet perfected the third move of the peach blossom sword technique. Otherwise, it would be truly extraordinary. The two, having not seen Su Ming execute Shirley Tao Hua, instinctively believed he would not. However, Su Ming had already refined Shirley Tao Hua to perfection. Though it did not match Tao Yao's, it still possessed remarkable power. Li Xiantong glanced thoughtfully at Tao Yao before shifting his gaze back to the arena. Jiang Huaichuan, exhibiting a more forthright demeanor, approached Tao Yao with a playful grin and remarked, "Our esteemed disciple possesses considerable strength." Noticing Tao Yao's silence, he continued, "Why not allow me to mentor him and impart all the swordsmanship I have mastered throughout my life?" At this moment, Tao Yao suddenly opened her eyes, her tone laced with disdain as she retorted, "And then, become a traitor like you?" Jiang Huaichuan, who was typically irked by being labeled a traitor, seemed unperturbed by her words, maintaining his jovial facade as he replied, "If he could become my disciple and learn my true skills, then what does it matter if he bears the title of traitor?" However, his intentions extended beyond merely acquiring a disciple. He sought to deepen his relationship with Tao Yao. Just then, Su Ming leaped down from the arena, whereupon his admirers, including Yun Yan, gathered around him. That Zhao, claiming to be the strongest in the inner sect and at the Golden Core stage, I feared he might harm our master, yet he proved so easily defeated. Su Jiu Gu exclaimed with excitement. "Your perspective is rather narrow." Zhao Daoyi was swiftly vanquished due to our master's formidable strength. Were it you, would you stand a chance against him? Li Miao interjected. Su Ming chuckled, brimming with confidence, and declared, he is merely a worthless opponent. Why even mention him? Just wait and see. I shall be elected as the Holy Son. Chapter 95. The senior brother originally, a 1-hour break was allotted, but Su Ming consumed a medicinal pill to restore his spiritual energy. After a brief moment of refining it, he approached the presiding elder to request the commencement of the match. The elder furrowed his brow upon hearing this and advised, the finals are not a trivial matter. You must think carefully. I have made up my mind. Let us begin, Su Ming replied resolutely. Seeing his determination, the elder had no choice but to consult with the sect leader, Xiao Wuqi. Upon receiving a nod of approval, he promptly announced, the third round of the contest for the championship begins. Both parties, please ascend the stage. As the words fell, two figures swiftly ascended to the arena. Su Ming, I do not wish to take advantage of you. I will give you time to restore your spiritual energy, Liani said, gazing at Su Ming. Despite their close relationship, Liani was eager to contend for the title of champion in this inter-sect competition. Therefore, she intended to exert her full strength, yet wished to avoid an unfair victory. No need. My confrontation with Zhao Daoyi did not deplete much of my energy, Su Ming replied calmly, contemplating how many moves would be suitable to defeat Liani. Although they both had cultivated to the golden core realm simultaneously, Su Ming was acutely aware that in terms of combat prowess, Liani was no match for him. Moreover, the two divine abilities he mastered countered Liani's ice spirit flood dragon, giving Su Ming confidence that he could resolve the matter in just 2 moves. Very well, Liani retorted, not wishing to prolong the conversation. The referee, seeing both parties prepared, declared the match to commence. Forget it. I shall employ the great desolation destruction finger. Su Ming thought, eager to test the power of the technique when fully unleashed. As he began to move, he heard the voice of his master, Tao Yao, whispering to him, do not use your full strength. Master, why is that? He inquired. Just heed my words, she replied. Although she did not explicitly state her reasoning, Su Ming sensed that her instructions held merit, so he made the gesture for the bamboo shadow sword technique. Humph. Is this the technique you intend to use against me? Liani scoffed, fully aware that such a move would pose no threat to her. However, she soon reconsidered, suspecting that Su Ming's actions were a deliberate attempt to appease her. Humph. If you wish to hold back, I shall engage you earnestly, forcing you to lose face. With a flicker of determination, Liani prepared to unleash her full power, only to be halted by a transmission from her master, Xiao Bufan, who instructed her not to use her full strength. Frowning, Liani chose to proceed with her divine abilities nonetheless. Take this, you little rogue, she shouted, conjuring an ice spirit flood dragon, imposing in both size and majesty, reminiscent of the dragon she had summoned against Zhao Daoyi. Yet Su Ming understood that this dragon, despite its appearance, lacked true essence. It seemed that Liani had also received instructions to refrain from genuine combat. You received the message as well, did you not? Let us treat this as a performance, Su Ming transmitted. You have the advantage this time, Liani replied. With that, she directed the flood dragon to charge at Su Ming. He waved his arm, unleashing countless strands of spiritual energy that formed sword shadows, striking towards the dragon like a tempest. The force of his sword, Qi could not sever the dragon's scales. Yet this formidable creature was rendered incapable of lifting its head. Above, Fu Lingtian smirked slightly, coldly remarking, Xiao Bufan, what is the matter with your 2 disciples, treating this match like child's play? Xiao Bufan feigned innocence, frowning, I am not quite sure about this either. Fu Lingtian waved his sleeve dismissively, stating coldly, uninteresting. Li Daoyuan spoke with a sharp tongue, laced with sarcasm. It appears that sect leader Xiao believes we are unworthy of witnessing a genuine battle between your 2 top prodigies. Hearing this, Xiao Bufan felt a surge of resentment. At this moment, Tao Yao spoke with a calm tone. Lord Fu, I ask for your understanding. Our 7-kill sect has always upheld the principle of freedom, refraining from interfering in our disciples' affairs. Therefore, whether they engage sincerely or not is left to their discretion. With that, her gaze fell upon Li Daoyuan, her eyes cold as a hawk scrutinizing its prey. Humph. Both Li Daoyuan and Fu Lingtian snorted in unison. Meanwhile, the ordinary disciples observing the match began to regain their composure, realizing that Su Ming and Liani were not truly fighting, which rendered the spectacle rather dull. However, the male disciples were deeply troubled, sensing that the saintess had conspired with Su Ming to concede the title of champion to him. This implied that their saintess had, at some point, fallen under Su Ming's sway. After all, the two on stage appeared to be locked in a fierce battle, yet were exchanging glances that left many male disciples' hearts wounded. Had Zhao Daoyi been present, witnessing this scene, he might have suffered a complete breakdown of his resolve. On stage, Leonie found the match increasingly uninteresting. Thus, she deliberately left an opening for Su Ming to shatter her ice spirit flood dragon, feigning a backlash and even spitting out a mouthful of blood for added effect. "You little rogue truly possess some skill. I am no match for you," she declared, then leapt off the stage. Leonie's sudden retreat left even the referee momentarily stunned. After a long pause, he stammeringly announced, "The winner of the championship match is Su Ming." Below, the female disciples erupted in jubilant cheers, as if Su Ming's victory was their own. "Excellent. Truly excellent," Xiao Bufan exclaimed from the high platform, leading a chorus of applause from the elders of the Seven-Kill sect. The elders extended their congratulations to Tao Yao, praising her disciple for securing the championship title, to which Tao Yao merely nodded, appearing indifferent to her disciple's achievement. "Su Ming, come to the high platform," called the sect leader. Upon hearing the summons, Su Ming promptly activated his wind control technique and soared to the platform. Bowing slightly to Xiao Bufan and the others, disciple pays respects to the sect leader and esteemed elders. Xiao Bufan gazed at Su Ming with growing admiration. This young man not only possessed profound cultivation, but also exceptional combat prowess, making him an ideal candidate for the role of the Holy Son. If he were to become a partner to Leonie, it would indeed be a tale worth telling. As Leonie's master, he had long discerned the close relationship between his disciple and Su Ming. "Excellent." Xiao Bufan nodded in approval, then gently supported Su Ming's arm as they walked to the edge of the high platform, signaling the many disciples to quiet down. "Everyone, the inter-sect competition has concluded perfectly. The champion has been decided, and the candidate for the Holy Son has also been determined. From now on, Su Ming shall be the Holy Son of our Qixia sect, and all of you shall address him as eldest senior brother." The disciples of the Qixia sect felt no discontent regarding Su Ming's selection as Holy Son. Although the final decisive battle did not truly take place, everyone had witnessed Su Ming's peerless combat prowess in his earlier match against Zhao Daoyi. Such a remarkably talented individual becoming the sect's Holy Son was hardly a point of contention. The high-ranking officials from various sects who had come to observe the ceremony also stepped forward to offer their congratulations. Jiang Huaichuan, agile as a spirit monkey, suddenly rushed before Su Ming and eagerly said, "Young Su, would you be interested in becoming my disciple?" "Not interested." Jiang Huaichuan had been filled with anticipation. After all, he was the sect master of the Seven Swords sect. In terms of swordsmanship alone, his skill was not inferior to that of the 10,000-year sword cultivation family, the Li clan. Yet, he never expected Su Ming to refuse him outright. This fellow had been pestering his master, and Su Ming had clearly seen his master's undisguised disdain for him. Therefore, Su Ming held no favorable impression of him. "You brat, won't you reconsider? I am a great sword cultivator. If you train with me for a while, I guarantee you can challenge opponents beyond your cultivation level." "No, thank you. I can already do that now." Such bold words, reaching the ears of the various high-ranking officials, made them sigh repeatedly, thinking indeed, the newborn calf fears no tiger. Chapter 96. Self-recommendation. Fu Lingtian, Li Daoyuan, and Mu Ling left with gloomy expressions. After all the observing guests had departed, Su Ming returned to Peach Blossom Peak. In the following days, Su Ming's cave abode received numerous visitors, mostly female disciples, some even arriving late into the night. On this particular evening, a voluptuous and beautiful female disciple knocked on Su Ming's door, calling out, "Holy Son, please open the door quickly." Hearing this unfamiliar voice, Su Ming didn't think too much and opened the door directly. The plump female disciple, like a thirsty young she-cat, eagerly squeezed her way inside. "Holy Son, I've come seeking nothing else but to share a night of immortal fate with you." This disciple's intentions were simple. She knew full well that her status was far beneath Su Ming's. All she desired was to serve by his side for one night to enhance her own strength. With a sweep of his arm, Su Ming drew the female disciple into his embrace. A day later, Su Ming emerged from his cave abode refreshed and invigorated. The female disciple who had offered herself the previous night, though only at the early foundation establishment stage, was a virgin, providing a rich and potent source of primordial yin energy. This allowed Su Ming's cultivation to advance slightly. The female disciple was also sensible. After sensing her own cultivation improvement, she felt immensely grateful to Su Ming. Not daring to ask for more, she left joyfully. However, upon returning to her own cave abode, she couldn't contain her excitement. She gathered her close friends and shared her extraordinary experience. Originally, the female disciples of the Seven Kill sect already firmly believed that Su Ming could help others improve their cultivation. Now, with first-hand testimony, they grew even more fervent. Were it not for the fear of gossip by visiting during the day, they would have rushed over immediately. For now, they could only suppress their burning desires, waiting for nightfall to stealthily ascend Peach Blossom Peak. Regarding this, Su Ming accepted all comers, except those who were too unattractive. In just 6 or 7 days, his cultivation had significantly advanced. After introspecting his spiritual energy, Su Ming pondered silently. At this rate, in another half-month, he could break through to the mid-golden core stage. There was no helping it. Given his current strength, even virgins at the Foundation Establishment realm couldn't propel him to heaven in one step. Only with Golden Core realm partners might he rapidly enhance his power. But after some thought, Su Ming wondered, within the sect, where else could he find a suitable Golden Core female cultivator? Wait, there actually was one. Su Ming's mind flashed with the image of Yunshan. However, Elder Yunshan appeared aloof and cold. How could she possibly agree to such a thing? Moreover, she was Yunyan's elder sister. Su Ming's spring breeze-like exploits on Peach Blossom Peak eventually spread throughout the sect. This sparked widespread discussion, even reaching the ears of the sect's higher-ups. Regarding Su Ming's unrestrained behavior, the sect leadership merely regarded it as romantic dalliance. After all, given Su Ming's talent and charm, it was only natural for women to offer themselves. However, his romantic interests felt somewhat unsettled. That said, Su Jiugu and the others were fine. As Su Ming's maidservants, they dared not question their master. But upon learning of Su Ming's romantic affairs, Yun Yin and Lian Yi were quite angry. After all, they considered themselves Su Ming's Dao companions. Even Lian Yi, after various events, had quietly begun to see herself as Su Ming's Dao partner. Hearing of Su Ming's scandalous behavior naturally upset her greatly. Su Ming also felt that he had been neglecting the two women lately. Seizing some daytime availability, he headed straight for Yun Yan's cave abode. When the young Yun Yan saw Su Ming arrive, her emotions were complex, both delighted and resentful. With a tone of displeasure, she said, "Oh, great inheritor Su, no. Great holy son Su, what brings you here to my humble abode?" Naturally sensing her subtle displeasure, Su Ming smiled faintly. "I'm not the type to forget the old when I have the new. I came because I missed you." Without waiting for Yun Yan's response, he walked over, drew her into his embrace, and whispered by her ear, "Tell me, my dear wife, have you missed me?" Yun Yan pounded Su Ming's chest with her small fists. "You scoundrel! Why do you treat me this way?" Su Ming smirked mischievously. "It seems you have missed me." An hour later, Yun Yan lay in Su Ming's arms, pouting as she said, "You must never let me down again." Su Ming ruffled her hair. "How could I? You are my Dao companion. I might neglect others, but never you. Don't worry, I'll visit your cave abode often from now on." "Humph, you rogue." After sharing some tender moments, Su Ming smiled and said, "I still have matters to attend to. I'll come find you again later." Yun Yan naturally wanted Su Ming to stay longer, but she was unwilling to force him, fearing it might breed resentment. So she nodded and said, "Go ahead." After leaving Yun Yan's cave abode, Su Ming immediately headed for Lian Yi's residence. After all, both were his women. How could he favor one over the other? But upon arriving at Lian Yi's place, he unexpectedly encountered an acquaintance. "Zhao Daoyi, what are you doing here?" Zhao Daoyi hadn't expected to run into Su Ming here either. After recovering from his injuries, he had persistently sought out Lian Yi, mainly to inform her of Su Ming's scandalous behavior in hopes of winning back her affection. However, Lian Yi chose to shut him out, refusing to see him despite his advances. "You brat." Zhao Daoyi harbored deep hatred for Su Ming and showed no pleasant expression. He said coldly, "The holy maiden does not wish to see anyone. You'd best leave quickly and spare yourself the humiliation." "Oh, she doesn't wish to see anyone?" Su Ming sneered. Ignoring Zhao Daoyi, he walked up to Lian Yi's cave abode and called out clearly, "Lian Yi, I'm here." Creak. The cave abode's door instantly swung open. Chapter 97. The traitor. This action undeniably struck a severe blow to Zhao Daoyi. Despite his fervent efforts to win over Lian Yi, she had denied him entry, yet she so readily opened her doors to Su Ming. How infuriating. In that moment, Zhao Daoi's affection for Liani transformed into a seething hatred. He longed to storm inside and demand an explanation for her betrayal. Yet, his animosity was primarily directed at Su Ming, whom he blamed for appearing out of nowhere and claiming what he believed was rightfully his. While Su Ming rode the waves of success, Zhao Daoi felt like a stray dog, wandering aimlessly, the subject of scorn and ridicule. A tempest of resentment surged within him as he coldly declared, "Su, your triumph will not last long." "Oh, and how long do you think I can enjoy this victory?" Su Ming retorted with a dismissive smile. Without waiting for Zhao Daoi's response, he strode into the cave. Boom! The cave door slammed shut once more, and Zhao Daoi's fury reached its zenith. "Die! You shall all perish. I will obliterate you and everything you hold dear." With a flick of his wrist, Zhao Daoi summoned a communication talisman and dispatched a covert message. A swift reply soon followed, and upon reading it, a sinister expression crossed his face. Initially feigning compliance with the Shadow Kill Alliance's demands to obtain the Nirvana pill, he had hesitated until today about executing his plan. However, now he had made up his mind. 3 days later, Zhao Daoi received another message. After reviewing it, he swiftly departed from the Seven Kill sect. Half an hour later, within the desolate mountains, he arrived at a dilapidated mountain temple, where he encountered his childhood friend awaiting him. "Have you finally made your decision?" Wang Yuanyuan asked with a gentle smile. "Yes, I have resolved that anyone who stands in my way must perish," Zhao Daoi replied with determination. Wang Yuanyuan beamed with delight, for after Zhao Daoi had sought her out, she had reported to the vice sect master. As she had anticipated, Vice Sect Master and Tianyu also viewed this as an opportunity to dismantle the Seven Kill sect from within. He promptly agreed to provide the Nirvana pill to Zhao Daoi, with the stipulation that he assist them in eliminating a certain elder of the sect, promising him a place in the Shadow Kill Alliance once the Seven Kill sect was eradicated. "Indeed, you have made a wise choice," Wang Yuanyuan commended. "Joining us in the Shadow Kill Alliance is far superior to remaining in this insignificant Seven Kill sect." Zhao Daoi did not respond, but instead surveyed his surroundings before asking, "Are you prepared?" "Of course." Wang Yuanyuan nodded. "Very well, I shall send a distress signal to my master." Wang Yuanyuan nodded once more. After Zhao Daoi sent his plea for help, she immediately channeled her inner energy and attacked him. After taking a hit, Zhao Daoi staggered back. Once he regained his footing, he struck his chest with his palm and exclaimed, "Wretched woman, how dare you plot against me?" Seeing Zhao Daoi's theatrical display, Wang Yuanyuan frowned and said, "If you're going to act, do it convincingly. This is far too contrived. Come, let me strike you down." With that, she lunged at him with her sword, aiming directly for his vital points. Zhao Daoi quickly evaded, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Wang Yuanyuan, are you truly trying to kill me? How could I bear to kill you?" She replied, though her every move was imbued with vengeance. After all, she had once loved Zhao Daoi deeply. Yet he had turned a blind eye to her affections. Recognizing her intent for retribution, he realized the performance must continue, and thus he endured the blows, calling out, "Master, save me. Master, save me." Upon receiving Zhao Daoi's distress call, Wang Zhu hastened towards him, and upon hearing his plea, his speed intensified. When he arrived at the mountain temple, he found his disciple covered in blood, with a fatal wound. He immediately bellowed, "Stop!" Upon noticing that the assailant wore the garb of the Shadow Kill Alliance, Wang Zhu's fury intensified. How audacious of the Shadow Kill Alliance to dare commit such acts within the Seven Kill sect. He swiftly positioned himself to shield his disciple and prepared to retaliate against Wang Yuanyuan, seeking vengeance for his disciple. However, he suddenly felt his energy drain away, as if a dam had burst. Looking down, he discovered a sword piercing through his body, striking at his dantian. With great effort, he turned his head to gaze at his disciple. Why? The sword had penetrated his master, and Zhao Daoi felt a pang of guilt. His eyes averted, he muttered, "Master, I apologize, but one must strive for greater heights. Do not blame me." Wang Zhu understood in an instant and roared, "Wretched disciple, you dare betray the sect." Wang Zhu summoned his inner energy, forcing the sword from his body, and unleashed a bamboo leaf sword chi aimed at Zhao Daoi. Fully aware of his master's prowess, Zhao Daoi dared not confront him directly and quickly retreated. Wang Zhu did not pursue but instead turned his wrath upon Wang Yuanyuan, declaring, "I shall first rid the world of this traitor." Though Wang Yuanyuan was exceptionally talented, she was merely in the early stages of the Golden Core realm and could not possibly match the fully realized Golden Core Master. Wang Zhu. With a single strike, she was sent reeling, blood spilling from her mouth. Zhao Daoi, why do you hesitate? Come and assist me, she cried out. Hearing this, Zhao Daoi could only respond, I will aid you. Traitor, do you truly intend to betray your master and destroy your clan? Wang Zhu thundered. Zhao Daoi realized there was no turning back and gritted his teeth, replying, Master, do not blame me. With that, he took his place beside Wang Yuan, facing Wang Zhu together. I, Wang Zhu, have led a brilliant life, only to raise a traitorous wolf. Even if you two join forces, what do I have to fear? Wang Zhu did not boast. Although he was wounded by Zhao Daoi's treachery, as a master of the Golden Core realm, he would not be intimidated by two fledgling disciples. Come, let me rid the world of both the traitor and the scoundrel. Old man Wang, you are overly optimistic. Who says you face only them? As these words fell, and Tianyu, the vice leader of the Shadow Kill Alliance, descended from the sky. He landed between Wang Zhu, Zhao Daoi, and Wang Yuan, his expression one of delight as he exclaimed, Zhao Daoi, you have done well. Today, the venerable Lao Wang shall meet his demise here, and you shall be the one to claim the credit. When the time comes, I shall speak highly of you before the leader. However, upon seeing Tianyu, Wang Zhu's expression shifted dramatically. Although he harbored no fear of the alliance between Zhao Daoi and Wang Yuan, Tianyu was a formidable presence, being a half-step into the Yuaning realm, and he feared for his own safety. This is dire. I must hasten to seek assistance from the sect. Yet, just as this thought surfaced, a formation arose, enveloping them all within its grasp. Old Wang, the formation I have established can effectively sever the leakage of combat's spiritual energy and the transmission of information, so relinquish any thoughts of escape. Submit, and become the soul beneath my blade. And Tianyu wore a sinister smile, regarding Wang Zhu as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Chapter 98. An irreconcilable hatred. The dog, even without reinforcements, thinks I fear you? Wang Zhu cursed vehemently while attempting to release his divine sense, only to discover that he could not penetrate the barrier. Indeed, this formation could isolate all external leakage. And Tianyu spoke the truth. With a hum, Tianyu infused his spiritual power into the spirit sword, unleashing a breathtaking sword aura. Wang Zhu, akin to a puppet frozen in place, stood motionless against the attack and bore the brunt of the strike. The sword energy tore through his body, sending him flying like a tattered sack. Cough, cough, cough. Half of Wang Zhu's body lay in ruins, blood continually spilling from his mouth. That single blow nearly claimed his life. Had he been in his prime, he could have withstood dozens of exchanges with Tianyu, but after being backstabbed by Zhao Daoi, half of his spiritual energy had leaked away, rendering him utterly defenseless against Tianyu's assault. Without granting Wang Zhu a moment to breathe, Tianyu swiftly appeared beside him, brandishing his sword with unyielding resolve. Crack! The spiritual blade sliced into Wang Zhu's neck with an unstoppable force, nearly severing his head from his body. However, the formidable vitality of a Jindan cultivator allowed Wang Zhu to retain a flicker of consciousness. Tianyu could have easily ended Wang Zhu's life, but refrained, instead turning to Zhao Daoi with a contemptuous smile. Zhao Daoi, come forth and deliver the final blow. A fleeting hesitation flickered across Zhao Daoi's face. Although his earlier betrayal had severed ties with his master, the thought of personally slaying him stirred a pang of reluctance within his heart. The dog wishes to kill, so let him. Wang Zhu, knowing his demise was imminent, saw his disciples' cowardice and steeled his heart, shouting, Zhao Daoi, you wretched cur. If you dare to strike, I will still regard you with some esteem. But if you lack the courage to kill me, then you are even less than a pig or a dog. Wang Yuan raised her brows, a look of disdain crossing her features as she said, Zhao Daoi, it seems you shall forever remain a coward. Their words pierced Zhao Daoi's heart like daggers. Very well. Zhao Daoi's face flushed with rage, gritting his teeth as he declared, if I must kill, then I shall. He advanced with purpose, unwavering as he thrust his sword toward his master's heart. Thud! The sword pierced down, then withdrew. Thud! A second strike pierced through Zhao Daoi's dantian. With a swift motion, he swung the sword toward Wang Zhu's neck. Swish! A head, adorned with strands of silver hair, soared high into the air. Excellent, excellent. Tianyu clapped his hands, a look of appreciation gracing his face. Young one, you have performed admirably. Now you have truly entered my shadow-killing alliance. Having personally slain his master, Zhao Daoi severed his ties with the seven-kill sect, his expression turning exceedingly cold. Thank you, Alliance Leader, for your favor. With a swift motion, Wang Yuanyuan approached, wrapping her arms around Zhao Daoi's shoulders, and lightly rose on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek. This is the Daoi I admire. Fear not, severing ties with a sect as worthless as the seven-kill sect will allow you to soar to great heights. And Tianyu dispelled the formation, urging them. This is, after all, the territory of the seven-kill sect. We must depart quickly, others may arrive at any moment. Wang Yuanyuan grasped Zhao Daoi's hand, a reluctant expression upon her face. We shall meet again soon. Zhao Daoi did not respond, appearing as a silent puppet until Tianyu and the others departed. Then, he swung his sword, slicing into his own arm. The blood that gushed forth drenched his entire body. As he flew toward the gates of the seven-kill sect, he shouted, "The Shadow-Killing Alliance is invading." Before long, he encountered a patrol team and rushed towards them. "Quick, save me." After uttering this plea, he feigned severe injuries and collapsed. Senior Brother Zhao. The patrolling disciples hurriedly assisted him, taken aback by the blood covering his face, unsure of how to proceed. They immediately reported to the sect's higher-ups. Before long, the Grand Elder Fong Butong arrived, and upon seeing Zhao Daoi drenched in blood, a sense of foreboding gripped him. He swiftly unleashed a surge of spiritual energy to heal Zhao Daoi's wounds. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Daoi spat out a mouthful of tainted blood, opening his eyes slightly as he weakly uttered, "Grand Elder, please save my master." "Your master?" Fong Budong's heart raced with urgency as he questioned, what on earth transpired? My master was ambushed by treacherous members of the Shadow-Killing Alliance and is in grave danger. We must save him quickly. Fong Butong, not daring to delay, prepared to rush to Wang Zhu's aid. At that moment, Zhao Daoi implored, "Grand Elder, take me with you. In your condition, how can you go?" It's fine. My master placed himself in danger to save me. How could I, as his disciple, not be concerned? Very well, it is rare to see such filial piety. After deliberation, Fong Butong deemed it prudent to bring Zhao Daoi along, instructing two disciples to carry him as they flew towards the location of Wang Zhu's ambush. As they approached within 10 miles, Fong Butong sensed no signs of battle and felt an unease settle in his heart. Hastily, he employed a secret technique to speed into the mountain shrine, only to be met with the sight of a headless corpse. Upon surveying the surroundings, he discovered Wang Zhu's head mounted on a bamboo pole, accompanied by a white banner proclaiming the murderers as the Shadow-Killing Alliance. Boom! A tempest of murderous intent erupted from Fong Butong, his spiritual power surging like a raging sea, resembling an enraged lion. Such audacity! Shadow-Killing Alliance. I shall not rest until we are mortal enemies. Witnessing Wang Zhu's tragic end filled Fong Butong with immense fury. He longed to charge directly into the headquarters of the Shadow-Killing Alliance to avenge his fallen comrade. Yet, reason dictated that he must report this incident to the sect promptly. Wail, wail, wail. Zhao Daoi collapsed upon his master Wang Zhu's corpse, tears streaming down his face as he cried, "Master, master, how could you fall? It is all my fault for lacking the ability to stand by your side in battle." Zhao Daoi wept pitifully, his sorrow profound, wishing to accompany his master into the depths of the underworld. Fong Butong approached his side and consoled him, saying, "Shirji, do not be disheartened. The most crucial task now is to devise a means of avenging your Shizhuan, while also remaining vigilant against the impending threat posed by the Yingsha Meng." Fong Butong understood very well that since the Yingsha Meng had gone to such lengths to ambush a venerable elder of the Seven Killers, they undoubtedly intended to exploit the absence of the Seven Killers' sword techniques, which would be temporarily incapacitated to launch an offensive. Zhao Daoi roared towards the heavens, his voice filled with fury as he declared, "You wretched curs of the Yingsha Meng, await your doom. I, Zhao Daoi, vow to eradicate every last one of you." Chapter 99. The uncertain outcome of victory and defeat. The demise of Wang Zhu has sent shockwaves through the realm. Though the body of Wang Zhu has not yet been seen, the gravity etched on the faces of Xiao Bufan and his companions speaks volumes. They have just learned that Wang Zhu's life token has shattered, followed by a message from the elder Fong Butong, confirming that Wang Zhu fell victim to an ambush orchestrated by the Yingsha Alliance. Xiao Bufan's expression is one of profound seriousness. As the leader of their sect, he is acutely aware of the strategies employed by the Yingsha Alliance, and their plans have indeed come to fruition. Storm clouds gather ominously on the horizon. A sense of helplessness wells up within Xiao Bufan. Yet as the sect master, he cannot afford to display any sign of weakness. He gazes into the distance until he spots Fong Batong approaching, prompting him to hastily lead the others to greet him. Upon witnessing the tragic state of Wang Zhu's demise, indignation is palpable among the gathered. The ruthless actions of the Yingxiao alliance are devoid of humanity. An elder speaks through clenched teeth, his eyes aflame with unending hatred for the Yingxiao alliance. Sectmaster, let us strike back against the Yingxiao alliance and avenge our brother Wang Zhu. A fiery elder exclaims, his hair bristling with fury. That is not feasible. Xiao Bufan interjects, shaking his head. A look of resignation and gravity crosses his face. We can only defend the 7 Kills sect against the Yingxiao alliance. Venturing forth would merely play into Li Daoyuan's treachery. The elder, still eager to argue, finds his words cut short by Xiao Bufan. Elder, summon all the Jindan realm cultivators to the council hall for a meeting and issue the 7 Kills order, instructing all disciples on missions to return. Understood. Fong Batong replies, filled with righteous indignation. Half an hour later, in the council hall, Su Ming and Lian Yi sit side by side, feeling the solemn atmosphere within the hall, and the corpse in the crystal coffin weighs heavily on Su Ming's heart. The enmity between the 7 Kills sect and the Yingxiao alliance is undeniable. War is inevitable. Yet, the thought of that day arriving is still difficult to accept. Xiao Bufan's gaze sweeps across the assembly as he speaks solemnly. You all know that our elder Wang Zhu has perished at the hands of the Yingxiao alliance. This grudge is one we cannot overlook. However, we must confront reality, given our current strength. We can only defend our sect and await the advance of the Yingxiao alliance. A hint of sorrow appears on the faces of the elders upon hearing their leader's words. Once, the 7 Kills sect reigned supreme over the entirety of Yunzhou, yet now they are forced to retreat behind their mountain gates. With a crash, an elder, filled with frustration, slams his hand down on the table. I have gathered you here today to announce that from this day forth, our sect enters a state of high alert. No one is permitted to leave without my command. We must prepare for war with all our might. You are all Jindan realm cultivators, the backbone of our sect, and this battle concerns our very survival. We must rely on your strength. The assembly understands the gravity of the sect master's words. This matter is of utmost importance and not to be taken lightly. Thus, they all silently summon their resolve. I shall not speak further. After you disperse, prepare yourselves accordingly. Once the crowd has departed, Xiao Bufan keeps Tao Yao behind. Sister Tao Yao, it appears the 7 Kills sect is in grave danger, so we must prepare for the worst. If circumstances become dire, I ask that you escort the elite disciples through the teleportation array to ensure the continuation of our sect's legacy. I understand. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow the legacy of the 7 Kills sect to be severed. Xiao Bufan nods slightly, feeling a measure of relief. He is well aware of Tao Yao's prowess, and her promise brings him comfort. Sister, I must add that your disciple is exceptionally talented. I do not wish for him to remain confined within the sect. I propose he and Lian Yi undertake a special mission to draw them away. Tao Yao smiles softly. Senior brother, I cannot say whether Lian Yi will agree, but my disciple will certainly not depart. Do not trouble yourself with that. Moreover, emerging from ruin can be beneficial for both of them. Personally, I favor allowing my disciple to experience this trial by fire. Xiao Bufan hesitates. His initial plan was for Su Ming and Lian Yi to leave early to preserve the 7 Kills sect's lineage. Yet, Tao Yao's reasoning holds merit. Let me ponder this further. Su Ming and Lian Yi exit the sect hall together, gazing upon the vast expanse of their sect, each lost in thought. Do you think we can win this battle? Lian Yi asks, her face reflecting uncertainty. I am not entirely sure, Su Ming admits. Not attempting to create drama, but genuinely feeling that the outcome of this conflict is unpredictable. With a deep sigh, Su Ming states, we must dedicate ourselves to our training. We must enhance our abilities as much as possible before that day arrives, so we may survive. Agreed. Lian Yi nods and pauses before continuing. Would you come to my cave dwelling? I have some questions regarding my cultivation that I would like to discuss with you. Lian Yi's words carry a subtle undertone. However, Su Ming understands her intentions clearly. Although she is no longer a maiden, engaging in discussions with a Jindan realm cultivator would be immensely beneficial for him, prompting him to agree. The two ascend upon their respective flying swords and head towards Lian Yi's cave dwelling. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Yingsha Alliance, Tianyu arrives at Li Daoyuan's secluded location with great enthusiasm. Alliance leader, I have fulfilled my mission. With a thunderous sound, Li Daoyuan emerges from his retreat, excitement illuminating his face as he inquires, "You are certain you have killed a 7 kills elder?" Indeed, the deceased is the 7 kills elder Wang Zhu. With the assistance of his disciple Zhao Daoyi, this old dog offered no resistance and was swiftly dispatched. Excellent. This has been executed splendidly. Li Daoyuan cannot contain his praise. The 7 kill sword classic has long been a source of vexation for him. Now that Wang Zhu is dead, the 7 kill sword classic will falter, and the time to eradicate the 7 kills sect has finally arrived. Tianyu, prepare immediately. In 3 days, we shall march upon the 7 kills sect. Also, dispatch envoys to contact Shishun Daozong and the Mu family, coordinating an attack with them in 3 days. Yes, and Tianyu responds, promptly setting about the preparations to annihilate the 7 kills sect. Chapter 100. The outbreak of chaos. The ruthless 7 killers, a threat to the harmony of heaven. The shadow killers, acting in righteousness, seek to eradicate the wicked. In the cities and alleys of Yunzhou, children and beggars chant this nursery rhyme. Even in the cities controlled by the 7 killers sect, this song spreads widely. Upon hearing it, a disciple immediately reported the matter to the elders, and it eventually reached the sect leader, Xiao Bufan. Cursed be the shadow killers for resorting to such despicable tactics. They seek to roast our 7 killers sect over an open flame. Moreover, the government's blatant favoritism is apparent. They do not even attempt to quell the rumors. Xiao Bufan berated Fu Lingtian and Li Daoyuan countless times, yet no amount of eloquent condemnation could alter the passive predicament of the 7 killers sect. The Grand Elder promptly summoned the senior members for a council. Xiao Bufan sent a message to Feng Butong. Within a short span of time, the elders and Jin Dan realm practitioners gathered once more in the council hall. Xiao Bufan presented the intelligence before the assembly, stating, "The shadow killers are instigating unrest. They are preparing to act. Look at this nursery rhyme." Upon reading the 2 lines of the nursery rhyme, the sect's senior members were filled with righteous indignation. How shameless the shadow killers are to invert right and wrong. Alas, the troubling reality is that their inversion of truth has found believers. The ignorant populace now perceives our 7 killers sect as cruel and bloodthirsty, while they view the shadow killers as avengers of justice. "We cannot sit idly by," declared Feng Butong, striking the table. "We must respond immediately." Tao Yao nodded in agreement, proclaiming, "Indeed. We shall compose a proclamation to refute the baseless accusations of the shadow killers and enumerate their misdeeds." Elder Tao Yao's words resonated with the assembly, prompting the sect leader to take immediate action. At that moment, Su Ming interjected, "Master, I believe a proclamation may not be necessary. Instead, let us craft a nursery rhyme of our own. After all, proclamations do not circulate widely, whereas nursery rhymes can spread through the streets." Su Ming's suggestion garnered support from the elders. Xiao Bufan frowned slightly and inquired, "Su Ming, do you have a suitable proposal?" Su Ming shook his head, admitting, "I have yet to think of how to respond. That is of no concern. Everyone should ponder this matter further." Grand Elder, draft a decree to solicit contributions from the disciples for catchy nursery rhymes. After the meeting adjourned, Su Ming returned to his abode, where his maidservants awaited him. "Master, we have heard that the sect leader is seeking ways to counter the rumors spread by the shadow killers." "Indeed, that is true. However, you need not concern yourselves with this matter. Instead, focus on how to preserve yourselves amidst the impending storm." Su Ming understood well that beneath a collapsing nest, no eggs remain intact. In the forthcoming battle, the strength of the maidens would render them mere cannon fodder. After contemplating for a moment, he resolutely stated, "From today onward, you shall all stay together. If war breaks out, support one another. Do not charge recklessly to the front. If the situation grows dire, come to my side, and I shall conceal you within my spirit beast pouch." The spirit beast pouch, however, could not serve as a prolonged refuge, lest Su Ming allow the maidens to remain sheltered under his protection indefinitely. Upon hearing Su Ming's arrangements for their escape, Su Jioga and the others felt an immense sense of relief, yet they worried about their master's safety amidst the chaos. Su Ming was not one to be foolish. Before the arrival of the formidable foe, he would indeed stand alongside the sect. However, when faced with life and death circumstances, he would prioritize his own survival. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Unnecessary sacrifice is merely self-delusion. Half a day later, a disciple from the Seven Killers sect produced 4 catchy lines of a nursery rhyme, which gained approval from the sect's higher-ups. Xiao Bufan immediately arranged for the widespread dissemination of these lines. In no time, the 2 contrasting nursery rhymes echoed throughout the cities of Yunzhou. This bewildered the populace, yet the hearts of those in cities under the control of the Seven Killers began to stabilize, as they enjoyed a peaceful and prosperous life. Many neutral sects also began to re-evaluate their impressions of the Seven Killers. They were well aware that the Seven Killers sect was not as irredeemably wicked as the nursery rhyme depicted. Though a sect of assassins, their missions predominantly involved punishing the corrupt and eliminating evil. Conversely, the reputation of the Shadow Killers was even more nefarious, as they sought to tarnish the name of the Seven Killers to mask their own ambitions of annexing the sect. Li Daoyuan, upon learning of the Seven Killers' nursery rhyme response, felt a twinge of anger but dismissed it. Ultimately, whether justified or not, the downfall of the Seven Killers sect was a foregone conclusion. He had received credible news that the Shi Shindao sect and the Mu family would offer their full support. Of course, this was contingent upon the division of 60% of the resources after the Seven Killers' defeat, which irked Li Daoyuan. Yet for the sake of his grand plan, he chose to endure. Let those 2 old rogues revel in their resources for now. He would reclaim them in due time. After all, annihilating the Seven Killers was merely the first step towards his dominance over Yunzhou. 3 days later, Li Daoyuan arrived at the council hall of the Shadow Killers. He addressed the high-ranking members with an air of authority, stating, "All preparations are complete. It is time to eliminate the Seven Killers sect." The senior members of the Shadow Killers beamed with excitement, having awaited this day for far too long. Alliance leader, give the order, and we shall immediately march upon the Seven Killers sect, ensuring not a single soul remains. Li Daoyuan's gaze fell upon Tianyu, and with a commanding tone, he instructed, "Tianyu, promptly notify the Shi Shindao sect and the Mu family to dispatch their armies to the valley 500 miles from the Seven Killers sect to rendezvous with us." Understood. And Tianyu complied and hastily contacted the other 2 families. Li Daoyuan then soared from the council hall, where he beheld hundreds of flying vessels arrayed beneath the azure sky, adorned with fluttering banners and manned by ranks of golden-armored cultivators. Set sail. At Li Daoyuan's command, the Shadow Killers sect surged forth en masse towards the Seven Killers. Simultaneously, the Shi Shindao sect and the Mu family dispatched their elite disciples to the designated meeting point with Li Daoyuan. Within the council hall of the Seven Killers sect, the atmosphere was overwhelmingly somber. Xiao Bufan and the others had already learned of Li Daoyuan's alliance with the Shi Shindao sect and the Mu family to launch an assault. That day had finally come. The upper echelons of Qisha men had long since resolved to confront their adversaries. However, upon receiving the news of the impending assault by the coalition of the 3 families, a heavy pall descended upon their hearts. Upon opening her eyes, Tao Yao observed the somber expressions on her companions' faces, prompting her to raise an elegant brow. What of their alliance? We need not be defeated. Furthermore, your despondent demeanor, should it be witnessed by our disciples? What would they think? Shall we surrender outright? Tao Yao's words were indeed a clarion call to those lost in despair. Xiao Bufan took a deep breath, cleared his throat, and declared, "Esteemed colleagues, Tao Yao speaks the truth. As the leaders of our sect, we must set an example, demonstrating our unwavering resolve to share the fate of our sect with our disciples. Indeed, let those curs from the Ing Sha Meng come forth. We shall resolutely defend our sect unto death. To defend our sect unto death." The voices of all gathered in the assembly hall rose in unison. Chapter 101. The erosion of resolve. In the distance of 100 miles, at Chongyang Valley, the elite forces of the Yingsha Alliance, Shinshindaozong, and the Mu family congregated. The flying vessels stacked upon one another, resembling a curtain draped across the sky, preventing sunlight from penetrating. Countless cultivators simultaneously emanated fluctuations of spiritual energy, permeating the entire valley, transforming it into a ravenous beast poised to devour the world. Li Daoyuan, Songhai, and Mu Ling stood aloft in the sky. "My fellow Dao brothers, let us dispense with idle chatter and directly assault the Qisha Gate," Songhai remarked with a smile, stroking his beard. "Indeed, it is my intention to eradicate the Qisha Gate first." Although Mu Ling remained silent, he nodded in agreement. The elimination of this scourge would benefit all. After Li Daoyuan finished speaking, he led the coalition of 3 families toward the Qisha Gate. Their advance was swift, akin to a tempest sweeping across the 8 desolations, and within a mere quarter of an hour, they stood at the gates of the Qisha Gate. Xiao Bufan stood proudly atop the Tianming Square, with elders and thousands of disciples assembled below. The atmosphere was grave. They were aware of the impending assault by the coalition. This was a dire situation, yet their gazes remained resolute and unafraid. The coalition arrived in an instant. Li Daoyuan stepped forth, positioning himself at the forefront of the alliance, and shouted, "Have the wretches of Qisha Gate prepared their necks? I have come to sever your heads." His words, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated powerfully, echoing throughout the Qisha Gate. Upon hearing Li Daoyuan's demeaning remarks directed at the disciples of Qisha, outrage swept through the crowd. Xiao Bufan immediately soared out from the mountain gate, accompanied by the elders. Observing Xiao Bufan's emergence, Li Daoyuan's arrogance intensified. He taunted, "Xiao, do not claim that I have not offered you a chance. If you take your own life before me now, I may consider leaving some remnants of your Dao for Qisha Gate. Spare me your manipulations. Knowing you as I do, even if I were to take my own life, you would still seek the complete destruction of Qisha Gate. Ha ha ha, I did not expect your old mind to be so sharp. Indeed, our purpose here is to annihilate the legacy of Qisha Gate. Are you prepared? Old dog, feel free to try." Though outnumbered, Xiao Bufan believed that with the protective formation of the sect, they could withstand the assault for a time. He was determined to use a forbidden technique to eliminate an enemy at the Yuaning stage, which would significantly alter the situation. With the protective formation in place, the disciples of Qisha Gate felt a semblance of security. Li Daoyuan discerned their reliance, and a sneer graced his lips. "Xiao, I am aware of your intentions, but you should abandon such hopes. Your so-called protective formation no longer exists." "What?" An expression of disbelief flashed across Xiao Bufan's eyes, as he sensed the core of the sect's formation had been compromised. Boom. The protective formation that had safeguarded Qisha Gate for centuries abruptly ceased, losing its former brilliance. At the moment the formation stopped functioning, the light extinguished. The array patterns dissipated, leaving only a profound silence. The failure of the protective formation sent waves of terror through the disciples. Their previously unwavering faith began to waver. Who has destroyed the formation? Xiao Bufan's eyes widened in fury, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. He understood that if the protective formation had been operational, even with the might of the coalition, breaching it would come at a grievous cost. Now, this sudden turn of events left Qisha Gate utterly exposed to its foes. He realized that the breach must have stemmed from an insider conspiring with external enemies, betraying the sect. Zhao Daoyi. This name flickered through Xiao Bufan's mind, only to be dismissed. Ever since Wang Zhu's passing, Zhao Daoyi had been treated like a saint within the sect. Moreover, in this sacred battle to defend the sect, Zhao Daoyi, alongside Elder Li, had been entrusted with overseeing the formation's operation. Why would he betray the sect? Yet, compared to Elder Li, Zhao Daoyi's potential for betrayal seemed greater. Xiao Bufan bellowed, "Zhao Daoyi, come before me at once." Boom. Zhao Daoyi, having just stealthily assassinated Elder Li and destroyed the core of the formation, never anticipated being discovered so swiftly by the sect leader. He hastily fled from the core of the formation, only to see the Grand Elder rushing toward him. Realizing his plot had been exposed, Zhao Daoyi's face darkened with resolve. He no longer concealed his intentions. A malevolent glint flickered in his eyes as he darted toward the Yingsha Alliance's ranks. Witnessing this scene, Fang Budong was immediately engulfed in shock and rage. He had been reluctant to believe that Zhao Daoyi would betray them. Yet, with the evidence laid bare, Fang Budong yearned to confront Zhao Daoyi himself. "You wretched child, how dare you betray the sect? Do you not honor your master?" Fang Budong thundered. Zhao Daoyi offered no reply to Fang Budong, instead shouting to the disciples of Qisha Gate, "There is no hope left for Qisha Gate. The protective formation has fallen, and the coalition is too powerful. Cease your futile resistance. Surrender is your only path to survival." His voice reverberated like a sinister whisper, infiltrating the ears of every disciple. Some disciples, already shaken by the formation's failure, succumbed to fear upon hearing Zhao Daoyi's insidious words, their mental defenses crumbling entirely. They glanced at the aggressive coalition before them, then at the now-defunct protective formation, and their hearts flooded with dread. The disciples began to exchange glances, whispering amongst themselves. "The coalition is too strong. Is our resistance truly effective? Indeed, fighting to the death is akin to an ant shaking a tree." What significance does such death hold? Correct. We merely seek the path to longevity. Why engage in meaningless sacrifice? The higher-ups of Qisha Gate, upon hearing these sentiments, felt both anger and urgency. A wave of despair surged within Xiao Bufan. He could scarcely fathom that Zhao Daoyi would turn out to be such a despicable traitor, undermining their resolve at this critical juncture of life and death. Chapter 102. With my body, I protect my sect. Yet, he understood deeply that this was not the time to delve into the matter. He must exert every effort to stabilize the situation. Xiao Bufan cast aside the melancholy in his heart, soaring into the air, surveying the multitude of disciples below. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within him erupted forth like a dam bursting, cascading uncontrollably. The fierce wind whipped at his garments, making them flutter dramatically. His voice resonated like a great bell, instantly echoing across the entire battlefield. Disciples of Qisha, heed my command. Yes, the multitude of disciples responded in unison, including those whose loyalties had wavered. Esteemed brethren, though our protective formation has been shattered, our blood still flows hot within us. How can we stand idly by as outsiders threaten our home, without fiercely resisting? I, Xiao Bufan, vow here today, even if I must shatter my own body, I shall protect our sect. The Grand Elder Fong Butong, Tao Yao, and others stood beside Xiao Bufan, sharing in his fervent declaration. With my body, I protect my sect. With my body, I protect my sect. With my body, I protect my sect. These words ignited a fervent fire within the hearts of many disciples. Even those who had previously wavered found their fighting spirit rekindled. Our sect nurtured and raised us. How could we abandon it? One person cried out passionately, instantly garnering a chorus of agreement from the crowd. However, some timid souls remained indecisive. On one hand, they were inspired by the leader's valiant spirit and yearned to stand shoulder to shoulder with their comrades. On the other hand, they harbored a deep-seated fear of the formidable coalition forces, dreading the specter of death and destruction. I cannot die here. Some could no longer contain themselves, fleeing towards the coalition of 3 families. Once one person led the way, others followed suit. In an instant, hundreds of disciples surrendered to the coalition. The Grand Elder Fong Butong sought to fly over and eradicate these traitors, but was halted by Xiao Bufan. Grand Elder, let it be. Everyone has their own aspirations. Let them go. But it matters not. Having removed those bad seeds, what remains are our elite. Seeing Zhao Dao's incitement yield only a few hundred, Li Daoyuan felt a deep disappointment. Yet even the slightest weakening of the enemy was a victory. He spoke solemnly. Xiao Bufan, you, at your advanced age, lack the discernment of your own disciples. If you wish to die, die alone. Must you lead your disciples to their doom as well? Xiao Bufan retorted sharply. Li, who told you that we would lose? Our coalition comprises tens of thousands of elite warriors, and we have 3 nascent soul experts. What do you have to contend with us? As Li Daoyuan spoke, a thunderous roar erupted. Boom, boom, boom. Li Daoyuan, Song Hai, and Mu Ling simultaneously summoned their vast spiritual energies, intending to shatter the psychological defenses of the Qisha disciples through sheer force. Just then, a sword cleaved through the air, revealing a white-robed swordsman who descended upon the scene. Jiang Huichuan. Upon seeing the white-robed swordsman, the high-ranking members present were filled with astonishment. Jiang Huichuan, what brings you here? A sense of foreboding crept into Li Diyuan's heart, while Xiao Bufan and the others displayed expressions of delight. Tao Yao's eyes sparkled, murmuring, I never expected this fellow would come. Jiang Huichuan, I warn you not to meddle in this affair. Li Daoyuan bellowed harshly. In response to Li Daoyuan's admonition, Jiang Huichuan remained unfazed, stepping into the ranks of the Qisha sect. 7 Sword Sect has always originated from the Qisha sect. In times of peril, we ought to stand united. You insolent fool, it seems you truly wish to intervene. Li Daoyuan retorted angrily. Then let us annihilate your 7 Sword Sect in one fell swoop. Li, prepare to taste the sharpness of my blade. With spiritual energy surging, Jiang Huichuan exuded an air of elegance, resembling a divine sword incarnate. Thank you. Xiao Bufan's regard for Jiang Huichuan greatly improved. After all, those who came to aid in times of need were akin to a timely delivery of coal in the snow. Even if the other party chose not to assist, Xiao Bufan would be deeply grateful for their presence. Jiang, leave Li Daoyuan to me. Please protect our disciples. Rest assured, with me here, I shall ensure your lineage endures, Jiang Huichuan declared loudly. Arrogant. Li Daoyuan roared, unleashing an overwhelming force as he charged towards the Qisha sect. I will battle you. Xiao Bufan met him head-on with his sword drawn. Haha! Back then, you could only contend with me through the Qisha sword cannon, and now that the elders of Qisha are unable to gather, what will you use to fight me? This is my Qisha sect, a bastion of tradition spanning nearly 10 millennia. How could a wretch like you comprehend it? Xiao Bufan shouted in fury, reversing the flow of his spiritual energy, causing his aura to wither, aging him visibly, his hair turning white. This scene startled Li Daoyuan. Before he could inquire, he saw Xiao Bufan's aura rapidly ascend. You have actually stepped into the mid-nascent soul stage? No. Something is amiss. Xiao Bufan coldly replied. You will understand once we engage in battle. With that, Xiao Bufan launched an attack on Li Daoyuan, and the two began to clash. Seeing this, Songhai, the third elder of Shishun Dao, smirked arrogantly. Tao Yao, come and meet your demise. Songhai had come to fight primarily to avenge his disciple Mu Yun, desiring to torment Tao Yao to death. Hearing Songhai's taunt, Tao Yao was about to step forward to engage, but was intercepted by Jiang Huaichuan. Fairy Tao Yao, this old fool is unworthy to be your opponent. Allow me to handle this. Without waiting for Tao Yao's response, he charged forward, sword in hand. One was an ancient monster reincarnated through numerous lifetimes, while the other was an invincible swordsman. Their duel was a sight to behold. Since Songhai cannot engage, you shall perish at my hands. Mu Ling, with a dark expression, flew towards Tao Yao. You old fool, you could not best me last time. Now that I have reached half-step nascent soul, do you think you can contend with me? Hearing this, Mu Ling's expression darkened significantly. Though Tao Yao was indeed arrogant, there was truth in her words. Should a true fight ensue, he would find himself at a disadvantage against that little witch. Boom. And Tianyu unleashed his own might, calling out, I come to assist you. Excellent. Together, we will subdue that little witch. Mu Ling believed herself to be at the Yuanying stage, and within Tianyu, who was half a step into Yuanying, she felt assured in dealing with the seemingly insignificant Tao Yao. However, after a brief clash, Mu Ling was astonished to discover that the sword energy unleashed by this woman was even more formidable than before. Despite joining forces within Tianyu, they found themselves evenly matched, if not slightly outclassed. Kill, kill, kill. As the Yuanying masters engaged in battle, the coalition of the three families launched a fierce assault on the Qisha men. Kill. Let me hear the cries of slaughter. Zhao Daoyi exhibited a fervor unmatched by any member of the coalition. He yearned to annihilate the Qisha men to validate his choices. He aimed to obliterate everything associated with Qisha men, particularly Su Ming and Lianyi. He constantly felt that these two had ruined his life, leading to his failed breakthrough in the Jindan stage and the infamy of being labeled a Trido. Chapter 103. You don't understand him. Su Ming's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. If not for Zhao Daoyi's sudden betrayal, the sect would still have its protective formation, capable of inflicting heavy losses on the enemy. Now, they could only fight desperately. Su Ming. The hatred in Zhao Daoyi's eyes was no less than Su Ming's. You brat, stop spouting nonsense in front of me. If you were in my position, you'd act even more ruthlessly. Shameless scoundrel. Don't measure my heart by your standards. I find it filthy. Su Ming coldly retorted, the spiritual energy within him surging violently, his sword trembling with a faint hum. Traitor, let your blood serve as an offering for this battle. With a light shout, Su Ming charged toward Zhao Daoyi, sword in hand. Stop him. Seeing Su Ming rushing toward him, Zhao Daoyi's face was filled with terror. He knew all too well that he was no match for Su Ming. Boom, boom, boom. Three Foundation establishment cultivators at the Great Perfection stage blocked Su Ming's path. They had vaguely heard of Su Ming's reputation, but believed that with three of them joining forces, they could suppress Su Ming, who was only at the early core formation stage. Worthless fools, how dare you stand in my way? A flicker of disdain flashed in Su Ming's eyes as spiritual energy surged along his sword. Boom. A sword aura, radiant as a silken ribbon, slashed through the air, cutting the three in half at the waist. Until their last breath, they couldn't comprehend why they couldn't withstand a single move from Su Ming. Attack, all of you. The people behind Zhao Daoyi were terrified after witnessing Su Ming slay three Foundation establishment Great Perfection cultivators with a single strike. Yet, they dared not disobey Zhao Daoyi's command, for this was a battlefield, and defying orders meant death. Faced with certain death either way, they gritted their teeth and made a decision. Charge together. 10 of them exchanged glances, each wielding their spiritual weapons as they surrounded Su Ming. Boom, boom, boom. Sword energy crisscrossed the air. Watching the crowd charging at him, Su Ming merely smiled faintly, the spiritual energy within him circulating wildly. 10 miles of peach blossoms. A rain of peach blossoms fell from the sky, countless petals dancing in the air. These seemingly fragile and beautiful petals concealed immense lethality. Each petal was like the sharpest blade in the world. The 10 men offered no meaningful resistance before being riddled with holes by the peach blossom petals. Now it's your turn. To Zhao Daoyi, Su Ming's words sounded like the whisper of a demon god, causing him to tremble in fear. Having witnessed Su Ming's unrestrained display on the battlefield, Zhao Daoyi became even more certain that he was no match for Su Ming. No, I still have a bright future ahead. I bore the stigma of a traitor to tread the true path of immortality. How can I die here? Zhao Daoyi completely abandoned his dignity, turning around and fleeing outright. On the upper battlefield, Fong Butong and the other 7 Kill elders were acutely aware of the sect's peril. Only by fighting desperately could the 7 Kill sect have a sliver of hope for survival. Thus, from the outset, like Xiao Bufan, they unanimously employed the 7 Kill secret technique, despite its severe side effects. Empowered by the 7 Kill secret technique, they temporarily broke through to the half-step nascent soul realm. The Golden Core Great Perfection cultivators from the 3 allied families were utterly unable to stop them, relying solely on sheer numbers to barely hold their ground. If things continued this way, the 7 Kill sect stood a great chance of repelling the enemy. But at that moment, hum, 3 swords pierced through the air, and 3 formidable auras descended upon the battlefield. A stout man in brocade robes charged toward Fong Butong. Lu Tongtian, why are you here? This man in brocade robes was none other than Lu Tongtian, the prefect of Qingyun Prefecture. The other 2 were the prefects of Tianshui Prefecture and Yunlan Prefecture. In response to the Grand Elder's rebuke, Lu Tongtian remained silent, instead gathering a spell and launching it at the Grand Elder. Lu Tongtian, the 3 of you are officials of the Imperial Court. Why are you aiding the Shadow Kill Alliance? Could it be that the Shadow Kill Alliance is a force fostered by the court? This accusation was too grave for Lu Tongtian and the others to bear. They hastily clarified, though we serve the court, we hail from the Shadow Kill Alliance. How could we not aid our sect in its time of need? Ha ha ha. What a masterful distortion of truth and confusion of right and wrong. Clearly, it is your Shadow Kill Alliance invading our 7 Kill sect, yet you dare to claim your sect is in peril. Such shamelessness. Think what you will. In any case, our actions are upright and honorable. As he spoke, Lu Tongtian gathered another spell and, alongside 2 Golden Core elders from the Shadow Kill Alliance, launched an assault on Fong Butong. Although Fong Butong had reached the half-step nascent soul realm through the secret technique, he faced 3 opponents at the Golden Core Great Perfection stage, who could also execute the Shadow Kill Alliance's joint attack technique. He quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the other 2 prefects had sought out the remaining 7 Kill elders and joined the fray. The appearance of these 3 not only plunged the 7 Kill elders into peril, but also caused the morale of the 7 Kill sect to plummet. After all, if even the Imperial Court was aiding the Shadow Kill Alliance, was there any hope left in this battle? As one side weakened and the other strengthened, the 7 Kill sect fell into a disadvantageous position. Trying to flee? Do you think you can escape? Su Ming weaved through the battlefield, relentlessly pursuing Zhao Daoyi. He was like a seasoned hunter toying with a desperate mouse. Tormented by this mockery, Zhao Daoyi was mentally exhausted, his face etched with fear. He bitterly regretted provoking this deadly star. Now, before achieving anything, he was about to die at the hands of this menace. Despair and resentment filled Zhao Daoyi's heart. Worthless coward, why are you running? Fight him. A voice both familiar and unfamiliar exploded in Zhao Daoyi's ears. After slaying a 7 Kill disciple, Wang Yuanyuan flew straight over. Watching Zhao Daoyi's frantic escape, she spoke with exasperation. You're at the same cultivation level as him. What are you afraid of? You don't understand. You simply don't understand. Zhao Daoyi screamed hysterically. You don't know him. What is there to fear? With the 2 of us joining forces, can't we defeat him? Wang Yuanyuan was a Golden Core cultivator, having broken through even before Su Ming and the others. She believed she alone could suppress Su Ming, and with Zhao Daoyi's help, victory would be assured. Zhao Daoyi, if you remain this cowardly, you'll never gain any standing within the Shadow Kill Alliance. Hearing this, Zhao Daoyi finally gritted his teeth and stopped. Turning around, he saw Su Ming standing tall and straight, resembling an invincible war god striding toward him. Zhao Daoi, consumed by intense hatred, shouted furiously, "You little brat! What are you pretending for? Yuanyuan, let us go!" Wang Yuanyuan nodded and approached Su Ming with the intent to surround him. Su Ming remained composed, showing no fear, and a trace of disdain curled at the corners of his lips as he remarked, "You shameless couple. Just what I need to stretch my muscles." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Ming unleashed the Great Desolation Destruction Finger. A powerful surge of spiritual energy coalesced at his fingertip, transforming into a robust beam of light, as thick as a river, resembling a falling meteor, carrying the momentum to annihilate everything in its path, directly aimed at Wang Yuanyuan. "Be careful." Zhao Daoi was acutely aware of the potency of Su Ming's attack. Although Wang Yuanyuan was formidable, she would undoubtedly be unable to defend against it in such haste. His concern was not for Wang Yuanyuan's safety, but rather for his own precarious situation should the woman fall. Chapter 104. Peach Blossom Rain. Where the fingertip gleam passed, the air was instantly torn apart, emitting a piercing shriek. Even without Zhao Daoi's reminder, Wang Yuanyuan could see the extraordinary nature of this move. Her expression shifted slightly as she urgently channeled all her spiritual energy, constructing layers of protective shields before her, hoping to block the opponent's attack. In an instant, the fingertip gleam struck the shields heavily. Bang! 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 Several gleams shattered upon impact. After breaking through the shields, the remaining force of the gleam struck Wang Yuanyuan, who was hastily defending herself. She was sent flying several zhang away, blood spurting wildly from her mouth. Zhao Daoi paid no attention to the injured Wang Yuanyuan and seized the opportunity to launch an attack. His figure flickered like a ghost, instantly appearing behind Su Ming. His long sword gleamed with a cold light as he thrust towards Su Ming's back. Die! Zhao Daoi believed he held the advantage and was certain he could kill Su Ming with this strike. However, Su Ming seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. At the moment the sword was about to pierce him, he shifted his body slightly, skillfully evading the fatal blow. Immediately after, he swung his hand in a reverse motion, sending a surge of spiritual energy soaring into the sky. Thunder, instant kill. Su Ming's figure gradually grew illusory, bathed in thunder as he charged toward Zhao Daoi. Zhao Daoi had no time to dodge and was struck by the purple lightning. His body was instantly enveloped in electric currents, emitting a charred smell as he collapsed to the ground. Just as Su Ming prepared to finish him off, Wang Yuanyuan rushed over. "You wretched woman, you have some skill," Su Ming exclaimed softly, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. 10 miles of peach blossoms. In that instant, petals filled the sky, dancing like a dream. Though seemingly gentle, these petals contained astonishing power. Each petal transformed into a sharp hidden weapon, shooting toward Wang Yuanyuan. "What is this?" Wang Yuanyuan had heard that Elder Tao Yao of the Qixia sect possessed a stunning peach blossom sword technique. She never expected Su Ming could also execute it. Greatly alarmed, she hastily brandished her long sword, attempting to block the onslaught of petals. However, the petals were numerous and swift. Despite her desperate efforts, she was cut in multiple places, blood seeping out and staining her clothes. On the other side, Tao Yao faced two powerful opponents alone. With a single sword strike, she forced both back. Turning her head, she saw the sky filled with peach blossoms unleashed by Su Ming. She murmured softly, without even realizing it, "This brat has grown to such an extent." 10 miles of peach blossoms. With a sharp cry, countless peach trees materialized out of thin air, their branches laden with blossoms. A breeze swept through, showering the area in a rain of peach petals. If Su Ming's 10 miles of peach blossoms was a gentle drizzle, then Tao Yao's version was a violent storm. The sky filled with blossoms enveloped Mu Ling and Tianyu. Thousands of sword energies erupted simultaneously, and no matter how the two tried to block them, they were pierced through like sieves. The peach blossom rain stirred by the master and disciple together greatly boosted the morale of the Qixia sect. Elder Tao Yao and Su Ming are both fighting one against two with all their might. How can we show weakness? Kill! Yun Yin shouted fiercely, charging toward the enemy with her sword. Meanwhile, Song Hai of the Shishin Dao sect, despite his advanced age, fought with unparalleled ferocity. He wielded a zhonglong broadsword, its blade emitting a faint, cold gleam that spoke of countless battles. What exhilaration! Song Hai laughed heartily, slashing out dozens of times like a whirlwind. Each swing carried powerful spiritual energy fluctuations, the blade's energy crisscrossing and carving deep trenches into the surrounding ground. Facing this overwhelmingly domineering assault, Jiang Huichuan appeared calm and composed. Holding a 3-foot green blade, he executed a set of sword techniques as fluid as flowing clouds. Though seemingly gentle, they contained endless variations. Skillfully using the flexibility of the sword to dissipate most of the force in his opponent's blade strikes. Seeing this, Song Hai was momentarily stunned, not expecting Jiang Huichuan to fight in such a manner. "Old dog, don't let your focus waver." Jiang Huichuan lightly tapped his feet, retreating 2 steps with the grace of a swallow. "Little thief, where do you think you're escaping?" Song Hai quickly pursued, raising his long blade high and slashing down fiercely. At that moment, Jiang Huichuan suddenly turned, his precious sword striking like a white serpent spitting its tongue. A sword gleam shot out, accurately aiming for Song Hai's wrist. Song Hai, greatly alarmed, hastily withdrew his long blade and leaped backward. Jiang Huichuan gave him no chance to catch his breath. The sword spun rapidly in his hand, creating overlapping shadows that dazzled the eyes. Sword energies shot from the blade like lightning, streaking toward Song Hai. "What swift swordsmanship!" Song Hai exclaimed in admiration, hurriedly summoning a protective spiritual treasure. Yet, he was still cut in multiple places by the sword energies, blood staining his clothes. Boom, boom, boom. The battle between Li Daoyuan and Xiao Bufan was exceptionally intense. Every move they executed was a fight to the death. "Huh!" Li Daoyuan spat out a mouthful of filthy blood and wiped the corner of his lips. "Xiao Bufan, your secret technique is about to give out." Xiao Bufan's expression stiffened slightly as he coldly stated, "Before that happens, I will kill you." "Kill me?" Li Daoyuan laughed heartily. "Let me show you my true strength." With these words, the spiritual energy around Li Daoyuan surged wildly, his aura continuously rising. So powerful. Faced with Li Daoyuan's skyrocketing presence, a flicker of shock crossed Xiao Bufan's face. "Xiao Bufan, prepare to die?" Boom. A crescent moon-shaped sword energy slashed out. The void shattered, and the earth trembled. Qixia mirror. Xiao Bufan hastily summoned his protective spiritual treasure, a small bronze mirror that glimmered with light, attempting to block Li Daoyuan's attack. However, the sword energy unleashed by Li Daoyuan was as fierce as a tidal wave. "Die!" Li Daoyuan roared angrily, actually unleashing another invincible sword energy that shot straight toward Xiao Bufan. Crack! The spiritual mirror shattered. Xiao Bufan, unable to dodge in time, was struck by the pillar of spiritual energy. His body was sent flying dozens of zhong before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth, his aura growing faint. Seeing this, a ferocious smile spread across Li Daoyuan's face as he prepared to step forward and deliver the final blow to Xiao Bufan. At this critical moment, an aged yet authoritative voice rang out. "You little whelp, how dare you act so arrogantly?" Li Daoyuan followed the sound and saw an elusive figure. After a few flickers, it appeared before him. "You old dog, you've finally shown yourself." A shadow of gloom flickered across Li Daoyuan's face. He had long since learned that the old immortal of the Qixia sect had sealed himself within the divine wood, clinging to life by a mere thread. "How dare you?" As the words fell, Yu Yuntian, the supreme elder of the Qixia sect, unleashed a vast, ocean-like pressure, bearing down upon Li Daoyuan. However, despite being at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm while Li Daoyuan was only at the early stage, Yu Yuntian's life force was nearly exhausted, rendering him utterly incapable of suppressing Li Daoyuan. "Old dog, this era no longer belongs to you. You should simply stand aside and watch the spectacle. Otherwise, I will sever that last breath of yours and cut short your path to immortality." Chapter 105. It is your turn to strike, little brat. As long as I am here, you shall not extinguish my Dao lineage. Though my lifespan is nearing its end, I would not hesitate to perish taking down one of you, proclaimed Yu Yuntian, his voice resonating with defiance. Upon hearing these words, Mu Ling and Song Hai exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of concern. They understood the weight of Yu Yuntian's assertion. If this old man set his sights on them, it would spell disaster. 50 miles from the battlefield, an extraordinarily opulent warship sailed through the skies. Fu Lingtian occupied its deck, engaged in a game of strategy. Holding a white piece, he remarked casually, "Old man, it is your turn to make a move." His opponent was none other than Miao Heng, the esteemed leader of the Shi Shin Dao sect. "Master Fu, do not forget the promise you made to me. Rest assured, once the Qi Sha Dao lineage is eradicated, I shall present you with the Qi Sha Sword Classic. That would be most agreeable." With that, Miao Heng's figure flickered, and he instantaneously appeared on the battlefield. His arrival cast a heavy shadow over the atmosphere, the very air thick with tension. He emanated an aura of mysterious and formidable power, as if he could command the forces of heaven and earth. With a flick of his sleeve, Miao Heng cast a cold gaze upon Yu Yuntian, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. After all this time, you remain only in the mid-phase of the Yuaning realm. It is no wonder your lineage is destined for extinction. Miao Heng. Yu Yuntian's expression momentarily faltered. They were contemporaries, yet as his own lifespan waned, Miao Heng advanced to the late Yuaning stage. Old man, allow me to accompany you on your final journey. As he spoke, Miao Heng gradually raised a hand, an immense force emanating from it, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy like a tempest. Yu Yuntian recognized that he had once been no match for Miao Heng. Now, he feared that he might not withstand even a few strikes and would meet his demise here. Yet, how could he retreat with the legacy of his sect at stake? Miao Heng. Yu Yuntian called out sharply, and like Xiao Bufan before him, he unleashed his own momentum, his visage aging further, yet his spirit intensifying. Huh, you seek your own demise. Miao Heng scoffed at Yu Yuntian's desperate display of secret techniques. Your actions are merely a futile struggle. They cannot alter the fate of the Qisha sect. Whether it can be changed remains to be seen, replied Yu Yuntian, his internal energy surging like a tempest, his aura climbing as he approached the late Yuaning stage. Seeking death, Miao Heng bellowed, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged forth like a mighty dragon, roaring towards Yu Yuntian. The very air around it became chaotic and turbulent. Yu Yuntian, refusing to yield, swiftly executed his technique. Sword shines across the 9 provinces. With a resounding hum, 7 shimmering swords of ice materialized above him, their energies converging to form a colossal golden sword that cleaved towards the dark dragon. With a thunderous crash, the golden sword collided with the black dragon, erupting in a cataclysmic roar. The shockwave of energy radiated outward, leveling the ground and causing nearby mountains to crumble under its might. In the midst of this explosive clash, both Yu Yuntian and Miao Heng were momentarily obscured by the blinding light. As the brilliance faded, onlookers beheld Yu Yuntian's pallid complexion, a trickle of blood at his lips, yet he stood resolutely. Miao Heng, however, remained composed,